Grand Line, the New World. On the boundless expanse of ocean, several black dots crawled slowly across the water. They were the ships of a small nation's merchant convoy shuttling back and forth between the New World and the so-called Paradise. The crews on these ships were almost entirely replaced after each voyage. If they did not die, they left after earning enough money. Of course, those who profited were the minority, far more perished beneath the blades of pirates. Inside a cabin on one of the merchant ships, Yulo lay on a narrow bunk and had just awakened. One day ago, Yulo had transmigrated into the world of pirates. Crossing over with him was the essential boon of any transmigrator, a super check-in system, which however had only just now completed its binding. Yulo briefly familiarized himself with the system's functions: daily check-ins and mission check-ins. Daily check-ins required his active participation, while mission check-ins would be triggered passively and at random. The interface of the super check-in system displayed: unique, bound user Yulo. Daily check-ins 1. Mission check-ins none. Items none. The crude interface made Yulo almost avert his gaze. It was the epitome of a beginner system, hardly even worthy of being called a novice mode. He knew all too well how perilous the pirate world was, especially for someone without any strength. Moreover, this was the New World, the most treacherous, unforgiving sea. Here pirates were vicious and brutal, each one possessing fearsome power. Fortunately, he had one available daily check-in, his only sliver of hope. Unable to wait any longer, he chose to check in. Ding! Today's check-in successful. The host has completed the first day check-in in the pirate world. Reward 1 novice gift pack. Yulo could not help rolling his eyes. He supposed he finally qualified as a novice now. The system itself had acknowledged it. Use the novice gift pack. Ding! The host has used the novice gift pack and obtained 3 physique enhancement pills and 1 devil fruit. The rewards have been stored in the item inventory. The host may view the detailed descriptions at will. Yulo's excitement surged instantly. These were precisely the things he needed most right now. Items that could swiftly elevate his strength. View detailed descriptions. Yulo opened the system panel, entered the item inventory, and examined the descriptions of the 2 rewards. Physique enhancement pill refines muscles and cleanses marrow, strengthens flesh and bone, augments stamina comprehensively, improving overall physical fitness. Logia-type Mera Nomi green lotus heart flame form. The Mera Nomi has been reinforced by the system, infused with a strand of foreign flame origin, transforming into the green lotus heart flame form. Upon seeing the detailed descriptions, Yulo shot upright from the bed in a single motion. It was a Logia-type Devil Fruit, and not merely that. It had been strengthened by the system, fused with a strange flame from another world. Such a flame was born of heaven and earth, its temperature far surpassing ordinary fire. Even a single trace of it would dramatically magnify its destructive power. There were also the physique enhancement pills, which enhanced the body in all aspects. This was the very first step on the path to becoming strong. In the pirate world, whether one possessed devil fruit abilities or wielded the 3 forms of Haki, every power was ultimately driven by one's own physical stamina. In a sense, stamina was the wellspring of all strength. With that thought, Yulo moved his mind, and a pill appeared in his hand, perfectly round, immaculate, and white. He smacked his lips in appreciation. System-crafted items truly had a fine appearance. Yulo swallowed the pill, and at once a warm current spread through his abdomen, slowly coursing to every corner of his body. Accompanied by tingling waves, his physique began to transform. Where his build had once been entirely unremarkable, sleek lines of muscle now emerged, and his height increased by nearly half a head. Amazed by the change, Yulo promptly swallowed the remaining 2 physique enhancement pills. After the medicinal effects settled, he clenched both fists. As his muscles contracted, he could distinctly feel that his strength had multiplied tenfold or more. Without pausing, a blue-green lotus-shaped fruit appeared in his hand, and he took a decisive bite. To his surprise, the devil fruit was nothing like the hideous taste he had imagined. Instead, it was incomparably sweet and juicy. Yulo's eyes shone, and he devoured the rest in one breath, licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. If anyone who had eaten a devil fruit before saw this, they would be utterly dumbfounded. No one had ever witnessed such a brazenly indulgent eater. Green lotus heart flame. After consuming the fruit, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. At the stir of a thought, his right hand was suddenly enveloped by a mass of blue-green flames. The cabin's temperature soared, and all wooden objects began to smoke. Feeling the combined effects of his fortified physique and devil fruit, Yulo could not suppress a joyful laugh. This heat rivaled volcanic magma, and as he continued to develop the power, it would only grow stronger. Only now did he truly possess the ability to protect himself upon the sea. With the system in his grasp, reaching the pinnacle of the pirate world was merely a matter of time. Thinking of the top-tier powerhouses described in the original story, Yulo's battle spirit boiled over. He could not help but look forward to clashing with them. Bang! Boom! The thunderous roar of a cannon blast exploded in Yulo's ears. Immediately afterward, the entire ship began to shudder violently. Pirates are here. It's the Rocks pirates. We're doomed this time. Run, run, I don't want to die. The people on board descended into utter chaos, a cacophony of voices rising and crashing over one another. The shouts of the convoy's leader did nothing to restore order. Seeing the massive pirate ship already looming close at hand, he trembled uncontrollably, his heart sinking into despair. A huge vessel bearing the emblem of the Rocks pirates blocked the convoy's path. On its deck, pirates brandished their weapons ferociously, faces twisted with savagery, their greed and bloodlust laid bare in their eyes. Looks like we're in for another big haul this time. Look at the terror in those little ladies' eyes, truly satisfying. Vass, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Compared to women, I prefer stacks of sparkling belly. The fat pirate called Vass seemed to be the leader of this ship. His lecherous gaze locked onto several women within the convoy, his eyes blazing red. Allow me, Vass, to receive you all. He drew the large blade that had been embedded in the deck, then sprang into the air, and using the momentum of his leap swung downward in a vicious cleaving strike. Every crew member of the merchant convoy squeezed their eyes shut in terror. Boom. Sizzle. Sizzle. Heat billowed through the air. A wave of blistering temperature surged forth. Vass's blade dissolved molten iron, dripping across the deck and scorching it black. He burst into flames. It's Yulo, he's amazing. So hot. What's happening? The people on the ship were drenched in sweat under the oppressive heat. Blue-green flames burned. At some unknown moment, Yulo had appeared, bare hand, catching cold steel. Your strength is nothing special, is it? Yulo regarded Vass before him, the green lotus heart flame still dancing around his right hand. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. You really have no idea how high the heavens are. You damned brat, ruining my good mood. You think you're qualified to judge my strength? Even if he was merely an intern crewman of the Rocks pirates, this snot-nosed kid had no right to point fingers at him. Glaring at the inexplicable Yulo who had appeared out of nowhere, Vass grew utterly enraged and roared with a twisted grin. You lot unleash a massacre for me. The remaining pirates, inflamed by his words, leapt eagerly from the deck of the pirate ship, ready to hack apart every living soul aboard the merchant vessels to vent their cruel exhilaration. In the new world, the Rocks pirates symbolized supreme strength and wealth, a crew that countless pirates dreamed of joining. As an intern member of the Rocks pirates, Vass did possess a certain level of power. It was just that his confidence had swelled far beyond his true capability. Yulo had initially intended only to intimidate them, to make them retreat in fear. In that case, don't blame me for showing no mercy. His gaze turned cold, killing intent rising within. Ding. Mission check-in triggered. The path to the summit of the world cannot be walked without clashes against the strong. To facilitate the host's encounters with such powerhouses, please join either the Navy headquarters or the Rocks pirates. Once you officially join one side, the mission check-in will be completed and the reward issued. The sudden prompt left Yulo momentarily stunned. The sudden chime left Yulo momentarily stunned. This task, triggered by his daily check-in, had appeared at a most opportune moment. Join Marine headquarters or the Rocks pirates. Marine headquarters. Yulo dismissed the notion without a second thought. Official duties shackled freedom, and a crowd of worthless celestial dragons trampling upon everyone. Since he had come to this vast sea, what he sought was unrestrained freedom. The Rocks pirates, then. Do not disappoint me. The killing intent within Yulo's heart gradually ebbed, yet his gaze remained as icy as ever. These pirates were members of the Rocks pirates themselves, perfect guides to lead him straight to Rock's main base. In the span of a lightning flash, Yulo's thoughts raced at full speed. He leapt into the air, and with a flick of his right hand, the cyan flame transformed into a long whip of fire that lashed fiercely across the bodies of more than a dozen pirates who were in mid-jump toward the deck. A chorus of screams rang out as more than a dozen men were grievously wounded in an instant, each body carved with a deep, bone-revealing burn in the shape of a whip mark. One after another, they crashed into the sea below. They all plunged into the vast sea, splashing up arcs of water, their life or death unknown. Yulo landed directly upon the pirate ship, snapping the fiery whip to drag Vassy toward him. It hurts, it hurts. Impossible, how can a brat like you be this strong? Vassy howled in disbelief, shrieking hysterically. The Yulo before him looked only 17 or 18, yet his strength was in no way inferior to the official crew members of the Rocks pirates. Yulo's eyes narrowed, cold light gleaming within them as he abruptly tightened the cyan flame whip. No, don't kill me. I can give you all of my treasure. The intensifying flames scorched Vassy's flesh until it split and tore smoke curling off his body as the faint smell of char clung to the air. You want to live? Then take me to the main base of the Rocks pirates. Dispelling the flaming whip in his hand, Yulo sat down casually upon the deck. What? Exactly what it sounds like. Set sail now and take me to your main base. Meeting Yulo's indifferent gaze, Vasi trembled all over and, gritting his teeth against the pain, moved to steer the ship. Feeling the gaze burning into his back, Vasi dared not play any tricks and obediently worked the rudder. The long night passed, and dawn came at last. After sailing through the night, they finally approached Hive Island. Hive Island was the gathering place of New World pirates, hailed as a paradise for pirates. Rox had chosen this place as his main base precisely to recruit powerful pirates. At this moment, Yulo carried out his routine check-in. Ding! Today's check-in is successful. The host is rewarded complete compendium of fire-type skills. The full compendium has been automatically granted to the host. In the next instant, vast knowledge on the use of fire-type skills poured into his consciousness, then continued to imprint itself upon his body as muscle memory, becoming wholly his own, tempered, as though through countless trials, polished to consummate mastery. This truly gave Yulo a pleasant surprise. He had thought he would need to slowly develop his skills as in the original story, yet the system had simply erased that step. Of course, this was merely the methodology for using those skills. To truly unleash them still depended upon his control over flame, which could only be strengthened through relentless practice and accumulation. Even with the complete compendium of fire-type skills at his command, with his current stamina and level of control over flame, some mid-tier and high-tier skills remained beyond his ability to manifest. Still, for the moment, it was more than enough for joining the Rocks Pirates. Unconsciously, Yulo smiled, standing at the bow as he watched a black in the distance grow ever larger within his field of vision. The ship bore the insignia of the Rocks Pirates, so no one tried to stop them, and they docked directly by the shore. This guy stole our prey and killed more than 10 of our trainee crew members. We absolutely can't let him go. Seeing a sliver of hope, Vasi jumped off the ship at once, sprinting as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Pirates along the nearby shore rushed over at the sound, rage flaring on the verge of attacking. A flock of weaklings. Elementalization. Yulo could not be bothered to fight a bunch of trainee crew. His body transformed directly into a streak of cyan flowing fire that shot toward the center of Hive Island. Just as he neared the central region, a crescent-shaped golden slash suddenly burst out from within the main gate of the central fortress. Before the person arrived, Sword Chi had already reached him. The speed was pushed to its utmost limit. There was no sense at all of who had swung the blade. Observation Haki, is it? Yulo's eyes flickered as he dispersed into elemental forms, scattering to evade. As expected, the moment he stepped onto the island, the upper echelon of the Rocks Pirates had sensed his presence. It seemed the high-ranking officers had at least mastered 2 types of Haki, and a few core cadres were even proficient in all 3. The crescent-shaped slash pierced through the clouds, tearing open a vast hole with its sword chi. The tremendous disturbance drew pirates from all around, converging upon the central region. Kid, you're not one of our crew, are you? Accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, Rox emerged, flanked by... He had the height of an ordinary man, hair exploding like a hedgehog, and an air of seemingly simple confidence that nonetheless suppressed those around him. Beside him stood Newgate, tall and brawny, with a bare chest and a golden crescent mustache, Charlotte Lingling constantly stuffing sweets into her mouth, and Shiki, like a humanoid lion with long golden hair, brushing the ground, his hands gripping the famed blades Odo and Kara. By the look of it, that sword chi slash just now had come from the golden lion Shiki. I may not be one of you now, but that doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Yulo did not immediately reveal his true objective. The members of the Rocks Pirates were no fools. They naturally caught Yulo's implication. Ha! So young, and your devil fruit ability is decent, but that's still not enough. Without overwhelming strength, not only can you forget about joining us, leaving this island alive will be difficult. Rox burst into hearty laughter. The others looked on with faces full of amusement, as though trying to see straight through Yulo. Such scenes were commonplace within the Rocks Pirates. As the strongest crew dominating the New World, countless pirates dreamed of joining them. With recruitment paused for a long time, some self-important pirates had no choice but to storm Hachinosu seeking entry. Yet they were invariably arrogant and lacking in real strength, and their final outcomes needed no elaboration. In Rock's observation Haki perception, the aura Yulo radiated was stronger than that of the previous weaklings, which only barely piqued his interest. It was nowhere near enough to earn his true regard. Yulo grinned, baring his teeth. That was perfect. He would simply prescribe the right medicine, simple and effective. Gura, interesting kid, the way you dodged that slash looked just like elementalization. Are you a Logia-type Devil Fruit user? Edward Newgate asked with a curious laugh, his crescent-shaped mustache twitching. That's right, Logia-type Mara Mara, Nomi Azure Lotus Heartfire form. Yulo replied frankly without concealment. Our Rocks Pirates don't have a single Logia user. Gura, I hope this kid is strong enough, otherwise such a good devil fruit would be wasted. Shiki and Edward Newgate chimed in. Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly startled, as Logia-type devil fruits were not only extremely rare, but also possessed the trait of immunity to physical attacks only being countered by armament Haki. No matter how good the Devil Fruit ability, one's strength had to be recognized by Rox to join the pirate crew. Rox, standing at the very front, listened silently, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Rox and the other executives stood motionless, too disdainful to fight Yulo. The central area of Beehive Island was usually the domain of the executives. Only when summoned or for special events were captains and regular crew allowed to set foot there. A large number of pirates, having received news from the peripheral apprentice crew, gathered here and witnessed Yulo dodging the Golden Lion's slash. This intimidated some average, ordinary crew members who knew they could never have dodged that themselves. A bunch of trash. Let me see what guts you have to dare trespass on Beehive Island. A captain-level pirate glared fiercely at the cowering, ordinary crew members behind him. Are you flying up here to seek death? Yulo looked down at the thin pirate below. You're not the only one who— Remember him, Philemon, a Zoan-type bird fruit vulture form user. Philemon's body expanded, and a pair of dark brown wings burst through his clothes from his shoulder blades, spreading wide. His original form vanished, and he transformed into a three-meter turtle vulture speaking human words. As his wings spread, the ground beneath him cracked, and he shot straight toward Yulo in the air. The greatly enhanced physical abilities and super regeneration of the beast form inflated Philemon's confidence. He believed he could kill Yulo, or at worst exhaust him. After all, how much stamina could a brat have? What a humanoid big bird. Zoan types really have everything. A glimmer of fighting spirit ignited in Yulo's heart, though the vulture's appearance left him utterly speechless. Finally, someone decent had shown up. Yulo twisted his hands, and endless azure flames burst forth, surging violently. The temperature around them instantly rose, even the air becoming scorching hot. Two streams of flames swirled around Yulo's body like cyclones, moving rapidly. In moments, the temperature reached a terrifying level. The moisture normally invisible in the air was now evaporating with a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Yulo, but the moisture inside his body was rapidly evaporating, and even his feathers began to shrink and deform under the searing heat. Philemon's heart sank slightly. He had indeed underestimated this kid. The temperature of the azure flame was absurdly high. But he was already committed. With no choice, he coated his dark brown hooked beak with armament Haki, turning it jet black and glossy. Kid, watch me break your elementalization with armament Haki. Flame commandment fire pillar. Yulo watched the approaching humanoid bird and decisively struck. He had no intention of letting armament Haki touch him. The flames flowing around Yulo quickly merged and expanded, and a massive azure fire pillar shot downward. The flames surged continuously, the pillar a full 10 meters wide, leaving Philemon no chance to evade. That's right, Yulo intended to annihilate him in one blow, which would better demonstrate his strength. For now, his main ability was still the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. His physical techniques and Haki were not yet skilled, so he would temporarily act as a long-range mage. Philemon, watch out. Wang Ji, a tall and burly executive clad in heavy armor, couldn't help but shout. Philemon was the weakest among the captains under his command, and he knew exactly how strong he was. That attack would definitely be a fatal blow if it hit Philemon. In the blink of an eye, Philemon, with no foothold in the air and only average flight capability in his vulture form, was unable to dodge. Boom. Rumble. He had just adjusted his angle when the descending fire pillar struck him heated. He was blasted downward, the ground exploding, and a deep crater instantly appeared. Cracks spread in all directions with cracking sounds, flames rolling out with the blast wave carrying debris and dust. The watching pirates scattered in all directions to avoid being touched by the azure flame. They witnessed with their own eyes the instant annihilation of Philemon. He had merely touched the flame and couldn't even last a second. Even though the crowd scattered, the wave of heat that hit them felt like being scorched. Truly worthy of a Logia ability. This temperature is something ordinary fire could never achieve. Edward Newgate watched with admiration. A few executives nodded along. But this Philemon was too weak, wasn't he? Defeated in one move. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly spoke, poking at a sore spot. Wang Ji's expression beside him turned somewhat ugly. Everyone knew Philemon was a captain under his command. But then he thought that if Yulo gained approval, he could recruit him under his own command, conveniently filling Philemon. He hoped the kid wouldn't be ungrateful when the time came. Phew, I accidentally overdid it. Didn't even leave a body behind. Don't worry, you'll be more careful next time. Yulo landed, surveyed the crater before him, waved his hand with a smile, but inwardly thought, damn, so strong. Fusing with the origin of the strange fire really made a difference. This temperature and power were comparable to a Hachinosu Magu Magu no Mi. Before long, the so-called magma countering fire would likely be reversed. System awesome. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sudden sound of piercing wind interrupted Yulo's thoughts. It turned out that 3 captain-level pirates had launched a surprise attack. The pirate captains themselves were no weaklings, yet 3 of them descended at once. Their coordination was impeccable, a mere exchange of glances sufficed for them to decide to strike simultaneously. From 3 different directions, they rapidly blocked Yulo's retreat. The one at the rear was a gunner who raised his firearm and fired without pause. Their strength is leagues beyond Freeman's. Each one can defeat him alone. Facing all 3 together requires more than sheer explosive power. One needs observation Haki and extensive combat experience. Gah! Now this gets interesting. If he doesn't have observation Haki, what will happen to him? Hell, I've never seen a miner who can use Haki. Haha, true. That would be too unbelievable. Golden Lion Shiki was exchanging words with his officers, and none believed a boy could wield observation Haki. Indeed, with the 3 scattered, a single blow could not eliminate them all. While taking down one, he must also withstand the other 2's attacks. This is where observation Haki's auxiliary role in combat becomes crucial. Yulo had not yet acquired observation Haki, but he possessed another ability to substitute. Fire Scorching Eyes. A perception skill from the Encyclopedia of Fire Techniques. Abandoning sight, relying on a thermal sensing system to observe enemies in a 360-degree radius akin to a god's perspective. It was more than enough to handle the current situation. Azure flames surged from within his body into his eyes, the black pupils and white sclera vanished, replaced by 2 blazing masses of cyan fire. Thin wisps of fire drifted from the corners of his eyes, otherworldly and fearsome, as if he were a god of slaughter emerging from a sea of flames. Everyone instantly felt as if they were being seen through. Every move they made was anticipated by him. At this moment, Yulo possessed a god's perspective. Everything was laid bare before him. Couldn't finish them in one blow. Then 2. Yulo moved, sidestepping, tilting his head. A few subtle motions that dodged the bullets shooting from behind. Then elementalizing, he compressed flames and blasted them backward, instantly appearing before that man. Swift and decisive, no mercy. A fire fist lashed out, scorching azure flames surging forth. Damn it, observation Haki. How can a kid that young have it? The gunner's face changed as he cursed inwardly. At the same time, the spouting flames seeped into the ground, unceasingly brewing a terrifying lethal strike. This is observation Haki. Among the observing officers, Golden Lion Shiki was stunned into a daze. He had just declared the boy couldn't use observation Haki, only to be instantly proven wrong. This kid has impressive talent, mastering observation Haki at such a young age. With his fearsome Logia flame ability, in a few years the seas will see another great pirate. Whitebeard laughed from the side, his eyes fixed on Yulo, his words seeming to acknowledge the boy's talent and strength. Everyone present stared at Yulo in shock. A young age with a powerful devil fruit was one thing, but even Haki, it felt as if they weren't from the same world. The gunman had never anticipated that Yulo would evade so effortlessly and launch an assault with lightning speed. His armament Haki had just begun coating when the sea of fire fist devoured him. His entire torso was incinerated. The limbs covered in armament Haki fell off, blood and moisture evaporated, leaving them dry and shriveled. The remaining 2 were horrified. Their comrade's death left them no time for fury. For just as they were racing after Yulo, almost upon him, a sudden change. Lava blast volcano. The ground beneath them turned scorching hot. A suffocating wave of heat surged upward, striking their crowns. Boom, boom, boom. The earth burst open and over a dozen columns of cyan fire shot into the sky, a terrifying sight. The entire surface was ripped apart, rocks flew, sand swirled, and heat waves raged. The 2 reacted quickly, leaping and dodging frantically. But in such a wide-range attack, their efforts were futile. They might evade the first and second pillars, but not necessarily the third and fourth. After one wave, they lost their lives without even landing a blow. How is this possible? 3 captains besieging him, and he obliterated them in seconds. I was just shocked when Freeman was taken out, but now I'm completely dumbfounded. His ability is too freakish. Anyone touched by his flames turns to ashes instantly. Only advanced armament Haki could withstand it, right? Maybe only an officer can defeat him. The pirates were horrified. Even the captains instinctively stepped back, and not a single one dared to step forward. After all, no captain considered themselves capable of contending with 3 opponents of the same level, let alone annihilating them. Why would they volunteer to lose their heads? That would be sheer suicide. Someone so young and powerful, yet unheard of. We're all young people outside this terrifying now. Rox, observing the scene, curled his lips, slightly, utterly indifferent to the 4 pirate captains who had been killed. To him, they were mere cannon fodder, easily replaceable. Countless pirates were waiting to join the Rox pirates. Only pirates with officer-level strength could aid him in realizing his ambitions. And Yulo, possessing observation Haki at such a young age, showed extraordinary talent, and his flame ability was devastatingly powerful. After joining the Rocks Pirates, it wouldn't be long before he became a major asset advancing the plan to overthrow the world government. What's your name? My name is Yulo. Yulo gazed calmly at Rocks and spoke his name with deep, good Yulo ha. Your strength is indeed impressive. I permit you to join the Rocks Pirates. Rocks swept his gaze over the crowd, and seeing that no one else stepped forward, he took the initiative to end the matter. The pirates remained silent, which served as their tacit agreement. Joined the Logia-type Pirates mission check-in successful. Rewards Great Swordsman's Swordsmanship Insight Complete Encyclopedia of Sword Techniques Supreme Grade Sword 1001 Knights. Rewards have been automatically bestowed upon the host. The weapon has been stored in the inventory. As soon as Luo-Kusi finished speaking, Luo couldn't help but smile as the crisp notification sound of the system echoed in his ears. The insight into swordsmanship and the complete understanding of sword techniques naturally integrated into his mind, and his body, tempered through countless refinements, formed powerful muscle memory. This mission reward directly compensated for a deficiency in one area. After all, a true powerhouse excels in every aspect beyond ordinary reach. Currently, he knew nothing of physical combat techniques or the 3 types of Haki. However, the Qinglian Earth Core Flame ability and his great swordsman's swordsmanship cultivation were equally top-tier powers on the sea. Even when facing an executive, he was not afraid. At this moment, Luo, having integrated the insights of a great swordsman, underwent a subtle transformation in his overall demeanor, giving others a feeling completely different from before. Subtly, traces of sword intent gleamed with sharpness, resembling a sheathed legendary sword. What about becoming an executive? Luo snapped back to his thoughts, stared at Luo-Kusi, and asked calmly. It would be best to become an executive in one go, saving a lot of trouble in the future. Haha, your current strength is close to that of an executive. With your talent, you might achieve it before long. But becoming an executive requires not only reaching the required strength, but also making sufficient contributions to the pirate crew. Only when your strength is recognized by the executives and your contributions are enough can you become an executive. Luo-Kusi laughed heartily and patiently explained. Luo was not only young, highly talented and strong, but most importantly, he was ambitious. I believe within a few years the Luo-Kusi Pirates will produce another great pirate executive. For now, you can serve as a captain. You may go to the outer circle to select your crew members. After some deliberation, Luo-Kusi assigned Luo the position of captain. Kid, come to my ship. The crew and treasure of the captains you killed are all yours. Wang Ji had already set his sights on Luo. He had lost 2 captains under his command, Freeman and that musketeer, and urgently needed to replenish captain-level combat strength. If someone else recruited Luo, the strength of his own fleet would be even worse off. By speaking first and striking preemptively, plus offering the crew and treasure left by the 2 captains, he figured Luo would not refuse. No need. I have no intention of joining any fleet for now. Luo glanced at Wang Ji with a calm expression. Honestly, there was absolutely no need. Maybe tomorrow, if he felt like it, he could kill a few enemies, seize some treasure, and immediately become an executive. Kid, are you refusing me? Think carefully. You killed 2 of my captains. Wang Ji hadn't expected Luo to refuse so decisively. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Can't you understand human speech? Your subordinates are so useless, yet you have the nerve to ask me to join. If I kill a captain, I must become a captain under you. Then if I kill you, can I become an executive? Luo frowned, very displeased by Wang Ji's words. Whether I join or not is my freedom, right? And you dare threaten me? I'm not afraid of you. He'll shut you up. Ah, arrogant. You have a bit of strength and don't know your place. Let me show you that before me you are nothing. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's rage soared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A heavy aura like a mountain pressed down toward Luo. This Luo was truly arrogant, showing him no face in front of everyone. Luo felt the icy killing intent, but remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. With the strength of a great swordsman, if it came to a fight, he could at least dominate. Rumble. Wang Ji hurled the giant sword in his hand fiercely, then launched himself after it. Luo-Kusi did not interfere. He wanted to see how far Luo's strength could go. The giant sword thrown by Wang Ji was fierce and unstoppable, like a beast charging at Luo. Sword chi coalesced around the blade enough to tear through air resistance. But this did not stir any emotion in Luo. Facing the overwhelming giant sword, and Wang Ji, Luo remained unhurried. As the Qinglian Earth Core fire circulated, it spread outward along his right hand. Upon closer inspection, the flame had shaped itself into a long sword. Luo mainly wanted to conceal the act of retrieving the weapon from his inventory. As the Qinglian Earth Core fire dissipated, it revealed a pitch-black, slender, and sharp blade. It was one of the 12 supreme grade swords. 1001 Knights. The progenitor of black blades. Well, my goodness, this sharpness is even greater than my Sakura, Ju, and Kiji. Could it be a supreme grade sword? This kid is a swordsman. Gororara, this kid's blade is no worse than my Murakamajiri. Among the executives, Golden Lion and Whitebeard were the most animated. The other executives, including Luo Kusi, just watched quietly. Whoosh. Luo's movement was swift and simple. He raised his blade and thrust straight forward. Steadily, the giant sword collided with the tip of the blade and stopped sparks flying continuously. Luo vibrated the blade, and a sharp sword chi gathered along the blade to the tip. With a crack, the sword chi Wang Ji had condensed on his giant sword was torn apart and shattered. The collision of the two sword chis stirred up an invisible wind wave directly affecting the surrounding sea from the center of the island. Wang Ji, who had launched himself, grabbed the giant sword midair, used the air currents for momentum, rotated his body horizontally, and brought the giant sword down again. Before it struck Luo, a sensation of a mountain crushing down was felt. Luo's fierce sword intent burst forth, effortlessly cutting through the pressure, then he directly elementalized and ascended into the air. 36 calamity winds. Luo, from his vantage point, slashed out 36 sword beams dense as a storm sweeping downward toward Wang Ji. This is the strike of a great swordsman. A look of shock appeared in Wang Ji's eyes. He initially thought that the black blade was merely a medium for Luo's flame attack, but it turned out that he was indeed a great swordsman. Not just a swordsman, but a great swordsman. The sudden storm of sword energy overwhelmed Wang Ji, leaving him no time to think. Instinctively, he unleashed his Busashoka Haki, and the giant sword hardened, was even more resilient and sharp than before. He released the borrowed force, and as his body plummeted rapidly, the giant sword swung fiercely, cleaving a streak of black and white sword energy. Although Wang Ji was not a pure great swordsman, under the enhancement of his Busashoku, his strike was sufficient to rival that of a great swordsman. The sword energy collided with the storm of sword energy, resulting in a massive explosion that tore the clouds apart. The residual waves scattered to the ground strands of sword energy, carving countless tiny sword marks. Goodness gracious. This kid is definitely a great swordsman. How did he train? Was he born with it? It goes without saying it was once again the old man with a white beard and the golden lion. Rox watched Luo with a faint smile, appreciating him. Only now did Rox truly acknowledge Luo. Damn it. Damn it. Wang Ji was somewhat infuriated, feeling ashamed to be at a disadvantage in front of everyone. How could there be such a young great swordsman? It seemed he also had to unleash his true strength. Otherwise, how could he hold his head high in the Rock's pirates? With that thought, he activated his Kinbunshika Haki to the fullest. At the same time, Luo's fire eye possessed him. Blue flames filled his eyes, flickering at the corners. Both figures vanished from the sight of the surrounding pirates. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly, the area of the dissipating clouds continuously expanding. Occasionally, a strike would randomly hit the ground, and blue sparks floated in the air. At this moment, only those pirates proficient in Kinbunshika Haki could barely discern the trajectory of their battle. True masters of Kinbunshiku were the real spectators. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of blows with countless sword energies and strikes whizzing past. Pirates skilled in Kinbunshiku were able to evade in time, while some ordinary pirates were unfortunately struck by the sudden sword energy. As they continued to exchange blows, openings appeared. Now's the time. Great Dawn Shake. Luo gripped the 1001 Nights tightly, his mind clear and focused. A sword energy slash traversed the sky, carrying a terrifying spiritual pressure, a kind of mental suppression akin to Haushika Haki. This is Haushiku. What? No honor in martial arts. Suddenly unleashing a big move. Wang Ji's pupils constricted, his heart filled with uncertainty. But this was what Kinbunshiku truly sensed. Aside from the pure sword energy, there was also a mental pressure that made his heart tremble. In a hurry, Wang Ji completely covered himself with Busashoka Haki and executed a strike infused with his Haki. The air currents were compressed and wildly swirled, and for a moment the airflow rolled violently, crushing the ground beneath and causing deep pits and cracks to expand. The two strikes collided, creating a powerful shockwave that sent waves surging across the sea surrounding Hive Island. In an instant, Wang Ji's sword energy was nearly extinguished. The Great Dawn Shake struck Wang Ji's heavy armor, accompanied by terrifying mental might pressing down. With a clang, Wang Ji's body was sent flying, barely managing to stand on the ground after stumbling. His heavy armor was covered in sword marks, especially a prominent gash across his chest, leaving him looking to. At this moment, Wang Ji was consumed by rage, feeling extremely embarrassed. Before the fight, he had declared confidently that Luo was nothing before him. After starting the fight, he found himself completely suppressed, and now he was even injured. In his view, this was a humiliation. Ha ha, Luo is indeed a monster. He actually wounded Wang Ji. Only the Golden Lion was laughing heartily. Seeing his comrade Wang Ji embarrassed, the other comrades were also secretly laughing. The laughter that Wang Ji heard was unbearably grating, igniting a raging fire in his eyes. Kid, don't get too proud. Let me show you my true strength. Wang Ji threw the giant sword down to the ground, bending his legs, slightly ready to pounce on Yulo. At that moment, Rox raised a hand and gently pressed down on Wang Ji. A domineering and fierce pressure enveloped Wang Ji, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, causing the poised Wang Ji to suddenly kneel on one knee, the ground beneath cracking. Haki. It can also be selectively deployed. Yulo watched from the side, astonished. Yulo is already a member of the Rox Pirates. There's no need for you to fight to the death. Let's call it a day. Rox finally spoke, and then withdrew his Haki. Wang Ji snorted coldly and stood up, looking at Yulo with a gaze full of killing intent, yet feeling helpless. There was no way even Whitebeard and the Golden Lion had to give Rox this face. At that moment, he had neither the courage nor the strength. This bastard. He looked at the cracks on his armor, feeling a pang of heartache. This armor was crafted at great expense, and it was the only set he had. Having gone through countless battles, it only bore shallow scars. Yulo was the first to directly cleave a gash into it. Rox observed how a single sentence from him made Wang Ji cease his actions, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Regardless of his inner rebellion, he still wished to save face. There was no other choice, truly no choice, after all. Who could deny my own strength? Yulo, you are indeed strong, but do not get too proud. I haven't even fought with my full strength yet. Wang Ji, feeling the gazes around him, explained with a dark expression. His disgraceful defeat was merely an indication that he still retained some power. While shocked by Yulo's strength, he still believed that with his full power, he could defeat Yulo. Yulo looked at Wang Ji as if he were a fool. He simply could not understand why Wang Ji, despite his weakness, also lacked common sense. Just because you have a trump card, do I not have one? I am at ease while you are in utter disarray. Who truly is the stronger one? Yulo could not be bothered with him, and promptly averted his gaze. You? Wang Ji was so furious he could hardly speak. How dare Yulo ignore him? It was the first time he felt such frustration, and impulsively he wanted to challenge him again. Moi. Suddenly Rox glanced at him almost as if by instinct. Instantly the imposing aura surrounding Wang Ji deflated as if it had vanished. Forget it, I should give Rox face. Hiki, truly worthy of Captain Rox. The Golden Lion Shiki was purely a fool. All the officers and pirates merely smiled in silence, while he was the only one who could speak without thinking. Shiki, you sprayed saliva on my face. Whitebeard Newgate shouted, wiping the drool off his face. Rox calmly said to Yulo, you indeed possess the strength of an officer. As long as your contributions to the pirate crew are sufficient, you can directly become an officer. Now I permit you to recruit crew members ahead of time. As these words left his mouth, the crowd was both shocked and incredulous. They initially thought Captain Rox was merely speaking casually, but it turned out he had truly earmarked Yulo as an officer. In the Rox pirate crew, only Rox and the officers could recruit crew members. In short, it was an exclusive right of the officers. Captain Rox, isn't it a bit too early to let him recruit crew members? John, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, feeling somewhat shocked by Rox's decision. Wang Ji dared not say much, but John did. He just joined us and hasn't made any contributions yet. Isn't this a bit hasty? Even Silver Axe chimed, except for Edward Newgate and the Golden Lion Shiki, who seemed indifferent. Some of the veteran crew members, just below the officers, were also having difficulty accepting this, and none of them were not eyeing the officer positions. One must admit that despite his young age, Yulo was indeed very strong. However, since the establishment of the Rox pirate crew, no one had ever become an officer immediately upon joining. Even if it were just a temporary position, merely an earmarked slot, it was hard for them to accept. Moreover, all the officers, including the Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Silver Axe, had earned their positions through countless battles. After scanning the crowd, Rox said lightly, you have all seen Yulo's talent and strength. The contributions required to become an officer are trivial for him, and he will not join any crew, so he can only form his own crew under my command. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to come to me. If you dare not, then go find Yulo. Rox suddenly paused, revealing a smile that was both intriguing and meaningful. After a long silence, the corner of Yulo's mouth twitched. This Rox even remembered to help him stir up some animosity. Rox, you sly old fox, I truly thank you. However, Yulo was indifferent to this. He feared no one and had no plans to recruit crew members for the. Having just arrived in the pirate world, he preferred to enjoy it for now. It was not too late to recruit crew members later, especially with his formidable strength. How could he worry about not finding crew members? Yulo expressionlessly nodded. John, who had initially wanted to continue speaking, had no choice but to swallow his words. This matter ends here. Next is our feast time. Rox shouted loudly as a monstrous crew member descended from the sky, lifting his spirits. While the feast has begun, time to drink and eat meat. A group of pirates cheered and quickly sprang into action. Yulo suddenly realized that hosting a feast in the pirate world was truly a marvelous affair. In just a few seconds, everyone had prepared everything they needed. Under the envious gazes of many, Yulo was led into the Skull Castle. This was the gathering place for the officers and rocks during the feast. "Hey Yulo, sit next to me. Oh, let's have a good chat." As he casually found a spot and was about to sit down, he was suddenly pulled by the golden lion Shiki to sit beside. After a few rounds of drinks, Shiki could no longer restrain himself, handing Yulo a cup of wine and asking, "Yulo, when do you plan to form your crew?" Yulo took the cup and drank it in one go, honestly replying, "I have no plans for the time being. After all, more people means more trouble, so I want to enjoy it for now." This was good, as Shiki's eyes lit up as he directly invited, "Then you can stay on my ship for now. We are both great swordsmen, and it would be perfect for us to exchange and practice swordsmanship." Now that Yulo had been earmarked as an officer, he could not openly recruit him, but it was always acceptable. After all, someone like Yulo, even if he could not become his crew member, could never become an enemy, and thus they could only be friends. Moreover, since both were great swordsmen, the exchange and practice of swordsmanship could indeed enhance their skill. "Staying on your ship?" Yulo pondered for a moment. "Yes, you should know that I am the strongest and a legitimate swordsman in the pirate crew. Our exchanges and sparring will surely accelerate our progress together." The golden lion Shiki said this with a hint of pride. However, he was right. Among the entire Rock's pirate crew, apart from the rarely active Rock, Shiki was the strongest and most pure swordsman. His float fruit ability was also obtained only after becoming a swordsman, and he regarded it merely as a means of attack, with swordsmanship remaining his primary focus. In contrast, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was the opposite. His power centered around the tremor fruit, making swordsmanship merely an accessory. The supreme great knife, called Moyun Xie, in his hand was more often a medium for unleashing the tremor fruit's abilities. "Gulalalala Shiki, who are you calling unserious?" Newgate laughed heartily at this, as if he were not a sword. However, he did not rebut Shiki's words. Although he was a swordsman, he could not compare to Shiki in terms of pure swordsmanship. In terms of overall combat power, however, he was still slightly stronger than Shiki. Shiki's strength is still far from enough. Newgate then said to Yulo. Newgate had fought Shiki countless times, with Newgate winning far more often than Shiki. Whitebeard Newgate secretly despised Shiki for boasting in front of newcomers, feeling that he was becoming increasingly shameless. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yulo smiled and remained silent as he understood this well. Suddenly, for some reason, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki ceased their bickering and quickly distanced themselves from Yulo, pretending to drink on their own. "Hey, what's going on?" They were just being friendly. Oh, why did they suddenly turn cold? Just as Yulo was puzzled, a bright voice sounded from behind him. "Yulo, you are so young. You should have never had children, right? Why don't we have some together?" At this moment, Charlotte Linlin happened to come up behind Yulo. Originally, she planned to approach Yulo after the banquet, but now seeing Shiki speak, she could not hesitate. If Yulo went to live on Shiki's ship, the opportunities for her to see him would be greatly reduced. As a fellow officer, she could not just barge on a Shiki's ship. Even if she couldn't win Yulo over, having some children would be good too. She absolutely could not let Shiki have the advantage alone. Yulo, feeling a shiver, immediately understood and glared fiercely at Shiki and Newgate. He suddenly recalled that in the anime, Big Mom had a strong liking for having children, having had dozens of children. Moreover, all the men who were with Big Mom were without exception dumped after having children. Although Big Mom's voice was indeed captivating, Yulo knew what she would look like in the future, sending a chill down his spine. Have some children? Am I being treated like a stud? I was careless. I can't believe Big Mom has set her sights on me. Yulo's mouth twitched, a dark line forming on his forehead as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. You should give up on that idea. It's impossible for us. Look at those two. They are strong, and in their prime, they are your best choices. Yulo took a deep breath, suddenly standing up and swiftly appearing behind Shiki and Newgate, earnestly telling Charlotte Linlin. That's right, just like that. His experience told him that at this moment only a decisive refusal could shatter Charlotte Linlin's fantasies. At the same time, he could justly divert the disaster, perfectly avoiding this crisis of being treated as a stud. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin felt it made a lot of sense, and immediately looked at Shiki and Newgate, her gaze even hotter than before. Just as Shiki and Newgate were about to argue with Yulo, they suddenly felt an ominous gaze. Both of them shivered, their expressions dramatically changing, as if they had encountered something terrifying. The two hurriedly got up and walked out without looking back. Shiki, Newgate, don't go. Don't you think what Yulo said makes a lot of sense? You are both in the prime age for having children. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Charlotte Linlin chattered behind them. Linlin, it's impossible to have kids with Shiki. Linlin, it's impossible to have kids with Newgate. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki suddenly spoke in unison, echoing Yulo, both trying to shift the burden onto the other. You two don't need to be polite. have a few with me. Clearly not only did their plans fall through, but they also attracted trouble. Yulo listened to the last voice that reached him, clicking his tongue slightly. Big Mom's words were, "What a predatory proposition." On the other side, John Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others who were drinking together said nothing, but their eyes were filled with sympathetic looks. They had all been targeted by Charlotte Linlin before and understood the feelings of Shiki and Newgate at this moment. Haha, this kid Yulo is quite interesting, as Shiki and Newgate had just escaped from Linlin, and now they are being targeted again. Silver Axe laughed heartily, a hint of glee in his tone. They, like Yulo, had also rejected Charlotte Linlin. Although Charlotte Linlin was exceptional, these ambitious men did not find her appealing. Yulo raised his glass towards Silver Axe and said, "Captain Silver Axe, I apologize for the trouble. Oh, I didn't expect to be targeted by Charlotte Linlin right after arriving. You don't need to worry. This is purely Linlin's personal hobby. None of us here have escaped her gaze." Silver Axe raised his glass in acknowledgement. His earlier opposition to Yulo's appointment as an officer was merely for caution. He recognized Yulo's strength. Yulo drank several cups of wine, exchanged some flattering words with everyone, then left the castle, intending to find Golden Lion Shiki. He was still very interested in temporarily staying on Shiki's ship to exchange swordsmanship, but he hadn't had the chance to agree earlier. He thought that Shiki and Newgate should have shaken off Charlotte Linlin by now. Yulo contemplated as he walked towards Shiki's pirate ship. The banquet outside was far more lively than the one inside, with most pirates bustling around tables, chatting and drinking to the point of intoxication. Just after Yulo left, a pirate gazed at his inebriated companion, his eyes flickering as he stood up and quietly slipped away. This individual arrived at a secluded coastline, looked around, and hid behind a large rock, cautiously taking out a den mushi to make a call. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Admiral's office. Steelbone Kong was currently discussing matters with Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Recently, the Rocks pirates have been gaining more power in the New World, and the Navy station there is basically just for show, Sengoku said wearily, his eyes filled with worry. Indeed, the gap in high-end combat power is gradually widening. Just recently, the newcomer Kaido, who joined the Rocks pirates, can single-handedly withstand the attacks of 3 vice admirals from the New World branches. Zephyr also wore a serious expression, agreeing beside him. BRR. At that moment, the den mushi on the table interrupted Steelbone Kong's thoughts. He had absolute trust in Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, and immediately answered the call. "This is Hive Island." The voice transmitted immediately. The 4 of them looked grave, for Hive Island was the headquarters of the Rocks pirates. "Kong. Admiral Kong, a remarkable newcomer, has appeared in the Rocks pirates." The undercover Navy agent lowered his voice, but the gravity of his tone was unmistakable. "A remarkable newcomer? You mean the Kaido who can fight 3 vice admirals alone, right? I already know about." Steelbone Kong's tone was flat. Even Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr beside him let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was not any important intelligence. "No, it's not Kaido. It's an even more terrifying newcomer." Steelbone Kong's tone made the undercover agent somewhat excited, raising his voice a bit. "What? A newcomer more terrifying than Kaido? You need to explain this clearly to me." Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's heart involuntarily tightened. The undercover agent would not speak recklessly. There must be a basis for it. Today, a young man seemingly under 18 ventured into Hive Island alone, and using the abilities of the Logia-type Mera Nomi swiftly defeated 3 captain-level pirates. A young man under 18? Yes, and that's not all. He then showcased his Kinbunshika Haki and the prowess of a great swordsman. At such a young age, being a Logia-type user was understandable, as it involved some luck. However, possessing Kinbunshika Haki and the cultivation of a great swordsman represented top-tier power on the seas. Could a young man really have such potential? Upon hearing this, the 4 were somewhat shocked and momentarily speechless. "Continue, please, Steelbone Kong." "Yes," and then he crushed Wang Ji without even using his Devil Fruit abilities. In the end, Rocks appointed him as a cadre. As he spoke, his excitement grew more palpable, and the undercover agent could barely contain himself. "How is that possible? Crushing Wang Ji?" Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's expression changed dramatically. The calmness he previously had vanished. Even Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were stirred, internally glancing at each other. The cadres of the Rocks pirates each possessed formidable strength. Figures like Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, had battle powers not inferior to Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Wang Ji was not considered very strong among the cadres of the Rocks pirates, but he was undoubtedly a genuine cadre, perhaps only slightly weaker than them. If this young man could crush Wang Ji, does that not imply he already possesses cadre-level strength? Steelbone Kong suppressed his incredulous thoughts and asked, "What is that newcomer's name?" "His name is Yulo." "Someone is looking for me. I must hang up now." As the undercover agent finished stating the name, he hurriedly hung up the den mushi. Steelbone Kong had no reaction to this. The four fell silent, yet the intelligence conveyed by the undercover agent echoed continuously in their minds. Well, great, finally speaking up, and it's still nonsense. Truly am Garp. Cough cough. Sengoku shot Garp a fierce glare, but Garp remained unfazed, turning his head to feign it. Well, great, finally speaking up, and it's still nonsense. Truly am Garp. Cough cough. Sengoku shot Garp a fierce glare, but Garp remained unfazed, turning his head to feign ignorance. Zephyr, who always maintained a serious demeanor, also displayed an expression of helplessness. During this time, Steelbone Kong still had considerable authority. The three looked at him and slowly exhaled. Recently, quite a few newcomers have joined the Rocks Pirates, especially Kaido, and this Yulo. I believe we can no longer afford to let this continue. Sengoku stepped out of his shock, soberly analyzing the current situation. Sengoku is right. If we allow those newcomers to grow, by the time the Rocks Pirates gain substantial power, it will not be so easy for us to deal with them. Zephyr agreed with Sengoku's view. They were not afraid of the current Rocks Pirates, but were wary of the Rocks Pirates' potential once those newcomers matured. The three of them turned their gazes towards Steelbone Kong. This Yulo should be placed on the danger list. For the time being, we should shift our focus to the new world and monitor the movements of the Rocks Pirates at all times. Steelbone Kong nodded grimly, acknowledging Sengoku and Zephyr's views. The Rocks Pirates were becoming increasingly difficult to handle. How could a group of monsters all congregate there? Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Yulo arrived beside the pirate ship, waiting for a while until Shurji walked over from a distance. Shurji looked gloomy. Before Yulo could agree to his invitation, he was entangled by Big Mom for a long time. After shaking her off and rushing to the banquet, he found that Yulo had already left. As he approached the hull, he saw Yulo waiting there, first appearing enlightened, then grinding his teeth. This Yulo dared to use me, Shurji, as a shield. I must regain my face. Yulo, do you still have the face to come here? Shurji strode up to Yulo, questioning him ferociously. Yulo rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. From a distance, he saw Shiji's furious expression, which was presumably due to him diverting Big Mom's attention to Shurji. Hey Shurji, what about you? You could have at least warned me when you saw Big Mom coming. One moment you were inviting me to stay on your ship, the next you were pretending not to know me. But this wasn't entirely Yulo's fault. If you act unprincipled, don't blame me for being unprincipled. He immediately countered Shurji. Shurji was left stunned. This was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't Yulo have been flattering him instead? Forget it, let's call it even between us. However, after hearing Yulo's words, Shiji's imposing aura instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming dejected. He recalled that indeed Yulo had shot him, and Whitebeard a glare. By the way, you were gone for so long, it wouldn't be. Yulo stepped closer, staring intently at Shurji with a meaningful smile, as if he understood something. Do you think that's possible, Yulo? Shurji immediately understood, his face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Haha, just kidding, let's forget about that matter. Yulo couldn't help but laugh at Shiji's reaction. This matter ended here. It would be inappropriate to push too far. Are you waiting here for me as a sign of accepting my invitation? The topic returned to normal, and Shiji's expression instantly brightened as he stared intently at Yulo. Yulo nodded and casually replied, I'm not planning to build a fleet for now, so he'll stay with you for a while. Just as you said, we can exchange and spar in swordsmanship. For Yulo, improving his strength remained crucial. Besides system rewards, he needed to learn to progress on it. Having just arrived, he had no acquaintances, let alone anyone to spar with regularly. At this time, Shiji's invitation saved him the trouble of trying to fit in, and by agreeing with Shurji, they both achieved their own goals. Kikikika Yulo, under the guidance of the strongest swordsman, your strength will surely skyrocket. As expected, Shurji laughed heartily, patting Yulo's shoulder with great confidence. The strongest swordsman? Shurji, who gave you the courage? Yulo's mouth twitched slightly. He clearly remembered it was an exchange and spar, yet in Shiji's words it had turned into guidance. In pure swordsmanship, Shurji was about on par with him. There was no need for any so-called guidance. Continuous sparring and practical experience were sufficient. All right, Shurji, it's already quite late. Take me on board to rest. Yulo said impatiently. He was too lazy to deal with Shurji anymore. This guy was incredibly shameless, the type who blossoms when given a bit of sunlight. After Yulo followed Shurji on board, the ship slowly floated up, ultimately stopping in the air. On a deserted island, two pirate ships hovered in the air, one belonging to Shurji and the other to Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard and his crew were staring intently at the scene below. Ding ding ding. Yulo and Shurji engaged in a fierce clash, each wielding their renowned swords without utilizing their devil fruit abilities. Their battle stirred up waves. The entire island was filled with sword energy storms, trees and leaves being sliced by the sword chi that rushed through the air, and the atmosphere was tumultuous. This was the battle between two grand swordsmen, where every movement exuded such tremendous force. The battle lasted for an hour, with both of them unleashing an array of sword techniques that dazzled the eyes, leaving the ground pockmarked and riddled with trenches. At this moment, both paused to find a place to rest. Yulo leaned against a tree, replenishing some water, while looking at the battered island, revealing a slight smile. For the past 2 weeks, the Rocks Pirates had no missions, and Yulo spent every day sparring with Shiki, aiming to enhance his battle experience and hone his mastery of swordsmanship. His progress was evident, supported by swordsmanship skills comparable to Shiji's. In the initial days, he had always been at a disadvantage during their exchanges. As a fellow cadre, Shiji's strength was indeed slightly superior to Wang Ji. As time passed, Yulo's experience continuously accumulated. As seen earlier, he was now at a stalemate with Shiki, both relying solely on swordplay, unable to gain the upper hand. As for the Qinglian Earth's Heart Fire, Yulo also practiced diligently every night, with significant improvement. Compared to half a month ago, his control over the flames had become more precise, and he had unlocked several powerful skills. The only thing that bothered Yulo was that during this time, daily check-ins had not rewarded him with anything good, and even task check-ins had not triggered. Yulo, how much longer do you plan to keep this up? You've made rapid progress over the past 2 weeks, Shiki asked. To be honest, Shiki was genuinely surprised by Yulo's speed of improvement. Every cadre had accumulated their current strength and experience through countless battles, while Yulo, in just half a month, had amassed strength and experience that surpassed most cadres. Shiki, I'm stronger now than before. If our swordsmanship is now evenly matched, so further sparring is of little use. Yulo pondered. During this time, his swordsmanship experience was no longer inferior to Shiji's. Kika Yulo, your strength still falls quite short of mine. Shiki, as always, inflated his ego, shamelessly boasting. Shiki, you're really getting more and more shameless. A sudden voice rang out as Whitebeard leaped down from the ship, landing steadily in front of Yulo and Shiki. Shiki, you are becoming increasingly shameless. The sudden voice rang out as Whitebeard leaped down from the ship, landing steadily in front of Yulo and Shiki. This Shiki is truly shameless. It was one thing to boast about himself when inviting Yulo, but now, after drawing a series of draws against Yulo, he shamelessly brags about himself. The more Whitebeard thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could strike down the golden lion Shiki with one blow. Hey Newgate, what are you interrupting for? This is a conversation between two great swordsmen. Shiki was unwilling to back down, shouting back. He held no goodwill towards Whitebeard Newgate, either merely exchanging words of bravado, and yet he felt the need to retort. Are you even aware that you and Yulo are both great swordsmen? Yulo became a great swordsman at a young age. What about you? In these past few days of sparring with Yulo, have you won even one match? How can you have the face to say that Yulo is a bit worse than you? Newgate looked on disdainfully. He simply could not stand Shiji's pretense, directly bombarding him with a series of soul-searching questions. Newgate, what do you know? The difficulty of the two-sword style is several times that of the one-sword style. Hearing this, Shiji's face turned red with anger. How dare you not give me any face, Newgate? He then directly reached for Sakura-ten and Dry, with swinging them towards Newgate. Newgate's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a look of cunning satisfaction. That's right, if you are a brother, come at me. In that case, I will have to give you a good beating, Shiki. Yulo was already used to such situations. He took out 3 bottles of liquor from his item pouch. This was the genuine Wuliangye he received as a daily reward. He opened one bottle and tossed 2 bottles towards Shiki and Newgate. Just as the two were about to come to blows, they suddenly caught a whiff of the rich aroma of the liquor, and both reached out to catch the flying bottles. Newgate, I'll let you off today. Shiki sheathed his dual swords, warning Newgate with a serious expression. Newgate snorted coldly, deciding to delay the idea of beating Shiki for now. Gulp, gulp. Enjoying the strong liquor, Shiki and Newgate paid no more attention to each other. At this moment, Yulo suddenly said with a playful tone, Shiki, you can't win against me in swordsmanship. It's not embarrassing. There's no need to use the excuse that the two-sword flow is harder. Cough, cough. Yulo, what do you mean I can't win against you? Besides, the two-sword style is indeed much harder than the one-sword style, all right. Shiki was suddenly choked up, his face flushed with anger as he complained. Since that's the case, let's compare whose swordsmanship is more difficult in this last sparring session. Yulo revealed a charming smile, picking up 1001 Nights as he walked towards the shore. Ha ha ha, just what I wanted. Shiki was slightly surprised, but then his eyes sparkled, bursting into laughter. The young Yulo was still too inexperienced. He possessed the skills of a great swordsman, but lacked the ins. Who doesn't know that the more blades one uses, the greater the difficulty? The one-sword style is the simplest, the two-sword style doubles the difficulty, and the three-sword style is even more challenging, which is why most swordsmen on the sea prefer the one-sword style. Over the past half-month of sparring, Shiki had been repeatedly shocked, having to admit Yulo's strength and talent were formidable. However, the proud Shurji would not concede. He believed that if he practiced the one-sword style, he could achieve the same heights as Yulo. Over the past half-month of sparring, Shurji had been repeatedly shocked, having to admit Yulo's strength and talent were formidable. However, the proud Shurji would not concede. He believed, Yulo, you decide how we will spar. Don't say that I, the Golden Lion Shurji, am bullying the younger generation. Shurji, with a proud expression, walked to the shore, closely followed by Newgate. After sparring for half a month, we both understand each other's moves. We will each perform one move of our opponent's swordsmanship. Whoever is stronger wins, and whoever is weaker loses. Yulo appeared confident as he briefly explained the rules. No problem, the winner will definitely be me. Shurji became even more confident, crossing his arms, and looking as if victory was assured. Having sparred with Yulo for half a month, he was already familiar with all of Yulo's sword techniques. With his experience, grasping half, or even more, was quite assured. Seeing Shurji's proud demeanor, Yulo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. In Yulo's comprehensive swordsmanship encyclopedia, all of Shurji's sword techniques were included. Without any external assistance, Shurji was bound to lose. Whitebeard Newgate was feeling extremely displeased inside, thinking Shurji was too full of himself. He genuinely wanted to beat Shurji down to the bottom of the sea. I'll go first. 36 troublesome wins. Shurji took the lead, swinging Sakura 10 with one hand, a cold gleam flashing, dazzling the eyes, as instantly 36 sword energies slashed out. However, unlike before, the 36 sword energies did not form a storm, but instead dashed chaotically across the sea surface, eventually disappearing into the water. Shurji turned back and boasted, how about that? The one-sword style is very simple. I almost fully understood your move. My two-sword style is indeed much harder. Is that all? Yulo chuckled. Golden Lion Shurji, you are at least one of the top great swordsmen in the world, yet you chose to use the move I utilize the most, and that has the lowest difficulty, and you haven't even fully mastered it. Watch closely. Yulo summoned dry wood with one hand, gripping his dual swords tightly, a glimmer of golden light suddenly appearing in his eyes as strands of sword energy began to coalesce on the blade. Is that all? Yulo chuckled. Golden Lion Shurji, you are at least one of the top great swordsmen in the world, yet you chose to use the move I utilize the most, and that has... In the next moment, Yulo swung his blade, fiercely unleashing a massive golden blade light. In an instant, it sliced through the sea, creating a chasm that was unfathomable and seemed to stretch endlessly. Apart from Shurji and Newgate, the other pirates on the ship above were also drawn to this chasm, their hearts shaken with astonishment. It was terrifying that this was Yulo's strength. However, it wasn't over yet. If they were going to play, they would play to the fullest. As the chasm on the sea had yet to close, Yulo leaped up, and in midair, he flashed his blades again, swinging them as if a horde of demons was dancing. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Amid the dazzling display, waves of blade light surged forth in a torrent, each strike no weaker than the previous, slashed the waves. On the sea, the blade lights crisscrossed. In an instant, the originally calm sea turned turbulent. Shurji was dumbfounded, glancing at the sea, then at Yulo, then back at the sea, and finally looking at Newgate. Slash the waves. And Thousand Cuts Valley. How is this possible? Shurji's mind finally reacted as he leaped into the air, his face filled with disbelief. Shiji's mind finally caught up, leaping into the air with a face full of disbelief. Who is truly the Golden Lion Shurji, you or I? In just half a month, I have barely grasped the 36 troublesome winds of Yulo, yet Yulo has comprehended the wave-cutting blade and thousand-cutting valley thoroughly and executed them perfectly. That is my ultimate move. Why do you wield it even more powerfully than I do? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Watching Yulo unleash a series of powerful sword strikes, it flowed like water, seeming so natural. The Golden Lion Shurji could no longer contain himself. Hey Yulo, how did you do that? Shurji floated in the air, his excitement and curiosity hard to quell. Newgate was equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if it might fall to the ground. During these 2 weeks, Yulo had been constantly with him and Newgate, so he was very clear about what Yulo did every day, working out in the morning, practicing swordsmanship during the day, and controlling flames at night, without engaging in any sword practice. Yulo, relying solely on experiences from dozens of battles, had completely grasped the swordsmanship that took him years to develop. Such talent is unprecedented. As long as he is alive, surpassing rocks is not out of the question, for even rocks does not possess such innate talent. Isn't it just about having hands? Yulo looked down at his hands, intentionally showing a puzzled expression. Then he pretended to be someone clever. The Golden Lion Shurji and Whitebeard Newgate stared with disbelief, hands clutching their chests, reeling from the explosive display of power from Yulo. Is what Yulo said even humanly possible? They both prided themselves on their talent, but compared to Yulo they were nothing. I can't help it, I am just too outstanding, not only with great talent, but also handsome. Yulo was very pleased with their reactions, adding a bit of drama for himself. It seemed that he had played the part quite well. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shurji and Whitebeard Newgate realized Yulo's talent. The two quickly approached Yulo, each grasping one of his shoulders, shaking him while excitedly shouting, "Yulo, being a captain on your own is too troublesome, just stay on my ship. Yulo, Shurji can't teach you anymore, why not come to my ship? I'll teach you martial arts and Haki." Shurji and Newgate spoke in unison, but as soon as they finished they glared at each other with wide eyes, their pupils ablaze with fire. Just as Yulo unleashed the wave-cutting blade and thousand-cutting valley, a massive pirate ship sped through the waters near this small island. The captain of this pirate ship was named Joel D. Roger, the future pirate king. This crew was naturally the Roger pirates, second only to the Rocks pirates in these seas. Even if they could not match the Rocks pirates for now, their strength should not be underestimated. Gold. Roger, the future pirate king, possessed formidable strength, and even the likes of the Dark King Rayleigh were not easy opponents. The members of the Roger pirates initially did not pay attention to this small island. However, at that moment a streak of golden light slashed toward them from the island's direction. The crew, who had been joking around, suddenly turned serious. The Dark King Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, then drew his long sword, slicing through the incoming golden light. This aura seems to belong to the Golden Lion Shurji. Rayleigh sheathed his sword, gazing at the island. He sensed an incredibly familiar aura coming from that golden strike. Jabba wiped the axe blade and bluntly stated, "This strike is exactly like the wave-cutting blade of the Golden Lion Shurji. Who else could it possibly be?" From this distance, just from one strike, he really doesn't take us seriously. I didn't expect to encounter the Golden Lion Shurji here. At that moment Roger laughed heartily, then closed his eyes to sense carefully. Moments later he opened his eyes, suddenly a glint of sharp light flashing within. Interesting. Roger's lips curled slightly as he said meaningfully, "That strike just now was not from Shurji. How could that be? If not the Golden Lion Shurji, then who could it be?" Roger's words left Rayleigh and Jabba quite surprised and confused. In their observation with Haki, the aura emanating from that golden strike unmistakably came from the Golden Lion Shurji. Aside from the Golden Lion Shurji, who else could use such a technique? Shurji and Newgate are on the island, yet this strike was launched by a young man. Rayleigh and Jabba were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Compared to their own Haki perception, they also trusted Roger immensely. Roger, their captain, possessed the world's most advanced Haki, able to hear the voices of all things. Though not yet perfected, he could still exert it briefly, ensuring his perception was never wrong. "Here they come. Here they come. Get ready." Suddenly Roger spoke again, excitement evident in his voice. Rayleigh and Jabba seemed to sense something, immediately taking their stances. The sea first began to swell, then dozens of golden strikes surged toward them like a torrent, each equal to the previous wave-cutting blade. "Lion Thousand-Cutting Valley. Is that the young man?" Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, speaking in astonishment, while unleashing successive sword energies. Beside him Jabba also swung his arms, unleashing fierce axe lights. Boom. Rayleigh's sword energies, Jabba's axe lights, and dozens of golden strikes collided, creating intense pressure that momentarily formed a pit in the sea. "Alright, change course, sail toward the island. Let's meet the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, as well as that young man." Roger's face beamed with a smile as he waved his hand and shouted loudly. This young man had piqued his immense interest. To be able to associate with the Golden Lion Shurji and Whitebeard, Newgate, he surely must be a member of the Rocks Pirates. However, when did the Rocks Pirates acquire such a person? From the information gathered by listening to the voices of all things, this young man possessed swordsmanship skills of a great swordsman, able to match the Golden Lion Shurji in a sword duel. Such strength was unheard of. He could not possibly be a rookie, could he? After hearing Roger's information, Rayleigh and Jabba were equally curious. From the earlier strikes, it was clear this young man was quite strong. The two couldn't help but feel a surge of battle intent. Having not fought for days, they were itching to move. Although their crew's overall strength could not compare to the Rocks Pirates, they usually avoided direct confrontations with the entire Rocks crew. They were not afraid of the Rocks Pirates. It was merely that with the disparity in strength, weaker crew members might suffer casualties, and everyone in the Roger Pirates was unwilling to lose a partner. On the small island at that moment, Shiki and Newgate had already calmed down. The three sat by the shore, gulping down fine wine, their conversation punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Notably, the gazes of Shiki and Newgate toward Yulo still concealed a burning fervor. Both of them harbored the same thought, to recruit Yulo onto their own ships. Not now, but when they would form their pirate crews in the future. Beside them, Yulo took the opportunity to communicate with the system in his mind. Daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful today. Host receives rewards. Beginner observation. Haki. Intermediate armament. Haki. Yulo was somewhat surprised. Since the first two check-ins had granted him generous rewards, it seemed his luck had run dry. For half a month, he had only received daily necessities, items of little use to him. Thus, Yulo persisted with daily training. Over the fortnight, his physical fitness had markedly improved, and his stamina had at least increased tenfold compared to before. Drawing on the experience of his god's eye, the blazing vision, Yulo had already grasped the rudiments of observation Haki, and now it came to him naturally. Intermediate armament Haki also compensated for his shortcomings, drastically enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities. Just as Yulo's mind was immersed in the system Whitebeard, Newgate suddenly rose, furrowing his brow. He planted Murakamajiri on the ground, assuming a vigilant stance. Golden Lion Shiki did the same, gripping the swords Odo and Kagurashi at his waist, his gaze fixed on the sea. Seeing this, Yulo sprang to his feet and turned his attention to the tranquil waters. On the sea, a black dot grew larger. Yulo's observation Haki faintly sensed several formidable auras. Yulo, focus. Prepare for battle. Newgate's voice rang out, tinged with gravity. This opponent is no pushover. Shiki slowly drew his twin blades. Just as Yulo was about to speak, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Mission check-in triggered. The host is about to face the crew of the future pirate king GOLD. Roger. This is a rare clash of powerhouses. Use this battle to test the fruits of your training, regardless of the opponent's strength or the outcome. Mission check-in successful. System distributing rewards. Yulo's body quivered, his pupils contracted, and he once again looked toward the sea. So it was the Roger pirates. No wonder Shiki and Newgate were so serious. Yulo's heart began to race involuntarily, his battle spirit surged. This was not only a yearning to fight the strong, but also a test of his half-month of training, to see exactly where his current strength stood. The Roger pirates' ship drew near the shore, now within sight of each other. Ha ha ha. Newgate, Shiki. Long time no see. Roger stood at the bow, hands on his hips, laughing heartily in his characteristic carefree manner. Roger, this time I'll defeat you. Newgate directly raised Murakamajiri and swung it toward the sea. A white orb appeared on the blade. Newgate unleashed the power of the tremor fruit. The white orb on the blade carried a terrifying vibrational force. The air it touched cracked open, covered in white fissures, as if space itself was being shattered. The previously calm sea suddenly churned, sending up waves. The disturbance swelled into a massive tsunami that surged toward the Roger pirates. On the ship, Roger's expression remained unchanged. He complained to Newgate, "You strike without even a greeting, and we're friends after all." Despite his words, he acted decisively the next instant. Two deep crimson flames ignited in Roger's eyes, and with a breathtaking aura, a deep red sword slash cut through the air toward the tsunami. The towering wave was cleaved in two by the slash, parting to both sides. The Roger pirate's vessel passed safely through the open path. But the slash did not dissipate, it raced toward Newgate on the shore. Newgate's muscles contracted, then bulged. He did not use the tremor fruit's power, relying instead on explosive strength and will. With a thunderous boom, the blade of Murakamajiri clashed with the deep red slash, producing a violent explosion. The chaotic gusts churned the sea into raging billows, rocking the pirate ship. Newgate landed steadily on the shore. By then the Roger pirates had neared the coast. Silvers Rayleigh had been observing Yulo. He suddenly asked, "Was it you who unleashed that slash in the Thousand Cherry Valleys earlier?" The question caught Yulo off guard. How did Rayleigh know? Could it be? Ha ha ha. That slash of yours nearly snapped our ship in two. Roger spoke, clearing up Yulo's confusion. Yulo's expression froze. Damn, was this fate? So the Roger pirates had been drawn here by him. He sensed Newgate and Shiki's vaguely reproachful stares. Those looks seemed to say, "You show off and rub it in our faces, and now you've attracted the Roger pirates, leaving us to deal with it." Yulo didn't know what to say. He gave an awkward smile. "I thought it was Golden Lion Shiki, but it turns out to be you. At such a young age, your swordsmanship is remarkable. You could leave Shiki 8 streets behind." In the midst of everyone's internal musings, Gabber's voice rang out, somewhat ill-timed. Having gained the initial acknowledgement of a powerhouse, Yulo felt in high spirits. But for others it might not have such a positive effect. Scopper Gabber. Golden Lion Shiki, already sullen, gnashed his teeth in fury. "I don't mind you praising Yulo. He truly is a monster. But why use me as a comparison? Everyone knows it, but did you have to say it in front of so many subordinates? Don't I, Golden Lion Shiki, have any pride?" Shiki was a proud man. Together with Newgate and Yulo, they served on the Rocks pirates, where occasional banter was fine. But the Roger pirates were outsiders and enemies. To be humiliated by an enemy like this was a disgrace. If word got out, how could he sail the seas with his head held high? Without a second word, Shiki levitated and charged at Gabber, raising Odo and Kagurashi to strike. Whoa. Hey. Gabber, who had just spoken, was utterly bewildered by the sudden assault. But Gabber quickly recovered, showing no fear, and met the attack with his axe. "Golden Lion Shiki, I'll make you lose even more face." Shurji and Jabba, amidst their swift movements, arrived at a distant clearing. Shurji was determined to defeat Jabba and restore his pride, while Jabba equally desired to defeat Shurji, further diminishing his dignity. A battle born of pride commenced. Meanwhile, "Haha, young man, would you like to join my pirate crew?" Roger's lips curled into a smile as he extended the invitation to Yulo. Yulo was a member of the Rock's pirate crew, making them adversaries, yet Roger invited Yulo aboard without hesitation, showing no concern for the presence of Whitebeard beside him. This audacious fellow truly deserves to become the pirate king. However, in the next moment Roger's face darkened as he cast a resentful glance at Rayleigh behind him. That strange look sent a shiver down Rayleigh's spine, nearly giving him goosebumps. Just moments ago, when Roger invited Yulo aboard, he had utilized his ability to listen to the voices of all things to peek into Uro's thoughts. That bastard was internally mocking him, saying he didn't look like he imagined, that he was too ugly, and that only Rayleigh looked decent in the whole pirate crew. I sincerely invite you, and you disdain my appearance. Please be a decent person. Whitebeard, what is this kid's name? Roger's face darkened as he shouted loudly at Whitebeard. What does it matter to you? Daring to poach in front of me, let me show you my strength. Whitebeard felt quite displeased. How dare you steal a member from the Rock's pirate crew? Yulo was a member of his Rock's pirate crew, and since there had been no progress in winning over Shurji, how could an outsider just poach away? Even though you might not succeed, feeling upset about it means it's time to fight to vent the frustration. Roger, take this. Whitebeard raised its Sonyun cut, high white energy swirling around the blade. Roger snorted and charged forward, wielding his rapier. The white shockwave and deep red sword energy tore through the space like ferocious beasts, the explosions from their clashes sending massive waves crashing against the island. Yulo did not respond to Roger's words. He would not leave until the Rock's pirate crew disbanded. At this moment, Yulo resembled a sharp sword, the sword energy radiating within a 10-foot radius, as all the waves that approached were sliced apart, leaving him untouched amidst the tumult. Such sharp sword energy. Kid, your swordsmanship is impressive. However, you are still too young. Rayleigh was merely intrigued and did not take it too seriously. Even with the skills of a great swordsman, how strong could his combat ability be? After all, fighting was not solely reliant on swordsmanship. After his statement, Rayleigh raised his hand and slashed with a dazzling blade light, exuding a chilling aura that locked onto Yulo. Yulo felt the blade light and gently caressed the blade of his 1001 Nights. 360 troublesome winds. As his finger traced the blade's tip, 1001 Nights trembled slightly, absorbing all the sword energy around Yulo. With a swing of his arm, he unleashed a storm of sword energy. The storm of sword energy clashed with the blade energy and dissipated in an instant, neither side gaining an advantage. Rayleigh was quite astonished. His full-strength swordsmanship could only match Uro's. Not too shabby. Rayleigh became intrigued and decided to test Uro's combat strength. How dare you underestimate me, Dark King Rayleigh? Uro's expression darkened. Rayleigh's astonished look was clearly an underestimation of him. But that was fine, it would allow him to catch Rayleigh off guard. Yulo may not possess the top-tier three-color Haki like Rayleigh, but his swordsmanship was no less formidable. His sword techniques held a massive advantage as the system rewarded him with a comprehensive swordsmanship encyclopedia filled with diverse techniques, including many that could rival Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh's figure shot toward Yulo like a cannonball, his blade enveloped in armed Haki, exuding a more powerful aura. Yulo would not allow Rayleigh to get close. With a surge of power in his legs, he propelled himself upwards, soaring into the air. Meanwhile, the blade of 1001 Nights was covered in mid-tier armed Haki, appearing increasingly dark and deep under the sunlight like an endless abyss that dared not be gazed upon. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The dark blade glimmered and the sword energy slashed out, transforming into a massive dark tiger that pounced toward Rayleigh with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. Rayleigh sneered, his eyes gleaming coldly as he tightly gripped his long knife. The sword intent surged, and the sharp sword energy condensed at the blade's tip, stabbing directly forward. The sword energy of the great swordsman, enhanced by top-tier armed Haki, made Rayleigh's presence extraordinarily powerful, resembling a ferocious beast. The dark tiger collided with the tip of Rayleigh's blade, which pierced through the menacing beast, scattering the sword energy. Yulo remained unfazed, never panicking in the face of this. He never thought that a single extreme tiger hunt could stop Dark King Rayleigh. He needed to employ something unexpected. He was not just a great swordsman, he was also a devil fruit user. Just as Rayleigh pierced through the dark tiger, Yulo made his next move, sparing no effort, as he activated the blue lotus earth fire. Two strands of azure fire whipped out from his hands, rapidly spinning in front of him, forming a swirling ring of fire. Now the blue lotus earth fire was significantly hotter than it was 2 weeks prior. As the flames erupted, a stifling heat wave swept over, causing the seawater to boil instantly, and the moisture in the air began to sizzle. This was the blue lotus earth fire, which now emitted such high temperatures that it could affect the environment in a small area. Rayleigh had just broken through the extreme tiger hunt when he sensed the high temperature radiating from the azure fire. His pupils constricted as he secretly thought something was amiss. Ultimately, he had underestimated Yulo. He never expected that Yulo was not only a great swordsman, but also a devil fruit user, and that this temperature was even higher than volcanic magma he had encountered before. The flames seemed capable of burning the sea, leaving one deeply shaken. Yulo noticed Rayleigh's astonished expression and had already activated his skill. If not now, then when? Great Flame Ring Fire Pillar. A blue fire pillar erupted instantly, crossing the distance between them. Oh my goodness. Not good. Rayleigh exclaimed, realizing he had been careless. At this moment, he was too close, but if struck directly, he would be gravely injured if not killed. Rayleigh, be careful. Roger, who was fighting Whitebeard, keenly sensed the danger and couldn't help but call out a warning to Rayleigh. Rayleigh had no time to respond to Roger. Using the momentum from the air, he quickly changed direction and dashed to the side. This azure flame was incredibly dangerous. He had to escape its attack range immediately. He certainly did not want to be injured by an underage rookie pirate. As the blue flames approached him, Rayleigh felt an intense heat penetrating into his body. Sweat poured down his forehead, and he felt as if he were inside a volcano, drenched in perspiration, his clothes completely soaked. This blue flame is terrifying beyond measure. Rayleigh exclaimed, drenched in sweat, unable to hold back his complaint. The blue flame column had a diameter of nearly 10 meters, but Raylaigh's speed was remarkable. He quickly dodged out of the attack range. As he felt the blue flame column narrowly pass by, a wave of fear surged in his heart. Just as Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief, a horrifying scene unfolded. The blue flame column actually moved, shifting towards his position. Although it only slightly deviated by over 10 meters, it instantly enveloped him back within the attack range. This was the result of Yulo's training over the past half-month, enabling him to control the flames with great— What the hell? It can adjust its trajectory. Rayleigh's expression changed dramatically as he silently— Without time to think, he quickly unleashed his top-tier armament Haki, the black-red aura instantly enveloping him from head to toe. There was no time to evade this attack, so he could only brace himself. The Blue Lotus Inferno swept through with a raging force, instantly engulfing Rayleigh. The flames continuously scorched his body, yet were held back by his top-tier armament Haki. After all, Rayleigh possessed the pinnacle of armament Haki, which allowed him to withstand the burning of the Blue Lotus Inferno, thus managing to block this attack. However, the extreme heat generated by the Blue Lotus Inferno surrounded Rayleigh, continuously roasting his body. This temperature was not merely dissipating into the air, it was the genuine heat of the Blue Lotus Inferno, twice as high as the temperature radiating in the atmosphere. Although Rayleigh's armament Haki was immensely powerful, capable of resisting the external burn of the Blue Lotus Inferno, it could not prevent the loss of moisture within his body due to the extreme heat. Rayleigh felt this situation clearly. Gritting his teeth, he made a bold decision, instantly giving up his resistance to the impact, and was directly struck into the sea by the powerful flame column. The surging blue flame column crashed down on the sea surface, even causing the ocean to faintly show signs of being burnt. A large portion of the seawater surface was instantly evaporated, with massive water vapor rising up, and the surrounding seawater began to boil, resembling a magma hot spring. Many fish and shrimp were scalded to death, filling the air with a charred scent, with faint sounds of sea creatures. Beneath the sea, several massive shadows swiftly fled from the area. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard as they watched the tumultuous scene on the surface. This is absurd. I have never seen such a terrifying and perverse devil fruit ability. The seawater mitigated some of the flame's temperature, making Rayleigh submerged in the sea feel considerably better. Rayleigh, you let your guard down. You shouldn't underestimate your opponent. Roger, amidst the battle, had long realized that Yulo was not simple, so he had been keeping a close watch on the duel between Rayleigh and Yulo. He certainly knew that Rayleigh had underestimated his opponent. He himself had initially harbored the same thought. None of them expected that besides having swordsmanship on the level of a great swordsman, Yulo also possessed a powerful devil fruit ability. Roger believed that in this situation, Rayleigh made a very correct choice. Had it been him, he would have made the same. While fully unleashing his top-tier armament Haki, the moisture within his body was gradually depleting, leading to a rapid consumption of stamina. Even if he managed to endure until the flame column dissipated, he would likely be close to exhaustion. Gulalala, Roger Yulo is a genius and has already been slated as a cadre by Captain Rox. Neo Gates suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with admiration for Yulo, his words dripping with boastfulness and provocation towards Roger. So what? I have plenty of geniuses on my ship too. Roger snorted coldly, feeling a hint of envy in his heart. There were indeed several geniuses on his ship, but they paled in comparison to Yulo. At the same time, he felt some jealousy. Why? All the gifted individuals had joined the Rocks pirates, such as Kaido, whom he knew about, and the very present Yulo. However, based on the information he had received, the cadres of the Rocks pirates had little sense of belonging. They were merely a group united for profit. Such a pirate crew was undeniably powerful, but also very prone to falling apart. Shiki and Jabba were immediately drawn to the commotion, both witnessing Lei Li being directly hit by the blue flame column and sent into the sea. Yulo's flames have become even hotter. Shiki laughed heartily, surprised, yet internally acknowledged, "How is that possible?" For Jabba it was different. He was genuinely shocked, even doubting his own eyes. While worrying about Lei Li, he couldn't help but think that if it were him, the outcome would likely be similar to Lei Li's. Seconds passed, and Lei Li, who had fallen into the sea, had yet to resurface, which puzzled Yulo. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Lei Li had clearly underestimated his opponent and was caught off guard. He shouldn't have perished so easily. Lei Li, are you alright? Vice Captain Lei Li, how are you? Roger and Jabba couldn't help but grow worried, and even the crew watching from the pirate ship shouted out. After a moment, Lei Li's head slowly emerged from the surface of the sea. "Oh no, Lei Li, you've changed. Ha ha ha, this is killing me," with laughter. This revelation had a profound impact. The atmosphere shifted instantly, with everyone secretly laughing. Among them, Roger Nyogate Shiki and Jabba laughed the loudest. Yulo couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, was he too kind-hearted? During the battle, he even gave his opponent a makeover. Emerging from the water, Lei Li's clothes were intact, but on his head, it was bald. Looking at the surface of the sea, one could see a wet, bald head reflecting sunlight on the azure sea. At this moment, Lei Li's expression was as grim as if he had eaten something foul, his gaze towards Yulo filled with resentment. As a powerful figure in the New World and the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, when had he ever encountered such a ludicrous situation? He couldn't care less about Roger and the others, but he had to intimidate some of the pirate crew, otherwise how would he maintain his authority in the future? "What are you staring at? What are you laughing at? Just wait until I get back and deal with you all." Boom. Lei Li's imposing aura flashed and subdued the crew, causing them to become serious. Haha. Then he turned his gaze toward the chuckling Yulo, who awkwardly smiled and waved his hand. However, in Rayleigh's eyes it took on a different flavor. In his gaze, Yulo was brazenly laughing, even waving his black blade at him. Faced with such provocation, Rayleigh did not rush to confront him. He always had a strange feeling, as if all eyes present were fixed upon him, making him feel utterly exposed, an uncomfortable sensation. Rayleigh let out a cold snort, said nothing, and leaped onto the ship. Although he could defeat Yulo, it would take a long time, which held no value. It was better to leave this place. Ultimately, the reason for coming here was to witness a young man with swordsmanship not inferior to that of the Golden Lion Shiki. Now that he had seen him, he had also tested his strength. Moreover, changing the course was a spuro-themate decision. They had more important matters to attend to. As for regaining face, that could wait for another time. Not far away, Roger and Jabba, seeing Rayleigh retreat, also had no intention of continuing the entanglement and swiftly darted towards the pirate ship. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki did not intervene, returning to the shore. Yulo sheathed his black blade, the burning blue lotus dissipating, landing steadily between Shiki and Newgate. The battle is over. Yulo quietly gazed into the distance where the Roger pirates had already vanished. Gulalala, truly remarkable, Yulo. Even the Dark King Rayleigh has been fooled by you. Whitebeard placed the Tsone Yunkut on the ground, sitting down with a thud, lavishly praising. From today onward, the Dark King Rayleigh shall become Bald Rayleigh. Golden Lion mocked from the side. It must be because I am too handsome and fortunate. Rayleigh was too overconfident. I merely caught him off guard. Yulo said lightly. Shiki and Newgate shot him a glance. They did not think highly of Uro's looks, but they acknowledged his high talent and strength. Yulo remembered that his thought communication system still had task rewards. Ding. Task check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Yulo felt a surge of excitement within. It was indeed Conqueror's Haki. No wonder the task check-in reward was so grand. It is said that only 1 in a million possesses the potential of a king to awaken this Haki. Innately born, it cannot be cultivated. One can only strengthen the intensity of Haki through strength and charisma. Even among the Rocks pirates, only a few cadres possess Conqueror's Haki. Among the crew below the cadre level, apart from Yulo, only Kaido had awakened Conqueror's Haki, showing how rare it was. Yulo could not help but smile, recalling Rayleigh's gaze before leaving. Rayleigh must be thinking about seeking revenge next time, but now it seemed he would have no opportunity. Yulo had already obtained Advanced Conqueror's Haki, as long as he further cultivated Observation Haki and Armament Haki to the advanced level or directly obtained them from system rewards. By that time, even if Rayleigh exerted all his strength, he would be unable to deal with Yulo. Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate returned to the pirate ship floating in the air, where a banquet was being held in celebration of Uro's power enhancement amid the cheers of their subordinates. As for returning to Hive Island, there was no rush. If there were urgent matters, Rocks would notify them using the Den Den Mushi. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Roger pirates. Really, how strong is that Yulo? Originally, he had come for Uro's swordsmanship, but after witnessing the domineering and terrifying flames, Roger grew even more curious. Now that I think of that little brat, it gives me a headache. He is indeed a monster. At a young age, he is already a great swordsman, and he possesses such a powerful devil fruit ability. At this point he paused. But his physical skills and Haki don't seem that impressive, so if it came to a real fight, I wouldn't lose. It would just be a bit troublesome. By the end, Rayleigh unconsciously touched his bald head. He was very confident in his strength. Yulo was indeed a bit stronger than he had imagined, although that bit was quite a lot. However, he was not strong enough to the point of being unbeatable. Roger said nothing more, gazing silently towards the direction of the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates were growing stronger. He truly did not know when he would be able to deal with them. A day later, Shiki and Whitebeard received a din mushy call from Rocks. They had now left that small island, heading toward the Hive Island, the base of the Rocks pirates. As they were about to arrive at Hive Island, a massive pirate ship slowly approached from the distance. Before getting close, Yuro felt a gaze fixated on him. Kaido. Yuro squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the gaze, recognizing the newcomer. A man with a bare upper body, wielding a kanabo, tall and muscular, yet with long legs and dressed in leather pants, giving one an awkward sense of disproportion. It was none other than a young Kaido who would later become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. At present, he was just a captain-level pirate under Charlotte Linlin. Previously, when Yuro stormed Hive Island, Kaido was out at sea and was not on the island. Gulalala, so it's Kaido who has returned. Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily. As long as it wasn't about life and death, Whitebeard could always show a smile. You must be Yuro? As Kaido's ship drew closer, a rough voice rang out, questioning him. Yuro raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently, That's me, what do you want? Fight me, let me test your strength. I really don't understand why Captain Rocks would choose a little brat like you to be a Kaido spoke as if issuing an order with an undeniable tone. He had long received the information passed on by Charlotte Linlin and was very unconvinced. Why should an underage brat be chosen as a cadre? He was the one who had the most hope of becoming a cadre. Now that he saw Yuro, he became even more certain of it. A frail little brat, no matter how good his abilities and swordsmanship, would still be no match for him in the face of his strength and Haki. Jekakik, Yuro kid, he is questioning your strength. Kaido, I advise you not to do this. That would be bad if Yuro accidentally killed you. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but laugh, his gaze towards Kaido carrying a hint of sympathy. Before Yulo's appearance, Kaido could indeed be considered the most talented individual with a constitution so resilient, he seemed unkillable. His strength was also formidable, standing among the top of captain-class pirates, yet compared to Yulo there remained a considerable gap. After obtaining the Azure Dragon Fruit, Kaido might be able to clash with Yulo, but for now he was far from enough. Shiki the Golden Lion said this, hoping to make Kaido back down. As the person Charlotte Linlin valued most, if Yulo disabled him, Charlotte Linlin would surely come seeking trouble. It wasn't that he feared her, he simply wished to avoid excessive contact. In the midst of a heated battle, a sudden outburst of, let's have a child together, would break anyone's composure on the spot. Shiki Newgate, this has nothing to do with you. You brat, Yulo ill make you understand that the position of an executive relies on formidable strength, not talent. As Kaido spoke to Shiki and Newgate, he raised his kanabo, its black spikes glinting with cold light. Internally, he was deeply displeased, feeling that Shiki and Newgate underestimated him, completely unaware of his true strength. Saying he might accidentally kill him. That was just to protect Yulo, to scare him into backing down. Dream on. I Kaido am no fool. The more you say that, the more I believe Yulo's strength is utterly mediocre. Perhaps Rocks thinks Yulo has immense potential and will surpass him in the future, but for now he's definitely no match for me. The more Kaido thought, the more confident he became. Shiki and Newgate fell silent, merely watching from afar. After all, this was a matter between Yulo and Kaido, something they had to settle themselves. Yulo finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain, sneering, My position as an executive was appointed by Captain Rocks himself. If you're dissatisfied, take it up with the captain, instead of coming to me to throw your weight around. What, picking on the weak, thinking him an easy target? With these words, Yulo's provocation was plain. He casually mentioned Rocks, as the captain had once stirred up a wave of hostility toward him. Yet even without Rocks' words, Kaido's nature would have led him to pick a fight anyway. Hearing this, Kaido grew mortified and enraged, feeling that Yulo's arrogance was even more infuriating than the belittlement from Shiki and Newgate. Of course, he dared not challenge Rocks. Rocks' might and authority were beyond question. He had experienced that firsthand. That's why he came to challenge Yulo, to prove to Rocks and everyone else that Kaido was the strongest. He was the one most deserving of promotion to executive. Enraged and humiliated, Kaido ceased his idle talk, thrusting his kanabo into the deck. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from his body. With a thunderous crash, the hull beneath Kaido's feet sank slightly, and violet currents became visible, spreading in all directions with him at the center. In that instant, time itself seemed frozen. Many of the underlings behind Kaido, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, rolled their eyes and fainted. The violet currents swept across the sea, The once undulating surface abruptly stilled for a moment, then surged and roared. "Let's see how you break my conqueror's haki." Kaido sneered, his eyes brimming with coldness. Seeing Yulo motionless on the opposing ship, he assumed the boy was paralyzed with fear, and a smug satisfaction swelled within him. During his recent voyages, his conqueror's haki had advanced to the intermediate level in battle, and he believed it was more than enough to handle Yulo. A mere scrawny underage brat. His strength surely couldn't be great. What kind of spirit could he have? He probably hadn't even awakened conqueror's haki. Ha ha ha, prepare to kneel before my haki. Kaido already envisioned the scene. Before even lifting a finger, his conqueror's haki would subdue Yulo. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The next moment, a sudden turn occurred. Just as Shiki and Newgate were about to intervene, "This is my fight. Let me handle it," Yulo exclaimed excitedly, his blood boiling. Conqueror's haki. He had it too. Let's test it on Kaido. Shiki and Newgate were mildly puzzled. They didn't know that Yulo had already awakened conqueror's haki, an advanced level rivaling their own. Puzzled as they were after more than half a month together, they trusted Yulo deeply. Just as Kaido's conqueror's haki in the form of violet currents approached within a meter of Yulo, Yulo's pupils contracted, a dark, profound gleam flashing. A devouring, heaven-shaking aura erupted from his body, blasting the clouds apart in the sky above. Instantly, it pushed Kaido's haki away, scattering the clouds overhead, allowing sunlight to pour in. But in the blink of an eye, darkness engulfed everything. This was Yulo's conqueror's haki. What the conqueror's haki? Gururara, that brat Yulo is a real... The sudden eruption of Yulo's conqueror's haki caught Shiki and Newgate off guard. Now they were ready to enjoy Kaido's humiliation. Black currents first firmly repelled Kaido's haki, then abruptly expanded. With an aura far more domineering and overwhelming than Kaido's, it swept across the sea. Yulo's conqueror's haki was all-encompassing, giving a sense of unfathomable depth, continuously suppressing Kaido's haki. The violet currents under the black currents' pressure retreated steadily, shrinking slowly. At that moment, the vast sea was saturated with Yulo's aura. Kaido's conqueror's haki was instantly forced back into his body, and the black currents slammed into Kaido, making him stagger back several steps before he steadied himself. Impossible. You possess conqueror's haki too. Kaido was utterly bewildered. This wasn't going as he had imagined. His face was full of disbelief. In the brief clash of auras, he was thoroughly defeated without any chance to fight back. Yulo, the scrawny brat in Kaido's eyes, also possessed conqueror's haki, and one far stronger than his own. Kaido's mind slowly recovered, staring at Yulo in shock. Such formidable conqueror's haki came from was that even possible? Even with his own proud talent, it was unthinkable. Just as Kaido had unleashed his conqueror's haki, everyone on Hachinosu sensed a powerful presence. Inside the Skull Castle's hall, Rox, Wang Ji, Silver Axe John, and the others quickly detected it. Wang Ji was puzzled. Had someone else invaded Hachinosu, and one with conqueror's haki at that? Then Rox spoke. This is Kaido's conqueror's haki. After sailing for a few months, he's already reached the intermediate level. Let's go take a look. As Rox and the three others were about to rise, another domineering and overwhelming aura suddenly appeared. A second conqueror's haki. Quick, something must have happened. Rox and the others paused for a moment, then used their physical techniques, vanishing from their spots in an instant. Rox, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John are all top-notch experts on the high seas, possessing formidable physical skills and speed as swift as lightning. In just a few breaths, Rox and the others had already appeared on the shore. The pirates gathered by the shore quickly made way, with Rox and his crew standing at the forefront. Not far away on the sea, Kaido's conqueror's haki was about to engulf Shiki and Whitebeard's ships. A more powerful wave of conqueror's haki emerged, swiftly overpowering Kaido's haki and forcing it back into him. This earth-shattering conqueror's haki did not come from Shiki and Whitebeard, but from Yulo. In that moment, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and the other pirates couldn't help but widen their eyes. The scene before them was truly shocking. Most were utterly stunned except for Rox at the front, whose eyes flashed with sharp light as a smirk crept across his lips. On the other side, Kaido, steadying himself, saw Yulo on the distant ship wearing a disdainful smile as he looked back at him, as if silently mocking him. Kaido took a deep breath, his expression darkening. The frustration and shock Yulo brought him did not make him retreat. Instead, it intensified his desire to prove himself. As the turbulent waves rose on the sea, the pirate ship quickly approached the shore. Just as Kaido was about to take action, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that on the shore of Hive Island, Rox and the members of his crew, led by his officers, were all gazing over here. Damn it! Kaido gritted his teeth, his tone filled with resentment. His plan to defeat Yulo and reclaim his officers was likely going to fall through. Thinking about how Rox and the others witnessed him being crushed by Uro's conqueror's haki, his face turned even uglier, as if he had eaten something foul. Now he had failed to showcase his strength in front of Rox and his officers, instead being overwhelmingly suppressed. This was completely opposite to what he had envisioned. Let's go. Kaido snorted coldly, his hatred and murderous intent towards Yulo growing stronger. Coward. Yulo, as steady as a mountain, disdainfully retorted, leaning against the side of the ship. This Kaido, while speaking fierce words that sounded impressive, was surprisingly weak in an actual confrontation. Shiki and Whitebeard stepped forward, coming to Uro's side. Gurura Yulo, your conqueror's Haki is definitely not inferior to mine. You've already reached the advanced. Whitebeard laughed broadly, and Yulo nodded slightly. Not listening to the advice of the elders, suffering the consequences right before your eyes, haha. Kaido, that's quite a loss for you. The golden lion Shiki said, arrogantly chewing on a cigar as he looked at Kaido with a mocking grin. Haha. Even the subordinates behind the three burst into laughter. As for the people on Kaido's ship, most were knocked unconscious by the conqueror's Haki, while the remaining ones stared wide-eyed, not daring to speak. The pirate ship sailed into the island's bay, and Yulo, Shiki, Whitebeard, and Kaido along with their crew gradually disembarked, coming before Rocks and his officers. Notably among the crowd, there were some unfamiliar faces. Yulo recognized some like Longbread and Shachi, along with a few strangers, likely characters not mentioned in the original. After some initial pleasantries, Rocks got straight to the point. Kaido, in just over a month your conqueror's Haki has reached the intermediate stage. Not bad. Rocks first acknowledged Kaido's progress. However, having witnessed Kaido being overwhelmed, the others did not react much, which indeed made things a bit awkward. Kaido, with a sullen face and pent-up frustration, returned to Charlotte Linlin's side. Seeing Linlin also staring at Yulo, calculating something in her mind, Kaido trembled with anger, swearing that he would find an opportunity to smash Yulo into a pulp. Then Rocks turned his gaze to Yulo, a rare smile appearing on his face. Ha ha ha, Yulo, you truly surprise me. Your advanced conqueror's Haki is completely on par with Shiki and Whitebeard. At this statement, most of the pirates present were taken aback. While many pirates were aware of conqueror's Haki, they did not understand the distinctions in levels, and now Rock's words enlightened them. Advanced conqueror's Haki. The intensity comparable to Shiki and Whitebeard's Haki. No wonder he could overpower Kaido, who had only just broken through to the intermediate stage. I naturally awakened during training when encountering the Roger pirates and battling the Dark King, Rayleigh, Yulo said lightly, having nothing to hide, merely concocting a bit of nonsense. Shiki and Whitebeard twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths. This kid Yulo sure knows how to show off, just awakening conqueror's Haki and already reaching the advanced stage. Ha ha ha, Yulo, I indeed did not misjudge you. Your talent is monstrous. For someone like you, awakening conqueror's Haki is not surprising. As for reaching the advanced stage directly, it must be due to your accumulated strength related to your own prowess. Shiki and Whitebeard could hardly believe that Rocks truly bought it, even stepping forward to pat Yulo on the shoulder, looking as if he admired and supported him. However, I didn't expect you to encounter Roger's crew. How was the battle with the Dark King, Rayleigh? As far as I know, he is quite strong. Rocks then shifted the conversation, his eyes sparkling with interest as he stared at Yulo. Uro's talent and strength truly impressed Rocks. Captain Rocks, it was like this. Shiki and Whitebeard briefly explained the situation, and the surrounding pirates perked up their ears to listen closely. Very good, very good. Being able to catch Dark King Rayleigh off guard and make him suffer a great loss, your overall strength is likely not much worse than his. Rocks shared his opinion, and while Wang Ji and others were surprised, they all expressed their agreement. It had only been a short time, and Yulo had become stronger. Unconsciously, Wang Ji's expression became serious. He was still thinking about defeating Yulo one day. At this moment, Rock's ambitions swelled even more. Uro's talent and speed of growth filled him with confidence. It was time for him to start preparing his plans. Yulo can actually battle the Dark King Rayleigh. That level of combat power is already quite strong among the officers. The surrounding pirates whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. When Yulo was named an officer, many old crew members were dissatisfied, but now they were completely convinced. If it were them, they probably couldn't last 10 exchanges against the Dark King Rayleigh. Unknowingly, many pirates began to change their views on Yulo, and some even looked at him with admiration. All right, you are all here. This time we have an important operation. Let's discuss it in the hall. We are about to embark on a major operation. Prepare yourselves thoroughly. If this operation succeeds, each of you will receive immeasurable treasures. Locke said, looking at Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate. Then he turned around and shouted loudly to the members of the pirate crew. Whoa! Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately cheered. Their once astonished hearts were replaced by greed and desire. For them, plundering treasure was the most coveted activity. After being idle for over a month, they could finally set sail to pillage. After the pirates cheered for a while, they dispersed with renewed vigor. Yulo and the others then followed behind Locks and returned to the hall of the Skull Castle. Yulo casually found a seat and sat down. Shiki and Newgate sat on either side of him. Shiki, what kind of operation requires all the officers to be present? Yulo asked with some curiosity, turning to Shiki and Newgate. It should involve high-ranking Navy combatants, otherwise why would we officers need to act personally? Shiki took a puff of his cigar and said casually. Shiki is right. The only force worthy of such a grand lineup is the world government's power. Newgate nodded, clearly agreeing with his words. They had experienced this many times before, and they had clashed with Navy admirals on numerous occasions. Not far away, several unfamiliar officers saw Yulo sitting on equal footing with them, and could not help but snort coldly, their faces filled with disdain. Yulo's conqueror's Haki had indeed impressed them earlier, but they had never witnessed his true strength. He was merely a newcomer with extraordinary talent. A powerful conqueror's Haki did not necessarily signify formidable overall strength. Ultimately, one had to consider comprehensive abilities. They had not awakened conqueror's Haki themselves, yet they had all fought against Shiki and Newgate. During those battles, conqueror's Haki had not affected them much, and their power was merely a notch below that of Shiki and Newgate. They had not awakened conqueror's Haki themselves, yet they had all fought against Shiki and Newgate. Recently, the Navy headquarters has been gradually shifting its focus to the New World, deploying additional troops and mid to high-level combatants there. Locke sat in the main seat and spoke expressionlessly to the gathered crowd. Many present showed contemptuous. The Navy was nothing new to them. They had fought them before and knew well their capabilities. There had been multiple engagements, and the Navy had never been able to do anything to them. The Rocks pirates were growing ever stronger. Even if the Navy reinforced its forces, the New World was their domain, and the Rocks pirates feared nothing. According to the information I've obtained, the Navy's movements are partly aimed at curbing the expansion of the Rocks pirates in the New World. On the other hand, some of the world government's member nations are preparing to offer tribute of celestial gold, requiring Navy escort ships to safely deliver it to Mary Geos. A sinister grin suddenly spread across Locke's face as he spoke again. At these words, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement, and even Shiki and Newgate's eyes lit up. Yulo also felt anticipation. That was celestial gold. A nation's entire year's worth of plunder accumulated into vast treasures, including famed blades and devil fruits. If they could seize it, the officers would receive a share, and the strength of the Rocks pirates would increase. Yes, our operation this time is to intercept the Navy escort ships and seize the celestial gold. Locke stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and said with exhilaration. At this point, the officers were already thrilled beyond measure. Finally, we're setting sail. This operation has truly lived up to my expectations. Celestial gold, a mountain of treasure. John, upon the thought of plundering celestial gold, was beside himself with excitement, his mind consumed by greed and longing for riches. John, look at your greedy expression. It's as if you've never seen treasure before. An unknown officer looked at John with disdain and mocked him sarcastically. Hearing this, Yulo couldn't help but recall that in the original story, Captain John, after the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, ultimately died at the hands of his own crew because of his greed. Although we have no fear of the Navy, do not be careless. Locke swept his gaze across the crowd, and as far as I know, the high-ranking Navy officers involved in the escort include the Admiral candidates Buddha Zhangguo and Black Arm Zafa. Locke began to reveal the dangers of the operation. John's eyes narrowed and his inner greed subsided somewhat. Zhangguo and Zafa were powerful enough to match Shiki and Newgate, meaning they possessed strength, at least on par with his. In this operation, the Navy is escorting 2 shipments of celestial gold. I will lead Shiki, Newgate, and Yulo to deal with Zhangguo and Zafa's fleet. The other officers will handle the other shipment of celestial gold. Locke outlined the plan. Yulo had no fleet of his own and was alone, so assigning him any task would be inappropriate. He could only continue to act alongside Shiki and Newgate. Yulo had nothing to say and listened quietly. All right, that's everything I have to say. To prevent any changes at the headquarters, those I have notified in advance will stay behind to guard it. Your share of the treasure will by no means be reduced. Locke said with a grave tone. He placed great importance on Beehive Island and had long arranged for his most trusted people to stay behind and guard it. You all have half a month to prepare. During this period, you must not leak a single word. Locke's imposing gaze swept across the crowd. The Rocks pirates had a traitor within its ranks working for the Navy, and Locke was aware of it. As for whether the traitor was among the officers, he was not certain yet, but it was necessary to issue a warning. If the traitor truly was an officer, he would show no mercy. Rest assured, Captain. Yulo responded along with the other officers. After the meeting, the officers departed one after another. Yulo followed Shiki and Newgate back to their ship. The officer who had mocked John during the meeting was named Jimmu. Back on his ship, he began drinking and chatting with 3 or 5 crew members. The evening wore on, and the crew members gradually retired to rest, leaving only Jimmu and 1 crew member. The 2 sat together and talked for a while, after which Jimmu returned to his cabin. Meanwhile, that crew member went alone to the seashore, hid beneath a large rock, and carefully took out a small transponder snail, then made a call. BRR, BRR. The transponder snail connected, and a familiar face appeared on it. This is Kong. The low voice of Kong the Steelbone sounded. Locke's plans to seize the 2 shipments of celestial gold escorted by the Navy in half a month. The crew member kept his voice low, but spoke clearly. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford. Tell me the specific plan of action. Kong's expression instantly grew serious. The operation involves. The crew member disclosed all the details. After hearing everything, Kong's face turned grim. He had known that Locke would not let such abundant celestial gold slip by. According to the plan disclosed by the crew member, Locke would only bring Shiki Newgate and the newcomer Yulo. The trader quickly hung up after speaking, but Kong's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity to eliminate Locke. The next morning, Kong summoned Zhang Fa Garp. The 4 saw Kong's grave expression and realized some major event was about to unfold, so they became serious. Garp, despite looking stern, kept eating continuously. Last night I received word that the Rocks pirates plan to seize the celestial gold you are escorting. Kong's words made them exchange glances, but they were not too surprised. Such actions were routine for the Rocks pirates. Locke will personally lead Shiki Newgate and the newcomer Yulo to attack the celestial gold escorted by Zhang and Fa. The remaining officers will go after the celestial gold escorted by Garp and He. As Kong finished, he suddenly widened her eyes. Locke has only 3 officers by his side, one of whom is a newcomer. This is a perfect opportunity. Lady He's eyes sparkled. As Captain Locke rarely acted personally, and when he did, he was surrounded by numerous officers. In this operation, he was bringing only 3 officers, and one of them, Yulo, was in their view merely an ordinary officer despite his extraordinary talent. Such an opportunity as rare as a blue moon the Navy could not afford to miss. Let's change the escort plan. Combine the celestial gold shipments escorted by Garp and He into one convoy under my and Fa's escort. At the same time, reinforce the fleet. Have Garp and He hide aboard my ship and take Locke by surprise. Meanwhile, the other Navy escort fleet will set sail as scheduled to attract the attacking officers, leaving Locke and his group without support. Zhang nodded. Known as the tactician, he immediately proposed a countermeasure. Kong pondered for a moment, then turned to Lady He. He nodded solemnly, clearly agreeing with Zhang's plan. Good, let's proceed with this plan. All of you go and prepare thoroughly. Kong immediately stood up and finalized the arrangements. Yes. Zhang Garp Fa, and he nodded gravely in response. Then with brisk strides they departed. Nighttime. After separating from Shurji and Newgate, Yulo did not return to his room to rest. He stood alone on the deck, feeling the sea breeze and gazing at the night scenery over the sea, lost in thought. There are still 2 weeks left during which he can make significant progress. Yulo looked out at the ocean with anticipation, eager for the first mission of the Rocks pirates. Thinking about it was quite thrilling. The first mission was to seize the sky gold. 2 weeks is neither long nor short. Yulo's strength was also undergoing a transformation. His basic observation Haki had advanced to intermediate level through constant combat practice. The progress of his armament Haki was similarly significant, having nearly reached an advanced standard, and it should break through soon. The improvement of these 2 types of Haki made Yulo quite happy. The only worry was the system's daily check-in. It seemed that only after a half-month low-end period could he receive 1 or 2 high-end rewards. In addition to honing his observation and armament Haki, Yulo focused on training his physical fitness, aiming to rapidly enhance his physique. By the 3rd day, he started sparring every morning with Newgate barehanded. Of course, Yulo was relatively weak in terms of physique, and Newgate only used slightly stronger power to conduct suppression training on Yulo's body. At first, Yulo could only last half an hour, but as time passed, he managed to endure 1 hour, then 2 hours, until now he could spar with Newgate at 70% strength for an entire day and night. From now on, I no longer have to be just a ranged mage. These were the main training sessions. During his leisure time at night, he would also practice his devil fruit abilities and swordsmanship. Although his progress was not as noticeable as with Haki and physique, he still gained experience in flame manipulation and swordsmanship. Most importantly, several powerful skills were unlocked in the skills encyclopedia. Thus, in the leisurely enjoyment of the executives and the active preparations of the ordinary crew, the 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. This morning marked the day of departure for action. Yulo slowly awakened, performing his daily check-in during the process of getting dressed and washed. Performing daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful today. Congratulations, host, you have received advanced physique. The system's notification sounded and Yulo's figure suddenly paused. Sure enough, after half a month's low-end period, today's check-in reward was significantly higher. Yulo inferred from this that today's mission would most likely trigger a task check-in. With this thought, his anticipation for this mission intensified. Yulo dressed neatly, and then felt the strength in his body, which had noticeably increased compared to earlier. According to the feedback from the system, the comprehensive quality of his advanced physique was about 90% of Newgate's physical condition. The system truly deserves its reputation. The rewards it casually dispenses enhance my abilities faster than my training for half a month. Yuro could not help but praise the system upon receiving this feedback. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that overnight his strength had risen to 90% of Newgate's. If Newgate found out, he would probably be shocked enough for his jaw to drop. Then Yuro picked up his black sword and headed to the departure point at the bay. At the bay of Hive Island, most people had already gathered and dozens of massive pirate ships were ready to set sail. Yuro kid, you're really slow, huh? Shurji greeted Yuro as he walked over, a cigar dangling from his mouth. Gullalala, Yuro kid has made quite a bit of progress this past half-month. Let's see him show off this time. Newgate held his blade with anticipation for Yuro's improved strength. Soon Rox arrived as usual with a famous sword at his waist. Yuro, familiar with the original story, knew that although Rox rarely took action, he was a swordsman far superior to him and Shurji. Of course, for Yuro this was only temporary. Rox did not waste words. The other executives were seasoned veterans and directly took Shurji, Newgate, and Yuro onto the main ship. Set sail. The target Sky Gold. On a massive pirate ship, the pirate flag, bearing the emblem of the Rox pirates, displayed a particularly fearsome red skull. On either side of the main ship, 4 pirate ships were escorting them. Yuro, Shurji, and Newgate stood on the deck, while Rox stood at the very front, quietly watching the sea. Once the battle begins, Shurji and Newgate will charge forward and Yuro and I will stay on the ship. Rox turned around and said to the 3. Shurji and Newgate had no objections, nodding in agreement. However, Yuro felt a bit confused. Was it because he felt his strength was still lacking? Rox looked at Yuro's puzzled expression and smiled with a fierce glint in his eyes, saying, there's a woman in the Navy named Tsuru who is cunning and has disrupted my plans multiple times. Perhaps our intelligence is not accurate, so to prevent the situation from changing, you and I will stay on the ship to provide support. Yuro kid, with your abilities and swordsmanship, you can still fight effectively aboard the ship. Shurji and Newgate succinctly pointed out his role as a ranged mage. Yuro pondered for a moment and found no objections. Then I will temporarily be a ranged mage again. At that moment, several black dots appeared on the distant sea. Those were the Navy ships escorting the Sky Gold. Shurji, Newgate, and even Yuro began to feel excited. On the nearby 4 ships, some captains and formal members took out their weapons, ready at all times. Once we get close to the Navy, we will act according to what was just discussed. Rox gazed at the Navy fleet, his narrowed eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. As both sides gradually approached among the Navy fleet, 2 ships, not smaller than the main vessel, could be seen unmistakably transporting the Sky Gold. At that moment, on the Navy's escort ships, the Navy personnel responsible for reconnaissance suddenly spotted the approaching pirate ships. They hurriedly used binoculars to take a closer look, and the emblem of the Rox pirates, the Red Skull, came into view. He was instantly frightened, his face turning pale as he stumbled backward. It's the Rox pirates. The Rox pirates are attacking. As soon as those words were spoken, they spread throughout all the warships, and the Navy soldiers readied themselves for battle. On the main vessel, Sengoku and Zifa stood at the bow. They looked youthful and vigorous, tall and strong, with their arms crossed and their righteous capes billowing behind them. Sengoku and Zifa, both possessing advanced observation Haki, had already spotted the Rox pirates. With their arms crossed and standing ready, they showed no signs of surprise or anxiety. Instead, they appeared to be fully prepared for this encounter. The naval fleet and the Rox pirates drew closer, facing each other in a standoff upon the sea. Just as Shiki and Whitebeard were about to engage in battle, suddenly a surge of waves erupted on the surface of the sea where the Navy was stationed. 2 naval ships surfaced from the depths of the ocean, their hulls glistening with a layer of film. What? No way. Shiki and Whitebeard paused, their expressions turning serious as they registered their surprise. On the ships coated with the film, a significant number of Navy personnel were lurking. Captain Rox, we've fallen into a trap. It seems the Navy was well prepared for us. Whitebeard did not turn around, speaking with a grave tone. A bunch of insignificant pawns. Let's seize the gold from the heavens first. Rox revealed a fierce grin, his menacing gaze sweeping over the naval soldiers. Before he set off, he had a feeling that this mission would not go smoothly. Sengoku and Zifa's tight defense was not uncommon. They displayed this stance against any enemy. The key point was that the lurking Navy was evidently aware of the Rox pirates' movements. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Rox addressed Yuru. Yuru, you should go too. He then fell silent, standing quietly in place. All right, Yuru nodded in response. The current formation of the Navy indeed took Rox by surprise, prompting him to alter the battle plan he had previously established. Yuru stood still, showing no intention of striking, gazing at Rox before quickly taking 2 steps to Shiki and Whitebeard's side. Each of the 2 ships that had surfaced from the sea carried a vice admiral along with 4 more vice admirals behind Sengoku and Zifa. At this moment, the Navy's lineup included 6 vice admirals and twice the number of naval soldiers compared to the Rox pirates. The once high-spirited pirates, upon seeing this situation, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and they began to have second thoughts. Shiki, Whitebeard, let me handle this. Yuru said after a moment of contemplation resolutely. The upper echelon's combat power gave the Rocks pirates an edge, but their crew was only half that of the Navy. If things continued like this group of crew members would be annihilated. Although Rocks usually treated them as cannon fodder, they were now a crucial force. In that case, let's eliminate the small fry before the battle begins. Oh, how do you plan to do that? Shiki and Whitebeard were somewhat taken aback, faintly guessing what he meant. First clear the small fry, Yuru said seriously and directly. But Sengoku on the opposite side also possesses Conqueror's Haki. He can completely use it to negate the intimidation. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, speaking uncertainly. I will restrain Sengoku. If that fails, you must act immediately, Yuru. Yuru quickly devised a plan in his mind, speaking in a low voice. Heavenly Fire Lotus. Before his words faded, a blue flame erupted from Yuru's right hand, continuously gushing forth, which he controlled and compressed into a palm-sized transparent blue lotus. Yuru withdrew his palm, watching as the fire lotus floated into the sky until it vanished, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this Yuru's new move? Shiki muttered in confusion, curiously watching the fire lotus disappear. He had just sensed clearly that the blue flame compressed into a lotus concealed terrifying energy within. The other pirates were also well aware of the blue flame's power, and their anxious hearts calmed down a bit. Just then, above the naval fleet, they only felt that the originally colorless sunlight seemed to be tinged with a blue glow, and the temperature appeared to rise. What is this? Is it a devil fruit user? Sengoku and Zifa's observation, Haki simultaneously sensed danger. The two instinctively looked up and saw the clouds in the sky shatter with a thunderous crash. A gigantic semi-transparent blue lotus large enough to overshadow all the naval ships descended. In an instant, Sengoku, Zifa, and the Navy were overwhelmed by a scorching heat wave that descended upon them. This wave of heat was extremely intense. Sengoku and Zifa vaguely sensed that the transparent blue lotus contained terrifying power. Sengoku looked up at the sky, his expression darkening. If this attack landed, the Navy would likely suffer heavy casualties. By then, before the battle even began, the morale of the naval soldiers would have already collapsed. This opportunity to eliminate Rocks was hard to come by, and it absolutely could not be lost. That blue fire lotus is no ordinary attack. You must be careful, Zifa said beside him. Faced with such a large-scale attack, Sengoku, being a devil fruit user, had an advantage in countering it compared to Zifa. Zifa, don't worry, I will stop it. Sengoku spoke with a serious tone. This blue fire lotus was putting pressure on him. The transparent blue lotus descended rapidly, getting closer to the naval fleet. The temperature endured by the Navy was rising higher and higher. Watch this. Sengoku's roar reached everyone's ears, and even Yuru was paying attention. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sengoku tore off the justice cloak draped over him and instantaneously activated his devil fruit ability. A dazzling golden figure rose up, transforming into a massive golden Buddha. Even the ship beneath Sengoku's feet seemed to struggle under the weight of this giant Buddha. Golden energy fluctuations continuously gathered in his right hand. Sengoku regarded the blue fire lotus with no hint of fear, suddenly pushing his gigantic palm upward. Buddha shockwave. Sengoku's palm trembled with power, striking towards the center of the transparent blue fire lotus. At this moment, Sengoku was in his prime, his strength rivaling that of Whitebeard and Whitebeard. That move of yours should be blocked by Sengoku. Shiki's eyes widened as he looked at Yuru beside him. Yuru smiled mysteriously. Sengoku's shockwave struck directly at the center of the blue fire lotus. The immense power halted the rapid descent of the blue fire lotus. Crack, crack. The fire lotus began to show cracks. However, Sengoku was not faring well either. It felt as if he were submerged in lava, the scorching heat penetrating deep into his organs. If it weren't for the protection of his devil fruit ability, his body would have already been scorched and shriveled. Hiss. Sengoku gritted his teeth, suddenly exerting greater strength, and the blue fire lotus shattered. The Navy could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but the temperature in the air did not decrease. Just as Sengoku was preparing to release his Buddha form. Sengoku, be careful. A shout of alarm from Zifa reached his ears. Sengoku's heart jolted as he saw the fragments of the blue fire lotus transform into streaks of blue flames shooting towards the ships below. Heavenly Fire Meteor. This was the flame that Yuru had compressed within the fire lotus earlier. As long as the blue fire lotus shattered, these flowing flames would erupt, forming another attack. Even if the blue fire lotus had not shattered, it would still transform into an attack under Yuru's control. A dense rain of blue flames fell from the sky, resembling shooting stars crossing the firmament. This, your move, can change on its own. Shiki was dumbfounded, his mouth agape. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This scene was spectacular. But what if it burned the ship carrying the gold from the heavens? Shiki, just rest. All these flowing flames are under my control. Besides, with Sengoku and Zifa, how could they turn a blind eye? Yuru noticed Shiki's concern and explained, Gula la la la, Yuru's brain is truly sharp. Whitebeard laughed heartily. After observing for a while, he had already understood Yuru's plan. At this point, Shiki finally felt reassured. As expected, Buddha shockwave. Sengoku, witnessing this scene, was furious, unleashing another powerful energy wave. Zifa, enveloped in armament Haki, stepped into the air, blocking the falling flames. Zifa, the temperature of this blue fire is extremely high. You do not touch it, just disperse it into the sea, said Zhanghua, his face dark with concern, addressing Zifa, who had come to assist him. Understood. Zifa nodded solemnly in response. Soon after, both of them made their move at the same time. Its commander Zifa, he has also joined the fray. Zhanghua and Zifa, both candidates for the generals, are making their move. They will definitely be able to fend it off. The naval soldiers on the ship below exclaimed, feeling a bit more at ease, seeing the two generals take action simultaneously. Compared to the earlier surprise appearance of the Rocks pirates, the feeling of fear had diminished significantly. In the distance, Yuro on the pirate ship saw this scene, and a smug smile fleetingly crossed his face. He was waiting for this moment, the moment when Zhanghua and Zifa were fully concentrated on blocking the flowing fire with no time to spare. Uro's pupils constricted as an overwhelming aura surged upward. Conqueror's Haki. The clouds scattered and the sea surged. A dark current appeared, striking with the speed of lightning, engulfing the entire naval fleet. The soldiers below the rank of officer suddenly felt a tremendous pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Immediately afterward, before they could resist, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground unconscious. In an instant, the numerical advantage on the battlefield shifted dramatically, with most of the naval soldiers collapsing. At this sight, the expressions of Zhanghua and Zifa in the air changed dramatically, their faces filled with fury. Damn it! Both men glared fiercely. As a wise strategist, Zhanghua sensed something amiss. This was the tactic of the Rocks pirates, aimed at drawing his attention. By initiating a powerful move from the start, they prevented Zhanghua from diverting his attention, then unexpectedly unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, stunning and incapacitating most of the naval soldiers. This way, the numerical advantage of the Navy would vanish. All naval forces, listen up. Surround the Rocks pirates. Not a single one must escape. Zhanghua bellowed, his killing intent boiling. He then activated Moonwalk, charging towards the distant pirate ship, with Zifa also reacting, dispersing the last of the flowing fire and following closely. As most of the naval soldiers fell one by one, the pirates of the Rocks pirates shouted in excitement. Yuro, the officer, is magnificent. What are you waiting for? Let's charge through them. Ha ha, my men, what are you waiting for? Grab the gold from the sky. Golden Lion Shiki drew his weapons, Sakura Tin and Deadwood laughing maniacally. The captains and crew on the 4 pirate ships drove their vessels towards the approaching naval fleet. With weapons ready, they charged onto the warships like a torrent. Newgate looked at Zhanghua charging towards him, his fighting spirit ignited, and swung his Tsonyun cut to meet him. Gulalala, Zhanghua. This time we must determine a victor. A white energy sphere appeared on the blade of the Tsonyun cut, activating the Tremor Fruit's ability, meeting the descending giant palm of the Golden Buddha. Newgate, I will send all of you Rocks pirates to impel down. Zhangguo's anger was boiling as golden light burst forth, the energy in his palm growing increasingly intense. With the naval force's numerical advantage now gone, they were likely to face a tough battle, not knowing how many soldiers would be sacrificed. Zhanghua, filled with rage, unleashed a terrifying energy shockwave with his golden giant palm. Whitebeard Newgate would not hold back either, with crackling sounds echoing. He swung his Tsonyun cut towards the golden giant palm. Wherever it passed, white cracks appeared in the air, as if the very space was shattering. The scene was terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The Tsonyun cut and the golden giant palm collided in midair, creating a massive shockwave that intertwined. Between the golden giant palm and the Tsonyun cut, an energy sphere formed with golden and white energy swirling within. Then with a loud bang, it exploded. The intense shock and vibration spread outward, creating a large pit in the sea. The pirate ships and warships bobbed violently on the turbulent waters. Some nearby pirates and sailors were directly blown away by the force. Zhanghua and Newgate separated upon contact, then simultaneously withdrew their fruit abilities, their armed Haki enveloping them as they battled in midair. The martial arts duel was evenly matched, with gusts of wind generated by the combat sweeping across the battlefield from time to time. The top combat powers on the sea, Whitebeard Newgate and the Buddha Zhanghua. Yuro aboard the pirate ship had yet to make his move, but his heart was already racing with excitement. Whether it was the fruit abilities, Haki, or martial arts, each move could unleash earth-shattering power. Rox, who had been standing still, curled his lips and nodded slightly in approval. Yuro had indeed surprised him greatly, with monstrous talent and officer-level strength, acting with a clear mind and not recklessly. More importantly, Yuro possessed the heart of a warrior, a heart that yearned for battle and sought to grow stronger. With such talent in the rocks, pirates toppling the world government was just a matter of time. On the other side in the sky, the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and Black Arm Zifa was equally fierce and spectacular. As a user of the float fruit, the sky was his domain. His agility in midair gave him a significant advantage. Clang, 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 clang. Sakura Tin and Deadwood relentlessly slashed at Zifa, while Zifa transformed his arms covered with armed Haki. As they clashed, sparks flew in all directions. Haha, Golden Lion Shiki, are you just tickling me here? Zifa used Moonwalk to swiftly maneuver in the air. After a round of exchanges, Shiki's Sakura Tin and Deadwood had only caused Zifa to feel minor pain. Suddenly, before Zifa could finish his words, he was sent flying by a slashing attack coming straight at him. Good for you, Zifa, you've become more arrogant after just a month. Shiki squinted his eyes, feeling rather displeased while constantly unleashing slashes with Sakura Tin and Deadwood. How dare you mock me in battle? Watch me not cut you down. Lion's Wave Slash. Lion's Thousand Slice. Taking advantage of Zifa being sent flying, Shiki spiraled in the air, agilely moving, slashing several times at each position he reached. Zifa, having just stabilized his position with Moonwalk, was suddenly bombarded by a rain of sword energy from above. Damn, so many. Zifa's eyes widened, unable to suppress a curse, as the overwhelming sword energy made his scalp tingle. The flexibility of Moonwalk in midair could not match Shiki's float fruit ability. Even with his observation Haki fully activated, it was difficult to dodge the imminent sword energy. Damn, I can only take it, Hedon. Zifa steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and unleashed all his strength, focusing intently. As one of the few strong users of Haki and martial arts, the seamless combination of 6 styles and Haki in his hands was flawless, with each technique flowing naturally into the next. Countless combinations of 6 styles and extension techniques were unleashed by him. In an instant, waves of energy surged, colliding with the oncoming sword energy. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of explosions rang out successively, the intense waves of energy pushing Golden Lion Shiki upward. Zifa landed on the warship, breathing heavily. The previous techniques were indeed exquisite and powerful, but they were also quite exhausting. This was still thanks to his exceptionally strong physique. An average person would likely be exhausted after just a few moves. On the battlefield, amidst the flashing blades and ongoing waves of energy, the Navy and pirates were locked in a chaotic battle. Zhangguo, Newgate, Shiki, and Zifa were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor in the short term. On the side of the rocks, pirates, among the captain-level pirates, after facing off against the 6 naval vice-admirals, only 2 had slightly stronger abilities capable of temporarily clashing with the vice-admirals, while the other 4 were slightly weaker and were being overwhelmed by the 4 vice-admirals. To ensure Garp's safety, the marine fleet trailed behind him, maintaining a certain distance. Garp's Yulo focused intently, lost in thought. The Navy was clearly well prepared, aiming to ensnare them completely. Continuing like this would not be a solution. The battle would only become more entrenched. They came to seize the treasure from the sky, and the longer they were locked in battle, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. If the Navy received reinforcements, they might not even be able to claim the treasure from the sky. Yulo glanced at the 2 ships carrying the treasure from the sky, then firmly resolved in his heart. He stretched his muscles, a fiery resolve igniting in his eyes. With a loud bang, he launched himself towards Zifa, who had just landed back on the warship. In the distance, Shiji and Zifa were preparing to strike again. Suddenly, both of them sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Yulo. Shiji was somewhat surprised to see Yulo charging towards them. Who was this person? He doesn't. Zifa on the warship wore a grave expression, facing 2 opponents at once, requiring his full attention. He did not feel that Yulo posed a threat to him, but the watchful Shiji was another matter. Shiji'll hold Zifa off. You go seize the treasure from the sky. Yulo shouted to the bewildered Shiji as he approached Zifa. Hearing this, Shiji understood and quickly stopped, focusing on Zifa, speeding towards the ship laden with the treasure from the sky. His abilities came into play at this moment. As long as he touched the hull of the ship, he could control it to float up into the clouds. In this way, with the treasure in hand, even if the Navy had extraordinary capabilities, they would be unable to reclaim the ship from high above. Seeing this situation, Zifa's heart raced. He could not just stand idly by and watch as Shiji slipped away right under his nose. If the Golden Lion Shiji successfully seized the treasure from the sky, they would have to retreat immediately. Not only would they fail to eliminate Locks, but they would also lose the treasure from the sky. At that point, they would be in serious trouble. Therefore, before eliminating Locks, they must not let anyone approach the treasure from the sky. Zifa hurriedly shot out, aiming to intercept the Golden Lion Shiji. Fire Fist. Suddenly a voice rang out, and a scorching wave of energy engulfed Zifa. Yulo unleashed the Azure Lotus Heartfire, blue flames shooting from his fist, blocking Zifa's path. Upon seeing the wall of blue fire before him, Zai-Fa's eyes widened in shock as he quickly halted his advance. This was the flame contained within the massive azure lotus from earlier. He had not expected it to be released by this young man. He sensed danger emanating from the azure flames. Merely standing before the sea of flames made him feel as if he were inside a volcano. Newcomer cadre Yulo, the azure lotus that fell from the sky, and the conqueror's Haki were released by Urite. Zai-Fa no longer pursued the golden lion Shiji, turning to face Yulo with a serious tone. He guessed Yulo's identity. Though his expression was heavy and his face flickered with uncertainty, he did not show excessive anxiety. Because Garp and he were observing from the shadows, ready to assist them at any moment. "Haha, the Navy's intelligence is quite effective, indeed it is me," Yulo said with a smile, then seemed to ponder. It seemed there were definitely spies within the Lox pirates. Zai-Fa's heart surged with waves. This monstrous newcomer Yulo exceeded his expectations. Both the azure lotus and the conqueror's Haki were far superior to the average cadre. Is this what they call a monstrous newcomer? Indeed, he was worthy of the title monster. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest and quickly adjusted his state. The armament Haki enveloped his entire body. He truly did not dare to touch that azure flame, for only in this way could he avoid being burned. Zai-Fa utilized the 6 styles, shave and moonwalk, combining them to move rapidly in the air. He planned to evade the attacks of the azure flames through high-speed movement. As long as he could get close to Yulo, the next step would be a clash of physical techniques. In an instant he arrived before Yulo, his fist covered in armament Haki striking out. The surrounding air was stirred, forming ripples of energy, and was about to strike Yulo. If Yulo did not disperse the azure fire, he would be struck by the armament Haki. Indeed, facing the black fist charging towards him, Yulo's azure lotus heartfire dissipated, and the temperature around them dropped slightly. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zai-Fa's heart. Without using his devil fruit powers, he thought, let's see how I can toy with you. In terms of physical techniques, he was quite confident. No matter how strong Yulo was as a devil fruit user, he could not possibly match him in physical strength. Yulo looked at the incoming fist with a slight sneer. As a Logia-type user, how could he be unaware of Zai-Fa's intentions? However, in front of him, Zai-Fa had miscalculated his plans. Let's not forget he was still a great swordsman. With a fluctuation in space, the 1001 Knights appeared in Yulo's hand. As the black blade of the 1001 Knights was covered in armament Haki, its aura became even more sharp and fierce. Yulo crossed the blade in front of his chest, and with a clang Zai-Fa's fist struck the blade. The fierce force of the punch was shredded by the emitted sword energy. In this moment of collision, the two were evenly matched. This is a black blade. Zai-Fa felt the tremor in his arm, and his pupils shrank suddenly, silently cursing, this is bad. Such sharp sword energy. At this moment, he finally remembered that Yulo was a great swordsman. Earlier Yulo had not carried a famous blade. How could this black blade appear out of nowhere? Thinking of this, he withdrew his contempt for Yulo and tensed his body, as if facing the golden lion Shiji. Zai-Fa, your strength is simply like a mere tickle. Yulo provocatively looked at Zai-Fa, echoing the words Zai-Fa had said to Shiji earlier. Then with a fierce look in his eyes, he stopped holding back, eager to see who among them was stronger now. Everyone talks big, show me your strength. Zai-Fa snorted coldly, the trajectory of his punches becoming unpredictable, dancing like a swarm of demons, constantly colliding with the incoming black blade. Clang, clang, clang. As the black blade swung, the cold light shimmered, and the sounds of clashing metal rang out continuously. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, one fears the kitchen knife. Gradually Zai-Fa felt that even with armament Haki covering him, the pain in his arms became more intense. He suddenly realized that Yulo's swordsmanship was not inferior to that of the golden lion Shiji. Zifa and the golden lion Shiki frequently clashed, fully aware of Shiki's swordsmanship, which ranked among the top in the vast ocean. While there were many great swordsmen in the ocean, there were distinctions in strength even among them. Initially, the 4 of them had preconceived notions upon hearing the news. Yulo's youth led them to believe that he was merely a novice among the great swordsmen. Now it seemed they were gravely mistaken and needed to reassess this newcomer from the Rocks Pirates. No, after this battle the Navy would eliminate all members of the Rocks Pirates. Despite the shock, the fight had to continue, and Zifa, as a candidate for general, was determined not to show weakness. His armament Haki was pushed to the limit, unleashing the 6 powers without reservation. Finger pistol. The jet black index finger gathered immense power, pointing towards Yulo. Even at such a close distance, it created a sound of air bursting. Yulo, fully focused on the battle, thrust forward with his black blade. The sword energy flowing around the blade merged with Yulo's sword intent, continuously converging at the tip of the sword. Clang. The tip of the sword met the fingertip, representing not only a clash of armament Haki, but also a contest of swordsmanship and physical skills. Bang. The two powerful energies intertwined, neither able to overpower the other, until finally with a loud bang they erupted and scattered in all directions. The penetrating force and razor-sharp sword energy swept across the entire battlefield, scattering chi and sword energy everywhere, causing the seawater and clouds to shatter in chaos. The warships and pirate ships floating on the sea began to sprout holes and sword marks. Nearby Sengoku and Newgate exchanged glances. It was startling enough that they looked. The scattered chi and sword energy surged towards the two of them. Fortunately, Sengoku and Newgate, skilled in observation Haki, slightly tilted their heads and dodged. Gololala, young Yulo has made quite the progress, being able to match Zifa evenly. Newgate laughed heartily during a lull in the battle. This kid is the newcomer. Sengoku's expression darkened, a stark contrast to Newgate's. How could this newcomer Yulo grow so quickly? They had initially thought the main opponents in this operation would be Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki, but unexpectedly this newcomer Yulo was exchanging blows with Zifa. It had only been a month since they received the intel. At this moment, Sengoku realized that relying solely on themselves would not complete this operation. They needed the hidden Garp and Crane to take action. They had to ensure the success of this operation. Shiki floated in the air, heading towards the ship, carrying the heavenly gold. The Navy soldiers along the way found themselves helpless against Shiki, merely watching as he flew overhead. However, this guy Shiki was quite entertained, occasionally slicing down a few sword energies, infuriating the Navy soldiers below. Ja! Shiki laughed heartily, spiraling in the air a few times before diving towards the ship, carrying the heavenly gold. Several Navy soldiers attempting to intercept Shiki were sent flying. With the heavenly gold in sight, Shiki extended his hands. Just as he was about to touch the ship's hull, suddenly a figure rushed out from the ship, carrying the heavenly gold, landing a powerful punch on Shiki, sending him flying downwards. Shiki was left bewildered, wondering what just happened. Had he just been punched? And the speed and strength of this person were incredible, striking him in an instant. Bang! With a loud crash, Shiki's body plummeted towards the sea, stabilizing himself just before making contact with the water. However, the immense power of that punch sent strong winds crashing onto the sea, causing the water to explode and creating a depression. It's you, Garp. Shiki's face turned grim, completely caught off guard. How could Garp be here? Wasn't it only Sengoku and Zifa? As Shiki realized Garp had emerged from the ship carrying the heavenly gold, his expression changed. Could it be that Garp had been hiding aboard the transport ship all along? Meanwhile, Yulo and Zifa were engaged in a fierce battle. A figure suddenly rushed out from a nearby warship, moving with incredible agility and quickly closing in on Yulo. The Wash Fruit ability was activated. A flowing attack shot towards Yulo, who was in combat with Zifa. The great swordsman was acutely sensitive to danger, combined with his intermediate level of observation Haki. Yulo sensed the figure's strike and reacted. Elementalization. His body transformed into blue flames, evading the attack and reformed at a distance. You are Crane. Yulo gazed at the striking figure, instantly recognizing her. This was the young version of Rear Admiral Crane, the future chief advisor of the Navy headquarters. At that moment, the distant Shiki was sent flying by Garp's sudden appearance. Yulo happened to witness this scene, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked at Crane before laughing. The Navy really is good at planning, but your lineup is still a bit lacking. After all, the Captain Rocks hasn't made a move yet. Even Yulo has yet to show his full strength. You all are so arrogant. This time you'll all be captured, and Impel Down has already prepared cells for you. Zifa approached Crane, his face dark, and snorted coldly. It was embarrassing to be unable to defeat a minor underage brat, and to be assisted by a female soldier like Crane. Crane remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yulo, her wise eyes seemingly trying to see through him. Zifa's words suddenly reminded her that this Yulo must be captured. Otherwise, with his talent surpassing Rocks, would only be a matter of time. That's Garp. Crane. From a distance, Rocks, standing on the pirate ship, narrowed his eyes, his expression finally changing. The very thing he had been speculating about had indeed happened. Ever since the Navy's hidden soldiers appeared nearby, Rocks had used his top-tier observation Haki to cover the entire battlefield. He had already sensed that there were two more auras within the Navy which, although well hidden, could not escape Rocks' perception. Was my guess correct? Rocks murmured to himself, then suddenly became enlightened. His observation Haki sensed no more hidden individuals, and all of the Navy's combat power was now revealed. However, this left Rocks feeling somewhat disappointed. With just these few, they truly don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Roxas scanned the surroundings, his face filled with disdain. At that moment, Roxas made his move, vanishing from the bow of the ship. With his right hand gripping the long knife, he charged rapidly towards Garp. His fierce momentum resembled a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Roxas has made his move. The naval soldiers were filled with inner fear. The captain has made his move. Charge. The pirates erupted in cheers, growing even more excited. Garp, be careful. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane were all startled and shouted their warnings. Roxas charged towards Garp. Come on, Roxas, you will be arrested by me. Garp's expression was grave as he pressed down with his legs, clenched his fists, and got into position. Though he spoke arrogantly, his body was quite honest. Faced with the new world's overlord Roxas, he had to give it his all. Monkey D. Garp, the strongest rookie of the Navy. As a fellow member of the D clan, let me test your strength. As Roxas spoke, he rushed into the air above Garp. The long knife in his hand suddenly struck out, a cold light flashing as the blade's energy sliced through the air towards Garp. Garp activated his armament Haki, his fists enveloped in darkness. With muscle power in his waist and legs, he propelled himself forward. He wouldn't allow the blade's energy to approach the warship, otherwise the resulting waves from blocking the attack would capsize it. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Garp's hardened fist struck Roxas' blade energy, sending sparks flying and scattering the energy. Garp felt a slight pain emanating from his fist, which made him focus intensely. His observation Haki could perceive that this strike was merely a regular slash lacking any armament Haki. Even the sword intent of a great swordsman didn't enhance it, it was simply a pure blade energy. Not bad. Roxas chuckled lightly as he covered his long knife with armament Haki and struck down once more. Garp, having scattered the blade energy, did not turn back. Stepping lightly, he charged at Roxas. Their fists collided with the blade, and their Haki began to clash. First sparks erupted, then transformed into arcs of black Haki. The energy fluctuated violently, creating shockwaves that swept in all directions. Your strength is impressive as expected from someone of the D clan. Why not join my crew? Roxas' gaze was piercing as he stared at Garp. Roxas stopped dreaming. I am a Navy officer. Garp gritted his teeth under pressure as he spoke. What a joke, joining Roxas' pirate crew. This is a brutal and terrifying organization. Roxas snorted coldly, his aura growing even more powerful. With a bang, Garp stumbled back, taking 5 or 6 steps of moonwalk to stabilize himself. At that moment, his expression grew heavier as he never expected the rarely active Roxas to be this incredibly powerful, truly worthy of being the maritime overlord of the New World. At that moment, the opportunistic Shiki, the Golden Lion, found that no one among the Navy could stop him. A few soldiers aboard a golden transport ship fell to him in just 2 or 3 moves. He directly activated the abilities of the float fruit, causing the transport ship to lift off the water, slowly floating upward. The golden ship is rising. It's Shiki, the Golden Lion. Stop him quickly. Eyewitnesses among the Navy quickly shouted in alarm. Not good. This is bad. Sengoku and Garp turned to look, exclaiming in surprise. Gololala, Sengoku, where are you looking? Newgate laughed heartily, his weapon crackling with shockwaves as it smashed towards Sengoku. He gave Sengoku not the slightest chance to escape. Sengoku gritted his teeth and had no choice but to confront it. Garp felt the same. With an opponent like Roxas, he could not afford any distractions. At this moment, the only ones who could stop Shiki, the Golden Lion, were Zephyr and Crane. From a distance, Crane, after observing Yuru for a long time, was awakened by the panicked shouts of the naval soldiers. She exchanged a glance with Zephyr beside her, communicating their thoughts through their eyes. Zephyr's expression was grave as he nodded slightly. Then stepping forward, he faced Yuru directly. As for Crane, her figure flashed as she headed towards Shiki, the Golden Lion. Oomph. Yuru snorted coldly, not allowing her to proceed as she wished. He was still here. What confidence did she have to slip away from him? With a bang, the temperature in the air sharply increased. Gripping his black blade in his right hand, Blue Lotus Hellfire ignited in his left. Wrath of the Flame Dragon. Yuru extended his left hand, grasping at the air towards Crane. The Blue Lotus Hellfire surged forth, transforming into a 10-meter-long azure fire dragon that roared towards Crane. Seeing this, Zephyr's expression changed. He lightly stepped forward to intercept the azure fire dragon. Meanwhile, Zephyr, you're here. Yuru's right hand was also busy, the sword intent on his black blade soaring into the sky, enhanced by armament Haki. 1080 troublesome winds. He slashed down, dispersing the wind and clouds. Countless sword energies shot out, forming a storm of sword energy that extended several dozen meters long. Below it even touched the sea surface, parting the water into 2 halves. Crane, be careful. Zephyr's face changed, filled with shock and urgency, as he warned Crane. The speed of the sword energy storm was incredibly fast, like a real storm, already right before her, leaving no room to dodge. Bang, bang, bang. In a hurry, Zephyr unleashed several powerful attacks. He only managed to disperse a small portion of the sword energy, and his attacks seemed to sink into the sea. Zephyr shouted, his aura surging to its peak as the armament Haki surged from within him, enveloping his entire body with his hands crossed in front of his chest. With a clang, in the next moment, the sword energy storm engulfed Zephyr. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as the sword energy collided with armament Haki. On the other side, Crane, hearing Zephyr's voice, suddenly felt a heat wave rushing from behind her instantly, making her feel as if she had fallen into a volcano. Crane utilized Moonwalk in midair, turning nimbly. A massive azure fire dragon appeared before her, the heat rolling towards her as it lunged. This temperature, such terrifying flames. She instantly realized this was Eurus azure flames. Without hesitation, she withdrew her Moonwalk. Without the power to assist her, she plummeted directly towards the sea. However, this was still not enough, far from it. This speed would only allow her to evade most of it, while a small portion below was unavoidable. Crane's combat strength was slightly weaker compared to Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. She did not dare to be careless against an enemy that Zephyr took seriously. She activated her armament Haki with all her might, focusing on covering her upper body. At the same time, she activated her Wash Fruit ability, creating a 3-meter-long wave that blocked the azure fire dragon. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As water met fire, the boiling sound rang out 3 times before falling silent. The azure fire dragon roared past, brushing against Crane and flying off into the distance. Even a mere brush against it was not easy for Crane. Her body fell downwards. Yoho, as expected of Crane. As for Zephyr, TSK, TSK, TSK. Yura glanced at Crane, then at Zephyr, shaking his head and teasing. The implication was clear: compared to his FA, was far too foolish. Sometimes a person's intelligence can determine their fighting style. After being engulfed by the sword, Chi Storm's FA managed to withstand the strike with all his might, but was ultimately pushed down by the force. Zhangguo and Garp felt a mix of anger and frustration, letting out a roar. That Yulo. The two were filled with rage, gritting their teeth. They had been closely monitoring the battlefield and the situation of FA, and he was no exception. When Yulo struck the sharp sword, Chi and blazing flames caught their attention. Seeing his comrades FA and he injured and falling, Garp was consumed with rage. He wished he could rush over immediately to save FA and he. However, he did not act impulsively and remained calm. In front of him stood Rox, and although he wanted to charge forward, he had no confidence. On Newgate. Amidst his roar, Zhangguo unleashed a shockwave that pushed Newgate back and rushed towards the Gwahaha. Zhangguo, where are you going? Newgate's fists were wrapped in white light, pounding fiercely to the left. The power of the tremor fruit was unleashed, and white cracks surged through the air towards Zhangguo. Damn it! Zhangguo's expression changed as he sensed the impending danger. 2 waves of violent air turbulence converged from both sides, threatening to overwhelm him. In such a situation, it was first important to ensure his own safety. Zhangguo transformed into a Buddha-like figure and pushed his palms outward to withstand the incoming force. Immediately after, Newgate charged in, and the two were once again locked in battle. It was impossible for Zhangguo to break free for the time being. The 3 commanders are currently unable to break free. Someone go check on Commander He. The relatively relaxed Vice Admiral issued the order. As he was about to fall into the sea, 4 naval soldiers rushed forward. The 4 worked together to catch He just in time and quickly transported him to the nearest warship. Witnessing this, Zhangguo and Garp let out a slight sigh of relief. If he fell into the sea, it would be disastrous. An unconscious Devil Fruit user would likely not even know how they died. On the other hand, FA was clear-headed but had exhausted too much energy, making him appear quite disheveled. Quickly take him to the medical room. He returned to the warship, his expression as dark as water as he looked at the unconscious He. With the battle ongoing and not having captured Rock's crew, and with He injured and unconscious, it seemed this operation was doomed. As FA thought about this, a voice seemed to echo his thoughts. Keek, Captain Rock's the Sky Gold. The boisterous laughter of Shiki the Golden Lion rang out, clearly audible to both the Navy and the pirates on the battlefield. In the distance, the first transport ship of the Sky Gold had already floated high in the air. Shiki stood on the second ship, slowly ascending while knocking down numerous naval soldiers who charged up. Damn it! We cannot let the pirates succeed. Let's charge forward together. The naval soldiers, seeing the Sky Gold being taken, were furious, and their morale surged. Each of them understood that losing the Sky Gold was a dereliction of duty for everyone, and they would face punishment. Therefore, they were determined to risk everything to defend the Sky Gold. But it was not so easy. The pirates were equally undeterred. Look, we got the Sky Gold. Wow, we did it. Brothers, these navies still want to take it back. Block them all. The pirates cheered as they secured the Sky Gold. Driven by greed and desire, their emotions soared, and their fighting spirits surged. They charged at the naval soldiers as if they were on some kind of high. Ha, Shiki, the Sky Gold is ours. You retreat first. Boys don't linger in battle, fall back in succession. Rox, who had been suppressing Garp the entire time, laughed and issued the retreat order. What he wanted was the Sky Gold, and now that they had it, there was no need to waste energy continuing the fight. After Rox spoke, the pirates ceased their offensive and erupted into cheers. Under the Navy's machinations, not only had the situation reversed, but they had also secured the sky gold. This was incredibly uplifting. In contrast, the naval soldiers looked grim as they watched the retreating pirates. After all, they could not stop their opponents from escaping. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Zhangguo were momentarily separated. Wahaha, Zhangguo, do you want to continue? Zhangguo's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought. He was truly hesitant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Whitebeard, Newgate turned and left. He also did not want to continue fighting. It was always the same few moves, and even if he managed to slightly suppress Zhangguo, winning was not an easy task. Yulo looked at the somewhat fatigued Zfa below and playfully said, Zfa, with you resting like this, you'll rest until the battle ends. Originally serious, Zfa's face darkened upon hearing this, causing him to lose his composure. After speaking, Yulo transformed into a streak of flame and distanced himself from the scene. Zfa was left with no choice. He could not impede Yulo's strength. Rocks swiftly dodged far away while Garp, filled with rage, pursued Rocks with swift steps. With this operation failing, the sky gold taken, and even he left unconscious, Garp's previously calm heart was now overtaken by fury. He could accept this provided at least one officer was left behind to give an explanation to his superiors, which would offer him some peace of mind. Otherwise, this naval operation would be exceedingly frustrating. Garp, come back, or we cannot leave them behind. Zhangguo was equally filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, as a wise strategist, he retained his rational judgment. At this point, pursuing them had no meaning. Even if they caught up, defeating them remained a question. In this plan, it was believed that he could hold back the newcomer Yulo, but who would have thought that Yulo was so formidable, incapacitating he with a single encounter while simultaneously restraining Zfa. This led to a loss of high-level combat power, allowing Shiki the Golden Lion to exploit the gap. Zhangguo's words fell on deaf ears as Garp charged ahead. Rocks and Newgate had already returned to the pirate ship, and the various captains and crew members also retreated. Under Zhangguo's command, the naval soldiers halted their steps, glaring at the Rocks pirate crew. All hands, listen up. Return to the warship and take your positions. Follow Vice Admiral Garp ahead. Zhangguo quickly issued new orders, his tone filled with helplessness. He had no choice. He could not simply abandon Garp. To ensure Garp's safety, the marine fleet trailed behind him, maintaining a certain distance. Garp's figure advanced, unceasingly, ripples forming in the air beneath his feet. Under full pursuit, the distance to the Rocks pirates gradually narrowed. By this time, Garp, having digested the passage of time, felt the initial impulse ebbing away. Yet rage still simmered within him, making him hesitate and slow his pace. On the pirate ship sailing ahead, the captains and crew were both exhilarated and ever vigilant. All could see Vice Admiral Garp in pursuit, with the distant marine fleet slowly approaching. Gururara, that Garp fellow is truly persistent. Whitebeard, Newgate, seated on the deck with Mura Kamajiri beside him, gazed at the distant sky and laughed heartily. Jahaha, once Garp exhausted his stamina, Hell obediently turned back. Golden Lion Shiki also spoke, unconcerned about Garp's relentless chase. Meanwhile, he manipulated two treasure ships from the heavens hovering in the clouds ahead. Captain Rocks stared ahead, his expressionless face finally creasing into a frown. He knew well that Garp's impulsive charge would fade, and he would retreat once the fervor subsided. But as the mighty Rocks being pursued from behind irked him, just then Newgate's voice reached everyone's ear. Hey, something's off. Where's that kid Yulo? Why is he nowhere in sight? At this, Golden Lion Shiki reacted, slapping his thigh and saying, right, I knew something was missing. It's Yulo. Then his voice cut off abruptly, his eyes widening. That kid Yulo. Couldn't he have been caught alone by the Marines? Whitebeard, Newgate retorted irritably. Shiki, shut your filthy mouth. When I withdrew, I saw Yulo retreating as well. Besides, with Yulo's strength, which Marine could capture him? While Newgate and Shiki argued, Rocks gazed at the sky, unusually calm. Rocks knew exactly where Yulo was. He valued Yulo greatly and had been watching him from the fight through the retreat. As for that fool Golden Lion Shiki, having seized two treasure ships from the heavens, he was so excited that he forgot about Yulo. What's that? Look over there. Suddenly the pirates cried out in astonishment. Behind them, above the pursuing Garp, the clouds burst apart with a roar. A colossal pillar of azure flame descended from the sky, enveloping Garp. Holy shit, Yulo's that feat. Golden Lion Shiki followed the crowd's gaze and cursed. That signature azure lotus inferno could only belong to Yulo. Who else? Golden Lion Shiki asked, who else? Gururara, that's Yulo for you. Always surprising. Even Whitebeard, Newgate, after a brief pause, burst into astonished laughter. They had clearly seen Yulo retreating, so why had he vanished? He had gone to intercept Garp. Meanwhile, Garp himself was hesitating. His observation Haki detected the attack. Using moonwalk combined with shave, he vanished from his spot. The azure flame pillar mist crashing into the sea, evaporating water and raising countless vapors. As the mist rose, several sword slash attacks followed. Garp, having just dodged the flame pillar, was about to counterattack in fury. Suddenly, he covered his arms in jet black armament Haki and punched forward. Clang, clang, clang. His iron fists collided with the slashes. After several blows, he shattered all the slashes, and the lingering mist dissipated. Yulo, you brat, you won't escape. Garp's voice carried anger as he stared at Yulo, who had appeared in the sky. A flicker of surprise arose in his furious heart. This newcomer Yulo had actually not fled. Originally, Garp had been ready to stop the chase. Yulo's ambush caught him off guard. Since you dare show up, consider yourself unlucky. I was just regretting this operation yielded nothing. I never planned to run either. Yulo held the black blade in his right hand, scratching his head, with his left looking quite helpless. He truly hadn't intended to flee. Just as he was retreating, the system silent throughout the battle suddenly chimed, triggering a mission check-in. Ding! Mission check-in triggered. Facing the pursuit of the Marine's strongest newcomer, Monkey D. Garp, as the pirate's strongest newcomer, you are duty-bound to undertake the mission of intercepting him. Collide with Monkey D. Garp to your heart's content. When Monkey D. Garp ceases pursuit, the mission check-in succeeds, and rewards will be issued. Yulo stared at the mission interface, silently complaining. Collide your ass. I was about to run away, and you want me to step up? But complaints aside, the mission check-in had to be done. Judging by the system's nature, the rewards were always top-notch. Oomph. Across from him, Garp's face was furious. Not giving Yulo a chance to escape, he attacked with an iron fist brimming with frenzied power. Facing Garp's enraged assault, Yulo adjusted his stance. Arming his armament Haki and the swordsman's intent, he channeled all into the black blade. Every muscle tensed, he swung the black blade in a diagonal slash. The iron fist met the blade, sending black arcs of lightning scattering the two locked gazes. Boom! A thunderous crash. The air exploded, and violent gales swept through. Garp, using moonwalk, staggered back 5 steps, his expression grim. Yulo was blasted away, spinning in midair to absorb the force, and landed steadily above the stern of the pirate ship. The pirates gasped, their vigilance dissolving. Shiki and Newgate were somewhat astonished. They hadn't expected Yulo to exchange a blow with Iron Fist Garp. Even Rox, upon seeing Yulo's move, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. That Yulo is an outright monster. Zephyr, recalling his own battle with Yulo, muttered uneasily. Just then Yulo suddenly sheathed the black blade. Blazing azure flames ignited. His left hand held the sheath level before him, while his right hand slowly gripped the hilt. The azure lotus inferno poured into the black blade, setting even the sword ablaze. Seeing Yulo return to the air above the pirate ship and sheath his blade, Garp thought he was stopping. But in the next instant, the azure flames and the black blade seemed to merge into one. Damn! Garp bellowed, charging toward Yulo in alarm. Yet Yulo had already completed his build-up. Flame Wraith, City Siege. With Yulo's resonant cry, he drew the black blade in a swift motion, the burning azure lotus inferno emerging from the scabbard. Sweeping the blade forward in a horizontal arc, a blazing torrential wave of azure flames erupted. The flames seemed inexhaustible, spreading rapidly, materializing a sea of fire upon the ocean. Rolling mightily toward Garp and the marine fleet. Garp, who was charging forward, his expression drastically changed as he abruptly halted his momentum. The cerulean sea of flames swelled ever larger, sweeping forth like a sky-covering tide. A wave of suffocating heat surged into Garp's face, causing a burning sensation upon his skin. He had experienced the temperature of the green lotus core fire before. Such terrifyingly hot flames would be devastating if they struck his body. This colossal blaze touched the sea surface below and reached the clouds above. There was simply nowhere to evade. Helpless Garp could only retreat. However, after pulling back some distance, he realized the inferno spread with astonishing speed. If he continued to back away, he would be forced to return to the sky above the marine fleet. Clenching his teeth, Garp ceased retreating and enveloped his entire body in armament Haki, making him resemble a small black figure at first glance. He tightened his fists, muscles bulging, and summoned all his strength to unleash 2 of his signature iron fists. Razor activated. A fusion of moon step and shave. His entire form shot forth like a bullet, leaving a sharp trail through the air, heading straight for the raging cerulean sea of flames. Garp, don't be reckless. Sengoku and Zifa cried out in alarm at the sight, their faces etched with worry. By then Garp had already charged forward, resembling a streak of black light. Enduring the intense heat, the moment he neared the flames, the force emanating from his iron fist struck the sea of fire, blasting a massive hole into it. Garp broke through like splitting bamboo, plunging inside, and propelled by his momentum, he directly pierced through the inferno. Huh, what's going on? Emerging from the sea of flames, Garp wore a bewildered expression. This was far too easy. The temperature of the fire was indeed terrifying, yet as he passed through it, scattered at the mere touch of his fist's force. It hadn't attacked him or seared his body at all. Garp couldn't help but look toward Yulo, who had unleashed the attack. In the distance, Yulo had been watching the scene all along, a sly smirk of triumph curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh no! Garp's gaze sharpened as he caught that enigmatic smile. His heart sank as he muttered inwardly. He swiftly turned around, only to see that the hole he had created had completely healed. The cerulean sea of flames remained vast and sky-covering, yet it was drawing farther away from him, advancing relentlessly behind him. This sea of flames, its target was not him at all, but the marine fleet behind him. Fury surged in Garp's heart, his gaze toward Yulo brimming with murderous intent. Yulo merely smiled without a word. With a furious roar, Garp turned and plunged back into the sea of flames. Meanwhile, the Marines, having seen Garp break through, had no time to rejoice before they witnessed the inferno, unabated in momentum, descending from the heavens to engulf the entire fleet. This is... Zifa's eyes widened at the sight. Quick, all retreat. Sengoku immediately issued the order to fall back. Hearing this, the Marine soldiers instantly panicked. By now, they had already felt the terrifying heat of the Green Lotus core fire. In their haste, they maneuvered the warships to change course. But it was too late. The cerulean sea of flames raged fiercely like heavenly fire descending to earth, devouring the entire marine fleet. The blue flames touched the sea surface with a sizzling sound, vapor rising as they spread continuously. They formed a massive circle of fire with towering flames blazing around. A wall of fire dozens of meters high that trapped the marine fleet within. TSK. This is the power of Officer Yulo. This fire is truly terrifying. It doesn't extinguish upon contact with water and keeps evaporating the sea. Indeed, even from this distance I feel waves of heat rolling in. The captains and crew below were utterly dumbfounded in their shock. They couldn't help but gasp. No inhale the hot air. All were chattering with excitement, though comically, they kept wiping away sweat. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard, Newgate, already accustomed to such feats, were startled for a moment before returning to normal. Logia Devil Fruits. Are they this terrifying? Shiki smacked his lips in awe. Gurura Shiki, it depends on who develops them. With Yulo, it's no surprise. Newgate laughed heartily, sparing no praise for Yulo. Even Rock's eyes were filled with astonishment. He never expected Yulo to develop such a powerful technique. Having witnessed everything and achieved his goal, Yulo turned and leaped down from the air, landing steadily back on the pirate ship. He plopped down, leaned against the hull, stretched, and said, "Let's go." He had wanted to rest during the retreat, but the system triggered a task check-in, so he delayed until now. Retreat. Rox waved his hand, and the 5 pirate ships cut through the waves swiftly, leaving the scorching waters. The atmosphere aboard the Rox pirate ships was joyous. Not only had they successfully seized the heavenly gold, but they also thwarted the Marines' scheming operation. The final move, Fire Siege, was especially exhilarating. Yulo, you're a real freak. Your strength is advancing too fast. Shiki's tone carried recognition, mixed with a hint of envy. Who wouldn't envy such terrifying talent? At present, Yulo already possessed strength on par with Newgate and Shiki. Shiki, you can call me a genius or say I'm strong and handsome, but don't call me a freak. Having just managed to quiet down for a moment, Yulo's mouth twitched as he ground his teeth in response. Even saying my talent is freakish would be acceptable, but he has to call me a freak. Is that really okay? Shiki waved his hand dismissively, not having taken in a word Yulo said. In his view, none of this mattered. He couldn't be bothered to care. Troublesome. Yulo, that move earlier, Fire Siege. Is it a skill you newly developed? Why does it look so spectacular yet not actively attack? Newgate inquired curiously. He had seen the sea of flames not scorch Garp, and so wondered if it were used for encirclement, one could simply cover themselves in armament Haki and break through. Newgate's question immediately drew Shiki's attention, and even Rox pricked up his ears. They had witnessed the entire process of this technique. Aside from not burning Garp, its temperature, momentum, and range were all worthy of a finishing move. Yulo couldn't help but smile. Just a skill he had plenty, and it wouldn't hurt to share. This move I just developed is similar to how Newgate uses his Murakamajiri to unleash the tremor power. I felt that the Black Blade could also serve as a medium for the Green Lotus core fire, so I gave it a try, and unexpectedly it worked. Yulo found a starting point and concocted a spiel. Rox, Newgate, and Shiki nodded along. Fire Siege's primary function is encirclement with attack as secondary. It forms a wall of flames like a palm enveloping the marine fleet. Only when someone breaks through from within will the flames pursue them. Given the amount I released just now, it can burn for half a day without issue. Yulo considered the technique's usage notes and continued. Shahaha, so that's it. I bet the Marines are already breaking through from inside by now. Gurura, I'd love to see the look on Sengoku's face. Shiki and Newgate suddenly understood and burst into hearty laughter. A sea of raging flames like a giant palm enveloped the entire naval fleet, leaving them with no room to advance or retreat. Blazing waves of heat relentlessly assailed the sailors, the scorching air as stifling as an airtight steamer. Every soldier was drenched in sweat, their uniforms soaked through. The weaker ones, losing bodily fluids faster, began to suffer from parched mouths and dizzy heads. Witnessing their comrades' plight, the remaining soldiers grew panicked. Though slightly stronger, it was only a matter of time before they too succumbed. Damn it! Kapu and Zifa ground their teeth in rage, veins bulging on their foreheads as they clenched their fists. These were their men. They simply couldn't hold out much longer under these conditions. Great Buddha shockwave. Zhanghua transformed into a giant golden Buddha, aiming to disperse the flames with his shockwave. His massive palms pushed forward and violent energy ripples struck the sea of fire, blasting a hole through it. But the next moment, flames from both sides surged in, instantly filling the gap, and even two streams of fire shot toward Zhanghua. He deflected them, his face darkening as he deactivated his Buddha form. The faint hope the sailors had clung to was shattered. This blue fire seems inexhaustible. Blasting it apart won't work. Zifa, who had witnessed everything, said in a low voice. He had entertained the same idea as Zhanghua earlier, but now realized it was futile. Most incredible of all, it has been in contact with seawater for a while and still hasn't been extinguished. Having witnessed the scorching heat of the Qinglian Dishin, Huakapu couldn't help but remark. Suddenly his words sparked an idea in Zhanghua, who immediately shouted, "All troops hear me. All soldiers below Vice Admiral level get into the sea. Those who are not Devil Fruit users assist the users and swim out from underwater." The anxious Kapu and Zifa, their minds jolted, urged hastily, "Move immediately." Amid the sailors' panic and despair, the words of Zhanghua, Kapu, and Zifa rang out like thunder, giving them hope. They quickly sprang into action. In the face of death, people often act with remarkable efficiency. Within just tens of seconds, all the sailors had jumped into the sea. Only the 6 vice admirals, Zhanghua, Kapu, Zifa, and the unconscious he remained on the warship. Full armament Haki coverage, well charged straight through. Zhanghua swept his gaze over the others and said solemnly, They all nodded firmly. All of them possessed intermediate-level armament Haki, so the brief scorching and baking would not cause them excess. As for the ordinary sailors, only a handful had mastered basic armament Haki, and most had yet to learn it at all. Thus, this desperate measure, letting them dive underwater and swim out, was the only option. Originally, the mission's failure and the loss of a third of their forces had already been a great disgrace to Zhanghua and the others. If they were to suffer total annihilation during the retreat, they would never be able to hold their heads high in the Marines again. The group channeled their armament Haki with full force, leaping through the sea of flames to break out beyond it. Contact Marine headquarters immediately and dispatch a relief fleet. Zhangguo's voice trembled slightly as he watched the soldiers surfacing one after another. On one hand, the sailors' relief at surviving, on the other, the report via Den Den Mushi that unequivocally declared their mission a failure. The theft of 2 shiploads of the heavenly tribute was a dereliction of duty for all involved. Zhangguo's words left the others hesitant. Seeing this, Kapu stepped forward, handed the unconscious he to Zifa, then produced a Den Den Mushi and made the call. At Marine headquarters Marineford, 2 warships carrying Zhanghua and the others returned. As the ships docked, the base's sailors quickly moved to assist the wounded. Zhanghua, Zifa, Kapu, and he walked with heavy steps and anxious hearts toward the office of Fleet Admiral Kong Gongu Kong. He had regained consciousness, but was still weak. Even the usually composed he, now recalling the blue flames, still felt a chill in her heart. Flames of that temperature were the perfect foil for the Wash Fruit's abilities. The 4 arrived at the Fleet Admiral's office door. Just as they were about to knock, Gongu Kong's voice came through. "Enter." There was no mistaking the anger barely restrained in his tone. The 4 exchanged glances, then pushed the door open. The moment they stepped inside, they could feel the heavy, oppressive atmosphere thick in the air. Gongu Kong sat at his desk, his expression dark and terrifying. "What the hell have you done? Not only did you fail the mission, but you also let both shipments of the heavenly tribute be stolen. You lost a third of your forces and 7 warships. And he was injured and knocked unconscious. Can't you even protect your own comrades?" As soon as the 4 entered the office, Gongu Kong couldn't suppress his rage and erupted. Even though they had braced themselves, none could help but flinch. Zhang was standing at the front, covered his face discreetly, wiping away the spittle. They understood Gongu Kong's fury, even if they felt some grievance. They bore it in silence. A moment of silence settled in the office before Gongu Kong's volatile emotions subsided. He took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, "How are your injuries?" No matter how much he berated the 4, it was merely venting his anger. His inquiry about his condition eased the tension in the room. "I'm not badly hurt. My consciousness was just jolted, and I fainted briefly," he answered truthfully. "That's good then." Gongu Kong let out a slight sigh of relief. They were the future of the Marines. Any loss among them would be a blow to the entire organization. His words set Zhanghua, Kapu, and Zifa considerably at ease. To them he was a precious comrade. Then Gongu Kong spoke and Zhangwa Kapu Zifa, and he obediently sat down. Is that newcomer Yulo truly as terrifying as you described? Having learned of the events only through the Den Mushi, Gongu Kong still found it hard to believe, having not witnessed it firsthand. He had meticulously planned this operation, even deploying 2 shiploads of the heavenly tribute to ensure that even if Luokisi realized he had fallen into a trap, he would hesitate to retreat. Marine headquarters had been ready to provide support at any time. But instead they received news of the mission's failure. Kapu and Zifa felt utterly helpless. The imaging Den Mushi carried by he and me recorded the entire operation, though his recording stopped when she fell unconscious. I captured everything that happened afterward. Zhangwa gave a bitter smile, taking 2 exquisite Den Mushi from his pocket. Play them immediately. Gongu Kong's anger nearly flared again. Why hadn't he produced the recordings sooner? Did he have to wait to be asked? The imaging Den Mushi began to play. The first images showed a blue fire lotus descending from the sky, engulfing the entire naval fleet. Is that the newcomer Yulo's technique? Gongu Kong narrowed his eyes, turning to Zhangwa. Yes, it's formed from a type of blue flame. Extremely hot, even surpassing volcanic magma. Zhangwa explained. Gongu Kong's gaze fixed on the playback. The scenes flashed by rapidly: the fight, where Yulo overpowered Zifa, felling he with a single move, and finally the technique that trapped the entire fleet in a blazing sea of fire. The recording ended there. Silence filled the office. Gongu Kong remained quiet while Zhangwa and the others sat in silence, not daring to interrupt. Yulo's combat prowess had stunned Gongu Kong's swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman. Blue flames of such extreme temperature. Was this something a young man could achieve? He had joined the Luokisi pirates only a month ago and had already overpowered the officer Wang Ji. Though Wang Ji had a fearsome reputation, his strength was not overwhelming. In past battles, Kapu and Zifa had never killed him, but they had defeated him. In just 1 month, Yulo's strength had advanced to the point where he could hold his own against Zifa and Kapu. Gongu Kong realized that this Yulo posed a threat second only to Luokisi himself. If given time, he would eventually surpass Luokisi. This Yulo is far too great a danger to the Marines. Issue a bounty promptly. Gongu Kong said gravely, though for now there was no recourse. Apart from an admiral, no one could stop you. And what about the 2 shipments of the heavenly tribute? Zhangwa asked resentfully. Kapu Zifa, and he also looked at Gongu Kong. Under these circumstances, we'll have no choice but to report honestly to Mary Gios. Gongu Kong snorted coldly, then changed his tone. But luckily, I didn't inform the 5 elders of this operation. Well, simply report that the Luokisi pirates hijacked the heavenly tribute. Mariehua, the world government, the seat of power, in a spacious conference room. What? The Rocks pirates? 2 ships carrying the sky gold have been robbed. Oh, what is the Navy doing? An elderly man in a deep red suit shouted angrily. The other 4 elders felt equally outraged, their faces dark with displeasure. To openly attack the Navy fleet and seize the sky gold was a slap in the face to the celestial dragons, showing utter disregard for the world government. Sengoku Zifa and Crane stood before the 5 rulers obediently, receiving their reprimand. Garp, on the other hand, despised the celestial dragons and would not come to Mariehua regardless. After being reprimanded by Steelbone Kong at Navy headquarters, the 3 then arrived at Mariehua to face further scolding from the 5 elders. However, this was still considered a good outcome. If the 5 elders learned of the failure of this operation, there would be not just 1 person reprimanding them, but 5 together. The Navy represents the world government, and now we have lost face. The sky gold has already been lost. Cursing them further is futile. We should think about how to deal with the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates are growing stronger, and Rocks D. Jibek is one of the D lineage. Such behavior is nothing short of a provocation against the world government, revealing their wolfish ambitions. With nearly 10 officers on board plus the exceptionally talented newcomer Kaido, the current Rocks pirates are no weaker than the world government. That monster Urage is bound to surpass Rocks as he grows, presenting a significant threat. If we let the Rocks pirates continue to develop, it will become increasingly difficult to deal with them. The 5 elders expressed their opinions, beginning to discuss the matter. After only a few sentences, their expressions became increasingly grave. Sengoku Zifa and Crane stood silently like air. As the 5 elders conversed, they unconsciously shifted the reprimand of the Navy toward dealing with the Rocks pirates. Truly, these 5 standing at the pinnacle of power could see through the essence of matters from their surface. Currently, the Rocks pirates, aside from the old officers, have new pirates who are also beginning to grow. Their growth is even faster than that of the Navy's new recruits, which is not a good omen. If not suppressed in time, these newcomers will pose a threat to the world government's rule once they fully rise. Let's temporarily suppress the matter of the sky gold and prevent the families above from causing trouble for the Navy, but the Navy must make amends afterward. The 5 exchanged glances, understanding one another, as a bald elder spoke. After all, the Navy is the face of the world government, and Sengoku Zifa and Crane are the hopes for the Navy's future. They could only reprimand them and let it go, as they would need to rely on them for a long time. The Navy's recent decisions have been good, gradually shifting focus to the new world. However, this is still not enough. Tell Steelbone Kong to recall the two generals Flying Dragon and Earth Tiger and let them contribute one last effort before retirement. As for that Urge, issue a bounty, set the reward at 1.5 billion. The most authoritative among the five elders said to Sengoku Zifa and Crane. Afterward, the five instructed on several matters before issuing the order to dismiss. Sengoku Zifa and Crane hurried back to Navy headquarters. The next day, the Navy headquarters issued the bounty for Urge. At the same time, Steelbone Kong published the news of the Sky Gold being stolen. There was no other choice. To cover up the failure of this operation, Steelbone Kong could only take the initiative. The news agency printed the news as quickly as possible and arranged for newsbirds to deliver newspapers to every corner of the sea. The newsbirds searched for land and ships at sea, landing on any vessel they spotted. Some unknown pirates exchanged berries for newspapers. Every day is filled with trivial matters. I hope today's news has something interesting. A pirate took the newspaper and couldn't help but complain. He spent his days on the vast sea, weary and bored, hoping to find some amusement in the newspapers. Yet the Navy headquarters and certain pirate crews seemed to occupy the same positions every day, as if they were paying for their spots. The issue was that there was nothing substantial. Every day they reported on what they ate and the training content, and they kept repeating it. Suddenly a piece of paper fell out of the newspaper. The pirate looked and found it was a bounty notice. Urge. Never heard of him. Hiss. 15 billion. He was initially puzzled, then gasped in shock. His eyes were fixated on the bounty amount, nearly popping out of his head. Such a high bounty, what had he done? And who exactly is this Urge? With excitement in his heart, he unfolded the newspaper. Damn, the Rocks pirates robbed the Sky Gold. The newcomer officer Urge. Is he really that young? The content before his eyes was hard to believe, feeling as if he were dreaming. Just as I was complaining about the dullness, something explosive comes up. It was a bit too much for my heart to handle. This scene was playing out repeatedly across the sea. The Rocks pirates seized the Sky Gold. Newcomer Urge knocked Crane unconscious, subdued Zifa, and was evenly matched with Garp, along with the bounty amount of 15 billion and Urge's youthful figure. The Navy has indeed suffered this time. They could manage in paradise, but in the new world, they can't even hold onto the Sky Gold. That's the Sky Gold. Only the Rocks pirates would dare to steal it, and they have the strength to do so. By the way, that newcomer officer Urge has a bounty of 15 billion right from the start. This is incredible. You look at the photo, he looks too young. The pirates were all shocked, and both the Rocks pirates and Urge became the topic of conversation. On the new world's Roger pirates. Barrett, upon receiving the newspaper, suddenly showed a look of shock, which quickly ignited his fighting spirit. Barrett, are you itching for a fight again? Roger, sensing Barrett's change with his top-tier observation, Haki, turned. I think Rayleigh is the one who really wants to hit someone. Barrett came back to his senses, handing the newspaper to Roger, and said calmly. Roger, slightly puzzled, took the newspaper and first narrowed his pupils, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, Rayleigh, it seems you won't be able to take your revenge. The laughter attracted Rayleigh and Jabba, who came over to take a look at the newspaper. How is that possible? It's only been half a month. This Urge is indeed a monster. Jabba was the first to exclaim, finding the content quite unbelievable. Rayleigh was equally surprised, unable to help but touch his head, and upon doing so his expression darkened. The Rocks pirates are growing stronger, Rock's ambitions are gradually revealing, and they have now begun to move against the world government. As the strategist of the Roger pirates, Rayleigh did not act impulsively, but spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned grave. Rayleigh looked at Roger and said, the Rocks pirates are like an overlord in the new world. If you want to become the pirate king, you must eliminate Rocks. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Roger to speak. Ha ha, please believe me, I am the man who will become the pirate king. Shiki is bleeding. Good job, Yulo. At sea, as the news spread, everyone came to know of Yulo, the newest member of the Rocks pirates, a young man whose initial bounty had directly reached 1.5 billion berries. At that moment, all the ships of the Rocks pirates were floating amidst the clouds, and every crew member had gathered aboard the two vessels transporting the celestial gold. Within the celestial gold, aside from treasures, there were also rare fruits from various nations, precious wines, and exotic specialties, so a grand banquet was held. Yulo was in an excellent mood, savoring the fine wine and fruits, wearing a look of pure enjoyment. Yet under the surface, he was checking the system notifications. Ding! Mission check-in successful. Reward obtained, advanced application of the 6 Powers Encyclopedia of Martial Arts. The reward has been automatically granted to the host. Upon seeing this reward, Yulo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Truly, the mission check-in reward lived up to expectations and did not disappoint him. The so-called Six Powers were a secret martial art of the world government regarded as a physique technique that surpassed the limits of human physical capabilities. However, they came with stringent learning conditions, an immensely powerful physical constitution. Mastered through relentless training and honing, those who fully grasped the Six Powers could even contend against Devil Fruit users. Garp and Zephyr were masters of physical combat. Without the power of a Devil Fruit, they could fight on equal terms. Besides their profound mastery of Haki, the Six Powers also played a pivotal role. As for the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts, its nature was self-evident. Now Yulo had no significant weakness, having added mastery over physical combat to his arsenal of Devil Fruit abilities, swordsmanship, and Haki. Shahaha. Yulo, you've really outdone yourself this time. Golden Lion Shiki bellowed, taking a large gulp of wine and shaking the newspaper and bounty poster in his hand toward Yulo. The poster displayed Yulo's youthful silhouette and the bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Gururara, the Marines have no shame. They actually covered up their failure in this operation, only reporting that the celestial gold was stolen by us. I never thought they'd go this far for Yulo. Newgate chuckled from the side, mocking the Marines. To make Yulo's bounty credible enough, the Marines had no choice but to disclose the robbery of the celestial. I guess I've finally made a name for myself on the seas. Yulo snapped back to reality, letting out a light laugh. The Marines issuing a bounty on him had caused his reputation to spread across the ocean. Now the entire sea knew that the Rocks Pirates boasted a talented and formidable new officer named Yulo. However, he didn't believe the Marines had exposed the theft of the celestial gold solely for his sake. Matters involving the celestial gold were bound to have stirred the world government. The five elders holding power in Mary Geos were all far-sighted individuals. Their true objective was likely the Rocks Pirates who had seized the celestial gold. After all, Yulo was well aware of Rock's eventual fate. He was merely staying with the Rocks Pirates for now, same as Shiki, Newgate, and many others. To think the first bounty is 1.5 billion, truly worthy of Yulo. Looks like the Marines are already keeping a close eye on you, Shiki and Newgate remarked with amazement. Yulo's bounty was indeed astonishing. It was the first time in the seas that someone received such a high initial bounty. Even Shiki, Newgate, and Rocks himself had seen their bounties rise incrementally. It seemed they too needed to work on strengthening themselves. Otherwise, given Yulo's talent, his next increase might surpass theirs. I'm a bit surprised myself. Didn't expect it to be 1.5 billion directly, Yulo said with excitement, glancing at the newspaper and bounty poster. Now with a bounty of 1.5 billion, he had truly become a great pirate. The world government and Marine headquarters had acknowledged his strength and threat. The division leaders and crew members looked at Yulo with respect. They had witnessed his rise with their own eyes. From joining the Rocks Pirates a month ago to now possessing a bounty of 1.5 billion. Yulo had become the kind of powerhouse they dreamed of becoming. In their eyes, he was a role model, a godlike Yulo, the absolute legend. Just then Rocks emerged from the cabin and said, Yulo, Shiki, Newgate. Hearing this, Yulo rose and joined Shiki and Newgate. Under countless envious gazes, they followed Rocks into the cabin. As befitting a ship transporting celestial gold, even the entrance had 3 doors. Yulo passed through 3 security doors and felt momentarily dazzled. Looking ahead, he saw nothing but gold and jewels. So much. Yulo muttered, his eyes nearly popping. Indeed, this was the celestial gold. One could never understand how poverty truly limited imagination without seeing it firsthand. The value of the treasures before him could probably exceed 10 times his own worth. No need to be astonished. These are the least valuable items. The further inside we go, the higher the worth, Rocks said without turning back, walking ahead. Captain Rocks is right. These are for the ordinary crew members. What we need is deep inside. Golden Lion Shiki added, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. The outer treasures were nothing more than wealth. Having been with the Rocks Pirates for so long, Shiki had amassed a considerable fortune. The celestial gold contained a rich variety. What the officers truly needed were devil fruits, renowned swords, and other items that could enhance their subordinate strength. The 4 continued forward and entered a cabin filled with iron cages. Inside, slaves wore collars and shackles, their eyes utterly devoid of spirit. These slaves included men and women, snake people, fishermen, and even a few pirates with bounties. Yulo, who had never flinched at mountains of corpses or rivers of blood, now felt a wave of disgust. Not toward the slaves, but toward the celestial dragons. Just then Rock stopped ahead. Do any of you need these? If not, they'll be left for the others. He swept his gaze around, finally settling on Shiki, Newgate, and Yulo. The 3 of them shook their heads without hesitation, indicating they didn't need them. Rocks gave a slight nod and continued deeper. Shiki and Newgate's ships weren't short on such manpower. Rather than taking these slaves, they might as well recruit pirates from the open sea. Yulo felt nothing for the plight of these slaves. Those captured as slaves were all weaklings. Such was the world of pirates. Had Yulo been weak, his fate would have been no better than theirs. Now that they were in the hands of the Rocks Pirates, they would still face the destiny of cannon fodder. Yulo and the three followed Rox as they continued deeper. They arrived at a much smaller room furnished with 5 small boxes and 2 weapon racks displaying various blades. This is exactly what we need. A clear excitement appeared in Shiji's eyes. These were all Devil Fruit's famous swords and some high-quality weapons. For Shiji, who had always wanted to establish a pirate crew, this was immensely useful. Some of his valued crew members had reached a bottleneck in their abilities or wielded subpar weapons which hampered their potential. A decent Devil Fruit could rapidly break through that bottleneck and enhance strength, and could also be used to cultivate promising newcomers. Good weapons could dramatically amplify one's power in battle. However, these were rare treasures, often unattainable in daily life. Fortunately, Shiji encountered them on this fateful day. Devil Fruits and famous swords. Yulo and Newgate looked at these items with relative calmness. The drawbacks of Devil Fruits were too significant. Having experienced the system-produced Devil Fruits, Yulo had little interest in these. As for famous swords, he was not very interested either. After all, no sword could compare to the legendary Black Blade. As for Newgate, he had yet to meet his true family. The people on the ship could barely be considered subordinates. They might disband at any moment. Why should he exhaust himself thinking of them? In this operation, you three contributed the most, especially Yulu's combat, which invigorated the crew members. Shiji and Newgate, you two may each choose 1 Devil Fruit and 1 weapon. As for Yulo, he has surprised us too many times. Take a Devil Fruit and grab another weapon. You have no objections, do you? Rox turned around smiling as he spoke. This operation had yielded abundant rewards, and the spoils needed to be fairly distributed post-battle. The other cadre who had been down on their luck and contributed little naturally would not receive a share, directly allowing Shiji and Newgate to each take 2 items while Yulo received as many as 3. Kekaki, I Shiji have no objections. Gulalala Yulo, this is perfect preparation for recruiting crew members. Shiji and Newgate said in unison, laughing heartily, each expressing their agreement. They all witnessed Yulu's performance, astonished in their hearts, unable to deny his strength. They could only say one thing: he was indeed powerful. Yulo nodded. Oh, what objections could he have? Since you Rox want to give more, I shall accept it. After all, I have an inventory, no matter how much I can store it all. Seeing that the 3 had no objections, Rox nodded in satisfaction and stepped aside. Indeed, my authority, Rox, is unmatched. Yulo, Shiji, and Newgate approached the 5 small boxes and opened them one by one. At that moment, everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. 5 oddly shaped Devil Fruits entwined with intricate patterns came into view. On top of the boxes, corresponding illustrations of the Devil Fruits were affixed. Not a single natural type. Yulo glanced over, feeling somewhat disappointed. 2 Paramecia types and 3 Zoan types. He thought they would be more precious. Hearing this, Shiji the Golden Lion twitched the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, Yulo, do you think natural types are like cabbage, that anyone can be as lucky as you? Yulo pursed his lips and remained silent. This isn't luck. I am the legendary powerhouse. Gulalala, the Paramecia types are not too shabby. I'll take this shiny fruit, Newgate said with a smile, while picking up a Paramecia type fruit. Yulo was slightly taken aback. A shiny fruit? Isn't this the fruit of Diamond Jaws, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates in the future? During the Marineford War, it blocked the strike of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. It is indeed a good devil fruit. Seeing this, Shiji glanced warily at Yulo and quickly grabbed the 2nd Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, fearing that Yulo would snatch it first. Compared to the Zoan types, Shiji favored the Paramecia types. Yulo, left with no choice, grabbed a Zoan-type Devil Fruit casually. The 3 then moved to the weapon rack. Yulo looked at the blades on the rack, slightly intrigued. These 9 swords include 6 good quality blades and 3 great blades. However, these 3 great blades are not from the 21 masterpieces. They are newly forged swords, and compared to the tempered 21 masterpieces, there is still a considerable gap. Rox explained. Clang. Yulo grasped the hilt and gently drew the blade, a cold gleam bursting forth. Ding. A light flick of the blade produced a soft hum. Indeed, these swords had not been tempered by sword energy or Haki, resulting in significantly lower hardness and sharpness. However, their appearance was quite appealing, with deep blue sheaths and sky blue serrated patterns on the blades. Shiji was quick and deft, quickly taking one and brandishing it in his hand. Shiji, is this really okay? Yulo thought silently. Yulo took one and handed it to Newgate, then selected another good quality blade. Once the 3 had divided the spoils, Rox naturally accepted the leftovers. Yulo returned to his room, the Devil Fruits and famous swords stored in his inventory. Few finally free. By the way, I haven't checked in today yet. Yulo sighed, sinking his mind into the system. System, proceed with the daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful for today. Host receives reward 1 weapon enhancement. Yulo, who had already lain down, sat up abruptly. Initially, he had no expectations for the daily check-in. It was merely a habitual action. Unexpectedly, he was lucky this time. Could it be that he had become more handsome? Since it was a reward it had to be used, he wouldn't save it for the new year. Yulo thought without hesitation. System proceed with weapon enhancement. Ding. Please choose the weapon to enhance host. Yulo was momentarily stunned. He had just subconsciously thought of his 1001 Nights. Now the system reminded him that he also had a physique-enhancing blade. The 1001 Nights was already a supreme great blade entirely sufficient for the pirate world. If he were to enhance the 1001 Nights into a divine artifact, that would be too overpowered. Yulo pondered for a moment and decided to enhance the physique-enhancing blade he had just obtained. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. This sword has been tempered by lightning and has become a top-tier great blade. Yulo was overjoyed upon hearing this. He adored the system's efficiency. He took the sword out of his inventory. It looked the same, unremarkable except for its beauty. However, when to his surprise, arcs of electricity danced around the blade, exuding a destructive aura. Yulo released a hint of sword intent, and the blade immediately hummed softly with the arcs crackling loudly. Ha ha ha, good sword. From today onward, I shall name you Thundercut. Shiki has developed the capabilities of the Piao Piao fruit quite well. The ship is sailing through the sky at a speed significantly faster than that on the ocean. Before long, Hive Island came into view. At the coastline, a considerable number of people had gathered, including John Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Charlotte, Lingling, Kaido, Shaki, and Gem. John, who values wealth above all, was somewhat agitated, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. Although they did not encounter the heavenly gold rocks, and his crew had managed to seize 2 ships worth of it, he might not have contributed much, which could lead to a smaller share, but it was heavenly gold. Even a little would surpass his accumulation over the past 6 months. Wang Ji and Kaido, however, wore extremely grim expressions. The news of rocks seizing the heavenly gold and the bounty issued by the Navy headquarters had already spread across the seas, and they had naturally seen it all. Yulo's achievements and the bounty had severely shattered their pride and confidence. Despite feeling incredulous, they both understood. The world government and the Navy would not joke with their own dignity and prestige. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted. 7 large ships descended slowly, docking at the shore. Are those 2 Navy transport ships filled with heavenly gold? Indeed, it is heavenly gold, requiring such large ships to carry it. How much treasure must be on board? The gathered pirates gasped in awe, their eyes filled with insatiable desire. Rox stepped down from the ship, followed by Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate. He looked at the crowd of pirates before him, laughed, and raised his arm to call out. Everyone, let's move the heavenly gold. Such a massive amount of treasure certainly could not remain on the ship. Hive Island, as the base of the Rox pirates, had everyone with their own little treasury, all hidden on the island. Wow, Captain Rox is mighty. Brothers, let's get to work. Upon Rox's command, the pirates' expressions turned ecstatic, and they rushed towards the 2 ships filled with heavenly gold, dancing like madmen. Even the officer John raised his foot, preparing to rush over. Yulo was speechless, thinking him a true gold-crazed fool. His fate would certainly align with such a character. John, you really don't need to go. Rox noticed John's movement and called out to stop him. Normally, he would let John, who was greedy, do as he pleased. As long as he could be of use to him, none of this mattered. Ha ha, John, don't embarrass us officers. During the last meeting, the officer Gem, who had mocked John's greed, seized the opportunity to ridicule him again. Hearing Rox's words, John halted, withdrawing his foot and forcing a laugh. What do you know? You understand nothing. He shot Gem a fierce glare and retorted angrily. I dare not challenge Rox, but I can challenge you. Oomph. Gem snorted, coldly uninterested in engaging him. Let the subordinates handle these matters. Now all officers gather in the conference hall. After Rox finished speaking, all the officers followed him towards the Skull Castle. As for whether the pirates moving the heavenly gold would pilfer the treasure, he need not worry. His men would monitor the entire process. Moreover, everyone understood the consequences. Those not foolish would not dare to do so. In the conference hall, Yulo, Shiki, Newgate, and others took their seats. The 2 officers who had mocked Yulo during the last meeting cast approving glances at him. If previously Yulo had contributed nothing, he was questioned and marginalized within the officer group. However, after the heavenly gold incident, Yulo had made sufficient contributions and proven his strength. Now sitting in the officer's position, he was rightfully deserving. Even Wang Ji had no objections. Rox remained silent, observing the crowd, who also stayed quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. After a long while, as the atmosphere reached its peak, Rox slowly spoke. Silver Axe, briefly summarize your recent operation. Silver Axe nodded slightly and began to speak. We faced a Navy fleet led by only a few vice admirals, and there was no heavenly gold at all. By the end, Silver Axe and his group displayed some regret. If they had also seized the heavenly gold, they could have received a larger share. The small-framed Gem's eyes flickered. Among those present, only Gem noticed the unusual nature of it. They believed the Navy had created a decoy fleet to mislead. Only Rox, Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate truly understood. Among the 9 officers present, there was a traitor from the Navy. You need not be disappointed. Both ships of heavenly gold will naturally have your share. Rox observed the reactions of the crowd and spoke generously. He did not bring it up publicly, first to avoid alarming the snake, and second to let the traitor reveal themselves. The ambushed Rox and his crew had no suspicions which would inevitably raise doubts among the traitors. Additionally, I just received news that this operation has angered the world government. The Navy headquarters has recalled Generals Flying Dragon and Earth Tiger. Following this, Rox revealed the information he obtained from the underground world. These two old fellows have actually returned. John Wang Ji Silver Axe and others changed their expressions, speaking gravely. These two were indeed troublesome opponents. The three of them were among the earliest members to join the Rox pirates. A few years ago, these two were the ones leading the Navy against them in frequent battles. Later, Sengoku Garp Zephyr and Crane rapidly grew and rose within the Navy. Steelbone Kong decided to cultivate and promote the four, while Generals Flying Dragon and Earth Tiger were nearing retirement. Thus, Sengoku Garp Zephyr and Crane took over the responsibilities of Generals Flying Dragon and Earth Tiger. They are quite formidable. A hint of apprehension flashed in Wang Ji's eyes. Once he had been arrogant and self-assured of his strength, only to be beaten and forced to flee without the ability to fight back. He was hunted for 3 days and nights, ultimately rescued by Rox. Compared to the nearing peak of Sengoku Zephyr Garp and Crane, these two generals who had dominated for over 30 years were undoubtedly much harder to deal with. The Navy's actions undoubtedly target us, with Flying Dragon Earth Tiger and General Snow Leopard stationed at the Navy headquarters. All their high-level combat power is fully assembled. Ha, do we fear the Navy? We've long desired to challenge Flying Dragon and see how much his strength. Golden Lion Shurji laughed heartily, his battle spirit ignited upon hearing of General Flying Dragon's return. Only by facing a general could he feel the pressure and excitement necessary for his strength to soar. Otherwise, it was always Sengoku Garp and Zephyr evenly matched, which was utterly meaningless. Shurji is right, we are the strongest pirate crew, how could we fear the Navy? However, the Navy is on high alert, now making it unfavorable to act. Everyone should go back and improve their strength. Rox watched the officers leave one by one, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table. Bang, bang, bang. Navy traitor he. After a long while, Rox laughed, his smile deep with meaning before turning fierce. How could the overlord of the New World let things rest? Yulo and the others emerged from the conference hall. Under the guidance of the officials led by John, they divided the spoils of the heavenly gold according to the proportions set by Rox. Logia-Shiki and Newgate each had their share of treasures in addition to what they had received earlier. Yulo watched from the side, noting that others received far more than him, even less than half. This was also because they had not contributed much. They remained foolishly amused. Dusk fell. A bonfire was lit on Hive Island. How could the Rox pirates who had seized the heavenly gold not hold a feast to celebrate? This time the banquet was much more casual and did not gather based on strength or status. All the officials sat casually with their subordinates and crew on the ground, drinking and feasting, chatting about various topics. Yulo-Shiki and Newgate sat together enjoying their drinks. Ha, Yulo, you contributed the most in this heist of heavenly gold. Your position as an official as well. The Golden Lion Shiki puffed on his cigarette and drank heartily. His boundless magical power exuded as he laughed heartily, feeling happy for Yulo. Gulalala, their reactions during the meeting just now were completely different from before. Whitebeard Newgate downed a bottle of wine, laughing heartily and showing his boldness. It should be noted that several officials were secretly displeased during the last meeting. After Yulo's achievements and bounty from this operation spread, their attitudes changed drastically. Especially Wang Ji, who couldn't stand Yulo, but felt helpless and frustrated. This made Newgate feel elated, secretly laughing to himself. A bunch of bullies who only pick on the weak, but simply because my strength surpasses theirs. Yulo appeared much calmer, taking a small sip of wine, his light laughter revealing immense confidence. Shiki and Newgate nodded in agreement with Yulo's words. They believed Yulo was right. To put it bluntly, it was all about talking with fists. Yulo had always possessed talent and strength, but had simply been more low-key, unwilling to engage with them, until this operation allowed him to declare his strength to everyone. In the face of such power from a strong individual, they naturally dared not say much more. Yulo, I see you're too lazy to form a crew, why not stay on my ship? When I establish my pirate crew in the future, you'll be my only first mate. At this moment, Shiki, smoking and drinking, suddenly spoke up, extending an olive branch to Yulo. Time waits for no one. In just a short month, Yulo had become a world-renowned pirate. No longer the newcomer who joined the Rox pirates needing to spar and improve his skills. Shiki had planned to keep Yulo ever since he witnessed Yulo's talent. However, at that time he thought it was too early, intending to wait until Yulo spent some time on the ship. Unexpectedly, Yulo's current strength was already not inferior to his. If he didn't speak up, now once Yulo surpassed him, he would have no right to invite someone stronger than himself to be Shiki, thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. Yulo replied without a moment's hesitation, though his words were somewhat polite. It must be said that Shiki and Newgate had helped him significantly, and the three of them got along comfortably. However, Yulo joined the Rocks Pirates to enhance his strength, using it as a springboard to reach the pinnacle of the seas. A month had passed, and he was already no weaker than Shiki. Before the Rocks Pirates disbanded, he could indeed stay on Shiki's ship. Once the Rocks Pirates disbanded, Yulo already had plans in place. Besides coming to the pirate world, he would not allow himself to be subordinate to anyone. Haha, your response is just as I expected. Shiki showed a moment of disappointment, but then became resolute. Yulo's refusal this time did not mean he would refuse next time. Shiki saw Yulo's talent and strength clearly. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the peak of the seas. How could he easily give up on Yulo? If Yulo joined his pirate crew, then, without a doubt, the next era would be there. Shiki, are you prepared to give the captaincy to Yulo, and you become the first mate? Is that still your golden lion? Shiki's pirate crew. Shiki, are you prepared to give the captaincy to Yulo, and you become the first mate? Is that still your golden lion? Shiki's pirate crew. Initially, Shiki had seized the advantage with his swordsmanship, but now he could not have imagined that Yulo was a monster no one could control. Newgate did not possess Shiki's grand ambitions. He simply wanted to find true family, gather a large group of sons, and form a familial pirate crew. Shiki fell into deep thought, neglecting to wipe the wine from his face. Shiki, don't be discouraged. Oh, wait until you can defeat me. Yulo observed and casually offered some words of comfort. After all, it was incredibly difficult for Shiki to defeat him now. But Shiki did not think so. Yulo, let's have a grand battle. Yulo's words made Shiki feel as if he had discovered a new world filled with hope in his eyes. Shiki believed Yulo should be on par with him. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter the brave wins. As long as he was brave, ruthless, and fearless, he would surely succeed. Shiki, are you being serious? Yulo was taken aback. He had only offered a word of comfort, and he took it seriously. Suddenly Yulo felt his mouth was too loose. Even Newgate was stunned, stopping the wine that was about to reach his lips. He never expected that the golden lion Shiki could be so determined. Of course I'm serious. Shiki stood up suddenly, his face serious and filled with fighting spirit. Brave as a bull, unafraid of difficulties. Yulo was at a loss for words, intending to refuse, but then thought that he had to completely extinguish Shiki's thoughts. Ding. Task triggered. Please host battle the golden lion Shiki and defeat him. Rewards will be given upon task completion. At this moment the system's alert sounded. Yulo's eyes lit up. The timing of this task was perfect and aligned with his thoughts. Shiki, since you're so serious, then Yulo will accompany you to the end. Moreover, I've long wanted to battle with you, Shiki. Yulo also stood up, his voice serious, resonating. Since Shiji insists on fighting, Yulo will accompany him for a match. This will only hone his skills, making him even more powerful. As for Shiji's strength, he had witnessed the entire battle with Zifa. Yulo was confident he could defeat. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the crew. What's happening? Is Cadre Yulo going to duel Cadre? Cadre duels are rare. Who do you think will win? It's definitely Shiji. Yulo is strong, but Nearby the crew was buzzing with excitement, engaging in fervent debates. The life of pirates is all about fighting and plunder, and many are inherently inclined that way. They usually resolve their conflicts through battles, which is common among the lower ranks of the Rocks Pirates. However, battles between cadres are extremely rare. Such a rare showdown of strong fighters had not been witnessed before, and now they had the chance. Yulo's challenge excited Shiji, ignoring the chaotic discussions around him. He seemed to envision Yulo becoming his first mate, and his era was about to arrive. Sigh, Shiji. Newgate shook his head, sighing, unsure of what to say. He looked at the excited Shiji, feeling a tinge of sympathy. Shiji isn't usually this naive. Yulo, this kid is not that easy to deal with. Whether Shiji can win is uncertain, but Yulo will definitely not. Then come on, Yulo, watch me win against you. Shiji's voice was resolute, exuding confidence. If strength isn't enough, experience will make up for it. Yulo raised an eyebrow, unable to resist provoking him. The pirates watching were all stunned, looking at Yulo. Is he really that cocky? This is too arrogant. They all knew Yulo's strength was not inferior to Shiji's. But winning wouldn't be that easy. Newgate watched the confident, yet arrogant Yulo. The tension was palpable. Shiji's earlier excitement turned into seriousness. Yulo, has your strength improved? Shiji asked in a deep voice. In terms of physical skills, I've made some progress. Yulo replied, lightly, seeming unconcerned. At this moment Shiji's mouth twitched slightly. Based on his understanding of Yulo, when has improvement only been slight? His expression turned grave. Having sparred together often, both he and Newgate were aware. Yulo's only shortcoming was his physical skills. If Yulo's physical skills improved, it meant his overall strength would also slightly increase. Even Newgate, watching from the sidelines, showed a hint of seriousness in his gaze. This battle was bound to be quite intense. Newgate couldn't help but feel excited. Yulo always brought immense surprises. He believed this time wouldn't disappoint either. The news of the duel between Yulo and Shiki quickly spread across Fengchao Island. Yulo always brought immense surprises. He believed this time wouldn't disappoint either. The news of the duel between Yulo. All the cadres were stirred. Even Rox, who had been in the skeleton castle, was drawn by the commotion outside. Shiki is going to duel Yulo. What? The shouts outside surprised and intrigued Rox. Wasn't Yulo always on Shiji's ship? The two seemed to get along well. Oh, why were they suddenly about to fight? With his inner doubts, Rox unleashed his advanced observation Haki, instantly covering the entire hive island. I see. Moments later, Rox finally understood. Through his observation Haki, he grasped the reason behind the situation. He didn't take Shiki wanting Yulo as his first mate to heart. Who among those in cadre positions lacks ambition? That's normal. But that's a matter for the future. As long as he remains alive, the Rox pirates will always exist. Then Yulo and Shiki will always be his subordinates. As long as they can contribute to his plan to overturn the world government. Who stays on whose ship is of no concern to him. However, he was very interested in the duel between the two. After all, he knew Shiji's talent and strength very well. Yet he felt that the talent and strength Yulo had displayed so far were not his full potential. At this moment, the surrounding pirates had gathered around the three. Let's go to the old place. With the last sip of strong liquor down, Shiki was filled with fighting spirit. Yulo nodded and stepped forward with Shiki. The surrounding pirates quickly cleared a path. When they reached the seaside, both of them shot off towards a small, uninhabited island. That was the place where Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate often practiced. Usually the three trained on uninhabited islands, let alone a battle that would be a full-out explosion of power. If they fought directly on Fengchao Island, the entire island would likely cease to exist. Called the paradise for pirates, if the Hive Island, the headquarters of the Rox pirates, was destroyed, all pirates would never forgive the two. Seeing this scene, the observing pirates were all boiling with excitement, cheering loudly. Those with weaker strength who couldn't take off quickly gathered their ships and followed closely. This duel between cadres attracted almost all members of the Rox pirates. Dozens of pirate ships surrounded the uninhabited island, watching from all directions. Over a dozen shadows swept through the sky, landing steadily on the main ship at the forefront. It was none other than Captain Rox, along with cadres John Wong, Ji Silver Axe Jim, Charlotte Lean Lean, and several other talented and powerful newcomers like Kaido. His Captain Rox. He actually came too. Wow, all the cadres are here. Does the captain and the cadres value this battle so much? What? With all the high-ranking members of the Rox pirates present, the atmosphere exploded again. Rox and the cadres stared intently at Yulo and Shiki on the deserted island. Except for Rox, they all wanted to witness the strength of this newcomer Yulo, who had a bounty of 15 billion for the first time, to what extent it had reached. Especially Wang Ji and Kaido, who couldn't help but clench their fists, their expressions extremely serious. As powerful beings of the sea, they have never feared strong enemies. Only by facing Yulo's combat power directly can they truly recognize the gap and strive for breakthroughs. On the deserted island, Yulo and Shiki stood facing each other. The two exchanged glances, their auras continually rising. As the aura emanating from Yulo and Shiki grew increasingly formidable, the very air seemed to solidify. The onlookers' hearts tightened. Was it about to begin? Yulo am going on the offensive. The golden lion Shiki lifted his feet off the ground, his body floating upward. As he spoke, the earth began to tremble, and the entire desolate island seemed on the verge of collapse. Shiki, bring it on. Yulo stood tall, steady, as Mount Tai, speaking with an air of composure. In response, Shiki abruptly drew out Shur and Kumu. The float fruit's ability activated. Lion's majesty, earth roll. The trembling ground rose up. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar resounded. 3 massive lion heads formed from earth and stone appeared, enclosing Yulo. Facing a powerhouse like Shiki, even though Yulo was fully confident, he did not let his guard down in the slightest. In Yulo's grave eyes, 2 streaks of cyan flames flickered. The green lotus heart fire surged within his body, and his feet and calves burst into flames with a roar. Endless flames poured into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Threads of cyan flames emerged from the fissures, spreading wildly in all directions. Seeing this, Shiki slashed out a sword aura and charged toward Yulo. The next moment, the fierce flames shattered the 3 lion heads with a blast. The green lotus heart fire carrying gravel burst forth from the ground. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and streams of fire swept through. The dense dust and sand obscured Yulo's figure. Yulo unleashed his observation Haki, a black blade appearing in his hand, and shot forward like an arrow. He casually shattered Shiji's sword aura and charged straight at him. Jiahahaha, well done. Shiki laughed heartily as he watched Yulo burst out of the dust, his entire body enveloped in sword aura. Shiki, my turn. Yulo's fighting spirit soared, and the black blade in his hand hummed incessantly. The two moved with incredible speed like lightning tearing across the sky. Then they clashed violently. Clang! The 1001 Knights collided with Ingshur and Kumu. Two streams of sword aura intertwined, and a powerful sword intent shot into the sky. Swoosh! 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 Countless sword auras surged and darted about, their range expanding, and the island instantly became riddled with holes. Look, the sky! The sky is cut. Oh, idiot, that's the clouds being split. What a spectacular fight. On the pirate ships anchored far out at sea, countless crew members were visually shocked and cried out in astonishment. When had they ever witnessed such a magnificent battle scene? Compared to this, their own fights were no better than child. So this is a battle between powerhouses. Wang Ji and Kai Duo had been watching silently, their expressions grave. They knew this was not yet a full-strength clash. It was merely the beginning. Intense shockwaves stirred the air, and Yulo and Shiji hovered in the sky, locked in their clash. They silently stared at each other, seeing nothing but solemnity in each other's eyes. As expected of two who often sparred, their pupils contracted in unison. An earth-shattering aura erupted from both of them, spreading across the entire desolate island with them at the center. In an instant, the sky and earth shook, clouds surged. The previously split clouds in the sky scattered with a roar. Yulo and Shiji were unleashing their high-level conqueror's Haki at full power. The power and scope were unprecedented. After covering the desolate island, the force did not diminish but swept across the surrounding sea. In a flash, waves rolled and monstrous billows surged in all directions. So this is Conqueror's Haki. That's so cool. Many crew members aboard the pirate ships looked on with envy and whispered among themselves. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed toward them, and everyone panicked. Just as they tried to act, a crushing pressure descended like Mount Tai, weighing their bodies down and making movement difficult. Some even found it hard to breathe. The pirates who had been discussing the battle fell silent. The onlookers were they were dead silent, their shocked gazes fixed on the desolate island. Goo-la-la-la, truly earth-shattering. Newgate, watching from the ship ahead, laughed heartily. At the same time, he activated his Tremor Fruit ability, a white aura orb appearing at his right fist. Then he punched the air, and white cracks appeared. The turbulent sea instantly calmed. On the desolate island, Yulo and Shiji's conqueror's Haki clashed fiercely. Golden and black currents of energy split the entire island in two. From the spectator's perspective, the scene was magnificent. His conqueror's Haki seems to have grown a bit stronger. Kaido narrowed his eyes and murmured, referring to Yulo. Having personally experienced Yulo's conqueror's Haki, Kaido could confirm that it was even slightly stronger than the level that had overwhelmed him half a month ago. At the epicenter of the conqueror's Haki clash, Yulo and Shiji, seeing they were evenly matched, continued releasing their Haki and slashing at each other. Their movements were agile, constantly shifting positions as they dodged and weaved. Sword aura slashes flew around, further ravaging the already shattered island. The clang of metal rang in the ears of the many onlooking pirates. At that moment, they could no longer see the figures of Yulo and Shiji. Even the captain-level pirates could only faintly make out two bolts of lightning colliding repeatedly above the desolate island. Only Luo, Kusi, Newgate, and a few others could clearly see the details of the battle. Yulo, you've gotten stronger indeed, Shiji said in a deep voice during the battle. His expression was extremely solemn. This was no ordinary sparring match. Only those who had truly fought Yulo could feel the immense pressure of battling him. This overwhelming pressure was several times greater than what one perceived when just watching. Isn't that only natural? What are you scared? Yulo curved his lips and delivered a particularly provocative remark. Fighting with you, kid, is really unpleasant. The Golden Lion's face darkened as he snorted. As if I, the Golden Lion Shiji, would fear you. A single compliment, and you get cocky. Usually you seem so low-key, but once in a fight you're so arrogant. He wished he could give Yulo a beating, but that was just a thought. Lion's Majesty, Earth Roll. With Conqueror's Haki and swordsmanship evenly matched, Shiji once again used his Float Fruit ability. This time the ground of the desolate island surged continuously and countless lion heads shot up into the sky. As Yulo swung his black blade, repeatedly cyan flames sprang from beneath his feet, transforming into pillars of fire. The cyan fire pillars collided with the lion heads. Boom, boom, boom. The desolate island shook, the air trembled. Air currents raged across the entire island. The seawater nearby churned incessantly. The air currents generated by this attack were searing hot. On the pirate ships, everyone was sweating from the scorching heat. Euro is just too strong. I must have a child with him. Charlotte Linlin watched the battle on the island, no longer even eating her dessert cake, her gaze fixed on Euro with delighted surprise. Witnessing Uro's combat prowess firsthand was far more impactful than reading about it in the newspapers. Not much time had passed, yet he had grown to such an extent. Surely a child born from Euro would have boundless potential. Lin, you're dreaming. Can you even defeat Newgate standing nearby? Couldn't resist deflating her hopes, also trying to break Charlotte Linlin's fantasy for Uro's sake. They'll succeed sooner or later. Charlotte Linlin immediately took offense, snorting coldly before falling silent. There was no helping it. At present, defeating Uro was simply too far-fetched for her. Wang Ji and Kaido stood aside, remaining silent throughout, yet their minds were racing. From the start of the battle, Uro had displayed formidable flames, swordsmanship, and conqueror's haki. If it were them, they wondered if they could withstand it. Both knew in their hearts that they couldn't, but they were unwilling to. As seasoned fighters themselves, Wang Ji and Kaido could see that both Uro and Shiki in the arena had not yet unleashed their full power. Wang Ji hoped to redeem himself and prove he was stronger than Uro, while Kaido believed Uro was unworthy of the officer position and wanted to take his place. Now it all seemed utterly laughable. Ever since Uro began displaying his strength, the two had been silently measuring their own gap against his. The terrifying truth was that the gap seemed to be widening. They felt their hopes slipping further away. The other officers who had read the news but never witnessed Uro's power firsthand, men like John and Silver Axe, wore expressions of shock, even gaping in disbelief. Such prowess clearly surpassed their own. For Uro to be able to fight Shiki to a stalemate proved that among the officers his strength was second only to Newgate. Captain Rox, of course, was not included in that comparison. Shocked as they were, John and the others' faces darkened. The Rox pirates operated on a system of pure strength. Everything was determined by power. For someone like Rox, who dreamed of overthrowing the world government, what he needed were outstanding fighters. Whitebeard Newgate was a prime example as the officer second only to Captain Rox in strength. Rox never interfered in Newgate's affairs as long as he contributed when needed. Yet even so, Newgate enjoyed a slightly higher status than the rest of them. They had originally thought Uro would be on equal footing with them. But judging by this trend, he was about to trample over them, just like Newgate. This would push their status within the crew down another notch, and the share of spoils they could claim would likely shrink. The onlookers were all harboring their own thoughts. The battle on the island, however, was reaching a white-hot intensity. Uro finally used his signature pillar of flames to shatter countless lion heads. A dozen pillars of fire dissipated upon touching the ground, and a sea of green flames swept across the desolate island. A glint of sharp light flashed in Shiki's eyes as he activated the power of the float fruit. Lion's might flame, earth roll. Shiki roared, pointing his blade Sakura Ju and Kagurashi at Uro. The next moment, a comical scene unfolded. After Shiki unleashed his attack, nothing happened. It seemed as if 6 dots appeared in the sky, then a crow flew past. What's going on? Uro was equally baffled, a cascade of question marks hanging over his head. Shiki, the one responsible, blushed furiously, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the ground. A slip up. How embarrassing. Ahem, let me try again. Lion's might flame, earth roll. Shiki composed himself, pointed both swords, and unleashed the full power of his float fruit. But still nothing happened. This time it was Shiki's turn to be covered in question marks. What's happening? Gururara, is Shiki here to entertain us? Newgate, who had been watching, leaned on his Naginata Murakamajiri and burst into laughter. Wang Ji and Kaido, who had been grim and serious throughout, nearly doubled over from Shiki's antics. Even Rox, who had maintained an imposing expression, couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitch. What's going on? Is Shikisama surrendering? Chill. Don't talk nonsense. This is Shikisama's strategy. Right, that's what I thought. Look, even Urasama is dumbfounded as Shikisama's strategy must have worked. Some clueless pirates began to fabricate explanations. Shiki immediately realized the problem and shouted with a red face, "Damn it, you brat Uro. Your flames are beyond my control." Eager to move past the embarrassment, Shiki charged forward furiously. Hearing this, Uro finally understood Shiki had tried to use his float fruit power to control the green lotus core flame. But a float fruit user can only manipulate non-living things outside themselves. Unfortunately, the green lotus core flame is not a non-living entity. Even if only a sliver of its essence had been merged, Uro's green lotus core flame possessed life. Uro found it both amusing and frustrating. The fervent duel had taken an awkward turn. Watching Shiki charge at him, Uro adjusted his mindset and met him heat-in again. Shiki's face burned hot. He wanted to end the match quickly and then hide in his room for a month. Armament Haki coated his blades. Sakura Ju and Kagurashi gleamed with black luster. Lion slash wave. Moving at high speed, Shiki slashed at Uro, unleashing a massive golden crescent-shaped slash that hurtled toward him. This slash was stronger than any before as it tore through the air with a mournful cry. Uro swept his black blade horizontally, cleanly slicing Shiki's slash wave in half. Boom! Shiki's slash wave lost momentum and exploded, scattering into a rain of tiny swords. Try this one. This slash was stronger than any before as it tore through the air with a mournful cry. Yulo swept his black blade horizontally, cleanly slicing Shiki's wave in half. Countless golden sword slashes howled in a fearsome spectacle, causing the watching pirates to scream. Since the two were now close, the thousand-cherry valley engulfed Yulo the moment it was unleashed. 360 degrees of annoyance. Uro's soft shout rang out, and from his position a tornado of sword energy shot into the sky. It directly scattered the countless slashes that had closed in, then surged toward Shiki. Boom, boom, boom. The torrent of sword energy stirred up air currents, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped Shiki. Shiki was almost blinded by the blast, but fortunately his observation Haki was not just for show. He crossed Sakuraju and Kagurashi, firmly blocking the incoming sword energy storm. By this point in the battle, beads of sweat had formed on both their foreheads. This kid is indeed no pushover. Shiki panted, slightly muttering under his breath. Although Shurji appeared confident, he knew in his heart that defeating Yulo would not be so easy. On the contrary, Yulo was assured of his victory. As the storm of sword energy stirred up a cloud of dust, Yulo did not hesitate to step in, moving with the grace of the moonwalk. Shurji wiped the fine sweat from his brow, and the next moment his observation Haki sensed a swift strike approaching. Instinctively, Shurji reacted quickly, using the ability of the float fruit to propel himself upwards. A blade of sword energy shot out from the dust, slicing beneath his feet and parting the sand. Yulo's figure emerged from the rift created by the slash, witnessing Shurji soaring high into the air. Without hesitation, he unleashed the blue lotus heart fire. A powerful gust of wind dispersed the dust. He was about to transform into a streak of flowing fire, chasing after Shurji. However, the scattered dust quickly gathered into 8 lion heads. They lunged toward Yulo from all directions. Merely a trivial technique. Yulo snorted coldly, maintaining his speed. The sword energy from the black blade in his hand coalesced, and then the blade trembled slightly. 8 blades of sword energy shot out like meteors, striking the 8 lion heads. However, Shurji was no pushover and under his control. The shattered lion heads quickly reassembled. Their might was not in the slightest diminished from before. Seizing the opportunity while in midair, Shurji swung his Sakura tin and withered wood. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Over a dozen blades of sword energy were unleashed, casting a shadow over Yulo with their overwhelming presence. Faced with the ferocious assault from above and below, Yulo's thoughts raced. Shurji seemed genuinely determined to defeat him. This onslaught showed no signs of stopping. Since Shurji couldn't win anyway, it would be better to end the battle quickly rather than drag it out for days. With this thought, Yulo decided to end the fight swiftly. In the next moment, his aura surged violently. Just as the sword energy and the lions were within reach, Yulo's figure vanished. Shaved, a combined technique of the 6th form, blending moonwalk and shave. Yulo transformed into a shooting star, darting through the gaps between the attacks, then soaring through the sky. Yulo's speed increased, leaving behind a black trail, and in an instant he appeared before Shurji. This is... Yulo's movement left Shurji momentarily stunned. The 6th form. Shurji quickly regained his composure. Having frequently fought alongside Zifa and others, he recognized it immediately. However, before Shurji could be shocked, his observation Haki heightened his senses. Yulo's upward movement did not cease. In front of Shurji, Yulo performed a 180-degree backflip. Storm leg white thunder. His right calf was enveloped in armament Haki, using the momentum of the flip to slash downward. In a hurry, Shurji crossed Sakura tin and withered wood to defend. Clang. The enormous slash struck his blade. Shurji was forced down by the tremendous force, taking a while to stabilize himself. Goodness, is this what you call a slight improvement in martial arts? Shurji's hands trembled slightly, and the corners of his serious face twitched. How could he not recognize this? It was clearly an advanced technique from the 6th form. Even among the Navy, only a few had mastered it. This is the 6th form? John, who was watching, gasped in surprise. Having frequently dealt with the Navy, he had a basic understanding of the 6th form. However, it was nowhere near as powerful as Yulo's execution. To be precise, this is an advanced application of the 6th form, said Silver Axe, somewhat astonished, his tone serious. He had once practiced the 6th form for a period to enhance his martial arts. However, after grasping the basics, he had ceased training. Because he realized that the improvement with the 6th form was exceedingly slow, requiring countless trials to master. Yulo had never previously demonstrated martial arts. Could it be that he recently acquired it? Silver Axe recalled that Yulo's first battle with the Navy was just a few days ago, when he fought Zifa over the Heaven's Golden Pendant. And Zifa just happened to be a master of the 6th form. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, not daring to think further. After all, it was truly hard to believe. Silver Axe's words left the crowd in shock. They finally realized that they had underestimated Yulo until now. This has been hidden too deep. exclaimed the officer Jim, noting the silence from the others and choosing not to speak further. Wang Ji and Kaido felt a tremendous pressure while being shocked. The road to surpass Yulo seemed, Gulalala Yulo is going all out, let's see how that guy Shiji responds. Whitebeard Newgate seemed to take pleasure in the situation, eager to witness Shiji getting beaten. Facing Shiji's insults, Yulo turned a deaf ear. At this moment, he only wanted to end the battle quickly. His figure flickered again, charging towards Shiji below, his black blade slashing fiercely. Extreme Dragon Hunt. The violent sword energy was ferocious and transformed into a black sword energy dragon. Roar. The black dragon roared, its imposing presence lunging towards Shiji. Not good, there's no time. Just as Shiji barely stabilized himself, he saw the black dragon of sword energy approaching, and his expression turned extremely grave. Now whether it was to counterattack or evade, there was no time left. If this strike hit him, he would definitely lose. What was the point of even discussing Yulo becoming his vice-captain? Shiji will never lose. With this thought, Shiji roared, his aura soaring to its peak. His armament Haki was fully activated, instantly enveloping his entire body. Sakura Tin and Witheredwood gleamed with black brilliance, crossing in front of him to defend. Clang! The black dragon of sword energy instantly engulfed Shiji. It brought Shiji crashing down, creating a massive pit in the ground. As the sword energy dissipated, Shiji's figure was revealed. As expected of Yulo, his techniques are ever-changing. Shiji gasped for breath, marveling. He appeared unscathed, but the tiger's mouth gripping both blades was shattered by the immense force, with a few drops of blood falling to the ground. To preserve his combat strength, Shiji had done his utmost to protect his body. However, his hands felt numb, and Sakura Tin and Witheredwood were still trembling slightly. Yulo slowly descended, looking at Shiji, and said, "Shiji, how does this move feel?" He wanted Shiji to retreat, as continuing the fight could truly mean life or death. After all, this was merely a friendly wager. There was no need to fight to the death. Yulo, I must admit this move is indeed powerful. Shiji's expression was serious as he spoke. However, he quickly changed his tone. But you are still far from winning against me. Taking a deep breath, Shiji's fighting spirit ignited, and he roared. If it were so easy to defeat Yulo, he wouldn't hold him in such high regard. Gold Lion Shiji was already prepared to risk everything for his ambition. Shiki is bleeding. Good job, Yulo. Newgate, who had been watching the battle, burst into laughter, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. He hadn't had the chance to beat Shiki up in a long time, and seeing Yulo draw blood from Shiki brought him a sense of exhilaration. What? Lord Shiki is injured? No way. Is Lord Yulo this strong? Newgate's voice echoed across the scene, and the pirates, who couldn't see the specifics of the fight, erupted in uproar. One after another, they couldn't help but exclaim, their faces showing shock. Then they began to speculate, guessing who would ultimately emerge victorious. At this moment on the shattered, deserted island, Shiki's resounding voice caused Yulo to pause in astonishment. How could he be fighting even more fiercely? But seeing Shiki's determined expression, he finally realized. This was precisely the will of a powerful warrior. This was the attitude a true warrior should have. This was not only a duel between him and Shiki, but also a contest among the strong. As such, showing his true strength was the only way to respect Shiki. No matter the outcome, Yulo believed Shiki would accept it with grace. Ha ha ha, Shiki. You are an opponent worthy of respect. Next, I will make you admit defeat with all your heart. Yulo laughed heartily, his mind clear and focused with only one thought: battle. In his mind, some problems that had troubled him earlier were now resolved effortlessly. With a solemn expression, Yulo sheathed his black blade. He stood still, his aura growing increasingly formidable. By now, Shiki had recovered, holding his swords tightly as he stared at Yulo. He didn't wonder why Yulo had sheathed his sword. As a fellow great swordsman, his observation Haki faintly sensed that Yulo was accumulating an astonishing sword intent. This sword energy kept rising, and even the black blade in its sheath began to hum. What kind of monster is this Yulo? Shiki's expression turned grim, and his breathing quickened involuntarily. He knew he had to act immediately. If he allowed Yulo to finish building his power, it would pose a great threat. Because even now, that obscure sword intent made his heart tremble. Making up his mind, Shiki struck decisively. Lion Slash. The golden sword energy solidified into a tangible form. It transformed into a golden blade beam that shot straight toward the still-standing Yulo. Watching the incoming sword energy, Yulo's expression remained calm, as serene as an ancient well. He slowly grasped the hilt, his eyes concealing a heaven-shaking sword intent. The next moment, a monumental sword aura surged from Yulo, soaring into the sky. The clouds in the sky exploded, and under the powerful pull of the sword intent, a vortex formed. A vortex has appeared in the sky. What kind of technique is this? Heavens, even the sword intent alone is this powerful. This scene delivered an overwhelming visual impact, leaving some swordsman pirates utterly stunned. Wait, where is Lord Yulo? Lord Yulo has vanished. Just as everyone was fixated on the sky, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone quickly shifted their gaze only to see something inconceivable. Yulo had disappeared from sight. All that remained was a streak of black light that drew everyone's attention. This black light was faster than lightning, shooting straight toward the golden lion Shiki. The golden beam was pierced through effortlessly. The black lightning maintained its speed, arriving before Shiki in an instant. Shiki's eyes widened like copper bells. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: fast. So fast. Unprecedented speed. This was not a case of Shiki being caught off guard. Truly, even when prepared, he couldn't. In Shiki's observation, Haki perception, the black lightning was Yulo himself. Yet his body was completely unresponsive. Clang. A sound reached his ears, the sound of a blade being drawn. The black lightning passed through the golden lion Shiki in an instant. It finally came to a halt near the shore. Yulo's form materialized, accompanied by a calm voice. Godspeed, draw. Only his voice resonated across the sea. The watching pirates were dazed, completely dumbfounded. Among the officers except for Newgate, everyone else shared the same expression. Even with their observation Haki, they could not clearly perceive Yulo's specific movements. They only sensed a towering sword intent, and Yulo turned into a black streak that vanished in a flash. But they knew it was an offensive technique. Draw. Technique. Wang Ji's face was pale, his body drenched in cold sweat, muttering incessantly. If he had been the target of that technique, he would have been either dead or gravely wounded. Who would bother seeking revenge now? Better to stay alive. Excellent, excellent swordsmanship. Rock, standing at the front, finally spoke. His 2 words of praise conveyed his full appreciation for Yulo. Newgate, what do you think of Yulo's draw technique? Rock's voice suddenly rang out, jolting everyone back to reality. If I were in his place, I would likely be wounded too, Newgate said after a moment of thought, his voice deep. The officer's expression stiffened. It seemed that even Newgate wouldn't escape unscathed from that strike. Hey, look over there. The sky is split, the sea is split, the island is split too. My God, is this something a human can do? Among the pirates, someone fell to the ground in terror, pointing at the distant scene and shouting in shock. The other pirates followed his gaze and collectively gasped. It was the most spectacular sight they had ever seen. In the sky, the endless clouds had parted down the middle, as if opening a gate to heaven. On the sea, a trench stretched for kilometers, its end visible, yet not closing for a long time. Fish floated to the surface, their blood staining the water red, turning it into a sea of blood. On the deserted island, the land was slowly splitting along the line where Yulo had passed. Yulo turned around and gazed at Shiki, who stood motionless in the distance. The black blade in his hand was stained with blood. Drip, drip, blood trickled down the tip of the sword. Shiki felt as if what had just happened was a distant memory, but the sharp pain from his chest reminded him that he was wounded. Thud. Suddenly Shiki fell to one knee, using his swords Odo and Kagurashi as support. Such a swift swordsmanship. Such a sharp sword energy. Shiki panted heavily, and a flicker of shock finally passed over his grim face. He touched the wound on his chest with his hand, feeling the long-forgotten pain. As for Yulo's swordsmanship, Shiki had previously believed it was not inferior to his own. After fighting Yulo, he felt the pressure. However, this draw technique made Shiki's heart tremble for the first time, because Shiki had not removed his armament. Haki, the wound was not too deep, only cutting into the flesh. Nevertheless, it was still not to be underestimated. It is worth noting that his armed color Haki has already reached a high level of strength. Under the dual defenses of hardening and wrapping, Uro's swordsmanship was still able to pierce through the armed color and injure him. If it were Shiki's swordsmanship, he would not have absolute confidence in breaking through the hardened and wrapped high-level armed color. One can imagine how sharp this draw sword technique is. Shiki, kneeling on one knee, felt his aura weaken slightly. Blood slowly dripped from the wound on his chest. Uro's swordsmanship made him feel a brief thrill. However, this was soon replaced by a more intense fighting spirit. Ha, Uro, you really are ruthless. If I hadn't kept my armed color, I might have died at your hands. Shiki sheathed his Sakura tin and withered with standing up steadily. As he rose, the expression on his face gradually became fierce. A few seconds later, he let out a sinister laugh. After getting up, the wound on Shiki's chest was visible to everyone. Lord Shiki, you've been slashed on your chest. There's so much blood, such a long wound. Is it true that Uro's swordsmanship broke through the armed color? Except for Rox and the senior officers, everyone else found it unbelievable. Without a doubt, they believed that the speed of the draw sword technique was something Shiki could not withstand. Yet they had not anticipated that the sharpness of the draw sword technique could actually break through high-level armed color. On Shiki's chest, a wound extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. This is the feeling. Shiki glanced at the wound on his chest, murmuring to himself. It looked terrifying, but it was merely a flesh wound. The intense pain did not affect Shiki. Instead, it made him somewhat nostalgic for this long-lost sensation. Currently, Shiki is powerful, and few can injure him on the sea. However, he also grew from being weak, gradually becoming a strong warrior. In his weaker days, such injuries were commonplace. Now feeling pain again completely ignited Shiki's heart of a warrior. Yulo gazed at the golden lion Shiki, who had his back to him, slightly surprised. He had indeed underestimated Shiki. He originally thought he could inflict serious injuries on Shiki. Unexpectedly, it had only resulted in a flesh wound. Thinking about it, it makes sense of a man who will need the alliance of the warlords and Garp to storm Marineford would not be easily defeated. If you truly die, I will personally bury you, Yulo said calmly. As a rival, Yulo respects Shiki. I believe Shiki feels the same. Uro's response made Shiki's mouth twitch. Yulo in battle is indeed quite annoying. Shiki turned around to face Yulo in the distance. Yulo, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Progress and strength is as simple for you as drinking water. But I, Shiki, am not to be underestimated. Let me show you my progress. Shiki said with a sinister smile, his fighting spirit becoming intense. His aura surged again, as if the embers of death had been reignited. In an instant, he broke through his previous peak and reached a new height. Oh, is that so? Then let me witness it. Yulo raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing this. However, his expression quickly turned serious. Shiki's mention of progress likely wasn't that simple. Reaching Shiki's level of strength, any further progress would be quite difficult. Regardless of the aspect of progress, battle power would see a significant increase. Indeed, even though he is confident in defeating Shiki, the process is still quite difficult. Shiki moved after being injured by Yulo, he launched another offensive. His entire body and his Sakura tin withered wood were enveloped in high-level armed color Haki, activating both hardening and wrapping together. In Uro's observation, Shiki's armed color Haki seemed to have become more agile, giving him an indescribable feeling. Has the armed color Haki become stronger? Yulo murmured to himself, doubt creeping into his voice. Though Shiki is injured, such wounds won't affect him much. Rocks rarely spoke, seemingly explaining to the many pirates. He understood Shiki fairly well. This was not enough to incapacitate him. The decisive battle between the two would likely take a while longer. In my perception, Shiki has become stronger. Whitebeard Newgate said solemnly, very confident in his observation Haki. Upon hearing this, Rocks smirked silently, somewhat looking forward to this battle. Lion/wave. The Shiki, having broken through his peak, crossed his dual blades and slashed out two waves of sword energy. The sword energy transformed into a black flash, instantly crossing the distance and reaching Yulo. Though the speed did not match Uro's draw sword technique, it was significantly faster than Shiki's previous wave. Even the force had become more ferocious, and Yulo felt a powerful impact approaching. Most crucially, the wave was golden, while what lay before him was pitch black. It was the same pitch black as armed color Haki. Yulo had no time to think further and raised his hand to slash out two waves of sword energy to meet it. Before even making contact with the black wave, it was surprisingly dispersed. Yulo quickly placed the black blade in front of himself, fully enveloped in armed color Haki. He forcefully endured the black wave. Clang! The sound echoed. However, a powerful force caused Yulo to stagger back 7 or 8 steps. He looked at Shiki in surprise. This wave of sword energy was indeed powerful. Rather than sword energy, it was more like armed color Haki. Recalling how his previous slash had been shattered before even touching the black wave, he sensed the dense aura of armed color Haki when he defended with his sword. Armed color release. Uro's expression grew solemn. This was an advanced application technique, and its role in battle should not be underestimated. Even the son of Destiny Luffy had to endure humiliation and study this skill. To release armed color and convert it into substantial offense and defense. It can create powerful shockwaves to send enemies flying and form a protective barrier, even defending against intangible attacks. During the Marineford War, the three admirals used armed color release to deflect Newgate's seismic waves. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the senior officers. What is this? The traitor Jeem exclaimed, his expression incredulous. It resembled a scene he had once seen in a Marine admiral. At the forefront, Rocks laughed and succinctly stated, armed color release. This is an advanced application technique of armed color unrelated to the strength of Haki. Seeing that Rocks had no further comments, Newgate took over, explaining briefly. As one of the few in Rock's pirate crew who mastered armed color release, he was well aware of its implications. Silver Axe, Charlotte Lean and others could not help but feel anxious. They had also mastered hardening and wrapping, yet they could not understand release. Golawala Shiki has really kept it deep. Now let's see how Yulo deals with it. Newgate laughed heartily, uncharacteristically praising Shiki. He had mastered armed color release just a few days before Yulo joined Rock's pirate crew. Looking at Shiki's situation, he was only slightly behind. On the broken, desolate island, taking advantage of Yulo's momentary distraction, the golden lion Shiki once again swung his Sakura, tin, and withered wood. Whoosh! 2 more black sword energies shot out. As Yulo's thoughts raced, his observation Haki was keenly aware of Shiki's movements. He swiftly swung his black blade, unleashing 4 consecutive sword energies. Yet even with 4 sword energies, only 1 black sword energy was neutralized. Another black sword energy continued to rush towards him. Shaved. Yulo chose to evade, activating the Rokushiki technique in a flash. He instantly vanished from his original position as the black sword energy howled past. Following the ravines of the sea, he disappeared from sight. Continuously using Rokushiki, Yulo rapidly approached Shiki. His speed was impressive, yet Shiki's observation Haki was still able to detect Yulo's position. Shiki also activated the powers of the float fruit, gliding close to the ground. The swinging Sakura, tin, and withered wood radiated dark light, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Countless sword energies slashed through the air, shooting towards Yulo's position. Kekekek, how does it feel, Yulo kid? Shiki looked at the constantly evading Yulo and laughed triumphantly. See, I Shiki am no slouch either. Just wait and become my first mate. Shiki am not saying anything, but it's just that. Shiki's smug demeanor provoked Yulo. Did he really think that by using the armament Haki externally, he could best Shiki? Even though Shiki's defense and attack power had significantly improved, Yulo had methods to deal with it calmly. He merely wanted to test the extent of Shiki's external armament Haki. Moreover, such a full release of armament Haki consumes tremendous physical strength and Haki. He wasn't sure how long Shiki could maintain this state while boasting. Extreme Dragon Hunt. Just as he finished speaking, Yulo disregarded the numerous incoming sword energies, leaping into the air and striking down fiercely with his black blade. The sharp sword energy erupted, transforming into a fierce black dragon that roared and lunged at Shiki below. The black dragon charged forward, shattering several black sword energies in its path. This technique is indeed impressive, but unfortunately it's still a bit lacking. Shiki said with a slightly serious tone, bending his knees and forcefully stomping the ground, vanishing from his position. This move was inferior to his black Haki slashes, but he was not prepared to take it heed in. Shiki knew very well that he couldn't maintain this state for long. The immediate priority was to defeat Yulo as quickly as possible. In midair, Yulo was preparing to evade the overwhelming black Haki slashes. Suddenly he noticed that Shiki's figure had vanished. He actually didn't choose to take it heed in. Yulo was somewhat surprised. This was not in line with Shiki's usual style. In the next moment, his observation Haki detected Shiki rapidly approaching him. He appeared right above Yulo in an instant. Kekekek, taste my 2 blades. Shiki grinned menacingly, swinging the Sakura, tin, and withered wood down towards Yulo's head. Fortunately, Yulo had already sensed it and reacted quickly. He raised his black blade above his head, its surface covered with armament Haki. Boom. Bang. Shiki's external armament Haki unleashed a tremendous impact, sending Yulo crashing down to the ground. The already broken ground exploded once more, deeply sinking down. The force of the impact kicked up a cloud of dust and sand, obscuring Yulo's figure. This strike from Shiki made some of his supporting pirates cheer. Great job, Shiki. I told you Shiki is no slouch. Yulo is still too young. These people felt unsatisfied about Shiki's previous injury. Now seeing Yulo being knocked down, they began shouting, vindicating Shiki. Just then the dust cleared, revealing Yulo's figure now covered with a layer of pitch-black armament Haki. He was not injured, he had simply been knocked down. Of course he avoided injury thanks to the armament Haki. Look, Yulo is fine. So what if he's young? Young means no injury. Truly, Yulo is amazing. The pirates supporting Yulo immediately countered. Every word they said made those supporting Shiki grit their teeth. Rox and Whitebeard silently observed. Yulo never failed to bring surprises. Nobody knew if he had more hidden abilities. Therefore no one dared to speak carelessly about Yulo's strength. This external armament Haki is indeed impressive. It seems you have fully mastered it. Yulo, gazing at Shiki floating in midair, spoke calmly. He had gleaned the information he wanted from the previous series of attacks. External armament Haki is a technique that requires precise control over Haki, although it can transform into substantial attacks and defenses. However, there is a prerequisite limitation. That is, the strength of the armament Haki does not change. He cannot unleash attacks that exceed his own Haki strength. Similarly, he cannot defend against attacks that surpass his own Haki strength. Since Yulo could break through Shiki's hardened and entwined Haki, adding an external release would still allow him to break through. It's just that the difficulty has doubled, which would simply reveal another sword technique. Kekekek. Of what? Yulo kid, if you want to learn. Shiki thought Yulo's words were an acknowledgement of him, then immediately thought of using this to tempt Yulo. Shiki, you think too much. I'm just thinking about how to defeat you. Before Shiki could finish his sentence, Yulo interrupted. Could it be that you have a trump card? He was not angry, instead he was slightly taken aback, and then felt a sense of anticipation. Yulo was never short of surprises. Every move in battle seemed to be endless, dazzling to the point of confusion. That technique, Godspeed draw sword technique, had broken through his armament Haki. Thinking back, he still felt a pang of fear. This technique is currently my strongest sword technique. Once unleashed, it cannot be stopped. Shiki, brace yourself, this is the first time I will use it. Whether you can survive depends on yourself. Yulo's gaze was deep, his expression indifferent, and his aura surged. While practicing the encyclopedia of sword techniques, he also often researched on his own. In a short period, although he had not created a technique that belonged to him, he thoroughly understood a sword style, subsequently integrating what he had learned. He modified a sword technique that combined fire with body techniques and Haki as a supplement. This technique required an exquisite coordination between the four. Its attack range, speed, and power were several times stronger than Godspeed draw sword technique. The only drawback was that it consumed quite a bit of physical strength. Yulo's demeanor grew exceptionally earnest, his tone heavy with solemnity. Shiki's pupils contracted, an involuntary tension surging within him. Shiki harbored unwavering faith in Yulo's ultimate technique. At this juncture of battle, no one would jest about such matters. Jahaha, Yulo boy, it is my honor. Then let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Shiki's muscles coiled tight, his grip on Sakuraju and Kogain intensifying. He drew a deep breath, unleashing his armament Haki with full force. Every ability stood ready, his aura elevated to its utmost peak. Yulo stood steadfast, black blade in hand. Boom. Suddenly the azure lotus earth core flame ignited, tongues of fire cascading over his entire form. Yulo's calf muscles tensed with explosive power, the ground beneath him shattering. The earth sank, yet Yulo stood immovable as fissures spiderwebbed outward. Torrents of azure lotus earth core flame erupted from beneath his feet, hammering into the depths below. In an instant, heaven and earth quaked, the desolate island trembling. The azure lotus earth core flame continued its deep destruction, widening the cracks at a terrifying pace until they spanned the entire island. Then wisps of azure flame seeped from the fissures. Crack, crack, crack. In a flash, the shattered island collapsed into complete disarray, splintering apart. Look, the entire island is falling to pieces. This barren isle is about to sink. Even after breaking the island, they're still undecided. Having weathered countless shocks, the distant pirates had grown accustomed. Watching the island crumble, they exchanged remarks of amazement. Just as everyone expected the island to submerge, the surrounding seawater abruptly began to boil, sending vast clouds of steam upward. Countless fish leaped frantically from the water, racing to escape. What's happening? It's scorching. The sea itself is boiling. Heat billowed upward, assailing their scalps. The pirates felt as though they were trapped in a steamer. Look over there. Someone suddenly cried out. From the seawater around the island, a colossal azure shadow burst through the waves. Towering waves surged the sea, churning violently. The pirate ships anchored nearby were swept up by the monstrous swells, pushed back 100 meters. The shattered island, which should have plunged into the ocean, was now cradled by a massive azure lotus. 36 lotus petals slowly closed, enveloping the entire wreckage of the island. Physis. Absolutely spectacular. The pirates gaped in astonishment, their words stammering. Such a terrifying devil fruit ability. Yinfa's expression turned grim as he spoke solemnly. Gururara, it's all thanks to Yulo's masterful development. Newgate laughed heartily, even he was awestruck. The azure flame could seal off an entire island. A truly fearsome application of his power. Inside the azure lotus, jagged rocks lay strewn. Shiki's heart pounded at the sight. Even as he unleashed his armament Haki at full strength, he could feel an oppressive, suffocating heat. This Yulo brat. He's not actually trying to kill me, is he? Shiki stared in terror at Yulo's calm expression. Overwhelming pressure forced him back 2 steps instinctively. But then he looked down at his own legs in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had felt a flicker of fear. He's probably doing this to stop me from escaping, Shiki muttered with a bitter laugh, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Whether it was instinct or psychology, he couldn't just wait for defeat. Shiki's gaze hardened with resolve, and he immediately assumed an attacking stance. The scattered rubble and earth around him rose and coalesced, swiftly forming dozens of massive, imposing lions. They crowded together, guarding Golden Lion Shiki. Watching this, Yulo curled his lips into a faint smile. The sharp sword intent of a great swordsman soared skyward, the black blade in his hand humming violently as the two resonated. On the ink-black blade, armament Haki hardened and coiled sword energy condensed frantically, and azure lotus earth core flame clung to it. The 4 forces stacked their might, swelling to unprecedented heights. Take this. Yulo's body shuddered as his voice fell. Unleashing the 6 powers razor at full force, his figure vanished in an instant. So fast. Shiki, fully focused in the distance, felt every hair on his body stand on end, his pupils contracting sharply. In that split second, he activated his observation Haki to the max, desperately tracking Yulo's movements. It was the same razor, but different from before. Earlier, Yulo's razor left traces his figure, tracing an arc through the air. But this time his speed reached an extreme, his control over airflow so precise that he left not a single trace. Only by unleashing his observation Haki completely could Shiki perceive Yulo's trajectory. Go! Shiki roared, swinging Sakuraju and Kogain. Roar! 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 Dozens of colossal lions snarled and lunged at the fast-moving Yulo. Naturally, these lions could not stop Yulo. Merely the airflow generated from his friction with the air shattered. Shiki knew this well. It was just a tactic to wear Yulo down. Lion Thousand Cutting Valley. The next moment, he struck, his arms flailing like a frenzy of demons. Countless black sword beams blotted out the sky, instantly sealing off Yulo's path. Ha ha ha! Shiki faced my killing blow. As a lotus sword song. Seeing Shiki so close, Yulo burst into laughter. With the speed rivaling a draw cut, his whole form transformed into a streak of azure sword light. The dense black sword beams were pierced through in a single strike. Like a force of nature, the light shot toward Shiki. Armament Haki emission. Shiki's face paled, and he hastily used the emission technique, erecting an invisible defensive barrier around his body. Clang! The azure sword light passed through a crisp collision, ringing out. Relieved that the barrier only trembled slightly, Shiki exhaled. But the next moment, he faced an increasingly sharper radiance. Clang! 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 The metallic clash was unending. Azure sword light continuously pierced through Shiki. Faster and faster, more powerful, the sword energy ever sharper. Shiki roared, unleashing every ounce of defense. He hadn't expected that first strike was only the beginning. Now he could only defend passively. Facing the azure sword light, he could parry 2 or 3 blows. But now it was too fast for him to react. He feared that after blocking a few strikes, he would be pierced by the next. Damn it! Shiki's face darkened, his expression grim. He realized that his armament Haki emission barrier was on the verge of shattering. And the azure sword light grew ever faster, more ruthless, more precise. Crack! Crack! At last, after 18 flashes of sword light, the barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. What manner of swordsmanship was this? Shiki's expression instantly shifted, and he inwardly cursed. The might of these 18 converging sword lights surpassed the defensive limits of his armament Haki. His armament Haki projection had been shattered, yet the azure sword lights continued their onslaught. Just as Shiki moved to reapply his armament Haki projection, the 19th sword light struck, slicing across his arm with a resonant clang. Yulo would never permit Shiki to employ his armament Haki projection again. Hiss! Shiki winced in pain, his movements interrupted by the sword light. His hardened and coated armament Haki was breached, leaving a gash upon his arm. Clang! 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 The azure sword light relentlessly carved through, affording Shiki no chance to react. In an instant, his body bore numerous sword wounds. This has the victor been decided. Alas, Lord Shiki is about to lose. Lord Yulo is utterly monstrous. The spectators on the sea were stunned, their countenances drastically changing as they voiced their awe and lament. In their line of sight, Yulo was utterly invisible. All they could discern were countless azure sword lights streaking past. In the blink of an eye, Shiki was covered in wounds. What manner of technique could render Lord Shiki utterly defenseless? The distant, desolate island was enshrouded in azure lotus, while a piercing sword intent assailed them. Even from afar, it made their scalps tingle and their hairs stand on end in terror. The azure sword light struck 36 times in an instant, and Yulo's figure materialized in midair. Shiki gasped for breath, his entire body lacerated with wounds. The steady drip of overlapping droplets echoed as blood cascaded down. Every wound rivaled the slash of a drawing technique upon his chest. These dozen-odd wounds were not deep, only somewhat hindering to Shiki. The critical issue was the dreadful volume of blood loss. Coupled with the prolonged full release of armament Haki, Shiki's stamina was draining precipitously. Shiki, this is the final strike. Yulo, hovering in the air, wore a look of supreme disdain, his voice utterly composed. He gripped the black blade with both hands, raising it high. In the next moment, a colossal azure lotus abruptly bloomed, its 36 petals ablaze with fire. They transformed into streams of azure fire converging upon the black blade, hardening and coating with armament Haki entwined with the green lotus core fire. The black blade radiated an astonishing killing intent. The surrounding air wailed as if faced with a fearsome entity. Shiki involuntarily stepped back, staring in dread at that black sword. The aura it exuded made him recoil. It felt as though his very soul trembled. Reckless, utterly, Rock's expression darkened. He sensed a powerful killing intent from Yulo's black blade. This was merely a duel. How had it escalated into a life-or-death battle? If that boy Yulo were to bring down this strike, given Shiki's current state, he would be gravely wounded even if he survived. If that happened, it would severely disrupt Rock's plans. Shiki was indispensable for the upcoming retaliation against the Navy. Even if all the ordinary crew perished, Shiki must not come to harm. Moreover, Shiki was a high-ranking combatant of the Rock's pirates. Rock's ultimate goal, to overthrow the world government, required men like Shiki most of all. Rox fixed a solemn gaze upon Yulo. This Yulo was an absolute monster. Even Rox detected a hint of threat from the Black Blade. Intervene. Rox fixed a solemn gaze upon Yulo. This Yulo was an absolute monster. Even Rox detected a hint of threat from the Black Blade. Let me end this fight. Rox strode forward, his figure vanishing from the bow and charging straight onto the desolate island. Even Newgate's expression drastically changed, never expecting such a development. Seeing Rox charge out, he hastily followed. Yulo held aloft the black blade wreathed in azure fire, exuding a world-shattering aura. At this moment his face was also slightly pale, his steady breathing becoming labored. The previous colossal azure lotus and the 36 sword lights coupled with this terrifyingly potent strike. Yulo's condition mirrored Shiki's, his stamina nearly exhausted. If this strike could not defeat Shiki, then it would have to end in a draw. But Yulo firmly believed that under this blade, everything would be reduced to smoke and ashes. Gahaha! A wild derisive laughter rang out as Shiki resolved to fight to the death. Countless massive lions coalesced once more while Odo and Kagurashi were hardened and coated with armament Haki. However, his body itself was left uncoated. His remaining stamina was scant. Coating his body in armament Haki would further diminish the power of his attacks. The next moment, both moved simultaneously. Yulo's black blade descended, carving a streak of azure sword energy that spanned the heavens. Shiki launched two crossing black sword energies, soaring upward with the roaring lions trailing behind. At that moment, between the heavens and the earth above, the vast sea space itself seemed to freeze. In the eyes of the onlookers, Yulo and Shiki appeared to vanish. All that remained were two ultimate pure attacks. The azure sword energy collided with the black sword energy and annihilated it in an instant. Witnessing this, Shiki's spirit sank. He now understood the might of that strike. Those lions alone would be unable to withstand it. They would likely scatter in an instant. Furthermore, with his remaining stamina, the speed he could muster was insufficient to evade this azure sword energy. At that moment, a lightning-like figure flashed past. A man with an afro appeared before the azure sword energy. The aura he emanated was like an unfathomable abyss, swallowing all presence and saturating the entire battlefield. Rock's hands coated in armament Haki pushed forward gently. Instantly, the azure sword energy halted, as if meeting an invisible wall. Blocked by Rock's armament Haki projection, the azure sword energy still furiously attempted to break through. Rox narrowed his eyes and thrust his hands with force. An invisible shockwave erupted, flinging the azure sword energy away. Then another burly figure instantly appeared behind Rox. A fist wrapped in a white air mass slammed into the air before him. Crack! Crack! The air split apart, and the power of vibration erupted. Countless lions were shattered into pieces. Massive chunks of earth fell, and the four stood on debris floating on the sea. You two are utterly reckless. Rox swept his gaze over them, his expression relaxed, but his tone low. Captain Rox. Yulo looked at Rox in bewilderment before snapping to realization. Rox's intervention now clearly indicated he did not wish for Shiki to come to harm. Considering that Rox viewed ordinary crew as cannon fodder, he valued only these officers. Yulo narrowed his eyes, inwardly astonished. To have effortlessly intercepted that strike, Rox's strength surpassed his expectations. How could this be? Shiki stared in shock at Rox, mumbling to himself. His armed color was completely shattered by Yulo's deadly move. Rox, relying solely on his external release, was able to effortlessly block and even deflect the attack. Just how powerful is he? Even Newgate, who had come along, showed a look of astonishment in his eyes. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It was far too easy. It seemed as though it was just a casual strike, and it looked like no effort was involved. Huff, huff, huff. After the intense emotional fluctuations, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Yulo suddenly knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his black blade, gasping for breath. Shiki was in even worse shape. The significant blood loss made him feel dizzy, nearly fainting. Fortunately, Newgate was quick to step forward and support him. Sensing Newgate's presence, Shiki gritted his teeth fiercely. Then, forcing himself to muster his spirits, he shook off Newgate's hand. Gololala Shiki, you really do care about face more than anything else. Newgate chuckled, not pushing the oomph. Shiki snorted coldly, barely stabilizing his form and beginning to recover his strength. Meanwhile, Yulo slowly stood up. Such terrifying talent and strength. In just a few years you will surely catch up to me. Rox looked at Yulo with satisfaction. A young man with monstrous talent. Even his talent could not compare to Yulo's. Rox felt somewhat relieved that Yulo was a pirate. If he were in the Navy, it would certainly bring him considerable trouble. Even now he could still feel a faint pain in his hands which were behind his back. Hearing Rox's words before Yulo could speak, Shiki's voice came through. Captain Rox is right, you have already Yulo, this battle was my defeat. Shiki slowly walked over, his expression somewhat disappointed, speaking with a hint of emotion. After all, he really wanted Yulo to become his vice-captain. But now it seemed that dream was shattered. However, he accepted Yulo's strength wholeheartedly, without any resentment. If it weren't for Rox and Newgate intruding at the last moment, he might have been lying down instead of standing now. Shiki, you're not bad, either having mastered the armed color external release. Yulo glanced at Shiki's disappointed expression and mentioned his progress. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Newgate burst into laughter. Gololala Shiki, I didn't expect it. You've mastered the armed color external release so quickly, Newgate said, giving Shiki a pat on the shoulder. That pat almost made Shiki kneel down. Newgate, I'm not any worse than you. Shiki gritted his teeth in anger, his gaze filled with the desire to explode Newgate's head. Newgate pretended not to hear, saying nothing. Mainly because Shiki looked quite miserable, he couldn't bear to strike. Alright Yulo, get some good rest. Shiki, recover from your injuries quickly. The retaliatory action against the Navy will begin in 2 months. Rox fixed his gaze on Shiki, then scanned everyone, speaking in a deep voice. Once these words were spoken, Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate all became serious. What about the mole? Newgate looked at Rox and suddenly asked. Even Yulo and Shiki pricked up their ears. Originally, there were some matters that Rox wouldn't mention and they wouldn't ask. But now that Rox brought it up, it seemed only natural for them to inquire. You don't need to worry about that, everything is under my control. Rox gazed out at the sea and left first. The three exchanged knowing glances before following suit. Rox did not hold a senior meeting, but took this opportunity to inform the three of them alone. Clearly he trusted them, knowing that the mole was not among them. It was also to prepare them for the actions to come. Yulo's mind raced. Judging from the current situation, the friction between Rox's pirate crew and the Navy headquarters was frequent and intense. It seemed that the Battle of the Valley of Gods in the anime was not far off. Before that, at the very least, he needed to possess strength that could match Rox, if not surpass him. As for the Navy mole, he was utterly unconcerned. When the time comes, it would just be a matter of a single Qinglian sword song. All the observing pirates returned to Hive Island. The whole island was buzzing with rumors about the battle between Yulo and Shiki. It was just a fight, yet it had directly destroyed an island. Now that desolate island had vanished from that sea area. This battle left a deep impression in their memories. Zhan Wang, Ji, Silver Axe, Kaido, Lin, and others had nothing to say about it. The swift draw sword technique, Qinglian sword song, they had all witnessed Yulo's strength. Especially Wang Ji and Kaido, every time they saw Yulo on the island, they felt deeply powerless. As for Yulo, upon returning, he immediately fell asleep. It was only the next morning that he woke up feeling ding. Task check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the task reward, Advanced Armed Color Haki Armed Color External Release. The task reward has been automatically granted to the host. As soon as Yulo opened his eyes, he heard the system's notification. He immediately felt that the quantity and strength of his armed color Haki had greatly increased. The techniques for using armed color external release had seamlessly integrated into his body like muscle memory. The problems that had previously puzzled him were now effortlessly resolved. Yulo couldn't help but smile. The system had delivered a pleasant surprise right after he woke up. It allowed him to catch up to the Golden Lion Shiki in terms of armed color Haki. If he were to fight again, Yulo would find it much easier. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't checked in for his daily tasks yet. System initiate daily check-in. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Advanced Observation Haki. Oh my. The system truly gave Yulo quite a surprise. Just received an Advanced Armed Color, and now another Advanced Observation Color. With the Advanced Conqueror's Haki, all 3 types of Haki had reached the advanced level. Yulo released his Observation Haki, directly covering the entire Hive Island. The information he could perceive had also become more detailed. At that moment, Yulo sensed that Rox had appeared at the door. Your Haki has broken through. Rox entered as he felt it from outside. A powerful Observation Haki emanated from Yulo's room. Yes, my Observation Haki has reached the advanced level. Yulo got off the bed and nodded in response. Since Rox asked, he must have sensed it already, so there was no need to hide anything. Hiss, so you mean it was only at the intermediate level before? Rox stared at Yulo in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. He had been paying close attention to Yulo's earlier battles. Back then, the Observation Haki Yulo displayed already rivaled the advanced level. Yes, but during the fight I used it in conjunction with Hachinosu. Perceiving Rox's thoughts, Yulo offered an explanation. Upon first acquiring Observation Haki, he had discovered its remarkable synergy with Hachinosu. When employing both simultaneously, his Observation Haki was amplified. I see. Rox suddenly understood, a look of realization dawning on his face. After a moment's thought, Rox grasped Yulo's shoulder and spoke. In the coming days, I have a secret mission. Since the battle, everyone had been endlessly gossiping, utterly neglecting training and work. Rox even noticed that after Wang Ji and Kaido returned, they had drowned their sorrows in drink for an entire day and night. He figured it would be best to temporarily send Yulo away. As it happened, he had a task at hand that was integral to his plan for vengeance against the Marines. A secret mission, but I don't have any crew. Yulo was taken aback, caught off guard. Assigning him a mission when he had no crew, he was a lone wolf. This mission requires no crew, acting alone will suffice. I originally intended to send Shiki, but he's injured and needs a few days to recover. Newgate won't do, his build is too conspicuous. I've got him training the crew on the island. Rock's voice carried a hint of mystery as he elaborated for Yulo. Then turning to Yulo, who had grown serious, Rox silently congratulated himself. What a clever little devil I am. What's the mission? Yulo fixed his gaze and asked in a solemn tone. He suddenly recalled what Rox had said the previous day. Coupled with the words just spoken, it was all too clear. Rox had mentioned only 3 names: himself, Shiki, and Newgate. Clearly this was tied to the plan for retaliation against the Marines. Thus the mission had to be assigned to one of these 3. Since Shiki and Newgate were unavailable, the task inevitably fell to him. It's about the celestial dragons. Rox let out a sly chuckle, dropping a bombshell. A chill ran down Yulo's spine, but then a faint, knowing smile crept across his face. Celestial dragons, huh? Now that's interesting. Within the Rox pirates, the crew comprised beings from all corners of the sea. He had encountered countless humanoid races, but never a celestial dragon, the so-called world nobles. According to the intelligence I've gathered. After we seized the 2 shipments of tribute, the celestial dragons flew into a rage. The 5 elders ordered the Marines to atone for their failure, preventing the celestial dragons from censuring them. The impotent wrath of the celestial dragons turned their swords toward the 2 member nations that had offered the tribute. They will soon dispatch envoys to those nations. Although these envoys have personal guards, their strength is far beneath yours. Your mission is to eliminate them. This will also divert the attention of both the Marines and the traitors. For the past few days, Marine scouts have been lurking on the periphery of our territory. As Rox spoke, a grim smile spread across his face. Yulo was about to respond when the system chimed in. Ding. Mission triggered. Check-in. Please proceed to the member nations and slay the vile celestial dragons. Mission check-in successful. System rewards will be distributed. Yulo's heart leaped with joy. The system truly understood him best. Moreover, he noticed that the system was becoming increasingly intuitive, always triggering check-ins or issuing rewards based on his thoughts or needs. All right, no problem. He'll set out tonight. Yulo accepted the mission without hesitation. He had long grown weary of Beehive Island. A trip outside to explore with a few celestial dragons to kill on the side would be a welcome change. By the way, if you need crew, you can pick from among the nations. There are quite a few promising individuals living in those countries. Rox, recalling Yulo's lack of crew, added a casual reminder. Yulo nodded, but didn't take it too seriously. Rox was right, but what he didn't say was that people living in a nation were generally unwilling to become pirates. Especially not aboard the infamous Rox pirates, unless they were desperate individuals with nowhere else to turn. Then get yourself ready. With that, Rox rose and left. Yulo watched him go, only returning to his room once Rox had disappeared from sight. Rox was truly formidable. Yulo's advanced observation Haki covered the entire island. Yet not until Rox stood before his door did Yulo sense his presence. From this he deduced that Rox's observation Haki was likely at the pinnacle, the highest echelon. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. Surpassing Rox was merely a matter of time. Shortly after, Yulo left his room and made his way to the ship of Golden Lion Shiki. The moment he boarded, countless eyes turned toward him. Lord Yulo, you've come. Lord Yulo, have you eaten? Lord Yulo, care for a drink? It was lunchtime, and the crew greeted him with warmth and concern. Yulo waved back, smiling as he politely declined. He reached Shiki's cabin and pushed the door open without ceremony. The aroma of grilled meat and fine liquor enveloped him. Shiki, his upper body wrapped in bandages with faint traces of blood still visible, sat on his bed, feasting heartily, gulping down meat and swigging wine. Devouring his food like a wolf, he hardly seemed like someone recovering from injuries. Shiki, you're mending quite well. Looks like you're enjoying yourself, Yulo remarked with a grin, picking up a flask of sake. Gah! If it isn't Yulo, you brat. This little scratch. A few days, and he'll be back to full strength. Shiki paused, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and boomed with laughter at the sight of Yulo. There was no security on his own ship, so he had assumed it was just a crew member bringing more drink and food. Yulo was unsurprised to see Shiki in such vibrant spirits. That's just how people in this pirate world were. Their bodies possessed astonishing recovery and regenerative abilities, especially for a powerhouse like Shiki. Even the so-called life return was small potatoes to him. After only a day and a night, he was already bouncing around joyfully. By the way, where's Newgate? Yulo asked, noting that Newgate was nowhere to be seen outside. Captain Rox called him away. Shiki answered, his voice slightly muffled by his chewing. Just as I thought. Yulo mused inwardly. It seemed Rox had summoned Newgate to inform him about training the crew. So after our fight, did you gain anything? When I got back yesterday, I felt my Conqueror's Haki had become more flexible. Probably won't be long before I master Conqueror's Haki infusion. Shiki now boasted with a hint of, there was no trace of yesterday's disappointment on his face. Shiki harbored no resentment toward Yulo. On the vast sea, true top-tier fighters possessed that much magnanimity. Is that so? Not bad at all. Yulo was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected that after their battle Shiki had set one foot across the threshold of Conqueror's Haki infusion. That technique was even more difficult than armament Haki emission. Compared to it, the difficulty of armament Haki infusion was merely child's play. However, he had only glimpsed the path. It was hardly something to write home about. As for me, it seems I've made no progress. Yulo's lips curled slightly as he thought of a brilliant idea. With a flick of his right finger, the wine jug on the table exploded with a bang. Ha ha, Yulo, my boy, this is nothing. Shurji became increasingly pleased with himself, laughing heartily. Then his laughter suddenly stopped, and his expression froze in place. This is the external release of armament Haki. Finally realizing the situation, Shiji's face changed dramatically. The triumphant smile vanished, replaced by shock. Dumbfounded and at a loss for words, it was an understatement to describe his surprise. I woke up after a nap and suddenly knew this. So this is the external release of armament Haki. Yulo, as if possessed by an acting deity, feigned a look of surprise, mumbling to himself. Shurji regained his composure, and as he listened to Yulo's irritating words, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He looked at Yulo with a resentful gaze, gritting his teeth, yet feeling helpless. This Yulo was such a good actor. He couldn't believe Yulo didn't know this was the external release of armament Haki. Suddenly Shiji's fingers involuntarily twitched. In that brief moment, he truly wanted to slap himself twice. Damn it, what was he so smug about? Now he had been thoroughly slapped in the face. He had originally thought about teaching Yulo the technique of the external release of armament Haki. Well, sob, it was my own self-indulgence. Humph, you came to find me. Are you asking me to board your ship? Shurji snorted coldly and called for more wine and meat. After all, since he had lost the duel, he would comply with any request from Yulo. No, you think too much. Oh, I'm not interested in you. You have your own path to follow, and so do I. Yulo suppressed a laugh and became serious as he spoke. He had never thought about such a thing as someone like Shurji would only bind him if he followed. Only in the way depicted in anime could Shurji shine with his own brilliance. Isn't that title of Flying Admiral something Shurji earned himself? Is that so? Shurji was slightly surprised that Yulo was not interested in him. Compared to Yulo, he was indeed lacking, but his future achievements would certainly not be low. He truly didn't know what this Yulo was thinking. However, this was better. Being subordinate was not his style. All right, I'm leaving now. Yulo glanced at the time and turned to leave. He still had to go prepare the eternal. This is the downside of having no crew. Everything had to be done personally. There were still a lot of things to take from Rox along with the eternal pointer. Yulo put everything into the system item slot. Later that evening, after greeting Rox, Newgate, and Shurji, he set off. Yulo arrived at the seaside alone, where there wasn't a single ship on the sea. This was also the reason why Newgate was unsuitable for this mission. Acting alone without needing a ship was simpler, since sailing alone was too troublesome. Newgate was powerful, but lacked agility, and couldn't maintain prolonged flight. Thus, he could only choose Yulo, who was in better physical condition compared to Shurji. Yulo took out the eternal pointer and confirmed the direction. Then the blue lotus heart fire ignited, coalescing into 5-meter-long azure wings. With a flap, he took to the sky, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly swept across the sea. The target location for this mission's allied nation was not particularly strong in overall strength. Among the more than 170 allied nations of the world government, it could only be considered above average. 3 days later, Yulo arrived at the kingdom of Godashing. At this moment, he was hovering high above the palace. He had noticed the celestial dragon's ships long before passing through the harbor. To be honest, they were quite luxurious. His observation Haki was deployed, covering the entire palace. Why is there only one? Yulo was somewhat puzzled, muttering to himself. From the information, he sensed there were 3 celestial dragons visiting this time. A father and a pair of siblings. Damn, it formed a family of 3. Currently, there was only one middle-aged celestial dragon in the palace. The other 2 were unknown as to where they were causing trouble. After all, celestial dragons never do anything good. Never mind, it's your bad luck. It'll just kill you first. Yulo grinned wickedly, a murderous intent flashing through his heart as he descended. There were quite a few guards in the palace, clearly arranged to protect the celestial dragon. Surrounding them were some CP organization spies and combatants. Their strength was significantly stronger than that of the palace guards. However, compared to Yulo, they were far from a match. The palace was vast, and the celestial dragon's quarters were in the central position. The extravagance and luxury were even more splendid than the king's palace. It was enough to show how much these allied nations catered to the celestial dragons. Yulo moved at breakneck speed and flashed in front of the palace where the celestial dragons resided. At that moment, the CP organization members noticed Yulo. "Who are you? Don't you know that approaching here is prohibited?" The members of the CP organization quickly surrounded. The commotion attracted the palace guards. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" Yulo said with a playful smile. His words stirred a memory within the CP members. As intelligence agents directly under the world government, their basic ability was being well informed about the major pirates. "You are Roxy." The CP members' faces filled with terror, and before they could finish, they all fainted. Not just them. In that fleeting moment, Yulo's conqueror's Haki enveloped the palace, causing all those who couldn't withstand it to collapse. Clearing out the weaklings was one aspect. There was also the fact that he couldn't notify the navy in time. As Yulo entered the palace, two white figures suddenly appeared before him, dressed in white suits with white capes draped over their backs. Cipher Pol Aegis 0, the superior entity of CP-1 CP-9, the highest intelligence agency directly under the world nobles, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. So how about it? I should be correct, shouldn't I? Yulo did not stop his steps, approaching the two, while the entire organization directly under the world government could only be CP-0 that would catch Yulo's eye. As for CP-1 CP-9, they merely gathered intelligence. They were insignificant. An anime Rob Lucci, known as the strongest of CP-9 in 800 years, looks like a joke. "You are Yulo from the Rocks Pirates with a bounty of 1.5 billion. What are you doing here?" The two CP-0 members' faces darkened, their bodies tensed as if facing a great enemy. No one expected that the Yulo, who became famous after robbing the gold from the heavens, would appear here at this time. Moreover, this Yulo seemed to know so many secrets. "Oh, I'm here to kill the celestial dragons." Yulo approached the two, speaking nonchalantly. "You wish? Die." Upon hearing this, the two erupted, launching attacks covered in armament Haki directly at Yulo. Pointing spear. Storm step. The two members of CP-0 unleashed all their strength with a finger and a foot. Faced with the rumored monster Yulo, they could not afford to be careless. With a loud bang, the two attacks froze as if hitting an invisible wall. Boom. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending the two flying away. Tisk, is that all the strength you have? Looks like you're just a small fry in CP-0. Yulo walked straight over, flicking the blue lotus hellfire in his hand. The fallen CP-0 members revealed expressions of terror. Before they could scream, they were burned to two piles of ashes. Yulo felt disinterested. They were simply too weak. After fighting with Zephyr Shiki and others, he found such strength utterly uninteresting. Deep within the palace, it was extremely quiet. Yulo saw a celestial dragon lying on the ground, middle-aged, dressed luxuriously with a bubble-shaped crown on his head. Truly weak and frail. Yulo scoffed at this, knocked unconscious by the conqueror's Haki, wondering how he was any different from those small fry. How could he still dare to call himself a world noble? On the ground beside him lay a beautiful woman covered in wounds, already devoid of breath. Yulo noticed she was wearing royal garments. It was obvious she had been sacrificed to the celestial dragons. She had died under their torment and torture. Yulo flicked his fingers, lightly releasing his armed color. The bubble crown of Saint Algernon shattered. A scream erupted, and the shock and pain jolted Saint Algernon awake. "What happened to my bubble crown? Damn it, this filthy air! I'm actually breathing the air of slaves." Upon waking, he directly shouted in anger, nearly choking himself. As a noble celestial dragon, how could he breathe the air of slaves? If his kin found out, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Then just don't breathe at all. Yulo's gaze hardened, filled with coldness as he spoke. "Celestial dragons are truly detestable. You lowly commoner." Only then did Saint Algernon notice Yulo. His fury clouded his mind, and he screamed crazily. Bang! Yulo unleashed a burst of energy. Before Saint Algernon could finish his words, he was slammed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The pampered celestial dragon was simply no match. "Where are the CP-0 members? What are you doing? Hurry and come here, kill this lowly commoner." Saint Algernon, stuck in the wall, wore a look of agony. Yet his attitude remained arrogant, still thinking of. He kept calling Yulo a lowly commoner, acting as if he were above everyone. "Those two men in white are already in hell. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you." The voice of the celestial dragon was indeed annoying, and Yulo couldn't help but dig at his ears. "Who exactly are you? Who gave you the courage to kill my guards? Don't you know I'm a celestial dragon?" Yulo's words made him a bit clearer, This person had actually killed his guards, which was simply unforgivable. I am the one who stole your celestial gold. And I am also the one who will kill you, Yulo said with interest, slowly walking towards Saint Algernon. You dare to kill me, I am a celestial dragon. Do you want to be hunted down by a marine admiral? If you want to live, release me quickly. Saint Algernon was shocked, staring at Yulo, filled with rage. This lowly commoner actually wanted to kill him. This was a blatant insult to the celestial dragons. But now he mentioned the marine admiral. Surely this would intimidate this lowly commoner. Once this lowly commoner released him, he must torture this lowly commoner brutally. Truly, celestial dragons are something else, still so tough at a time like this. A bunch of brainless idiots. Yulo found it quite ridiculous and directly cursed. In such a situation, they were either truly brainless or had some backbone. Clearly, the celestial dragons leaned more towards the former. Slap, slap, slap. Yulo approached Saint Algernon, slapping his face. Lowly commoner. You're dead. I'll stop hitting. Please spare me, don't hit me anymore. Saint Algernon, who had been tough, was now begging for mercy after being beaten. His bruised face made his words slurred. Yulo wore a playful smile. So even celestial dragons could beg for mercy. Where did that toughness go? Where are the treasures on this list? Yulo picked up a list filled with various treasures. It should be the treasures that Saint Algernon brought here, offerings from the king to the celestial dragons. Though far inferior to the celestial gold, there were still several good items. It's still in the king's treasury. Saint Algernon was truly frightened and answered honestly. Though he felt distressed about it, he wanted to live more. Treasury. Take me there. Yulo's eyes lit up as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. A treasury of a vassal state, that was a good thing. It was probably not inferior to the celestial gold. After all, it was the savings of a country over many years. With such a large number of treasures, even Yulo, who viewed money as dirt, couldn't help but be tempted. I don't know. Saint Algernon's eyes darted, his face full of unwillingness, trying to muddle through. He came all this way for these treasures. Those are mine. How could I give away the treasures that are within reach? You better think carefully before answering. Yulo's gaze suddenly turned icy. His right hand ignited with blue lotus hellfire. So hot. The scorching heat instantly engulfed Saint Algernon. He suddenly felt dizzy, as if his body was about to melt. If this fire burned him, Saint Algernon didn't even... I can take you there, I know where it is. Fearing for his life, Saint Algernon completely surrendered. Yulo tossed the Saint Algernon, who was stuck in the wall, onto the ground. Saint Algernon looked pale and curled up for a while before he was ready to stand up, kneel, and lead the way. Suddenly, two bursts of energy struck, directly breaking his shins. Saint Algernon screamed in agony, the intense pain making him feel like he was dying. Was it enough for me to lead you? Why break my legs? He felt an endless humiliation in his heart. When had celestial dragons ever suffered such pain? At this moment, he even wished for death. Yulo followed behind, while Saint Algernon crawled ahead. Saint Algernon led Yulo to the central palace. The kingdom's treasure vault lies deep within the royal palace. He quavered, terrified of further torment. Is that so? Yulo cast an icy glance. I swear it, truly it is here, I have not lied. Saint Algernon's hair stood on end, and he bowed his head frantically in panic. Now that both his legs were crippled, he dared not play any more tricks, otherwise the next time it would be his entire body that was ruined. Let's go. Yulo naturally perceived that Saint Algernon was not lying. He had been emitting his observation Haki all along, taking in every movement throughout the entire palace. Inside the palace, numerous people lay scattered about. All guards responsible for watching over the place knocked unconscious by Yulo's conqueror's Haki. Boom. Yulo arrived at the treasury door and kicked it open directly. His violent demeanor made Saint Algernon tremble with fear. Yulo quickly inventoried the contents. Aside from a vast amount of treasure, there were also some high-quality weapons and several devil fruits. Unfortunately, they were all zoan-type fruits. Presumably the best items had already been tribute to the celestial dragons. Yulo stuffed everything into his inventory. This inventory was essentially his system space, and it was the sort he could use freely. Having looted the treasury clean, Yulo turned and left, carrying Saint Algernon as he sped toward the celestial dragon's ship in the harbor. From Saint Algernon's mouth, he learned that the other two celestial dragons, his children, disdained living in a palace full of slaves and had remained on the ship. They were waiting for Saint Algernon to return with their share of the treasure. After Yulo left the palace, someone gradually regained consciousness. The streets outside the palace were deserted. To prevent the commoners from offending the celestial dragons, the king had driven them all out. Yulo rapidly approached the celestial dragon's ship. Suddenly, he heard a gunshot. It hurts. You let go of L. The voice was young and lacked confidence, as if the speaker was not old. You little slave, how dare you defy a world noble? A youthful yet venomous voice rang out, sharp and feminine. Yulo heard the commotion and sensed with his observation Haki immediately understanding the situation ahead. Had truly worthy of celestial dragons, stirring up trouble wherever they go. A flicker of disgust passed through Yulo's eyes. On the open ground of the harbor, a boy sat on the ground, his face twisted in agony, tears welling in his eyes. The wound on his leg was a gunshot, blood gushing out like a spring. See, this is what happens when you defy a celestial dragon. You little bastard, hear that? Saint Luzamala's expression was ferocious, a stark contrast to her appearance. She strode forward 2 steps, kicked the wounded boy down, and stomped viciously on his face. "Oh, damn it, let Elle go." The injured youth's companion, eyes blazing with fury, charged forward like a madman clutching a rusty tachi. But it was not that easy. The youth had barely taken 2 steps when a guard kicked him flying. Bang! He flew like a cannonball and crashed heavily onto the ground. The youth clung to his tachi, struggling to stand up. Let Elle go. Trembling violently, he still slowly raised the tachi. "You are nothing but rabble and my slaves. Don't you want to save him? Come on." Saint Luzamali shrieked grimly, lifting her foot to stomp on Elle's head. She felt an unprecedented excitement, her expression twisting hideously. She delighted in torturing slaves. The more fiercely they struggled, the more exhilarated she became. Ronnie, watching the descending soul, Elle felt death approaching his heart, filled with rage and fear. Though his body writhed frantically, his injured leg refused to obey. "Elle!" The distant youth screamed, his pupils seeming to dim. Just as Saint Luzamala's foot was about to buzz, 2 faint auras emerged, vanishing in seconds. In that instant, Saint Luzamali froze. Her mind was dazed and confused. For a few seconds, she almost passed out. "Huh, interesting." Yulo was mildly startled, then surprised and delighted. Conqueror's Haki. No mistake, it was definitely Conqueror's Haki. Even though it was emitted passively, and the aura was very weak, Yulo's observation Haki had clearly sensed it. He had actually encountered 2 youths with the disposition of kings. Since the aura was so weak, Saint Luzamali soon regained her senses, and enraged raised her foot to stomp again. Bang! A scream rang out. "Ah!" Yulo released invisible Haki, and Saint Luzamali she curled up on the ground, writhing in silent agony. Who is it?" The Soul CP0 guard's face changed drastically. The sudden turn of events horrified him. That a celestial dragon had been injured right under his nose was a grave dereliction of duty. Even if he killed the culprit, he would face severe consequences. And that was assuming he could kill him. He activated his observation Haki, but found no extra presence apart from those present. On the luxurious ship, St. Gillard heard the commotion and hurried out. How dare someone harm a noble celestial dragon? CP0, what are you good for? Seeing St. Luzamali spitting blood and collapsed, St. Gillard stormed over furiously. Clap, clap, clap. Footsteps sounded, and Yulo appeared before them in an instant. Ouch! He casually tossed St. Algernon onto the ground. St. Algernon? The CP0 guard's eyes bulged in utter shock. Wasn't St. Algernon supposed to be in the palace? How had he ended up in such a miserable state? Likely finished. CP0, save me. Kill this commoner. St. Algernon clung to this lifeline, shrieking hoarsely. In his eyes, Yulo was nothing less than a demon. One who held noble celestial dragons in contempt, and had even broken his legs. He truly feared that in the next moment Yulo would kill him. Release St. Algernon at once or else. Monster. Yulo. The CP0 guard coated himself in armament Haki, adopting a combat stance aimed at Yulo. If he could rescue the celestial dragon immediately, his fate might be slightly better. But no sooner had he focused than his pupils contracted sharply. He recognized Yulo at a glance. "You? What? Are you here?" The CP0 guard trembled faintly, his voice faltering. Waves of shock crashed in his heart. This was someone from the Rocks Pirates. The CP0 agents and their subordinates in the palace were likely all wiped out. With the death of the celestial dragon, Ire and Roni joined. The CP0 guards gritted their teeth and charged forward. The death of their celestial dragon would bring the wrath of the world government. Compared to the rumored monster Yulo, the consequences of failing the guard mission made him tremble in fear. Yulo sensed with his observation Haki that the CP0 guard, recognizing him, was filled with fear and wanted to retreat. Yet he ultimately chose to attack, his fear of the world government deeply ingrained. Of course, more precisely, it was a fear of the noble celestial dragons. Yulo lightly threw a punch, and the charging CP0 guard was directly shattered. Chunks of flesh and blood fell to the ground, landing right in front of St. Algernon. "Ah, please, don't kill me." The bloody scene made him tremble all over. The cruel reality shattered his hopeful fantasies. "Why wouldn't I kill you? You've always wanted to kill me." Yulo summoned his black blade, pressing the blade against St. Algernon's face. His voice was as cold as the blade, plunging St. Algernon into a hellish despair. "You lowly pirate, not only did you injure me, but you also want to kill my father. Who gave you the audacity? We are the great and noble celestial dragons. Let my father go at once, and we might spare your life. St. Gerald lifted Princess Rosemary, both raising their proud heads and shouting in anger. What is happening? Ire and Roni, watching from the side, were confused, their heads filled with question marks. Isn't the hostage in the hands of their savior the father of a villain? Why are these two villains still so arrogant? Unable to comprehend, Roni shook his head vigorously. He ran to Ire's side, picked him up, and retreated to the side. You two bastards, shut up. St. Algernon's expression changed, suddenly erupting into a furious roar. Please, you two little pups, close your filthy mouths. He had now seen Yulo clearly. A man who feared nothing, threatening with the Navy Admiral, would have no effect. What noble celestial dragons were in his eyes was utterly worthless. As a coward, he didn't want to die. If you don't want him dead, come over and kneel down. Yulo's voice was indifferent, his icy gaze fixed on the two. Beneath the cold exterior, he was utterly speechless. For heaven's sake, get your head straight. The guards are dead, yet you are still shouting. Truly no different from their dog of a father, their foolishness is like a case of the green shoots growing out of the blue. How dare you, Yulo? After St. Algernon's angry shout, the two had closed their mouths. However, as soon as Yulo spoke, Princess Rosemary immediately erupted. She felt that this was a direct insult to her. Shut up, come kneel obediently. St. Algernon shouted angrily, interrupting Princess Rosemary. He trembled violently, for just moments ago the blade had pierced his skin. Father, you. St. Gerald and Princess Rosemary looked at St. Algernon in shock. They never expected St. Algernon to say such a thing. If he were to kneel before the lowly pirate, they would be stripped of their celestial dragon status. In a moment of turmoil, the two were at a loss for what to do. But the thought of not being celestial dragons solidified a certain idea in their minds. Twisted and perverse thoughts began to form in their minds. St. Algernon, we are celestial dragons. It is he who should kneel. St. Algernon, kneel before the lowly pirate. You are not worthy of being a celestial dragon. St. Gerald and Princess Rosemary glared fiercely, their expressions contorted. Ah, you two little dogs, I am your. This made St. Algernon furious, barking like a mad dog. You are less than a beast. Yulo's murderous intent surged, and with a swift motion St. Algernon's head fell to the ground. Thud, thud. The head rolled to the feet of the two, causing them to collapse to the ground in fear. He's dead. He really killed. St. Gerald and Princess Rosemary stared blankly, muttering. Yulo slowly approached the two, who were terrified beyond measure. At that moment a system prompt sound appeared. Ding. Task check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward Conqueror's Haki wrapping. Task rewards have been automatically granted to the host. The technique of utilizing Conqueror's Haki was integrated into Yulo's body, transforming into muscle memory. This was just killing one celestial dragon, and the task check-in was complete. Yulo was surprised for a moment, then quickly realized. The task only required killing a celestial dragon, without stipulating how many. He then stopped thinking further, and prepared to try out the Conqueror's Haki. However, it wasn't over yet. Before he could even feel it, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Task check-in triggered. The King's qualification is 1 in a million. Please recruit 2 youths to become crew members. Task check-in successful. System issues rewards. A youth awakening the Conqueror's Haki with a talent so rare. Such a talent was certainly not something Yulo would let slip by. Yulo pondered. A youth awakening the Conqueror's Haki with a talent so rare. Such a talent was certainly not something Yulo would let slip by. Yulo pondered, casually tossing 2 fire ropes to bind St. Gerald and Princess Rosemary. The temperature was under his control, ensuring it wouldn't burn these 2 celestial dragons. Benefactor, can I kill this female pervert myself? Suddenly Ire spoke up. He was the boy who had been shot in the leg. Yes, Ire is hurt like this. I want to join Ire too. Roni, supporting Ire, was taken aback, looking at the injured Ire, revealing a fierce expression. As soon as this was said, St. Gerald and Princess Rosemary broke into a cold sweat. Their lives were in Yulo's hands, and they could only pray inwardly that Yulo would not agree. You two really surprised me. However, she is a celestial dragon. Have you thought about the consequences? Yulo was somewhat surprised and did not answer directly. These 2 youths wanting to kill a celestial dragon was quite a significant thought. But isn't this exactly the kind of person he needs? Talented and thoughtful, yet simply too weak. You must be a pirate, right? My name is Ire, and this is Roni. We are both orphans with no ties or burdens. If possible, we would like to join your ship. Ire and Roni fell silent for a moment before finally making a bold decision. They were somewhat aware of the consequences of killing celestial dragons. Perhaps after Yulo left, the 2 would be exterminated. Despite this, they still wanted to kill the celestial dragons, otherwise their grudge would remain unresolved. In their eyes, Yulo could kill celestial dragons at will. He must possess the strength to counter his enemies. Thus the 2 unanimously decided to join Yulo's ship. While seeking refuge, they would continue to grow stronger. It's possible to let you two do it yourselves. However, there's still some use for you at the moment. Killing needs to wait a month. Yulo smiled and nodded. The youths took the initiative to speak, saving him from wasting breath. Suddenly, he thought of a good idea regarding these two celestial dragons. He planned to discuss it with Rox after returning. Even if Rox disagreed, it wouldn't be too late to kill later. Okay, we are willing to wait. Ire and Roni nodded vigorously without hesitation. After some thought, joining Yulo's pirate ship was far more important than killing celestial dragons. Even if they couldn't personally exterminate the celestial dragons, they would still board Yulo's ship. Moreover, a mere month was something they could endure. Ha ha ha, Ire Roni. You two should start as apprentice crew members. Yulo laughed heartily. Having two crew members with kingly potential greatly improved his mood. All right, boss. Roni supported Ire and approached Yulo's side. The two spoke in unison. Boss, I like this title, ha. Yulo stroked his chin. It felt quite nice to be called boss for the first time. Now that the two young men had called him that, the task check-in should be completed. As Yulo thought this, the system prompt sound appeared. Ding. Task check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Thunder Breathing Technique, fully unlocked, and 1 enhancement for the Devil Fruit. The rewards have been issued, the host can check them. Yulo's eyes lit up. Oh my, the system. The Thunder Breathing Technique from Demon Slayer is indeed a combination of breathing and swordsmanship. The effects after using the breathing technique are akin to enhancing one's strength through secret arts. Only by completely mastering the breathing technique can one's strength be permanently increased. Most importantly, the enhancement of the Devil Fruit is considered even more perverse. His Azure Lotus Hellfire is precisely for enhancing the fruits. These two things come at just the right time. If only every task could be completed this quickly. Yulo revealed a satisfied smile. The system was becoming increasingly reliable. Not only was the task completed quickly, but the rewards were also to his liking. The recently recruited Ire and Roni had decent talent, but their strength was too weak. He was worried about not having powerful devil fruits and foundational training methods. Unexpectedly, a single task reward had given him everything. Pat 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 pat. Just then the street was filled with chaotic footsteps. Has someone woken up? Yulo signaled Ire and Roni to retreat while he turned to face the street. A wave of palace guards rushed over with great momentum. They stopped several dozen meters in front of Yulo. The guards flanked to the sides, clearing a path. How dare you, pirate? Where is Lord Saint Algernon? A man in luxurious clothing stepped forward, shouting angrily with a strong man following behind him. Here, take it. Yulo kicked Saint Algernon's head over. Ah, damn it, you actually killed Lord Saint Algernon. The king stared blankly at the head before him. It's over, it's all over, the celestial dragon is dead. When he finally reacted, his face changed drastically, his body stumbling back as he muttered. Damn pirate, just a step too late. The leader of the guards hurriedly supported the king, his expression exceptionally grim, gritting his teeth in anger. After waking up, he discovered that the celestial dragon was missing and immediately organized the guard to pursue. Originally holding on to a sliver of hope, it was now completely shattered. The celestial dragon is dead. How dare this pirate? This is disastrous. What are we going to do? The grotesque head sent the guard force into a panic. The celestial dragon under their protection was murdered by pirates. All of them, including the king, cannot escape blame. Perhaps they do not deserve death, yet they must face punishment. With these thoughts, the people's hearts became unsettled, and they unconsciously began to retreat. If you don't want to be punished, pull yourselves together. I have already notified the Navy. As long as we can hold on until they arrive, he won't escape. Seeing the situation, Commander Yulo entrusted the king to his subordinates for safekeeping. His face darkened as he shouted. He understood the guards' reactions, so he could not allow them to retreat. If we can hold on until the Navy arrives to capture the murderer, it is possible we won't be punished. Yulo's words served as an injection of courage. We just need to hold on. I hope the Navy arrives quickly. Hearing that the Navy was on the way, the guards visibly perked up. Only Yulo, standing at the front, frowned tightly as he stared at Yulo. Half of what he told the guards was true and half was false. The Navy was indeed on its way, but Yulo was also anxious about holding this person. The Conqueror's Haki stunned everyone in the palace. Though he did not possess Conqueror's Haki, he understood this must be something that can only be accomplished with high-level Conqueror's Haki. The strength of Conqueror's Haki corresponds to one's own power. Moreover, he felt as if he had seen Yulo somewhere before. But under such circumstances, he could not afford to be distracted. Whoever he is, I'll hold him for a second longer. Yulo remained tense, ready at any moment, muttering to himself. The Navy? Are they really on their way? Hearing Yulo's words, Uro's gaze flickered, showing no surprise. In the Navy's mission guidelines, protecting celestial dragons ranks first. However, celestial dragons rarely encountered trouble, so the Navy primarily targeted pirates. Yet once a celestial dragon was in peril, the Marine headquarters would inevitably dispatch a general. However, celestial dragons rarely encountered trouble, so the Navy primarily targeted pirates. Yet once a celestial dragon was in peril, the Marine headquarters would inevitably dispatch a general. He released a hint of his Haki enveloping all the guards. These black currents is this high-level conqueror's Haki. Yulo instantly felt the pressure as if facing a formidable enemy. Such powerful conqueror's Haki. Just a hint releases this kind of oppressive feeling. Wait, black currents high-level conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, Uro's appearance overlapped with a figure in Yulo's mind. Monster Yulo, you are a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. Yulo's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. At this moment he recognized Yulo, not expecting him to be a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. Yulo's expression turned extremely grim. How could they delay anything now? If this drags on before the Navy arrives, death itself will descend. The guards' faces turned pale, and they began to panic. The notorious reputation of the Rocks Pirates is far more intimidating than death itself. Not to mention Yulo, the man who stole the celestial gold. Roni Ire, let's go. Uro's Kinbunshika Haki sensed the emotions of Yulo and the others. Knowing they dared not obstruct him further unless they wished to meet death, Roni supported Ire and obediently followed Yulo. Looking at the injured Ire, Yulo frowned. You two come over and kneel. Yulo noticed Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace. The fuses on their bodies had shifted to their necks. With a thought, Yulo could take their lives. Just now the two had also heard that this person was a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. He was indeed the one who had robbed them of their rightful celestial gold. This is the overlord among pirates, specifically opposing the world government. If the two of them disobey, they will undoubtedly be cruelly killed. Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace endured fear and humiliation. They knelt obediently before Yulo, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground. Roni Ire, you two ride up. Yulo pointed casually and said, Roni and Ire were taken aback, their mouths agape at a loss. Boss, I can't believe we're riding the celestial dragons. Quick, get on, let them carry you away. Yulo patiently repeated himself. Upon hearing Yulo speak a second time, Roni and Ire reacted. Ire'll help you up. Roni nodded seriously, helping Ire onto the celestial dragon. Then Roni swiftly mounted another celestial dragon. Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace were on the verge of tears, allowing Roni and Ire to sit on them. They had never endured such torment. The endless humiliation caused their faces to flush. They thought kneeling was the end, yet they were made to serve as mounts. They had always ridden others, but this was the first time they were ridden by someone else. Let's go. Yulo did not look back as he took a step forward. Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace carrying Roni and Ire followed Yulo, watching the celestial dragons who had just bullied them now become their mounts. This enormous reversal made Roni and Ire secretly delighted. Suddenly they felt that if they dared to kill celestial dragons, what was there to fear about riding them? In the rear, Yulo and the guards were already so shocked they could not speak. The high and mighty celestial dragons were kneeling and serving as mounts for pirates. Unbelievable, this was the first time they had witnessed such a scene in their lives. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yulo approached the celestial dragon's ship. The celestial dragon's ship is quite luxurious. It rivals Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Not bad, if this ship belongs to me now. Yulo gazed at the massive vessel docked in the harbor, unable to help but exclaim in awe. Such a large ship was rare on the sea. Moreover, it belonged to the world noble celestial dragons. The facilities and configurations on board were all the most complete and advanced. Such a rare ship should rightfully belong to him. Board the ship. Yulo waved his hand with great satisfaction. After Yulo and the others boarded, they found some people still remaining on the ship. From their clothing and appearance, they appeared to be the slaves of the celestial dragons. Stay on the ship temporarily to fulfill your original roles. After half a month, you can all leave. Yulo was not interested in these people. They not only lacked strength, but also talent. However, he needed manpower at the moment, so he kept them temporarily. In the future, he would disperse them, allowing them to regain their freedom. These people were fearful of Yulo, thinking things they did not dare to say. As long as Yulo did not kill them, it was fine to obediently follow orders. A rumbling sound echoed. The massive ship departed from the harbor, slowly sailing toward the sea. Uro's departure eased the atmosphere. The pressure on the guards vanished in an instant. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sigh, this time we've surely gotten into trouble. Yulo's chest heaved as he gazed at the sea with a complex expression. This time a celestial dragon was dead, and two were taken away by Yulo. The world government and the marine headquarters would certainly not let this go easily. All the guards, including the king, would face severe punishment. Balut. At that moment, Yulo's den mushi rang. Hello, this is Yulo. It must be a call from the Marines. Yulo saw a glimmer of hope. The Marine G1 branch has arrived first. The headquarters admiral will follow shortly. Report your current location. A commanding voice came through the den mushi. We are at the harbor of Wancheng. The pirates have just set sail aboard the celestial dragon's ship. Yifuli, relieved, spoke quickly and excitedly. What a! The pirates escaped. Weren't you supposed to hold them off? The commanding voice suddenly changed, breaking into a furious reprimand. After all that effort, we couldn't hold them. If I'm doomed, you'll be doomed too. It's not our fault. That man is from the Rocks Pirates. Yulo. Facing the Marine commander's reproach, Yifuli couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It truly wasn't their fault. With this group of guards, they simply couldn't stop Yulo. The Rocks Pirates. The monster Yulo. What about the celestial dragons? The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi was heavy as he hastily inquired about the celestial dragons. The officers of the Rocks Pirates never cared about the celestial dragons. Well, this. Yifuli dared not speak, stammering hesitantly. What exactly happened? Don't waste time. The Marine's voice was somewhat suppressed, clearly aware it was not good news. One celestial dragon is dead, the other two have been taken hostage. Yifuli gritted his teeth and blurted it out. Stay where you are. Full speed ahead, target the harbor, keep an eye on the celestial dragon's ship. After issuing the order, the voice on the other end fell silent. Yifuli let out a breath, feeling much lighter. Let the Marines handle the ensuing trouble. He hoped the admiral would arrive soon, or the branch Marines wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the C8, warships were racing at full speed. Ahead, the sprawling landmass was already visible. I see the harbor. I hope we're in time. The Marine commander of the G1 branch squinted as he gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. Having joined this operation, he had to give it his all. He knew he was no match for Yulo, but stalling until the admiral arrived could turn the tide. Sir, we've spotted the celestial dragon's ship. Just then the Marine lookout waved and shouted loudly. Target the celestial dragon's ship. Surround it. The Marine commander's body jolted, and he couldn't help but tense up. The 8 warships adjusted their angles and advanced in a fan-shaped formation toward the celestial dragon's vessel. Aboard the celestial dragon's ship, Yulo stood at the bow, gazing at the enlarging dark spots. In truth, his observation Haki had already sensed the Marines, but they were merely branch Marines, nothing to worry about. Boss, take a look. 8 Marine warships. Luo and I, standing nearby, spotted the dark spots. He took out a telescope and was startled at what he saw. No need to panic. This is nothing, Yulo said, exceptionally calm. How is AI Air? He then asked. His wounds have been dressed. He's resting in the cabin. Luo Ni's eyes were full of admiration, and he had absolute faith in Yulo's strength. After boarding the ship, they had the ship's doctor tend to AI Air's injuries. That ship's doctor happened to know Yulo and told Luo Ni and AI Air about Yulo's exploits. Both were stunned, feeling they had chosen the right leader. At that moment, the 8 warships drew near. Pirates ahead, you are surrounded. Release the celestial dragons immediately and lay down your weapons. The Marines, amplified Den Mushi, kept repeating this phrase. Because of the celestial dragons, they dared not attack directly. The Marine commander stared intently at the young Yulo, remaining vigilant at all times. His only hope now was to stall Yulo and pray for the headquarters admiral to arrive soon. Branch Marines, huh? Yulo looked at the Marine commander on the flagship and swung his black blade, unleashing a slash. His aura was only at the level of an average vice admiral, probably from a Marine branch in the New World. This disappointed Yulo. He had hoped to witness the combat power of a headquarters admiral. The sword chi-slash shot toward the Marine fleet's flagship. Damn it. Huh. The Marine commander's face changed drastically, not expecting Yulo to act so decisively. He let out a fierce roar, unleashed his full power, and charged angrily. A fist coated with armament Haki met the sword chi-slash. With his full strength, the sword chi-slash dissipated, but he was sent flying back. A single casual strike possessed such power. No wonder he could suppress Zifa and clash with Kapu. The Marine commander looked at the wound on his hand, secretly shocked deep inside. How boring. Shouldn't an admiral have come? Having witnessed everything, Yulo couldn't help but pout. He had thought he'd have a chance to fight an admiral, but it turned out to be just an ordinary vice admiral. Withstanding his sword chi-slash showed that this opponent's strength was not weak. But it was still far from enough. Yulo couldn't muster any interest. Now only admiral-level combatant, Luo and I watched everything with worshipful eyes, treating a Marine admiral as his opponent, truly worthy of his boss. The fierce sword chi-slash made him grip his long sword tightly, his heart filled with boundless longing. He'll clear the way. Full speed ahead. Ram straight through. Yulo gave the order. The crew swiftly acted, and the ship's speed gradually increased. Sir, what should we do? They're accelerating and heading straight for us. The Marine fleet immediately spotted this development and asked anxiously. Having all heard of Yulo, their reaction was unsurprising. All warships lock onto the target. Fire cannons. At the commander's order, the well-trained Marines immediately took aim. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs shot out, raining down in a dense swarm toward Yulo's ship. Luo and I was dumbstruck, and the crew trembled in fear. This reminded Yulo of a scene from his memory. Fire fist. Yulo leaped into the air, shouted, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. The green lotus core flame ignited, surging forth with overwhelming force. The air grew scorching, unleashing a wave of heat. Bang! 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 The mass of black cannonballs swept by the green flames exploded in midair. A violent shockwave swept through the air. Even the clouds above were blasted into a massive hole. Yulo descended slowly back onto the ship, facing the marine fleet. Luo's jaw dropped in awe. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Prepare again. The opposing marine commander was not about to give up easily, intending to wear them down with cannon fire. But Yulo would not let him have his way. Before the commander could finish his words, with a mere thought, Yulo sent the still smoldering green flames skimming across the sea surface toward one direction. Wherever the flames passed, the sea ignited. The green fire shot between two warships racing toward the distance. Blazing net rise. The burning green flames on the sea surged into the sky, forming two colossal walls of fire. It was a path of fire across the sea, stretching for thousands of meters with no end in sight. Yulo's ship sailed through it, completely impervious to this branch marine fleet. Full speed ahead, haha. Yulo was quite satisfied. This combination of fire fist and blazing net must be worth at least 4.8 billion, right? 1 billion, less than 4.9 billion. That's not too much, is it? So amazing. Luo shouted excitedly. The men on the 8 marine warships were too stunned to speak. They could only watch helplessly as Yulo made a dashing escape. He sailed out of the encirclement. In a new world in a certain sea area. This Steelbone Kong really is something. I'm about to retire, and all I get are troublesome matters. A man cloaked in a justice cape complained discontentedly aboard a large admiral-class battleship. This man was tall and robust, though slightly aged, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters known as the Earth Tiger Hermann, who was also a great swordsman. He was supposed to be nearing retirement, taking on leisurely tasks across the seas. However, due to the matter concerning the Rocks pirates, he was reassigned back to the Navy headquarters. Now the safety of the Celestial Dragons has fallen into his hands. Various troublesome issues made him wish he could retire immediately. However, in his position, Hermann still carried out his responsibilities and obligations. The adjutant beside Hermann, could only smile awkwardly. Perhaps only the 3 admirals would dare to complain about the Marshal and the Celestial Dragons. If it were him, he wouldn't even dare to speak up. How far are we from the royal city of Goda? Hermann asked, as going too late could result in trouble for the Celestial Dragons. At that time, not only would he be scolded by Steelbone Kong, but also face accountability from the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Not far, we should arrive in about an hour. The people from the G1 branch should have arrived by now, the adjutant pondered and estimated. That's fine, let them hold on for now. If they can't hold out, they can at least buy some time. Let's hurry and get there, Hermann said, stroking his chin, sounding quite reasonable. Yet he felt quite angry inside. He wanted to see who was foolish enough to cause trouble for the Celestial Dragons. Just then a flash of blue fire suddenly appeared on the distant sea. It was 2 towering flames that extended into a blazing path across the sea. Even from a great distance, the Navy personnel could still feel the heat waves approaching. This flame is incredibly hot. It can even burn on the sea. Even from this far away, I can feel it. And it seems to be coming from the Royal City Harbor. The sudden change startled the adjutant, who couldn't help but exclaim, "This flame from the direction of the Royal City." Hermann stared into the distance, his gaze filled with contemplation. This blue flame was a first for him, yet it felt vaguely familiar. Suddenly, as Hermann heard the adjutant's words, some phrases and images flashed through his mind. Blue flames in extremely high temperature. This is bad. It must be him, Ulro of the Rocks Pirates. Hermann's eyes lit up and his expression finally changed. Ulro of the Rocks Pirates was in the harbor of Goda's royal city. He absolutely would not believe this was a coincidence. It seemed that the one abducting the Celestial Dragons was Ulro. The people from the Rocks Pirates are all ruthless villains. If the Celestial Dragons fall into his hands, it's going to be dire. The adjutant, as a vice admiral, quickly reacted, his tone filled with urgency. In his understanding, Ulro was no easy opponent, or at least his strength was not to be underestimated. Even if the Earth Tiger Admiral captured Ulro, the fate of the Celestial Dragons would still be uncertain. You all follow at full speed while go ahead. Hermann realized the severity of the situation. After advising the adjutant, he hurriedly leaped into the air. Adjust course, sail at full speed, follow the Earth Tiger Admiral. The adjutant organized the commands as the battleship followed Hermann, who was getting further away. I didn't expect to confront him in this manner. Hermann rushed forward, feeling both excitement and apprehension for his encounter with Ulro. After returning to the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals held a meeting. During the meeting, Ulro of the Rocks Pirates was heavily discussed. His battle footage was played multiple times. Thus, Hermann's memory of Ulro's abilities was still fresh. Though he had become accustomed to leisure, it didn't mean he was not eager for battle. Hermann was quite interested in this being referred to as a monster. With the assistance of the flame of the upper realm, Ulro's ship sailed out of the encirclement, leaving the Navy's ships behind, disappearing from view. He thought this mission would end like this. Ulro prepared to arrange a training plan for Ronnie and Elle. However, unexpectedly, a powerful aura surged forth like lightning, directly piercing through his flame of the upper realm. Ulro reacted swiftly and charged out. Clang! The clash of dual blades erupted, and the sword aura burst forth, sweeping the area with an invisible sword intent. The two were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate in the air. The Admiral has suddenly appeared, Ulro said with a smile, looking at the man before him. He had seen the photos of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Coupled with such overwhelming aura and combat power, it was undoubtedly the Earth Tiger Admiral Hermann. As a just Navy, I will personally arrest you. Hermann rarely became serious, speaking with a tone full of justice. Meanwhile, his observation Haki sensed that Ulro's sword intent and sword aura were slightly stronger than his own. As the battle intent surged, he was secretly shocked. Indeed, the strength of the monster Ulro was not to be underestimated. He effortlessly blocked this sword. Your claim to arrest me is a bit grand. Defeat me first. Ulro didn't take Hermann's words to heart, as it was fundamentally impossible. The Navy's intelligence probably still lingered in the past. After a fierce battle with the Golden Lion Shiki, Ulro's abilities had improved significantly. Moreover, he had mastered the use of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. His current strength, if not able to defeat an admiral, at least ensured he would not be defeated. Of course, this was under the premise that the admiral was as strong as he imagined. Ulro backed off, propelling himself higher. Extreme Tiger Hunt. He slashed with his black blade, summoning a massive black tiger that roared forth, emanating a strong sense of oppression as it lunged toward Hermann. Very good, Pirate Ulro, let me show you the strength of a Navy admiral. Hermann's interest peaked as he saw the sword aura black tiger Ulro had unleashed. He had never lost in matters concerning tigers. He was indeed a Zoan-type ancient species user of the cat fruit in the saber-toothed tiger form. Most of the sword techniques he developed were related to tigers. Tiger-toothed slash. Hermann swung his blade, unleashing a fierce sword aura tiger with long fangs, looking incredibly fierce. The two sword aura tigers collided with a loud bang, bursting apart. The residual sword energy shot out in all directions, and the turbulent air waves rapidly expanded. Is this the strength of your Navy, Admiral? Ulro revealed a contemptuous smile, speaking provocatively. He had somehow developed the habit of taunting during battles. Even the Golden Lion Shiki had said that he was particularly annoying in battle. We both know this is just the beginning. Hermann didn't care about that. He only wanted to arrest Ulro. In that case, let us settle this swiftly. Yulo wasted no words, intending to bring the battle to a rapid conclusion. Hermann, however, was resolute in his determination to capture him and would not retreat easily. Yet to forestall any reinforcement from the Marines, Yulo could not prolong the engagement. While assessing the Admiral's combat prowess, he needed to extricate himself with haste. Yulo's sword intent soared skyward, unleashing a fearsome aura of the blade. With advanced armament Haki hardening and imbuing, the 1001 Nights grew even more profound and shadowy. Wave slash. A crescent-shaped black sword energy cleaved across the heavens. Beyond the razor-sharp sword energy, it bore a colossal impact force. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space roared with a thunderous resonance. This is armament Haki emission. Has his strength advanced? Hermann narrowed his eyes, murmuring with a hint of astonishment. Within the black crescent slash, the distinct aura of Haki was unmistakable. Having mastered armament Haki emission for years, he could not possibly be mistaken in his perception. Yet this seemed to deviate from the information he possessed. At the Marine Council, Zephyr had personally stated that Yulo's talent was monstrous and his combat capability formidable. However, his proficiency in armament Haki and observation Haki was said to be somewhat lacking, at best at the upper intermediate level. Otherwise, Zephyr would not have merely been suppressed. But then who could explain this display of advanced armament Haki, and the mastery of its advanced application armament Haki emission, to boot? Hermann cast aside his distractions, devoting himself fully to confronting Yulo. Tiger Fang Slash. This iteration of Tiger Fang Slash was even mightier, similarly hardened and imbued with Hermann's armament Haki. Finally, armament Haki emission was unleashed, interwoven with sword energy as it lashed out. Thousand Slice Valley. And that was not all. Yulo, seeing Hermann's newfound seriousness, pressed the attack relentlessly. With no restraint, he continued his assault, affording Hermann no respite. A dozen or more black crescent sword energies surged forth, each surpassing the wave slash in sheer potency. Close on the heels of the wave slash, they rapidly converged upon Tiger Fang Slash. The wave slash and Tiger Fang Slash collided in midair, erupting into a devastating burst. Yulo's dozen black sword energies flew unimpeded toward Hermann. In armament Haki emission, you still fall short. Hermann let out a cold snort. As a Marine headquarters admiral, such a situation did not rattle him in the least. Armament Haki emission. His right hand, covered in armament Haki, turned jet black. He thrust his hand forward, abruptly releasing an invisible concussive force. With a thunderous bang, the dozen black sword energies were directly dispersed. A powerful gust of wind mingled with lingering sword energies scattered in all directions. An admiral-level powerhouse is indeed no simple matter. Yulo nodded, uttering a reflective remark. Hermon's armament Haki emission was fluid, subtle, and versatile. In practical application, he held a slight edge. After all, Yulo had only mastered armament Haki emission a few days prior. So this is what they call a monster. Hermon's aura surged continuously. He had not expected Yulo to have grasped armament Haki emission. Truly, as the rumors suggested, he was not to be underestimated. Your marine intelligence is quite shoddy. Did you not know that I defeated Golden Lion Shiki? Yulo read Hermon's expression and immediately understood the situation. Just as he had suspected, the marine's information was still outdated. What a freakish Yulo. I must capture you here and now. Hermon's pupils contracted, and he steeled his resolve. He finally grasped the magnitude of Yulo's threat. In such a short span, Yulo had surpassed Golden Lion Shiki. If he missed this chance, there might never be another. Capture him quickly, but would be disastrous if he escaped. Hermon's thoughts aligned with Yulo's to conclude the battle swiftly and achieve their respective goals. With such terrifying talent, Yulo would undoubtedly surpass him in no time. Yet for now a gap remained, and this was a rare opportunity. Yulo, you won't get away this time. Hermon began to exert his full strength, decisively employing the razor. His figure vanished from its place, leaving a white trail as he shot straight toward Yulo. Raising his longsword, he coated it with armament Haki. Hermon's strength had long reached its zenith. Swordsmanship, Haki, physical arts, and even his devil fruit. He had honed every aspect to a terrifying degree. In the blink of an eye, transformed into a blur of speed, he arrived above Yulo. His longsword came down in a devastating vertical strike, cleaving through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Through his observation, Haki, Yulo perceived as though a ferocious beast was pouncing upon him. Yet he had also anticipated Hermon's attack. Unleashing his armament Haki fully, his black sword exuded sword energy as he raised it to parry the blow. He intended to test the extent of his swordsmanship and armament Haki. Clang! The two blades collided, sending sword energy in all directions. Both simultaneously released armament Haki emission. Two invisible concussive forces clashed. Heat. Bang! Yulo and Hermon were both blasted away. Yulo's body descended, only halting just before he touched the sea surface. The immense impact force crashed into the ocean, creating a hollow depression as waves churned violently around. Hermon was sent hurtling into the sky, barely managing to stabilize himself with moonwalk. Meanwhile, the clouds above were punched into a gaping hole by the sheer force. The Admiral's combat power is truly formidable. Yulo's body ached all over from the shock of the armament Haki emission clash. His whole frame felt as if it were about to splinter. This exchange had given him a measure of an admiral's strength. Not to mention the other two. At least he now understood this Earth Tiger Admiral. Hermon's swordsmanship fell slightly short of Yulo's, but his armament Haki was a shade stronger. Strictly speaking, it could be considered top-tier advanced. And that was not all. The most crucial aspect of this Earth Tiger Admiral was his renown derived from his devil fruit abilities, not his swordsmanship, physical arts, or Haki. Therefore, Hermon, when utilizing his devil fruit, would undoubtedly be even stronger than now. Faced with such a formidable Hermon, Yulo felt no trace of fear. After all, he was a man who possessed the primordial force. Suddenly unleashing an exceptionally potent technique. That was his trump card. My power is not limited to this. Yulo, you are still too green. Hermon's face twisted into a savage grimace, his voice seething with anger. He had expected to at least suppress Yulo. Yet to his surprise, they were evenly matched. Hermon's figure darted with incredible speed, vanishing from the sky. He closed in, rapidly shifting and dodging with agile movements. Yulo gripped his black sword tightly, his observation Haki enveloping the entire battlefield. There seemed to be traces of the six powers. He could sense the location of Hermon's presence. Yet he could not discern the trajectory of Hermon's movements. Then suddenly a flash of the blade. Hermon's assault came like a tempest. Clang! 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 Yulo activated the razor, his form also beginning to shift as his black sword swung repeatedly. A series of metallic clashes rang out, echoing across the vast ocean. Their figures had become imperceptible to the naked eye. Only two streaks of light continuously collided in the air. Everywhere sharp sword energy scattered and countless flashes of blades and shadows played out. Such incredible speed, yet the assault never wanes. Yulo grew more astounded with each exchange. This relentless tempo left him in a tight spot. Every offensive move he launched was thwarted. Now, he could only parry defensively. Herman's ferocious attacks were not only powered by the Six Styles technique, but also infused with a beast's savage brutality. It seemed he had developed this fusion by combining the Six Styles with his Devil Fruit ability. It was hardly surprising. Becoming a Marine Admiral demanded a certain degree of innate talent. With a barrage like a meteor shower, Yulo found himself gradually pushed back. Clang, 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 clang. Every strike from Herman carried immense weight and blistering speed. This can't go on. Yulo unleashed his observation Haki, ceaselessly blocking with his black blade. After a series of parries, he used Shave to dodge and alleviate the pressure. Herman pushed armament Haki emission to its limit. Each blow came with a formidable concussive force, sapping Yulo's defense before he could even block. It seems relying on these alone is not enough to contend with an admiral. After a sustained defense, Yulo understood the truth. To defeat an admiral, he would need to unleash even greater power. Green Lotus Earth Core Flame. After blocking a strike, Yulo shuddered in the brief respite, and blue flames erupted over his entire body. As the Green Lotus Earth Core Flame was released, the ambient temperature skyrocketed, and waves of heat swept through. A Logia-type flame. Herman, who was moving at high speed, paused. Then he lunged forward, intending to interrupt Yulo's technique. But he was a step too late, just as he charged. The surging blue flames burst outward from Yulo. They spread wildly in all directions. In an instant, the heat engulfed Herman. Caught within the scorching wave, he felt as if his body was being consumed by fire. Then the blue flames surged endlessly, crashing over him like towering waves. Wherever they passed, the air evaporated with a sizzling hiss. Even when Herman sensed this terrifying temperature with his observation Haki, his heart quaked. He retreated sharply, pulling back until he cleared the blue sea of fire. Blue flames. The heat is truly terrifying. Standing at a distance, Herman gazed at the rampaging blue fire, shock flickering in his eyes. Staring at the figure standing resolute in the sea of flames, he murmured to himself. He knew this was Yulo's signature ability. At the Marine meeting, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuru had personally described the terror of these blue flames. Still, it was only hearsay. He had felt mere curiosity and surprise, not taking it seriously. Earlier, when passing through the flame mesh, he hadn't experienced such intense heat either. Can the temperature of the flames be freely controlled? Is this the limit? Herman's mind churned with disbelief. It was only now, experiencing the blue flames' heat firsthand, that he could truly grasp what Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru meant. These blue flames were not impossible to resist. But with high-level armament Haki fully coating the body, one could withstand the burning and move freely. Yet under such extreme heat, one couldn't last long. Body fluids would rapidly deplete, eventually exhausting stamina. Unless absolutely necessary, avoiding the brunt of the attack was the wiser choice. The blue sea of fire gradually dissipated, revealing Yulo. He laughed heartily at Herman in the distance. Admiral, what's the matter? Weren't you supposed to catch me? Herman was furious beyond words, his face dark and grim. Roar, roar. A long tiger's roar. Herman activated his Devil Fruit ability. His entire body swelled, saber-like fangs sprouting from his mouth, transforming into a half-human, half-tiger form. This was the ancient Zoan cat fruit saber-tooth tiger model's human-beast form. Upon transformation, Herman's strength, speed, and recovery all received a moderate boost. He still gripped his longsword in his tiger claw, unleashing all his armament Haki, dyeing both himself and the blade black. Herman had no choice but to guard against Yulo's flames. Only armament could withstand them. On Yulo's left hand, the Green Lotus Earth Core Flame flickered. Being a ranged fighter is pretty handy sometimes. Watching Herman fully coated in armament, Yulo couldn't help but remark, recalling how the blue fire had pushed him back. Then he curled the 5 fingers of his left hand, and a stream of blue fire shot forth. Dragon's Wrath of the Inferno. It morphed into a colossal blue fire dragon roaring skyward with lifelike presence. The dragon swished its tail and charged at Herman in the distance. Seeing this, Herman stomped on the air with his tiger claws, producing a resounding boom in the void. He launched himself like a cannonball. At the same time, his fully coated armament Haki emitted outward. He collided head-on with the blue fire dragon. With a deafening boom, the fire dragon exploded, sending blue flames swirling back, and the heat wave engulfed Herman. Protected by his armament Haki, Herman charged out of the inferno without slowing down. His longsword, already poised, cleaved sideways at Yulo with immense force. I've been waiting for you. Yulo's lips curled into a sly, triumphant smile. Hardening and wrapping his black blade with armament Haki, he attacked rather than defended against the incoming slash. Yulo raised 1001 knights, coating the blade with armament Haki emission, and slashed down like lightning. Boom. Yulo and Herman's armament Haki emissions clashed once more. This time, they didn't blast apart immediately. Both continued to pour out their armament Haki relentlessly. For a moment, the air churned and waves of wind rolled. Yulo's eyes flashed, an aura exploded, and black currents swirled around him. Face to face, Herman's pupils contracted sharply, and he cursed inwardly. This is Conqueror's Haki infusion. How could Yulo possibly master Conqueror's Haki infusion? What is the Marine Intelligence Division doing? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he decisively burst forth with his full power. In their deadlock, whoever broke first would surely be wounded. In this situation, Herman could only output at maximum. If he recklessly withdrew his attack, Yulo's strikes would land squarely on him. When that happened, he would suffer greatly. The Black Conqueror's Haki flowed over the black blade. With a thunderous boom, Yulo unleashed his full Conqueror's Haki, crushing down on Herman like a mountain. Between their blades, Conqueror's Haki condensed into a ball of energy. Sizzle, sizzle. Black lightning cracked, sending Herman flying. It was the dual impact of Conqueror's Haki infusion and armament Haki emission. Though it didn't wound Herman, his breathing was ragged, and he looked disheveled. Yulo seized the moment, charging forward in one continuous motion. He activated Shave, turning into a black meteor that hurtled straight at the battered Herman. His advanced Conqueror's Haki rampaged without restraint across the battlefield. In an instant, it swept in all directions, filling the air with black currents. 1001 Nights wrapped in Conqueror's Haki soared to its peak momentum. Ultimate Dragon Tiger Hunt. Yulo slashed twice in rapid succession, and a black dragon and a black tiger roared forth. They attacked Herman from both sides, pincer style. Herman barely steadied himself when his expression drastically changed. If that strike hit him, he would undoubtedly be injured. This Yulo is inhuman, a monster among monsters. By this point in the battle, Herman was utterly stunned beyond words. Suppressing his immense frustration, he silently cursed Yulo in his heart. This young man's strength is like an abyss, its depths unfathomable. Whenever Herman suddenly grew stronger and prepared to capture Yulo would unleash even more terrifying power. What bad luck, seems like this time it's hopeless. Herman's expression turned grim. This was not what he had expected. This technique, the Dragon Tiger Hunt Sword Slash, was a fusion of armament Haki emission and Conqueror's Haki infusion. Herman's observation Haki sensed an unprecedented crisis. The half-beast form wouldn't hold up. He could only transform into his full beast form, his strongest form. However, judging by the current situation, even transforming into beast form would only suppress Yulo for now. Capturing him was still out of reach. What if Yulo had another trump card and his combat power skyrocketed again? Herman dared not think further. He had grievances he couldn't voice. Roar. A tiger's roar pierced the sky, majestic and wrathful, the sound waves scattering the clouds. Herman's body swelled continuously, completely transforming into a saber-toothed tiger. Its body was 10 meters long with sword-like fangs exuding a ferocious aura. At this moment, Herman's momentum was fierce, his power pushed to the utmost. He pushed off with his tiger legs and pounced toward Yulo. On his two massive thick tiger claws, pitch-black armament Haki coated them. The already hard and sharp claws tore even the air. The two tiger claws swiped at the black dragon and black tiger. In an instant, the two energies collided, sending violent shockwaves rippling. With a booming sound, the black dragon and black tiger exploded together. Herman's massive tiger body under the impact did a backward somersault before stabilizing. Yulo, like a streak of light, did not slow down, and at that moment arrived before Herman. Yulo, gripping the black blade, slashed down at Herman, about to strike the saber-toothed tiger's head. Herman's observation Haki had anticipated this. He abruptly raised his tiger head and met the blade with his fangs. At the same time, armament Haki coated the fangs, the tips gleaming with piercing cold light. Clang! The black blade and fangs clashed, producing a metallic ring. This strike didn't land. Yulo's figure quickly retreated. Damn, is he that desperate? A full-fledged Marine headquarters admiral unable to win resorts to poison gas. Huh. In the distance, Yulo stopped, his expression unpleasant, inwardly cursing Herman cordially. The stench from the tiger's mouth was truly overpowering, utterly indescribable. Huh. What's going on? Herman was baffled, finding Yulo's behavior inexplicable. After a brief contact with his fangs, he retreated far away, his face very unpleasant. Herman was puzzled. Was he that strong? In his strongest state, he was confident to suppress Yulo. But it wasn't that absurd. Suddenly, Herman lowered his head and glanced at his ferocious tiger body. Wait, could it be that Yulo was scared? Am I that brave? Huh. If Yulo could hear Herman's thoughts, he would certainly spit out a mouthful of old blood. After all this time, unable to take him down, and he still dares to call himself brave. Huh. Yulo's expression slowly relaxed, and he sheathed the black blade. His good mood ruined, he decided to end the battle. Seeing this, Herman quickly suppressed his previous thoughts. In the instant Yulo sheathed his sword, a sword momentum flashed and vanished like a sleeping beast awakening. It disappeared in an instant, but he couldn't be mistaken. Herman's tiger body chilled, and he couldn't help but tense up. Just now he had actually harbored such a terrifying thought. If he hadn't suppressed it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yulo placed his hand on the hilt again, a sword intent and sword chi began to coalesce, wisps of cyan flame seeping into the sheath. The aura around him began to shift, faint, yet present, elusive and uncertain. Beneath that aura, the sleeping beast began to gradually awaken. This aura. Is there still a killing move? Hirman's heart tightened, his gaze turning serious, his muscles instinctively tensed. The aura Yulo emitted in his observation Haki perception was not exceedingly powerful. On the contrary, it was somewhat obscure, fluctuating between strong and weak, erratic. It was precisely this unknown quality that made Hirman cautious. He suspected it might be an even stronger technique, a killing move never before unleashed. Very well, then let me experience it. At this moment the two locked eyes. Hirman understood Yulo's intention. By this point he had witnessed Yulo's terrifying prowess. His combat power was far stronger than the Navy's intelligence indicated. Hirman was fully aware that capturing Yulo was impossible, but probing out Yulo's true strength was also an important piece of intelligence. Roar. He let out a long roar that seemed to pierce the heavens. Armament Haki erupted at full force, transforming him into a pitch-black, saber-toothed tiger. The entire tiger body radiated a powerful shockwave. This was Hirman's strongest state of armament Haki emission. In saber-toothed tiger form, Hirman's limbs executed a combined technique of moonwalk and shave. Tadeo. With a bang, the air exploded. Hirman vanished from his spot, transforming into a massive black meteor charging at Yulo. The terrifying might was like a falling meteor, full of impact and pressure. Just as Hirman charged, Yulo also moved. The beast within him truly awakened. A pure sword intent soared skyward, piercing through the clouds. Yulo's sword intent continuously heightened, his sword momentum bursting forth. He pressed down with his legs, the air beneath him exploding with a muffled thunderclap. Yulo entirely disappeared, leaving no trace in the sky. What? Hirman's eyes widened in shock. Such speed, and he had vanished completely. In his observation Haki perception, Yulo's presence was still there. Moreover, he was already right in front of him. Hirman couldn't react at all. Bang! An invisible armament Haki emission combined with Conqueror's Haki infusion directly broke through Hirman's armament Haki emission. His entire massive body was struck and uncontrollably sent flying backward. Just as Hirman was about to regain control of his body, he felt something lock onto him. In an instant his tiger first stood on end, a chill shooting up to his crown. Roar! A faint dragon roar, indistinct. Heaven-soaring dragon flash. A crisp drawing sound rang out. The supreme secret art of Godspeed, Iato emerged. A streak of cyan sword light flashed across Hirman's abdomen. It directly pierced through his armament Haki and cut into his flesh. With a splash, blood gushed out and Hirman felt intense pain. This sword light. How could it? Hirman quickly cancelled his beast form, reverting to his half-beast form, steadying himself by relying on his agile body. He touched the sword scar on his abdomen and stared at Yulo with shock. Yulo's figure materialized in the distance, his back to Hirman. The cyan flame on the black blade dissipated, and Yulo flicked the blood drops off the tip. Even Hirman's shocked gaze did not make Yulo turn around. Sorry, a true man never looks back. The Earth Tiger was stunned. The Admiral's adjutant was defeated with just one sword stroke. Such swordsmanship. Herman's gaze fixed on Yulo, filled with disbelief. He could not understand why Yulo's swordsmanship was so formidable. His own skill, though inferior to his Devil Fruit ability, still made him one of the few great swordsmen on the sea. But compared to Yulo, it was utterly inadequate. Among the great swordsmen, he knew Yulo's swordsmanship was second only to Rock's. In his shock, Herman noticed blood continuously seeping from his wound. This would not do. He had to recover his injuries as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Yulo attacked again, he would certainly be overwhelmed. As a Zoan-type ability user, Herman's physical functions were greatly enhanced. Even in his half-beast form, his recovery was far superior to an ordinary person. This was why, despite being at an age for retirement, his physical condition had not deteriorated much. Herman immediately began to heal his wound, but a shocking scene unfolded. After the bleeding stopped, the effect drastically diminished, as if something was obstructing the process. Every time he tried to heal, a burning pain shot through him. Damn it, it's the cyan flame. Herman's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Yulo's sword strike had been imbued with green lotus earth core fire. He never expected this cyan flame to hinder his wound recovery. He had been wary of the cyan flame, but still fell victim to it. With his back to Herman, a smile curved on Yulo's face. His observation Haki sensed that Herman's aura had weakened. It seemed that this technique, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash, had dealt considerable damage. The burning effect of the green lotus earth core fire had also temporarily limited Herman's recovery. However, Yulo was not without strain either. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his face had turned somewhat pale. This move, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash, was the ultimate secret art of the quick draw technique. While its power increased several-fold, the physical exertion was also immense. If he hadn't been facing Admiral Earth Tiger, he would never have used this technique. Even against the Golden Lion Shiki earlier, Yulo had only used the quick draw technique. At this moment, Marine warships arrived, rapidly approaching the area. 8 warships were behind them and 1 ahead. Ronnie, full speed ahead. Don't let the Marines surround us. Yulo shouted loudly, his voice somewhat weak. He had finally witnessed an admiral's combat power firsthand. The urgent task now was to leave this place quickly. Boss, the Marine cannons are already aimed at us. Ronnie gave a bitter smile, his voice revealing anxiety. Yulo's voice was loud enough for all 9 warships to hear. They immediately turned all their cannons to aim at Yulo's ship. At a single command, countless cannonballs would rain down. Just go full speed, Gil, handle this. Yulo's green lotus earth core fire coiled around his black blade as he slashed toward the sea. The flame barrier appeared again. A fiery path on the sea protected the ship, stretching far into the distance. Quick breakout. Maximum speed. Ronnie, both surprised and delighted, quickly ordered the crew to speed away. Yulo didn't bother with Herman and prepared to return to the ship. Damn it, don't think you can escape. Seeing this, Herman immediately tried to give chase, but the pain stopped him in his tracks. The wound hadn't reached his vital organs, yet it was more agonizing than he had imagined. Whenever he stretched the muscles around the wound, the burning sensation would flare up. Even he, who had endured countless pains, was tormented into drawing sharp breaths. Admiral, you'd better take care of yourself. Suddenly Yulo turned around, his tone somewhat teasing, as if he were counseling an old friend. Humph! Herman snorted coldly, his face extremely grim. Even without his injury, he might not have been able to stop Yulo. Moreover, with his combat power diminished, he certainly couldn't detain Yulo. He knew this well, but it was still galling to watch Yulo escape. He had come so confidently, vowing to capture Yulo. Yet this was the outcome. The huge contrast left him feeling unbalanced. Yulo descended toward his own ship. Secretly, he remained on guard against Herman behind him, lest he launch a sudden attack despite his injury. If that happened, things would become troublesome. Thinking this, Yulo couldn't help but grip his black blade tighter. His current normal strength was at the level of a newly advanced admiral. An experienced admiral like Earth Tiger was still a bit stronger than him. Otherwise, he would have already rushed forward to finish him off. The reason he could wound Herman was his superbly powerful swordsmanship killing technique. However, such a swordsmanship killing technique consumed a great deal of stamina. He could only use a few moves before collapsing from exhaustion. Yulo would never use it unless absolutely necessary. Yulo is getting away. Why isn't Admiral Earth Tiger pursuing? On a distant warship, the adjutant's expression changed in great confusion. But Yulo was about to rush into the flame barrier. The adjutant gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait any longer. With a determined look, he resolved to stop Yulo, even at the cost of severe injury. Otherwise, this operation would be a complete failure. He immediately covered his entire body with armament Haki. With a loud bang, he shot forward, charging fiercely. Don't be reckless. As Herman was lost in thought, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that his adjutant was charging at Yulo and immediately cried out in alarm. This excitement triggered the burning sensation, and the previously staunched blood began to flow again. Herman was very familiar with his adjutant, who had followed him for over a decade. But Yulo's strength was not what the intelligence had suggested. And indeed, that was the truth. Yulo reacted with lightning speed. He tilted his body and swung his black blade. The adjutant had just launched himself from the warship and hadn't traveled far when he was struck by a sword beam imbued with armament Haki projection. Boom. His figure flew backward and slammed violently into the warship. Ugh! Ugh! Covered in blood, the adjutant stared at Yulo in shock and horror. He wanted to say something, but could not produce a sound. So strong. The soldiers on the warship were dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene. The adjutant was an elite vice admiral, second only to Zephyr at headquarters. Yet with just one sword stroke, he was cut down. That monster Yulo was this powerful. Vice Admiral, how are you? Someone quickly reacted and hurriedly checked the adjutant's injuries. Pathetic. Yulo cast a glance, his eyes full of disdain, then turned and passed through the fiery curtain back to his ship. His stamina had been heavily drained, and his combat power might have diminished. But it was still not something an adjutant could withstand. Seeing that his adjutant was still alive, Herman breathed a sigh of relief. He strained to control his injury and returned to his warship. This is too much. Herman looked at the adjutant's injuries and was filled with rage. His chest bones were broken, or it would take at least a month or 2 to recover. Open fire. Fire until there's nothing left. Herman's low voice rang out. The 9 warships began shelling Yulo's ship. He knew it was futile, but damn it, it felt satisfying. Marine headquarters had plenty of cannonballs. They would bombard Yulo mercilessly. Herman, as if relieved, panted heavily. The medics carried him and the adjutant into the medical bay. The Marine soldiers on the ship, seeing the admiral's and the adjutant's injuries, were all deeply shocked. Given the situation, this mission has failed. The celestial dragon could not be rescued, and both the admiral and his aide were injured. The justice-driven Navy soldiers watched helplessly as the enemy departed, feeling a surge of anger. In contrast, some cowardly soldiers were filled with unease. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells struck the fiery curtain, all exploding. The violent shock waves were blocked by the fiery curtain. On the path opened by the blazing flames, Yulo's ship sailed steadily forward. After a while, the naval fleet behind them disappeared from the horizon. Only at this moment did Yulo relax. He sheathed his sword, sitting cross-legged on the deck, fully focused on regaining his strength. Yulo had not sustained any external injuries, but the overwhelming blue flames and the heavenly dragon flash had taken a toll on his body. As Yulo closed his eyes to recover, he realized his mastery over the armament Haki had become exceedingly refined. It seems that besides the rewards from the system, combat can also rapidly enhance one's strength. After a long time, Yulo muttered to himself, slowly opening his eyes. He cracked his joints and instructed the helmsman to adjust the course towards Hive Island. Standing on the deck, he gazed into the distance while his mind opened the system. Yulo looked at the reward of a demon fruit enhancement opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a demon fruit. This fruit was the one he had obtained from the Golden City. Its variety was stronger than several fruits in the treasury of the Goda Kingdom. System begin enhancement. Yulo thought, eagerly staring at the demon fruit in his hand. Ding! Enhancing demon fruit. The system's voice echoed and a faint white light appeared on the surface of the demon fruit. Ding! Demon fruit enhancement successful. It ultimately transformed into a completely white demon fruit adorned with majestic and imposing patterns. Congratulations, host. After system enhancement, the Zoan-type ordinary cat fruit white tiger form has been enhanced to the Zoan-type mythical beast cat fruit white tiger form. The system announced the enhancement results, bringing Yulo a wave of delight. From the example of the burning fruit enhancing into the blue lotus earth fire, Yulo had speculated about the enhancement of the demon fruit. If an ordinary flame could be enhanced into a strange fire, then an ordinary type could also be enhanced into a mythical type, and at the very least it could become an ancient type. Sure enough, it did not disappoint Yulo. The true white tiger, one of the four spirits of heaven and the four sacred beasts, is a god of war and a god of slaughter, representing metal in the five elements filled with innate metallic energy. Ronnie, bring El out. Yulo commanded loudly without turning his head. The mythical beast type white tiger form was on par with Kaido's mythical beast type azure dragon form. At this moment, Ronnie helped El out of the cabin. Boss, you called for me? Ael asked, standing next to Ronnie in front of Yulo. Do you both know my identity? Yulo suddenly asked in a deep voice, looking at the two boys. He did not intend to reveal the demon fruit right away. Although both had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, indicating their talents were not weak, it was still far from enough. Without the determination to become stronger, even the best talents would be wasted. Boss, I know this. Your name is Yulo, and you are an officer of the Rocks Pirates. I've heard others mention the monster pirate Yulo with a bounty of 1.5 billion for stealing from the Golden City. In a few days, it will also include the feats of killing celestial dragons and repelling the Navy Admiral. Ronnie and El were slightly taken aback, not expecting Yulo to ask this, but they still answered honestly. Having witnessed the earlier battle, Ronnie was exceptionally excited and spoke first. El, being more composed, added some details on top of Ronnie's statements. Since you know my identity, do you know that in the Rocks Pirates, strength reigns supreme, and competition among lower-tier pirates is a life-or-death struggle? Once you personally kill those two celestial dragons, you will be seen as a mortal enemy by the world government and naval headquarters, and you will face endless pursuit. You two are too weak. You cannot follow me forever. So if you are scared, you can disembark at the next island. Yulo spoke seriously, his expression stern. In fact, it was also a way to intimidate the two to see if they had the determination to grow stronger. Boss, we are not afraid. Oh, we will not disembark. Boss, we do not want to be stepped on anymore, so we will work hard to become stronger. Upon hearing this, Ronnie quickly knelt down, his eyes filled with longing, his tone resolute. Even Al, with his leg injury, knelt down with a thud, speaking without changing his expression. He clenched his fists, and when he mentioned being stepped on, a flicker of killing intent appeared in his gaze. The two had struggled at the bottom of society for over a decade, never encountering a powerhouse like Yulo. Moreover, Yulo had saved them, and they had already acknowledged him in their hearts. This was their only chance to change their fate, and Ronnie and El would definitely not let it slip by. As for the determination to grow stronger, simply put, it means enduring hardships. Having been wandering for over a decade, haven't they suffered enough? Good, you have ambition, and you have not disappointed me. Uro's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Ronnie and Ael's decisive determination surprised him. Even Ael suddenly knelt down, causing his wound to split open again, yet he did not change his expression. Ael ate it. Yulo finally took out the demon fruit and extended it towards Ael. For Ronnie and Ael bore more killing intent, possibly related to his experiences. The white tiger's imposing aura required Ael's killing intent to unleash to the fullest. This is a demon fruit. Ronnie and Ael stared wide-eyed at the white fruit. This was the first time they had seen a demon fruit, which they had only heard rumors about. Seeing that there was only one fruit, Ael looked towards Ronnie, wondering what would happen if he ate it. Ronnie nodded, emphatically signaling Ael to hurry and eat it. He did not feel dissatisfied. His dream was to become a swordsman, so he did not particularly care about the demon fruit. Ronnie believed Yulo was preparing a surprise for him. Crunch. Ael took the fruit and bit into it, devouring it in just a few bites. Seeing this, Yulo sighed, noting that the system-enhanced fruit seemed to be exceptionally delicious. As the demon fruit entered Ael's stomach, he felt a surge of energy spreading throughout his body, perfectly merging together. Ael, your leg injury. It has healed completely. At that moment, Ronnie exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. He discovered that Ael's wounds had miraculously healed after consuming the demon fruit. Ael's recovery brought genuine joy to Ronnie. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed, stirring the winds and clouds, as if it came from the heavens, carrying a profound sense of pressure. Ael transformed into a mass of white gas, exuding a sharp and fierce aura. Innate metallic energy. Uro's eyelids twitched, feeling surprised. The mythical beast-type white tiger form was indeed formidable. It truly lived up to its reputation as a sacred beast. Ael had just consumed the fruit, and the sharpness of the innate metallic energy was already comparable to the sword aura capable of cutting iron. This innate advantage could indeed be assisted by swordsmanship, but ultimately the ability of the mythical beast white tiger would dominate. Just like Whitebeard Newgate, who was also a great sword master, but primarily relied on the tremor fruit. The innate metal chi shifted and transformed, materializing into a standing tiger man. It resembled a semi-beast form, yet remained in a gaseous state, and appeared somewhat unstable. Clang. Yulo extended a finger covered in armament Haki and flicked it hard against the tiger man. The force from Yulo directly interrupted AI Air's unskilled control over his devil fruit ability. Ouch, it hurt so much. The innate metal chi dissipated, and AI Air's body materialized as he rubbed his arm in pain. Boss, the sacred beast white tiger is actually a mythical zoan. It feels so powerful. Then clenching his fist, AI Air spoke with an excited expression. After eating the devil fruit, relevant basic information appeared in his mind. Only after understanding the classification of devil fruits did he realize the power of this fruit. Ha 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 ha, of course. I wouldn't settle for anything ordinary. Yulo was in a good mood and burst into laughter. This made Luo-Ni's eyes light up, making him even more eager for Yulo's arrangement. But AI Air, this is just the beginning. I knocked you back to your original form in one blow. You must persevere in tempering your body to better develop your fruit ability. However, Yulo then shifted his tone and sternly admonished AI Air. At the same time, Yulo was astonished. Based on the force and armament Haki in his finger, he had intended to pierce through the innate metal chi. Unexpectedly, the innate metal chi was harder than he thought, and actually blocked the basic armament Haki. The metal element innate metal chi could be considered an alternative form of armament Haki. Boss, rest assured I will strive to become stronger. AI Air suddenly felt a hint of shame, but immediately became resolute. When transformed into a tigerman, though not fully formed, his entire body was clad in innate metal chi, making him feel impervious to blades. How could he have expected Yulo to defeat him with a single blow? It seemed the boss' strength was truly unfathomable. AI Air looked at Yulo with admiring eyes, thinking silently. Luo and I've noticed you've been holding that katana all along. Do you know swordsmanship? At that moment, Yulo turned to the side and pointed at the broken sword in Luo-Ni's hand. From the time he met Luo-Ni until now, he had been carrying this broken blade. Boss, this sword is for self-defense to protect me and AI Air. I only know some basic moves, not even proper techniques. Luo-Ni grew excited when it was his turn, but immediately Yulo's words made him lower his head and say, "Where did this sword come from?" Yulo continued asking, for the sword was indeed too worn out, its blade full of cracks. "I found this sword." Luo-Ni answered honestly. "He'll give you this sword. Practice swordsmanship with it." With a clang, Yulo produced a brand new exquisite swift sword, the Quasigriat sword he had acquired from the heavenly gold. Luo-Ni snapped his head up, his eyes shining with radiance. He eagerly took the swift sword, fondling it with endless delight. For Luo-Ni, this was the finest blade he had ever seen. Suddenly a shadow flashed, and Yulo's finger pressed against Luo-Ni's forehead. System impart the complete thunder breathing technique. Ding! Thunder breathing complete imparted. Yulo had consulted the system earlier, and the system said it could impart directly. He didn't have time to teach Luo and I slowly, so the system's direct impartation perfectly suited Yulo's intentions. The complete thunder breathing was fully analyzed, detailed to the utmost. This way Luo and I could cultivate on his own without needing Yulo's time for guidance. He could ask for advice if he truly had questions. The system is becoming more and more humanized. Yulo withdrew his finger, praising the system with satisfaction. Boss, the thunder breathing technique. This is... Luo and I stared at Yulo in shock. A cultivation method had appeared in his mind. He was overjoyed. Besides the thunder breathing technique, there was also a swordsmanship training method. See. Lost in thought unconsciously with each inhale and exhale, Luo and I started to operate the breathing technique. Zila. Luo and I's breathing became steady, faint crackling sounds emerged, and his entire body flickered with blue arcs of electricity. Though faint, they were real. This is the thunder breathing technique, containing a unique breathing method and a swordsmanship training approach. The analysis I gave you, just follow it to train. Yulo looked at Luo and I and explained. Yulo was not surprised by Luo and I's state. The complete version of thunder breathing was an entry-level technique that anyone could perform. Yes, boss. Luo and I replied with full motivation, exchanging a glance with AI Air, and they both smiled. Afterward, everything that needed to be done was finished. Yulo told the two to go familiarize themselves with their abilities. And so Yulo's ship sailed across the Great Sea. Because Yulo had hoisted the pirate flag of the Rocks Pirates on his ship, the pirates of the New World were not foolish enough to run into the muzzle. Sailing at sea made Yulo feel bored and monotonous. However, as for the New World, it was not peaceful at all. Yulo of the Rocks Pirates encountered the Navy's Grand Admiral Hellman in the New World. In the battle, he wounded Admiral Hellman and then made a stylish departure. The news spread by an unknown source caused an uproar across the New World. However, the matter of Yulo killing a celestial dragon and kidnapping another did not leak out at all, as if it had never happened. Fengshan Island. Rocks Pirate Group. Luo Kusi held a newspaper alone in the conference hall. Already able to suppress an admiral. This kid really gave me a surprise. Unexpected to encounter that old man Hellman. Looks like Yulo's strength has improved. Luo Kusi slammed the newspaper onto the table with his palm and stood up laughing heartily. This incident was indeed a pleasant surprise and an unexpected delight. After boarding the celestial dragon ship, Yulo had called Luo Kusi via Den Mushi. He informed him about the mission and the matter of bringing back 2 celestial dragons. At that time, Yulo had not yet encountered Admiral Hellman. After repelling Hellman, he did not call Luo Kusi. Thus, Luo Kusi only learned of this now after seeing the newspaper. Given Yulo's pace of improvement, my plan is not far off. Suddenly, the laughter came to an abrupt halt, and the conference hall grew silent. A murderous intent filled Luo Kusi's eyes, and his face twisted with ferocity. Now Luo Kusi already regarded Yulo as a core member. The talent and strength Yulo displayed already held considerable influence. Earlier, after Yulo's bounty was issued, many pirates came seeking to join the Rocks Pirates. Now with the feat of wounding an admiral, who knows how many more pirates will want to join. By then the power of the Rocks Pirates would surely reach new heights. Do those 5 old fools think they can cover up the news of the celestial dragon's death? As this thought crossed his mind, Rocks let out a cold snort, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Only the 5 elders at the pinnacle of power could suppress the news of a celestial dragon's death. Rocks was deeply displeased. If the news of slaying a celestial dragon were added, the pirates on the sea would surely be even more emboldened. The Rocks Pirates would garner even greater attention, and the celestial dragons, along with the world government, would lose all face. But obviously the 5 elders were no fools. They resorted to harsh measures. The Marines' headquarters became a scapegoat, shielding their own incompetence and failure. As such suppression will only lead to a more violent eruption. Rocks sneered to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement, his body beginning to tremble. When Rocks saw the newspaper, the members of the Rocks Pirates were also exhilarated. Sir Yulo actually encountered Marine Admiral Earth Tiger Herman. The two had a fierce battle, and Sir Yulo repelled Herman before leaving calmly. Sir Yulo truly lives up to being an officer of our Rocks Pirates. With such formidable strength, Sir Yulo has improved remarkably. He truly is a monster. It had been not long since Yulo defeated Shiki, and the fervor within the crew had yet to subside, when this even more explosive news arrived, causing an uproar among the pirates. An utterly electrifying revelation. They had already acknowledged and even worshipped Yulo, but this news filled their hearts with awe and reverence for him. That was Admiral Earth Tiger Herman, one of the Marines' most formidable combatants. Only a handful on the seas could repel him. That brat Yulo is ridiculously strong. It hasn't been long since he managed to repel an admiral. Golden Lion Shiki read the newspaper and smacked his lips, his smile faltering. Gurara, it seems that Brat Uro's strength has increased again, but am already used to such things. Whitebeard Newgate laughed heartily, appearing unfazed, but deep down he was slightly shocked. Such a rate of progress was truly monstrous, as if training were as effortless as drinking water. Even with his full power, he could only wound an admiral at best. How long had Yulo been away, and his strength had already caught up to his? If Yulo took another step forward, he would surpass him and be second only to rocks. Comparing people drives one mad. On no comparison, no comparison. Shiki was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Shiki, you've mastered armament Haki emission, and also improved from your battle with Yulo. Your current strength should be enough to match an admiral without losing. Newgate came to his senses and looked at Shiki thoughtfully. Shiki had always been slightly weaker than him. Newgate refused to believe that after such an intense battle Shiki had gained nothing. Shahahaha, of course. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. Hearing this, Shiki burst into proud laughter instantly, putting Yulo out of his mind. I won't compare myself to that freak Yulo. I can compare with you, Newgate. We've both mastered armament Haki emission. I'm no worse than you now. And I've touched the threshold of Conqueror's Haki infusion. It won't be long before I surpass you, Shaha. Shiki thought smugly, his mood brightening, and cast a provocative glance at Newgate. However, Shiki didn't know that Newgate had already begun to grasp Conqueror's Haki infusion. Newgate could tell from Shiki's expression what was going through his mind. He snorted inwardly. Arrogant Shiki, that's all you'll ever amount to. On the other side, Wang Ji and Kaido looked grim after reading the newspaper. They had just rekindled their fighting spirit, but the news of Yulo repelling an admiral doused them like a bucket of cold water. Both began to doubt themselves again, their hearts filled with helplessness. Yulo, you monster, please leave us some room to survive. World government Mary Geos. On the surface calm, but in truth everything was in chaos. Herman reported the news of the celestial dragon's death, and all the celestial dragons flew into a rage. They cared little about the fate of a marine admiral, but the murder of a celestial dragon was an unforgivable crime. Even more so, forcing a celestial dragon to kneel and beg for mercy, using one as a mount. This was a provocation and insult to the world's nobility. Such a scoundrel deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. The family of Saint Algernon was boycotted by other celestial dragons who deemed that they had tarnished the dignity of the celestial dragons and forfeited their right to be celestial dragons. Countless celestial dragons demanded that the 5 elders must kill Yulo, or they would jointly convene a celestial dragon family council. Under pressure, the 5 elders resorted to harsh measures, suppressing the negative news and preserving the authority of the world government and the celestial dragons. Subsequently, the 5 held a meeting with representatives of the celestial dragon families, and only after reaching a satisfactory countermeasure did the various families gradually calm down. After the meeting, a large number of CP-1, CP-9 agents rushed toward the New World. Even CP-0, directly under the celestial dragons, began to move. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford Kong convened an admiral meeting attended by Earth Tiger Herman, Flying Dragon Quincy, and Snow Leopard Islet. Herman, bare-chested with thick bandages wrapped around his abdomen, smiled wryly. Just now the 5 elders had called, and Kong was even more furious. There was no helping it. The actions of the 5 elders and those celestial dragons were infuriating. They suppressed all negative news about themselves, letting the Marines' reputation take the fall. Even if the Marines lost all face, they could not violate the dignity of the celestial dragons. Were they to use the noble Marines as a shield? Herman, the 5 elders have suppressed the news of the celestial dragon's murder. However, the news of your defeat has already spread across the seas. If you had captured Yulo, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Kong was furious, nearly losing his composure, venting his anger on Herman. And what the hell are the Marines' intelligence departments doing? They didn't even know that the monster Yulo had defeated Golden Lion Shiki. The thought of the intelligence department nearly drove Kong mad. As a key target of the Marines, Uro's combat strength was of utmost importance. Since the incident of the heavenly tribute, Uro's file had listed him as only slightly below admiral level. Now it seemed that was just the tip of the iceberg. His actual combat strength, revealed this time, had caught them completely off guard. The failure to update combat intelligence in time led to this severe consequence. The dereliction of duty from the previous heavenly tribute robbery had yet to be atoned for. Now an admiral was repelled by a pirate, the rescue of the celestial dragon failed, and a celestial dragon died. If the 5 elders could still suppress the matter of the heavenly tribute, the death of a celestial dragon was beyond their ability to contain. Marshal, this time it's my fault for failing to capture Yulo. But that Yulo is indeed formidable. His swordsmanship is so powerful that it can break through armament Haki and directly harm the body. And those azure flames can even impede wound healing, still causing a dull ache. I even suspect that this isn't his full strength yet. Recalling the event, Herman still shuddered with lingering fear as he spoke helplessly. He stood up, unwrapped the bandages around his abdomen, revealing the gruesome wound. Herman had only just removed the burning sensation before the meeting, and the wound was only now beginning to heal, so it looked as fresh as ever. This, Uro's methods. Quincy and Aylett were taken aback, unable to help, but turned their heads, their expressions somewhat bewildered. Having worked with Herman for many years, the two were well aware of his vitality and regenerative abilities as a user of the Zoan-type ancient Zoan saber-toothed tiger form. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would have long since healed and scabbed over, yet now it was only just beginning to close. Could those azure flames have such an effect, actually hindering the Bodhi's recovery from injuries? The Flying Dragon General and the Snow Leopard General exchanged a knowing glance, a hint of gravity flashing in their eyes. Kizaris Bones heard these words and wore a surprised expression, yet felt a shock within. The wondrous power of the azure flames was already evident from the incident where Crane was knocked unconscious by the flame dragon. Kong had never underestimated the monstrous Uro's azure flames. What truly shocked him was Herman's final remark. Even stronger. As the Navy Marshal, no matter how shocked he felt, Kong's face darkened as he muttered to himself. Herman's words were by no means groundless. As a Navy Admiral, he would not speak rashly. Moreover, that Uro had indeed brought them one surprise after another. First he emerged abruptly, then suppressed Zephyr, displaying power just below that of an admiral. Now he had wounded Herman, showing strength that could contend with an admiral. Who knew if Uro was still holding something back? The possibility that he might suddenly unleash power overwhelming an admiral next time was not out of the question. Sigh. With these thoughts, Kong sighed, feeling flustered and harboring some ominous premonitions. Uro's progress was terrifyingly fast. By the next time would it be his turn? Marshal Kong, was that a call from the 5 Elder Stars about capturing Uro? Herman knew that the call had come from the 5 Elder Stars, which had made Kong so furious. He was curious about what had happened. Can we even catch him? Don't forget, the Navy isn't facing just one man, but the entire Rocks Pirates. Of course we will take action, but the 5 Elder Stars haven't decided on specifics yet. Kong's face twisted with rage as he slammed his fist heavily onto the table. To uphold the Celestial Dragon's dignity, the 5 Elder Stars were using the Navy as a shield. Now that the Navy wanted to strike back, the 5 Elder Stars directly refused, ordering them not to act rashly and to await orders from the world government. Kong felt utterly stifled as Marshal, wishing he could eliminate Uro right then and there. But facing the entire Rocks Pirates, he had no sure victory. The thought made Kong gnash his teeth, and Herman frowned, unable to understand why such a grave incident didn't warrant an immediate counterattack. But he soon let it go. The world government's decision left even Marshal Kong powerless, and he had even less sway, so he simply chose not to bother. Better to recover quickly and await orders. My injury isn't serious, I'll recover in a few days. If there's an operation, I'll go too. Herman grew serious. He was determined to take part in any action against Uro and the Rocks Pirates. His failure in the rescue mission was directly related, so Herman would not miss the chance to atone for it until the world government issues orders. You 3 stand by for now. The bounty on the monster Uro is raised to 2 billion. Also have Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr intensify their training and rapidly improve their strength. Any decision they made would be overruled by the 5 Elder Stars. The meeting had reached a stalemate with nothing more to say. Having arranged everything, Kong dismissed the 3 admirals. He rubbed his temples, sighing incessantly. The events of late had left him mentally exhausted. Before Uro's emergence, the Rocks Pirates had refrained from large-scale operations for some time. Having obtained the 5 Elder Stars' consent, Kong had lightened the admiral's duties and entrusted the task of confronting the Rocks Pirates to the most talented and powerful among the new generation of Marines, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and the resourceful Tsuru. They successfully completed every mission against small-scale operations launched by the Rocks Pirates. During that period, they frequently clashed with the Rocks Pirates officers, which significantly enhanced their strength in a short time. According to Kong's plan, if this continued for some time, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr would surely break through to admiral level, greatly bolstering the Navy headquarters' combat power. But who could have predicted that Uro would appear out of nowhere, join the Rocks Pirates, and lead them into large-scale operations once again? It dealt a direct blow to the Navy. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru suffered their first complete defeat, and even the heavenly tribute was plundered. Kong's dream shattered. The Rocks Pirates were growing stronger, and relying on Sengoku and the others was no longer enough, forcing him to recall the 3 admirals. Now it seemed even the admirals were barely sufficient. Only if Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr reached admiral-level combat power could the Navy hope to surpass the Rocks Pirates. Sigh. I hope this training will greatly enhance their strength. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in a secret, this Uro, his progress is so swift. Zephyr, bare-chested, stared at the newspaper in his hand, his expression grim as he spoke in a deep voice. He has indeed grown much stronger. Even Senior Herman suffered a loss. Garp, holding a large bag of donuts, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. When they had fought before, Zephyr had been suppressed despite using all his strength, and although Garp hadn't truly clashed with Yulo, he could still feel the pressure. How long had it been? Now Yulo could directly injure Admiral Herman. They had experienced Herman's strength firsthand. His stamina in battle seemed inexhaustible, and the three of them had been thoroughly suppressed from start to finish. Though not completely defeated, they could hardly face him head-on. Yet Yulo had managed to wound him. Garp trained seriously and stopped blabbering. We can't lose to pirates. Sengoku looked at Garp and shouted sternly. He knew that Kapu had trained diligently, but he still couldn't help reminding him. Zhangguo, rest assured, we are the Marines. How could we lose to pirates? Kapu said nonchalantly while eating a donut. Yulo's strength had greatly improved enough to rival an admiral, but so what? He hadn't been idle either. When he next encountered Yulo, he would definitely give him a surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo felt somewhat helpless and inwardly speechless. He just wanted to know where Kapu got this relentless optimism, saying the Marines would never lose to pirates. Yet recently the Marines had been losing consecutively. Zhangguo, Kapu, stop wasting words and come train immediately. Zfa put down his newspaper without turning his head. He knew he didn't possess talent like Yulo, so he could only train more diligently and arduously. All right, Zhangguo, Zfa, let's train. Even Zfa had spoken, and Zhangguo was glaring at him. Seeing this, Kapu stuffed all the donuts into his mouth and shouted eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Thus Zhangguo, Kapu, and Zfa continued their intense training, striving to become even more powerful. They all recognized the gap between them and Yulo. To avoid being left behind, they had to put in several times the usual effort. As the training progressed, the intensity kept increasing, yet the three of them still enjoyed it endlessly. Now on the Great Sea, the Marines had lost all face and pirates were becoming increasingly rampant, especially the Rocks pirates, whose power was growing immensely. Only by striving vigorously and achieving a qualitative leap in strength could they eliminate the Rocks pirates. In the waters of the New World, within a few days, Yulo's ship approached Beehive Island. On a certain island near Beehive, Yulo put the celestial dragon slaves from his ship ashore. Many slaves, after learning about Yulo's identity and deeds, begged to join his ship, hoping to become his. Yulo flatly refused such requests. For them to have become slaves of the celestial dragons, they must have lacked strength and talent. They were mediocre at best. Yulo had no interest in these people. Keeping them on board would be utterly useless. For now, he only recruited elites. To become his crew, one first had to meet the strength requirements. As for so-called cannon fodder, Yulo had no need for them, at least not at present. However, considering the daily needs of the ship, Yulo kept a helmsman, a cook, and a ship doctor while ordering the rest to disembark. Through continuous practice over these past few days, Ronnie and Al had preliminarily mastered their devil fruit abilities and thunder breathing. Their spirits were excellent, and even their originally frail figures had grown somewhat sturdier. The luxurious ship cut through the waves and Beehive Island came into view. Boss, is this Beehive Island the headquarters of the Rocks pirates? Al gazed into the distance, his sight landing on Beehive Island and the enormous skull structure. Beehive Island was known as the paradise for pirates. That colossal skull building was the emblem of piracy. Anyone seeing this scene for the first time would inevitably be awestruck. We've finally arrived. Truly, Ronnie clenched his fists, his expression brimming with excitement. The harbor on the coast of Beehive Island was even larger than the one outside the royal capital of Goda, and the pirate ships anchored in the harbor were too numerous to count. Having arrived at Beehive Island, their pirate journey was finally about to begin. Hep. Yulo stood at the bow, smiling without speaking. At that moment, some pirates near the harbor on Beehive Island were sharpied and spotted Yulo's ship first. The pirates living along the shore were essentially cannon fodder. No training duties, idle all day. In a flash, many pirates gathered at the harbor. Hey look, a big ship is approaching. There really is a ship. Who's so bold as to sail directly to Beehive Island? Doesn't the pattern on the hull look like the Celestial Dragon's crest? That is the Celestial Dragon's crest, but it's flying our pirate flag. As Yulo's ship drew closer, the pirates on the island finally recognized him. Look, that's Yulo on the ship. Officer Yulo is back. Ha ha, Officer Yulo is back on a Celestial Dragon ship. And Yulo encountered and wounded an admiral. That's a Marine admiral. Truly worthy of the monster Yulo. His progress is freakishly fast. What greeted Yulo were thunderous cheers, mostly from veteran crew members, some from newcomers, but all without exception were admirers of Yulo. Amid the crowd's cheers, the luxurious ship docked, and Yulo was the first to step off, followed by Ronnie and Al. Yulo waved to the pirates and headed toward the central skull castle. Just then a boisterous laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha, Yulo, you've surprised me again. You wounded that old man Herman, giving the Marines a severe slap and boosting the prestige of our Rocks pirates. A gentle breeze swept by and Rocks appeared directly in front of Yulo. For this secret mission, Rox had thought that killing the celestial dragons would suffice. That was his aim. As for the pursuit by the Marine Admiral, Rox wasn't overly worried. Even if Yulo couldn't defeat the Admiral, escaping would be no problem. But what he never expected happened. Yulo directly confronted the Admiral, wounded him, and then left gracefully. This gave Rox quite a surprise. At Rox's sudden appearance, all the pirates fell silent. Their awe for Yulo deepened. This was Captain Rox himself. Among all returning officers, Yulo was the first to be personally greeted by Rox. "Hey Captain Rox, I nearly exhausted myself at the time," Yulo said with a smile, joking. But inwardly he was alert and secretly astonished. When Rox appeared, even he hadn't seen it clearly. His speed was even faster than Herman's by a considerable margin. "Gurara Yulo, you've made remarkable progress this time out." In the distance, Newgate appeared and came to Rox's side. He laughed heartily, looking at Yulo with great appreciation. "Ziaha Yulo, you probably don't know yet. Your bounty has been raised to 2 billion. Then Golden Lion Shiki slowly descended from the air, handing a wanted poster to Yulo. "Huh? 2 billion? When did that happen?" Yulo was slightly startled. He took the wanted poster and saw that it had indeed been raised to 2 billion. In the past few days at sea, he had been enjoying the sea breeze and simply hadn't paid any attention to the news. Yulo felt that what he had done was all routine. Yulo, this is already a small gain." Golden Lion Shiki said helplessly, his tone laced with exasperation. Seeing Yulo's calm demeanor, Shiki couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Had it been Shiki, a bounty increase would have thrilled him beyond measure. Yet Yulo remained utterly composed without the slightest ripple of emotion. Truly, no comparison meant no injury. In truth, Yulo had long anticipated the bounty hike. The deeds he had done, grinding the Marine's face into the dirt, made a raise inevitable. "Gurara Yulo, the Marines are always like this. If they can't catch you, they raise the bounty," Whitebeard Newgate said indifferently, having experienced such matters countless times. That was just how the Marines operated. Those with low bounties were not worth the Marines' effort, or they lacked manpower. Bounty hunters would take care of them, and the Marines would simply pay the reward. For great pirates like them, the Marines could never capture them, yet they had to do something, so raising the bounty was their only recourse. Listening to Shiki and Newgate, Yulo wore a helpless expression, rubbing his forehead. Ever since the two arrived, they had been going back and forth, leaving Yulo no chance to speak. Whose bounty had risen anyway? Why were they more excited than he was? Just as Yulo was about to speak, Rox's voice rang out. "Ha, bounty increase is a good thing. It shames the Marines and glorifies us." Rox walked over slowly, interrupting their conversation. He had an important plan ahead, and had no time for idle chatter among Yulo and the others. Shiki and Newgate were no fools. They immediately grasped Rox's implication and scratched their heads. They were different from Rox. Rox regarded Yulo as a subordinate, valuing only his talent and strength, but they saw Yulo as a friend. His progress and strength and the rise in his bounty genuinely filled Shiki and Newgate with joy. "Let's talk on the ship." Yulo could discern the seriousness in Rox's eyes and guessed he had something to discuss. "That's fine." Rox gave a slight start, glanced at the luxurious vessel, and spoke. To Rox, the location of a meeting made no difference. "Let's head up. There's plenty of fine wine on the Celestial Dragon's ship," Yulo said with a smile, turning to lead the way. "The Celestial Dragons are truly extravagant. This ship is almost as big as my Moby Dick." Once Yulo finished, Newgate finally noticed the magnificent ship in the harbor. Earlier his gaze had been fixed entirely on Yulo, so he hadn't observed it. Now a single glance gave him a visual shock. Newgate's own ship was equally massive, but in terms of luxury it fell short compared to this one. Back then he had spent a fortune to obtain the Moby Dick. Yet Yulo, by merely killing a celestial dragon, had acquired a vessel no less impressive. If only he had known, he would have done the same as Yulo. Kill a celestial dragon and seize the ship. Newgate, the ship doesn't matter, what matters is the wine. Shiki patted Newgate on the shoulder, steering the conversation back to the wine. His voice carried a teasing tone. It was the first time he had seen Newgate at a loss. As for Shiki, just as he said, he cared little about ships. After all, if he wished, he could use an island as his vessel. Under the awed gazes of the pirates, Yulo, Rox, Shiki, and Newgate entered the luxurious cabin of the great ship. The pirates gradually withdrew their stares and dispersed. Ronnie and Al followed Yulo back to the ship and wisely began training on the deck. Yulo led the three into the room. The moment they entered, they saw two celestial dragons trembling in a corner. "These are celestial dragons." Shiki and Newgate were stunned, utterly bewildered. "Didn't you go to kill celestial dragons? Why are two still cowering here?" "I killed one and left these two." Yulo pointed at the celestial dragons, briefly explaining the situation. Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace shuddered violently the moment Yulo pointed at them, their faces pale with terror. Over the past few days, Yulo had been quite idle on the ship and often came to play with the two. They felt they were being tortured. Now, finding one opponent insufficient, he had called 3 burly men. Were they trying to torment them to death? Good Yulo, well done. After Yulo gave a rough account, Rox slammed the table and rose, his eyes brimming with delight. This operation to kill a celestial dragon aimed to disgrace both the celestial dragons and the world government. Thus the Rox pirates would gain immense fame, growing stronger before launching their revenge against the Marines. Rox had initially planned to spread the news through underground newspapers. Unexpectedly, to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons and the world government, the five elders used their influence to destroy all intelligence and cover up the truth. Rox had been preparing other measures, but then Yulo brought back 2 living celestial dragons. It seemed his plan could proceed after all. Do you have photos of the celestial dragon's death? Rox immediately asked, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The 5 old men were trying to hide the truth. The more they tried to conceal, the more he would expose it. Hearing this, Shiki and Newgate suddenly understood. Both knew the truth of the incident. A Rox's question made his intentions unmistakably clear. Of course, decapitation, kneeling for mercy, being used as a mount. I have photos of all that. Yulo pulled out a den mushy camera and smiled lightly. But then, to the trio's surprise, Yulo continued, however, I think none of those will be necessary. A mysterious smile played on his lips. Huh, unnecessary. Shiki and Newgate were bewildered while Rox looked intrigued. Although Yulo knew he had a plan, he had never revealed the specifics. Could Yulo have devised an even more effective scheme? With these 2 living celestial dragons, the photos are indeed unnecessary. Compared to the truth the 5 elders desperately hide, these 2 celestial dragons will create an even more explosive impact. Yulo's lips curled as he met Rox's gaze. A more explosive impact. Rox cupped his chin, a glimmer in his eyes, deep in thought. As Yulo had said, creating a more explosive effect was also part of his plan. But how could these 2 celestial dragons cause an unprecedented uproar across the seas? I say just kill them. Shiki racked his brains, but came up with nothing. He felt that aside from death, what else could be done with celestial dragons? If we just kill them, the impact won't be any more explosive than the photos Yulo mentioned. Newgate frowned, pondering. Exactly, kill them. Rox, hearing both Shiki and Newgate, suddenly had a flash of insight. Shiki and Newgate were stunned. After all that, thinking it was that simple. Wasn't that exactly what they had just said? What are you 2 thinking? If we don't kill celestial dragons, do we keep them for New Year? Yulo looked at the bewildered Shiki and Newgate and joked. Kill them, yes, but not just any kill. Rather. Suddenly his tone shifted, and a mysterious smile appeared again. Rox and Yulo locked eyes. At that moment their expressions were perfectly synchronized. A kill with the words of Yulo and Rox were not loud. However, to Shiki and Newgate they thundered in their ears, striking them deaf and dumb. Both men quivered slightly, their pupils contracting as they instinctively exchanged glances. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through their minds, and an identical thought emerged unbidden. Shiki and Newgate's expressions shifted while Yulo and Rox's gazes turned chilling. The 4 of them unconsciously looked toward the corner. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the entire room. Under the 4 piercing stares, Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace were scared out of their wits, trembling in terror. Cowering in the corner, their eyes filled with fear, they shook violently and broke out in cold sweat. As celestial dragons, they had never trained and possessed only ordinary physiques, so they hadn't heard the conversation between Yulo and the others. But those 4 eyes gleaming with green light, Gerald Saint and Rosemary Palace knew without doubt that those men harbored no good intentions. Yulo, Rox, Shiki, and Newgate stared at the 2 living celestial dragons. Suddenly they all smiled. Their expressions synchronized and their grins were sinister. In the vision of the celestial dragons, those 4 burly men with green-lit eyes suddenly revealed chilling smiles for no apparent reason. These 2 pampered, mentally immature celestial dragons had never witnessed such a scene before. They were so terrified they let out pathetic whimpers, pressing their foreheads against the floor, wishing they could burrow underground. This is my plan. A public execution of the celestial dragons. Yulo withdrew his gaze, looked at the 3 men before him, and said it with casual indifference. Gururara, as expected of Yulo. That move is explosive. Newgate raised his cup and drank deeply. The wine flowed down, stirring his heart as his gaze blazed with fervor. Though he was not inherently bloodthirsty toward ordinary people, he felt absolute revulsion for the celestial dragons, who were worse than pigs and dogs. The same sentiment shared by everyone. Anything that could make the world government and the celestial dragons lose all face was something Newgate wholeheartedly welcomed. Sigh. Exhale. Zahaha. A public execution of celestial dragons. Just hearing it fills me with excitement. Shiki took a deep drag of his cigar, exhaling smoke in ecstasy. After a brief moment of shock, his innermost being stirred with eager anticipation, imagining the scene, he could hardly wait. This approach will indeed create a greater uproar and won't interfere with our subsequent plans. Rox's eyes flickered with sharp light. After a long silence, once Shiki and Newgate had finished speaking, he acknowledged Yulo's proposal. Yulo, excellent idea. Well, follow your method. Rox smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He himself had never considered the approach Yulo suggested, but his purpose was crystal clear. Since Yulo's proposal could better achieve his goal without affecting his own plans, then naturally he would adopt it. This much magnanimity Rox possessed. Next, Rox fully disclosed his plan to take revenge on the Navy. Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate all participated, discussing the details with Rox until everything was finalized. Creak. The door opened. Rox walked out first, followed by Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate. Ronnie and Elle stopped their training and watched the four depart. Rox suddenly halted, his gaze falling on the two with keen interest. Ronnie and Elle instinctively met his eyes and instantly felt as if they were falling into an abyss. Not bad newbies, worthy of training. But soon after, Rox withdrew his gaze, laughing heartily as he walked off the ship. Phew. Such terrifying pressure. Just his gaze is enough to be dreadful. Ronnie and Elle finally breathed a sigh of relief, gasping heavily for air. Gurura, you two lads are still far from locking eyes with Captain Rox. Newgate laughed in high spirits and gave them a reminder. Yulo nodded silently to himself. Ronnie and Elle were just starting out. Letting them experience the pressure of a powerhouse would benefit their future training. However, Yulo hadn't expected that their stress reactions under Rox's oppression would be slightly better than he had. Indeed, Rox might lay not only in his combat prowess, but also in the aura that radiated from him. In the entire Rox pirates, aside from the senior officers, no one could withstand meeting Rox's gaze. The reason Ronnie and Elle didn't collapse was that both possessed Conqueror's Haki, and Rox deliberately restrained his pressure. After leaving, Rox immediately recalled the officers training abroad. 3 days later, the officers returned one by one. Below the Skull Castle, a vast open space served as the usual gathering place. By now, the entire crew of the Rox pirates had assembled on the plaza. Such a grand mobilization. Every single crew member is here. With such a fanfare, something big must be happening. Maybe we're going to attack a member nation. Whether officers or crew, all were encountering such a spectacle for the first time, and all sorts of guesses buzzed among the crowd. The pirates whispered and debated among themselves. The full crew meeting had not yet begun, but they were already buzzing with excitement. On the steps before the Skull Castle, led by Captain Rox, the officers stood erect on either side. Among the officers, Wang Zhijian and Silver Axe, though aware of a major announcement, were also in the dark. Except for Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate, the other officers stood rigid with serious expressions, but inside they were filled with confusion. They had been sent by Rox to train on other islands, but only a few days later they were urgently recalled. As soon as they returned to Hachinosu, a full crew meeting was called. The reason remained unknown. Silence. Rox stepped forward and gently signaled. As his voice fell, the clamor instantly ceased. The pirates shut their mouths, and the area fell quiet. In their hearts, Rox commanded immense authority, and no one dared to openly defy him. The pirates stood upright, expressions solemn, eyes earnest, gazing at the row of figures on the platform. No time for pleasantries. This full crew meeting is to announce a major operation. The corners of Rox's mouth turned up. The reaction of the crowd below made him feel supremely authoritative. As you've seen these days, Officer Yulo seized a celestial dragon ship, and aboard it were 2 living celestial dragons. Real breathing celestial dragons. Those who reside in Mariewa, calling themselves the World Nobles. As these words left his mouth, the pirates below felt a jolt in their hearts, their faces filled with astonishment. Countless pirates wanted to cry out, but restrained themselves out of respect for Rox's authority. On the platform, Silver Axe and the others were equally shaken. No wonder a full crew meeting was convened. It was related to the celestial dragons. And 2 of them still alive, though they loathed the celestial dragons and wished they could kill them immediately. In reality, the celestial dragons holed up in Mariewa, deeming themselves the world's nobles, rarely deigned to venture out. The officers of the Rox pirates couldn't very well attack Mariewa itself. They were all wanted by the Navy. Approaching Mariewa would bring the Navy down on them. Moreover, though the officers were strong, they weren't that strong. Even when celestial dragons occasionally traveled, they were escorted by CP0 guards and Navy protection. If real danger arose, a Navy admiral would come to the rescue. As a result, pirates on the high seas rarely encountered celestial dragons. No wonder they had faced the Admiral Tiger. They had captured celestial dragons. What incredible luck! Silver Axe, John, and the others couldn't help but look at Yulo, envy simmering in their hearts. Pirates universally despised celestial dragons, and Rox even more so. In their eyes, this was a great achievement. They were all veteran pirates. Although they had also hunted celestial dragons before, they had never laid a finger on them. In the vast Rox pirates, only Rox himself had ever slain a celestial dragon. Since joining the Rox pirates less than 2 months ago, Yulo had not only displayed extraordinary talent and rapid strength improvement, but also repeatedly achieved remarkable feats in operations, earning Rox high regard. Now having captured a celestial dragon and directly clashed with an admiral, his prestige and status had already surpassed theirs. As Silver Axe and the others pondered this, the envy in their eyes as they looked at Yulo transformed into a solemn weight. They felt the pressure of competition intensify. The talents and strength of Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate already made them feel inferior, and now this monster Yulo emerged with such formidable prowess that it left them daunted. While the other officers were burdened with heavy thoughts, only Jimmu was lost in deep contemplation, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. By now he understood clearly Yulo had not encountered Hermon by chance, but had attacked a celestial dragon and was being pursued by Hermon. As to why news of Yulo's capture of a celestial dragon and any signs of world government and navy actions remained absent from the seas, Jimmu could not fathom. But that no longer mattered. The unprecedented full crew meeting and the major operation Rox had hinted at would drown out all rumors. Sure enough, Rox's voice resounded with accumulated force. Therefore I have decided. As Rox began to speak, the pirates perked up, straining their ears to listen closely. Silver Axe, Jimmu, and the others all fixed their gazes on their captain Rox. Seeing their reactions, Yulo curled the corners of his mouth slightly. The more eager they were now, the more shocked they would be later. Public execution of the celestial dragons. Rox suddenly drew his long sword and roared skyward with resounding force. The deafening sound waves swept across the entire Beehive Island, the 7 words thundering in every pirate's ears. Silver Axe, Jimmu, and the other officers' pupils constricted, shock surging through their hearts. A public execution of celestial dragons. Wasn't that tantamount to declaring war on the world government? They had suspected earlier that given Rox's character, the 2 celestial dragons would not survive. But they never expected Rox to go so far as a public execution. Truly an unadulterated madman. The pirates below were momentarily stunned, then erupted into an uproar after the initial shock. We're going to execute celestial dragons, and in public at that. So exciting. I'm thrilled, can't wait. If it's a public execution, the world government and the navy won't stand idly by. Bob, brother, what are you afraid of? We're the strongest pirate crew. The pirates' faces flushed with excitement bounced around fervently, their heated discussions rising and falling. Don't underestimate them just because they are crew members. Within the Rox pirates they might be ordinary, but placed in any other New World crew they would be considered pillars of strength. The world government and the navy, perhaps other pirate crews feared them, and perhaps in the past when they sailed alone they feared them too. But since joining the Rox pirates, every mission and operation had involved dealings with the navy. Having witnessed the might of the Rox pirates, they no longer feared the world government or the navy. On the high platform, Rox's stern face broke into a confident smile as his lips curled. His color of observation, Haki kept track of the pirates' emotions. Upon hearing of the public execution of celestial dragons, all became feverishly eager and impatient, not a single one showing fear or hesitation. When recruiting crew members, Rox set extremely strict conditions. They must have killed a Navy soldier and in addition possess either formidable strength or promising potential. Only after being personally intimidated by Rox could they become full-fledged members. Thus these pirates were all desperados. Having already killed Navy soldiers, they no longer held the Navy in any regard. Deep within, Rox felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. This was the Rox pirates, fearless before the world government and the Navy. Most importantly, wherever his sword pointed, his crew would charge, a testament to Rox authority. In contrast, Silver Axe, Jimmu, and the other officers were both shocked and burdened with worry. Of course they were not afraid. Even the crew below felt no fear, let alone the powerful officers. But their positions differed, so their perspectives and thoughts also diverged. They had risen to officer rank not only through strength, but also through keen insight. To those below, a public execution of celestial dragons seemed novel and thrilling. Silver Axe and the others also detested celestial dragons, and had to admit that such an act would be immensely satisfying. However, doing so would slap the world government in the face. Beheading a celestial dragon, a world noble, would also disgrace the prestige of the celestial dragons. When it came to matters concerning celestial dragons, the world government would not be careless. This was evident from the fact that after Yulo captured a celestial dragon and repelled Admiral D, who the news only reported the repelling of the admiral with no mention of the captured celestial dragon. When that time came, the world government would be enraged and the navy might dispatch its full force. Though the Rox pirates feared nothing, they would still pay a heavy price. Silver Axe, John Wang, Jimmu, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with complicated. Each harbored their own agenda regarding this operation, outwardly voicing no objection, but inwardly opposed. Within the Rox pirates, Rox commanded absolute authority. When he spoke in a full crew meeting, it was as good as even if the officers had objections, they could not change the outcome. Moreover, questioning Rox's decision in front of the entire crew was practically suicide. Trespassing against Rox's dignity was not permitted even for officers. Yulo kept a sidelong watch on the officers and naturally noticed their unsettled expressions. Just as expected, the officers were disunited, each harboring their own schemes less reliable than the united crew. The dissolution of the Rock's pirates seemed inevitable. Ahem, my lads, calm down. Seeing that the pirates had talked enough, Rox raised both hands and pressed down, clearing his throat. Instantly the square fell silent as all eyes focused on the high platform. This is the most momentous operation in the history of the Rock's pirates. Each ship division will be assigned different tasks. I will hand them over to the officers shortly. I expect you all to prepare well. There must be no mistakes. Rox scanned the crowd and shouted loudly, pausing for a moment. The pirates couldn't help clenching their fists, excitement evident on their faces. 7 days from now, we will publicly execute the celestial dragons. As Rock's voice fell, a sky-piercing, murderous intent burst forth, tearing through the clouds before dissipating. This awe-inspiring scene seemed to foreshadow the beheading of the celestial dragons. In an instant, the pirates below went completely wild. Ha ha ha, now this is exciting. Kill those damned celestial dragons. Rock's declaration finished, and the square turned into a chaotic mess. All hands prepare for battle. All hands prepare for battle. All hands prepare for battle. Some Chinibu pirate howled at the top of his lungs, and all the pirates rolled up their sleeves, brandished their weapons, and shouted in unison with fervent blood. Beneath the sky above the sea, a cold gleam flickered on Fengchao Island as the pirates' battle spirit surged. The more fearless they were, the more pleased Rox became. Let's go to the conference hall. Rox smiled with satisfaction, turned, and walked into the Skull Castle. Yulo and the other officers followed closely behind and took their seats one by one around the spacious conference table. The mobilization for this operation is complete. Next are your specific tasks. Rox crossed his arms and said with a serious expression. The others did not interrupt and listened quietly, sensing that this operation was imperative. Yulo, Shiki, and Nyo-Gate, who had known the plan beforehand, showed no change in expression, just like the rest. Through the just concluded all-crew meeting, the act of publicly beheading the celestial dragons will soon sweep across the seas. Once the world government and the Navy learn of it, they will undoubtedly dispatch a large number of spies and informants at the earliest opportunity. To ensure the smooth execution of the operation, 7 days later, the beheading will take place here on Fengchao Island, our home base. Rox scanned everyone and announced the location. This was the first detail to be announced, which he had discussed with Yulo, Shiki, and Nyo-Gate. After the all-crew meeting, though the other officers harbored reservations, they understood that the beheading was inevitable and adopted the mindset of participants. However, upon hearing this, Fu Jiamu and the others were startled, caught off guard. According to their conception of the operation, the beheading should have taken place on an outer island, preferably far from Fengchao Island. After all, Fengchao Island as the home base was the bedrock of the Rock's pirates. Many people's secret stashes and even their assets were all hidden on Fengchao Island. Captain Rox, wouldn't it be inappropriate to behead the celestial dragons here? Driven by greed, John hesitated for a moment, pondered briefly, then asked tentatively. He was as miserly as could be, with half of his fortune hidden on Fengchao Island. Seeing someone pose the question, Fu and the others also turned their gaze to Rox. Just as John had asked, they too felt it was inappropriate. After all, this was their home base. If a major battle with the Navy broke out, Fengchao Island would surely be razed. In that case, even if the operation succeeded, Fengchao Island would be destroyed. No matter how you thought about it, it wasn't worth it. Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. If we placed the beheading on an outer island, no matter how we deployed it, wouldn't be as tight as Fengchao Island. The eyes of the world government and the Navy would be able to approach very easily. Secondly, if the entire crew were redeployed to an outer island, Fengchao Island would inevitably be left defenseless, and the very thing you fear would still happen. But rest assured, the beheading location is Fengchao Island, but that doesn't mean our defensive line is there as well. A smile curled at the corner of Rox's mouth, and his eyes shone with wisdom. Rox was fully aware of the officers' private schemes. After these words, the officers pondered for a moment and then suddenly understood. The CP organization, intelligence agents of the world government, as well as the Navy's spies, did have some capability. Perhaps when dealing with Fengchao Island, the crew were extremely familiar with it and guarded it tightly, so the spies could only investigate from the periphery, appearing inadequate. If it were an island elsewhere, the Rox pirates' crew and the world government and Navy spies would be equally unfamiliar with it. In that situation, the world government and Navy spies would find it relatively easy to gather intelligence. From this perspective, Rox attached great importance to the beheading operation. I see. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. John came to his senses and nodded, indicating he had no further objections. Jahaha. I knew it. How could Captain Rox let the Navy fight at our doorstep? Golden Lion Shiki, puffing on a cigar, suddenly laughed and chimed in. Indeed, he pretended quite convincingly, as if he had known nothing. The officers fell silent and continued listening to Rox as he elaborated on the specific action plan. Jemu sat upright at the far end, appearing to listen attentively, but inwardly, he was secretly delighted. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. Beheading on Fengshao Island, the Navy's spies will surely be useless. If Gangu Kong wants to obtain intelligence, he'll probably have to exchange with me. In that case, I might make a big profit. The meeting continued, and did not end until dusk. The officers left one after another, and the pirates on the square had already dispersed to prepare for the operation 7 days later. As Yulo left, he exchanged a glance with Rox before walking out of the conference hall with Shiki and Yogate. Navy prepared to face Rox's revenge. In the desolate and cold conference hall, Rox wore an enigmatic smile on his face, though under the setting sun's glow a sharp light flickered in his eyes. The underworld, also known as the Dark World. In this era, the ruler of the underworld was not the Don Quixote, rather it was Rox's collaborator, who under Rox's push became the behind-the-scenes master of the underworld. The intelligence Rox obtained on a daily basis came not only from spies within the pirate crew, but also from the underworld's channels. At this moment inside a room, it was pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It wasn't until someone pushed the door open that a dim yellow light illuminated the room. Under the dim light, a lean man with a cunning sleazy appearance sat behind a spacious desk and slowly opened his eyes. Master Garcia, a letter from up above. The man approached the desk and respectfully handed over the letter. Garcia, slightly surprised, still reached out and took the letter. Rox hadn't personally written to him for some time. The intelligence provided during this period had been delivered through Could it be that this time something important was happening? Garcia, filled with doubt, opened and read the entire letter. What the hell, what a madman. Isn't Rox afraid of death? Shh. This is going to get me sent to Tuajinxing. A moment later, he flew into a rage, stood up abruptly, and hurled the letter away fiercely. This is a public beheading of the celestial dragons. The man shuddered, reached out to grab the letter, and immediately turned pale with shock as he exclaimed. Master, spreading news of a public beheading of the celestial dragons will definitely attract the attention of the world government and the Navy. The man's heart was shaken and his voice trembled as he spoke. Garcia remained silent, his face extremely gloomy. Though he was the king of the underworld, he was ultimately not fit for the stage. Compared to the world government and the Navy, he was still a small fish compared to a big shark. On ordinary days, they could stir up trouble without consequence as the world government and Navy turned a blind eye. If they spread news of the public beheading, they would inevitably be hunted by the world government and the Navy. But if they didn't, the Rox pirate's strength was no less than that of the world government and the Navy. Have the newspapers printed and spread across the entire sea. Then we prepare to relocate the base. Garcia's expression shifted. He was extremely conflicted, but finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. They could avoid the world government and the Navy, but they should not offend Rox, who knew if there were spies planted by okay, I'll do it right away. The man was startled for a moment, then quickly recovered and went to act. There are numerous news agencies in the pirate world, but only 2 cover the entire sea. However, the underground news agencies typically engage in intelligence trading, as the public news has already been disseminated by the government-controlled media. Thus, there are not many newspapers circulated in the underground world, but all contain information that the world government seeks to conceal. The incident where Yulo killed and captured the celestial dragon was not mentioned at all in their papers. Rox had contacted Gashier hoping to have the underground world spread the news, but received a reply indicating insufficient information. Gashier stated through the transponder snail that the underground world had indeed caught wind of the situation, but they could not gather any relevant personnel photos or footage. This clearly indicated that the 5 elders had employed brutal and forceful means to eradicate all evidence and witnesses. It was precisely because of this that Rox entrusted the underground world with the dissemination of the public execution of the celestial dragon. Such an extreme insult to the celestial dragons would never be spread by the world government's news agencies, thus Rox's objective could not be achieved. As for the underground world's targeting by the world government, what does that have to do with Rox? The underground world printed a large number of newspapers in just 1 day. Under frantic operation, it took another 2 days for the newspapers to be distributed across the sea. In no time, the sea was abuzz, from the world government and Navy to the noble families and pirate crews down to the commoners and slaves. Everyone looked at the newspapers in fear as the strength and arrogance of the Rox pirates once again sent chills down the spines of the world. The world government Mariehua. The sprawling palace complex, once calm and peaceful, now echoed with a deafening sound as the central building collapsed. Billowing smoke rose, forming a mushroom cloud, as if a great explosion had occurred. I am absolutely furious. Allah! Damn Rox! Who does he think he is? How dare he? The enraged voice swept through, dispersing the mushroom. A golden-haired elder in a crimson suit with his fists enveloped in armament Haki radiated an aura of killing intent. At this moment he was filled with rage, his eyes glaring and teeth clenched as endless fury surged within him, unleashing a roar that shattered the entire palace. In his left hand, he tightly gripped a newspaper that clearly displayed the words "Public Execution of the Celestial Dragons" along with photos of 2 living celestial dragons. This newspaper was especially glaring to the elder, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the name Rox. Such brazen actions by Rox were exceedingly arrogant. He dared to publicly execute the celestial dragons. They hadn't even settled the score with Rox for Yuro's earlier act of killing the celestial dragons, and now this blatant provocation was no longer a simple act of defiance against the world government. The public execution of the celestial dragons not only targeted the celestial dragons, but also undermined the world government's dignity. Built over 8 centuries, it was a public execution against the world government on the seas. In 8 centuries, this was the most humiliating event the world government had encountered. With this thought, the elder's internal fury became increasingly difficult to contain. Roxa. The elder ground his teeth, his face flushed, hair standing on end, issuing a low, furious roar as the newspaper turned to shreds. He clenched his black fist, an overwhelming killing intent surging wildly. Enough, calm down. The palace has already been destroyed by you. What more do you want? 2 figures flashed by and appeared on either side of the elder's strong hands, pressing down on his shoulders with force. Their immense power interrupted the elder's armament Haki, and his killing intent gradually dissipated. Just as the elder began to calm down, 2 figures also appeared amidst the ruins. When will you ever change your hot-tempered nature? The elder in the white robe withdrew his hand. Understanding the golden-haired elder's character, his tone held. However, it was unfortunate that such a fine palace was destroyed in his fury, and the 4 of them had to teleport away in haste. Oomph! The golden-haired elder snorted angrily and directly walked away. Moments later, in another palace within a conference hall, the 5 elders sat around a circular conference table, each with a grim expression, their hearts filled with rage. We must handle the public execution of the celestial dragons by the Rox pirates properly. Otherwise, not only will the major families have no explanation, but that esteemed person will likely hold us accountable as well. Indeed, this matter has already spread across the seas, and everyone is watching our actions. Our subsequent response directly affects the world government's prestige among the allied nations and the populace. The elder with a long beard spoke second, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. In this situation, we must choose to take action, otherwise the world government's dignity and prestige will suffer significant blows, even leading to severe turmoil. Another elder spoke, and the 5 fell silent once more. They were acutely aware that if the world government chose not to act, it could threaten their rule. As integral members of the world government, the celestial dragons are all descendants of those who established the world government 800 years ago, and protecting them is an obligation they must fulfill. If they turned a blind eye to the celestial dragons' peril, the allied nations would inevitably feel a shared grief, leading to instability in people's hearts. However, our plan has just been implemented. If we choose to act, the plan might need to be postponed. At this moment, the elder in the white robe voiced his concerns. It is inevitable that the world government will take action, and it is also inevitable that the plan will be postponed. Changes during implementation are unavoidable, and we have long been prepared, as long as the final outcome aligns with our wishes. The elder with glasses spoke in an enigmatic tone, as if a decision had already been made. If I say there's no need to postpone, this time we can eliminate Rox. The golden-haired elder's temper flared, his hands striking the table with force. It was evident that he was not as astute as the other 4. Do not underestimate Rox. If he were so easy to deal with, he would have been eradicated by the Navy long ago. Why would we have to expend so much effort and sacrifice to formulate this so-called plan against him? From beside the golden-haired elder, a previously silent elder finally spoke up sharply, having had enough of the situation. The earlier rage could be overlooked, but during the meeting logical analysis was necessary, not just his reckless outbursts. I do not expect this rescue to succeed. Since Rox dares to publicly execute, he must have made ample preparations. Furthermore, he undoubtedly has his purpose for doing so, but we cannot know what that is. However, this is not important anymore. Let the Navy mobilize all forces. After all, this is for show, and it must appear grand to have credibility. The elder with glasses' eyes sparkled with wisdom, and the reflective lenses made him appear even more. The vast conference hall was exceptionally quiet at this moment. The event that shook the entire sea was resolved with the best choice after a brief exchange among the 5 elders. After issuing the highest operational directive, the 5 remained seated in deep contemplation. The 5 elders knew that even a full mobilization of the Marines could not save the celestial dragons. Moreover, the celestial dragon families had already stripped them of their status as celestial dragons. They had become a disgrace to their kind. Even if they returned to Mali Chaoya, they would not escape death. Whether it was the Luo-Kisi pirates, the world government, or the Marines, those 2 celestial dragons were destined to die. They were nothing but pitiful sacrifices. However, the various allied nations across the sea knew nothing of the hidden truth. What they wanted to see was the level of importance the world government and the Marines placed on this incident. Thus, knowing the outcome, the world government still had to dispatch troops for rescue, at least to put up a sufficient facade so that the allied nations would remain obedient. Currently, just the Luo-Kisi pirates alone had the world government and the Marines in a state of frantic trouble. If the allied nations were to cause further chaos, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for them. Previously, due to the appearance of Yulo and the incident of robbing the heavenly tribute, they noticed that the Luo-Kisi pirates had been dormant for a while, and many new members had emerged, all of whom were growing rapidly. Coupled with the older generation of powerhouses, the top combat capability of the Luo-Kisi pirates had already taken on a tendency to suppress the Marines, let alone the unfathomable Luo-Kisi. The five elders had never underestimated Luo-Kisi, as he was a man they all feared. However, they had overlooked his pirate crew, which saw a constant influx of talented rookies. Therefore, they formulated a plan to completely eliminate Luo-Kisi. Previously, they had concealed the news of Yulo killing a celestial dragon because it would affect the execution of the plan. Unexpectedly to the five elders, Luo-Kisi played a much rougher hand, forcing them to prioritize the overall situation, delay the plan, and deploy the entire Marine force. On the other side, at Marine headquarters Malinfanjuo, the newspaper announcing the public execution of a celestial dragon had spread across the sea. The five elders of the world government had received the news, and naturally Marine headquarters had already learned of it. The moment they learned of the news, Gongu Kong summoned the three admirals, and the four gathered in the fleet admiral's office. Each of them held a newspaper, silently scanning its contents with an atmosphere of unparalleled tension. Gongu Kong furrowed his brows deeply, his face dark. He couldn't quite understand why the five elders had delayed issuing orders the last time Yulo killed a celestial dragon. But the nature of this incident was extremely grave. He guessed that troops would inevitably be dispatched, which was precisely why he had summoned the three admirals. As expected, moments later, the Den Mushi rang. BRR. Hello, this is Kong. Gongu Kong's eyes sharpened. He answered the Den Mushi, his voice heavy and his words brief. The three admirals across from him stiffened inwardly and couldn't help but sit up straight. Gongu Kong, you must have seen the newspaper. Luo-Kisi is going to publicly behead the celestial dragons. The dignity of the world government and the celestial dragons must not be violated. The Marines shall immediately prepare for full mobilization and set out to rescue the celestial dragons. The voice came from the Den Mushi, on which was the face of that white-robed elder. Then who will guard Marine headquarters? Gongu Kong and the three admirals were slightly taken aback. Then Gongu Kong asked in a low voice. He had guessed that the Marines would be dispatched this time, but he didn't expect it to be a full-scale mobilization. As the fleet admiral of the Marines, he naturally had to consider the organization's interests. If all forces were deployed, Marine headquarters would be left empty and undefended. One must always be prepared for the unexpected. Although the Luo-Kisi pirates dominated the seas, there were still pirates who did not fear the Marines. If anyone took the opportunity to launch a raid, Marine headquarters would not be able to withstand it. You need not worry about that. The world government will send personnel to temporarily garrison it, the white-robed elder said nonchalantly, having already made arrangements. I understand. Well, initiate the operation immediately. Gongu Kong hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but still obediently agreed. Having others sent to guard Marine headquarters while they themselves were to be fully deployed left him somewhat displeased. However, Gongu Kong didn't dwell on it. As a Marine fleet admiral, he prioritized the greater picture. This was not the time to fuss over trivial matters. After all, when it came to the duty and responsibility of protecting the celestial dragons, the Marines bore the brunt of it. Gongu Kong, you should be able to understand the purpose of this operation. This remark from the white-robed elder left the three admirals stunned and confused. Don't worry, I understand, Gongu Kong said, knowing full well in his heart that it was exactly as he had guessed. He had already suspected as much when the five elders issued the order. After all, he was the fleet admiral of the Marines, no fool. As his words faded, the Den Mushi was hung up. Fleet Admiral Kong, what did the five elders mean? Isn't this operation to rescue the celestial dragons? Flying Dragon Admiral Kungsi asked with flickering eyes and a furrowed brow, perplexed. As one of the highest combat powers of Marine headquarters, he had the authority to know such matters. Kungsi did not hesitate to ask, especially since his personality was straightforward. The other two admirals, Hirman and Ai Luo, seemed to have guessed a few things and remained silent in thought. Sigh, with the celestial dragons in Lachesis hands, we basically cannot rescue them. As the fleet admiral, Gongu Kong had an intimate knowledge of the Marines. He knew that even with a full deployment, they might not be able to defeat the Luo-Kisi pirates. Since it was uncertain whether they could even win the battle, the chances of rescuing the celestial dragons were slim. Therefore, it was quite obvious that the five elders had never intended to rescue them in the first place. From the perspective of the five elders, they likely intend to use the Marines' deployment to stabilize the wavering sentiments of the allied nations. Snow Leopard Admiral Yulo looked up and picked up the thread from Gongu Kong. Furthermore, another point of confrontation between the Marines and the Luokisi pirates is inevitable. I think the five elders also want to take this opportunity to have us ascertain the current strength of the Luokisi pirates. Earth Tiger Admiral Hierman's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Yulo's azure flames were still fresh in his memory. He was the only one among the three admirals who had encountered Yulo, and he felt that since Yulo became an officer, the Luokisi pirates had changed. Currently, the world government and the Marines' understanding of the Luokisi pirate strength was still at the level of a few months ago. After months of expansion, Yulo's influence had attracted a large number of pirates, including some powerful ones. Officers such as In Fu and Yuehan had undoubtedly improved over the past few months. Such intelligence could not be obtained solely through spies and informants, it had to be verified through direct combat. The best example was Yulo. His actual combat strength was nowhere near what the intelligence records indicated. Upon hearing this, Kungsi had already realized the truth. Gongu Kong stood up, and the three admirals followed closely behind. Buzz! 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 As usual, Marineford's alarm suddenly blared. The alarm echoed throughout the naval headquarters, and countless soldiers looked up in disbelief. They had just received the underground news agency's newspaper when the highest state of emergency alarm sounded, highlighting the severity of the situation. The marshal and the admirals are truly quick to react. We just received the news, and the entire army is on alert. Speaking of which, how dare Rox openly execute a celestial dragon? Isn't that a bit too audacious? Enough talk, let's gather quickly. This isn't for us to discuss. Our duty is to eliminate pirates. The soldiers at the naval headquarters, being somewhat gossipy, felt shocked, but dared not speak too much. As the guardians of maritime security, the Navy is much more disciplined than the pirates. Amidst the whispers, all naval soldiers quickly assembled. At the naval training ground, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr had also received the news and stopped their training. These troublesome celestial dragons sure know how to create trouble for the Navy. Zephyr clenched the newspaper in his hand and said angrily. Naturally vengeful, he held no goodwill towards the celestial dragons, as their actions were not much different from those of pirates. Speaking of which, Rox really knows how to stir things up. It hasn't been long and his actions keep coming one after another. Garp, pausing his training, munched on a donut while marveling at the contents of the newspaper. Like Zephyr, he despised the celestial dragons. Seeing them executed did not stir a sense of justice within him. If it were innocent civilians at sea, his sense of justice would surely be overwhelming. You two have had enough. Such talk should only be in private. Protecting the celestial dragons is ultimately the Navy's duty and responsibility. Sengoku, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but remind them. No sooner had he spoken than the alarm sounded again, catching the three by surprise. Although they had just read the newspaper, they had not received news of deployment, and their training schedule was not yet complete. They thought they would continue training. Haha, this is the first time I've heard the full military alert since I joined the Navy. Zephyr's mood instantly flipped as he rubbed his fists together and laughed heartily. This alarm signified a full military assault, and a battle was surely unavoidable. Last time they suffered a major defeat and lost the Sky Gold. This time, they were determined to reclaim their honor. This means the entire army is going to attack the Rox pirates. Garp set down his donut, murmuring to himself, his fighting spirit rising in his eyes. He vividly remembered Rox's unfathomable depth and Uro's blue flames. Time is of the essence. Although we haven't completed our training schedule, we've made significant progress. This will be a perfect opportunity to test our training results. Sengoku's eyes flickered as he put on his jacket, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to dwell on it, promptly heading to the gathering point with Garp and Zephyr. In front of the naval headquarters Crescent Bay Square, naval soldiers assembled, fully armed and ready to set out. On the platform, Marshal Steelbone Kong was addressing them, with the three admirals standing at either side. All forces set sail. Rescue the celestial dragons. Destination Hive Island. Target the Rox pirates. With Steelbone Kong's command, the naval soldiers sprang into action. Buzz! 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 Within Crescent Bay, dozens of warships powered up, and the sound of horns resonated across the sky. At this moment, four figures flashed by as Sengoku and the others appeared on the platform. Marshal Kong, three admirals, we have arrived. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane all greeted with respect. The three admirals smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Let's make haste. We'll brief you on the details en route. Steelbone Kong's expression was serious, and his tone exuded authority. The eight of them leaped down and soared towards the warships. Dozens of warships sailed out of Crescent Bay, advancing rapidly in a grand formation. In a certain sea area of the New World. This is one of the few territories of the Roger pirates. On the deck of the pirate ship Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Barrett sat together. Recently, the Rocks pirates have been making increasingly frequent moves, all targeting the world government. Could it be that Rocks believes his pirate crew can now rival the world government and the Navy, so he has begun taking action? Rayleigh and Jabba spoke in succession, exchanging a glance that reflected their concern. As Roger's right-hand men, they were constantly thinking about what was best for Roger. The tyrannical rule of the Rocks pirates was the only obstacle to Roger becoming the pirate king, especially since Rocks aimed to overthrow the world government, burning, killing, and looting all across the seas. With few exceptions, all were ruthless and bloodthirsty. Such a pirate group is no longer simply a pirate crew, it is akin to a terrorist organization. I don't know if they can rival the world government, but since Yulo joined, the strength of the Rocks pirates has indeed increased significantly. Uro's strength and achievements have invigorated the pirates, and it is said that Newgate fellow has even personally trained the crew. Roger, usually quiet, was lost in thought. Meanwhile, the youngest Barrett expressed his views. When Yulo was mentioned, a fighting spirit involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. He had missed the encounter with Yulo when Rayleigh fought him last time, and during this period Uro's fame had soared. If given the chance, Barrett truly wished to test him. Captain Roger, Vice Captain Rayleigh, here is the latest news we received. A pirate rushed over, and upon reading the news, Roger burst into laughter. The Navy actually mobilized the entire army. Looks like the 5 old geezers are quite furious. The Navy mobilized the entire army. This is quite a feast for Rocks. Jabba was taken aback by this, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, it was the first time the entire Navy had been mobilized. Even if the Navy mobilizes, it doesn't necessarily mean they can save the celestial dragons. However, this is a rare opportunity. We can take this chance to assess the strength of the Rocks pirates. Rayleigh pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on his face, and Barrett nodded in agreement. Ha, Rayleigh, the Navy's purpose is probably in line with your thoughts. You're right. For now, let's focus on the battle situation and act accordingly if there are any changes. Roger stood up and gazed towards the horizon over the sea, which was indeed in the direction of Hive Island. Meanwhile, Bondi Wald and Barrelick Leafield, 2 great pirates who had been subdued by Rocks, might hurried towards the New World, seeking to witness a monumental battle about to unfold between the Navy and the pirates. 3 days have passed since the Navy's mobilization. Only 1 day remains until the public execution of the celestial dragons. During these 3 days, the sea has become increasingly turbulent, and the New World is gathering ominous clouds. The news of the Rocks pirates' public execution of the celestial dragons and the full-scale assault by the Navy has spread wildly across the seas. 3 days have passed since the Navy's mobilization. Only 1 day remains until the public execution of the celestial dragons. During these 3 days, the sea has become increasingly turbulent, and countless powerhouses are flocking to the New World, and within just 6 days, it has become the center of this storm. At this moment on Hive Island, the Rocks pirates gather. One of the key players in this storm is making the final arrangements. I have clearly stated the final arrangements action must commence immediately after the meeting concludes. Rocks, sitting at the head of the table, solemnly instructed. There are few matters that can command Rocks' serious attention, and this plan is precisely one of them. He harbors an unwavering determination. Silver Axe John Jam and others also prepared themselves seriously. Facing the full force of the Navy as executives of the Rocks pirates, they must shoulder certain responsibilities. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, there will be some personnel adjustments. Each of the executives stationed on Hive Island must allocate a captain and their crew to me. Then Rocks, with an expression as calm as a still pond, slowly scanned the circle of executives. Silver Axe and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flickering slightly before they quickly realized what the personnel adjustments entailed. They recalled the deployment Rocks had just described, with Rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, Urge, and Linlin stationed at the forefront, while the remaining executives were to protect the main base at Hive Island. After this deployment plan was announced, Silver Axe John, Wang Ji Jam, and the others naturally had no objection. The front line serves as the first line of defense and will inevitably confront the full force of the Navy. A direct confrontation would lead to heavy losses, and they all had personal concerns, unwilling to see their own strength diminished. With such good fortune falling upon them, they need not face the pressure of the front line, they only need to guard Hive Island, which was a boon they could only wish for. Furthermore, the Rocks pirates, after this period of development, are aware that their strength is inferior to Shiki and Urich, and their potential does not match that of Linlin and Kaido. In this case, how could Rocks personally lead them to defend the most crucial first line of defense? In an instant their thoughts whirled, and they nodded in agreement. A mere captain and their crew are insignificant to them. Compared to the costs of defending the front line against the full Navy, these adjustments are trivial. Moreover, although Rocks and the others possess immense strength, facing the entire Navy, Hedon would still be somewhat overwhelming. From this perspective, having them stationed at Hive Island with numerous crew members at their disposal allocating a small team to assist Rox is quite reasonable. After all, compared to the two parties, it is still Rox who requires a substantial number of crew members. Sitting at the head of the table, Rox rested his chin on his crossed hands, his eyes glimmering with sharp light. After a moment, the meeting concluded, and each executive departed, immediately setting about their deployments. Upon returning to their ship, Silver Axe, John Wang Ji, and the others began assigning tasks. Meanwhile, the executive Jam wore a solemn expression throughout the journey. Once he returned to the ship and entered his room, he did not come out again. After a while, a captain from Jam's ship casually entered the room with a wine jug. "Captain, I've arrived." He placed the jug down and sat opposite Jam. Jam began to recount Rox's words to him. "Captain, do you mean to have me temporarily follow Rox?" After hearing this, the man pondered for a moment and asked. Jam did not share this information just for him to hear. He understood clearly. "That's right, you will follow Rox. In case anything happens, you can report back to me in time." Jam's lips curled into a smile, seemingly very satisfied with this decision. He had already contemplated this idea when Rox mentioned the personnel allocation during the meeting. After all, he is different from Silver Axe, John Wang Ji, and the others. While there are many ulterior motives in Silver Axe and the others' minds, they share a common premise: they will not betray Rox. However, Jam is different. He has already betrayed Rox, secretly striking a deal with Admiral Steelbone Kong and continuously providing intelligence to the Navy. Thus his thoughts diverged from those of Silver Axe and the others. Since Rox demanded personnel adjustments, he decided to send the captain he had dragged down with him. Should he obtain any useful intelligence, trading it with Steelbone Kong would yield great profits, which would be delightful. "All right, I understand." The man's eyes flickered subtly. After some hesitation, he finally replied. Even though he was somewhat unwilling, he still complied. Jam was his captain, and he dared not disregard this order. "What are you afraid of? Use your brain. In such a massive brawl, who will notice you?" Jam remarked impatiently, recognizing the hesitation in the man before him. "What the captain said makes sense. Thank you for the reminder, Captain." The man who had been anxious suddenly understood Jam's words, revealing an expression of comprehension. "If you can truly obtain useful intelligence, you will certainly be rewarded handsomely." Jam painted a grand picture with his words, waving his hand to signal the man to leave. "Captain, rest assured," the man joyfully exclaimed after hearing this, turning to leave. He had been waiting for this very phrase. In the past, helping Jam relay messages always resulted in generous rewards. Now, with Jam's reminder and promise, he felt invigorated. Jam sat alone, revealing a greedy expression that surpassed even John. On Hive Island, after a series of arrangements, each executive dispatched their teams towards the harbor where the fleet was docked. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The sound of horns echoed as three enormous flagship vessels slowly sailed out of the harbor. With Urige's ship at the forefront, the three vessels headed towards the entrance of the New World, which is a route the Navy must traverse. Three massive pirate ships sped across the sea, with Rox's pirate flag fluttering on their masts. Rox, the officers, and the division commanders gathered aboard Yulo's vessel, while the remaining crew members were on the other two ships. On the spacious deck, Rox swept his gaze over the assembled commanders. His imposing, imperious stare made everyone hold their breath. When he saw the commander sent by Jem, a faint glint of sharp light flickered in his eyes, yet he maintained an impassive expression as he finished his scanning. Beside him, Yulo noticed this, his eyes darting twice before casting a quick glance at that man. It was him, one of Jem's subordinates. Yulo mused for a moment before recalling the fact. After he and Rox, Newgate, and Shiki had agreed on their plan, Rox had briefed Yulo on the crew's situation. Rox had provided Yulo with comprehensive information about all the officers and commanders in the crew, though the ordinary sailors were deemed not worth mentioning. The man who drew their attention was a commander under Officer Jem. Not the most powerful, but the one most trusted and favored by Jem. The commanders dispatched by other officers were all weak, lacking potential, and out of favor. Jem, however, did the exact opposite by sending his most trusted confidant. Even if nothing could be proven now, it was at least worth noting. Let's wait and see the show. Yulo's eyes glimmered as he looked at the officers and thought to himself. This so-called personnel reassignment was also part of their scheme. Since they had identified that one of the officers was a traitor, they decided to have all the suspects stay behind at Beehive Island. Rox was no fool. He understood their petty schemes. That suited his purpose perfectly, as he didn't need them for this operation anyway. This would also serve as a test to see if they could uncover the Navy's mole. Now, if the traitor wanted intelligence, he would have to rely on the commanders he sent. If anyone made a move under Rox's watch, they would surely slip up. Of course, this was only a supplementary plan. The primary objective was still to strike back at the Navy. After sailing for a while, the pirate ships reached the frontline waters. The ships slowed down and drew closer together. Just then, Rox's den mushy rang. He went into the cabin to answer it, and came out in no time. As he walked, Rox gave an imperceptible nod toward Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate. Was the real operation about to begin? Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate immediately understood, their battle spirits soaring. Linlin and Kaido were left completely bewildered but refrained from showing it. Men on the other two ships, stand by and await orders. We'll scout ahead first, Rox shouted as he looked around. Aye, Captain. The crews on the other ships responded and began preparing their weapons. Yulo's ship sailed onward, and soon the rear vessels disappeared from sight. The commanders were puzzled as the ship picked up speed heading toward the edge of the new world. Wasn't it just a reconnaissance? This is way too far. Jem's commander sensed that something was wrong and muttered under his breath. But since Rox said nothing, he could only watch silently. Shiki, Yulo, let's begin, Rox said with a light laugh, looking at them. Jai-ha, I've been waiting for this. Shiki roared with excitement. As Shiki laughed, the entire ship rose into the air and soon reached a high altitude, moving much faster than before. What happened? Why is the ship flying? You idiot, it's Lord Shiki's power, the commanders exclaimed in astonishment and began murmuring. Now it's my turn. Yulo grinned at the others and flung out 2 condensed balls of blue fire. The next moment, the stern opened up, revealing 2 metal cannons. The blue fire attached to them and erupted, generating tremendous thrust that sent the ship rocketing forward at breakneck speed. Whoa, this is way too fast. We're getting farther from the front line. Where are we going? Don't ask unnecessary questions, you just follow the captain and officers. The sudden acceleration sent a few weaker crew members tumbling while the others were bewildered and talking among themselves. Jem's commander's face twitched as he realized the situation had changed. Listen up, everyone. I assume you all know that the Navy headquarters has dispatched its entire force. Rox noted their reactions, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he shouted to all. The announcement silenced every pirate. This so-called operation to behead the celestial dragons is nothing but a diversion. Now that the Navy headquarters is undermanned, we're going to raid their home base. Rox spoke with an enigmatic smile, revealing the true objective. The pirates were stunned at first, but quickly snapped out of it, their shock turning into fervor. Attacking the Navy headquarters is even more thrilling than publicly executing a celestial dragon. I never thought this was our real move. The Navy headquarters is defenseless now. Long live Captain Rox. You've led the Navy by the nose. The crew was boiling with excitement, clenching their fists and howling. Rox and the others turned and entered a cabin on the ship. Inside, the 6 of them, Rox, Yulo, Shiki, Newgate, Linlin, and Kaido, sat in a circle. After Rox explained everything, Linlin and Kaido finally understood. The Navy headquarters. Kaido gripped his spiked club, his eyes blazing with battle lust. Meanwhile, Rox, Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate unleashed their observation Haki, enveloping the entire ship. No movement, no matter how subtle, could escape their perception. It's a good thing the captain sent me, muttered Jem's commander, his face grim and eyes darting nervously. If they didn't know about this vital intelligence and failed to trade it to the Navy, their lucrative stream of income would be cut off. Fortunately, Captain Jem had dispatched him. He needed to find a chance to relay the information to Jem. Standing still with his mind racing, he acted just like everyone else to mask his true intentions. After a while the others were still chatting animatedly, he casually slipped to a corner at the stern, making sure no one noticed him. Then, after glancing around cautiously, he fished out a den mushi and dialed it silently. BRR. What's wrong? The quiet voice came through. Captain Jem, it's like this. The man crouched down facing the deck and spoke in a low voice. At that moment, inside the cabin, Yulo's lips curled into a smirk. Rox, Newgate, and Shiki also in the latter half of the Grand Line in the seas of the New World. Dozens of steel behemoths advanced across the ocean like a torrent, causing pirates to retreat in their wake. A colossal flagship was flanked in the center with Steelbone Kong, the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Crane standing upon it. At the current speed, we will reach Hive Island in half a day's time. Steelbone Kong set his gaze deep as he looked towards Hive Island, the Justice cloak behind him fluttering in the wind. As the highest leader of the Navy, he felt the need to be even more cautious and calm at this moment. Should they encounter the Rox pirates, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, so vigilance was paramount. As expected, a soldier hurried over. Marshal Kong, generals, according to the scouts, there is a defensive line established by the Rox pirates halfway between the Grand Fleet and Hive Island, approximately half a day's distance from our fleet's position. Captain Rox, Whitebeard, Newgate, Golden Lion, Shiki, Charlotte, Linlin, Officer Ultai, and newcomer Kaido are responsible for guarding the line, while the remaining officers are stationed at Hive Island. The soldier delivered the news and hurriedly left. It won't be long now. We must capture that Ultai fellow this time. Garp and Zifa exchanged glances, their fists clenched in anticipation. Admiral Hermann gently touched his abdomen, clenching his fist involuntarily. It was the scar left by Ultai, which had only just healed the day before their expedition. Rox is too arrogant, thinking half a crew can block us. Admiral Quincy remarked straightforwardly frowning. Rox is too arrogant, thinking half a crew can block us. Admiral Quincy remarked straightforwardly, frowning in anger. Really think that could counter them. Such a defensive line is completely unnecessary. Oh, why did Rox arrange things this way? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, an inexplicable worry resurfacing. Especially Steelbone Kong and Crane, who felt even more doubt. Especially Steelbone Kong and Crane, who felt even more doubt. The former, as the Navy's marshal, was an old rival of Rox, while the latter was also astute, regarded as the Navy's strategist. Buru Buru. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Steelbone Kong's transponder snail rang. He snapped back to reality, his expression changing slightly. It was his secret transponder snail. Buru Buru. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Steelbone Kong's transponder snail rang. He snapped back to reality, his expression changing slightly. He did not hide anything. Those present were all trusted individuals. The public beheading of the Celestial Dragons is a facade. The true plan is to ambush the Navy headquarters. Rox has already taken his elite forces towards the Navy headquarters. With Shiki's float fruit ability, it won't take long. Jim got straight to the point without any superfluous words and hung up the transponder snail. He at Hive Island remained as calm as an old dog, sporting a smug smile. He thought no one had discovered him, unaware that he had already been exposed. The reason he hadn't been eliminated immediately was to prevent him from secretly alerting the Navy, as by now Rox's plan had already succeeded. What? Steelbone Kong's face changed dramatically, shock evident on his features. The three admirals, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Crane, were equally stunned. Sengoku finally understood where his inexplicable worry stemmed from. A strategy to draw the tiger away from its mountain. The real objective was to ambush the Navy headquarters. The current Navy headquarters was understaffed. If Rox truly attacked, it could fall in mere moments. Truly, Rox was a mastermind playing a brilliant strategy. Immediately return. Steelbone Kong's expression darkened, about to shout, but was interrupted by Crane. Marshal Kong, is this information reliable? The actions were ordered by the Gorosei. Perhaps we should contact them first. Let the world government investigate. It would be safer that way. Crane interjected, her eyelids lowered as she spoke in a deep voice. She had not personally participated in this matter and only learned about it upon arriving at the warship, so her thoughts were rational at that moment. Indeed, for safety's sake, let's contact the Gorosei first. Slow the fleet down and proceed cautiously. Steelbone Kong paused, nodding after hearing Crane's words. He had indeed been somewhat impulsive earlier. The Gorosei's operational orders should be communicated to them first. Besides, among the information from the Gorosei, there were indeed 2 celestial dragons on the ship that Ultai had taken. In the current situation, he was also somewhat unclear. Although Jim's previously provided information had been accurate, who could say for certain this time? It would be best to let the world government's intelligence personnel confirm the authenticity of the information. Even if Rox did attack the Navy headquarters, the world government would not sit idly by. Buru Buru. With that thought, seeing that everyone had no objection, Steelbone Kong dialed the transponder snail. Meanwhile, on Ultai's side, with the ship's speed propelled by dual abilities, the Navy headquarters appeared within sight. Rox, Newgate, Shiki, Ultai, Lean, and Kaido stepped out of the room. Everyone looked down, faintly seeing the empty crescent bay. Are you ready, lads? Rox drew his long sword, raising it high above his head, shouting loudly. Captain Rox, we are just waiting for your command. Come on, ha, I've been waiting for this. The pirates were invigorated, filled with excitement, each one eager for battle, swords and blades clashing. The thought of attacking the Navy headquarters, something they had never dared to imagine before, was now on the verge of happening, making them restless with excitement. Although the Navy headquarters was understaffed compared to previous times, this only gave everyone tremendous confidence. At that moment, in the offices of the Navy headquarters, 2 imposing men sat. Army Marshal Lucius, whose strength was mediocre. A CP0 member in a white suit watched the man looking around and evaluated him in his heart. Indeed, the Navy headquarters is more imposing than the Army. Army Marshal Lucius said, enviously draped in a green cloak. The Army could not compare to the Navy, being merely a medium-sized military organization under the world government, with the only admiral-level combat power being him. Their main duty was to protect the Red Line, and the soldiers were all locals, having hardly ever set sail. Now, witnessing the Navy headquarters, he truly felt the gap. However, this time, they had a task, a special deployment mission to temporarily guard the Navy headquarters. Accompanying him was a senior member of the CP0 organization possessing the combat power of an elite vice admiral. If the Navy headquarters goes to fight the Rox pirates, who would dare to cause trouble here? Lucius muttered lazily as he wandered around before finally sitting down. BRRR. At that moment, the transponder snail of the man in white suddenly rang. He glanced at Lucius, stood up, walked outside, and then answered the call. Wakadwa summoned Lucius. An authoritative voice came through tinged with urgency. The face on the transponder snail was unmistakably that of the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder, aware of CP0's stringent protocol, uttered these words. Yes. Wei Kedua replied succinctly, returned to the room, and sat beside Lucius. Yo. Lucius was taken aback. He was about to make a teasing remark, but upon seeing the transponder snail, he swallowed his words and turned serious. He hadn't expected it to be the 5 Elder Stars. He had nearly committed an offense. A miscalculation indeed. Gangu Kong has sent word that Luo Kusi is planning a surprise attack on Marine headquarters. I have already sent men to verify. Is there anything unusual on your end? The white-robed elder asked directly, his voice exceptionally grave. If this information proved true, Marine headquarters would be in peril, and more importantly, the face of the world government would be at stake. Lucius and Wei Kedua shot to their feet upon hearing this. Lu Zia's mind trembled. If not for the presence of the 5 Elder Stars, he would have cried out. This cannot be true, this cannot be true, he prayed fervently in his heart. After finally getting the chance to go to sea, he didn't want his joy to turn to sorrow. Wei Kedua was equally shocked. If the Luo Kusi pirates came, even 10 of him couldn't hold the line. Thinking thus, the two hurried outside and unleashed their observation Haki. Finding nothing unusual, they finally relaxed. Phew. Lord, there is nothing. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just as they spoke, the sunlight suddenly became blinding. Both instinctively looked up, and their expressions instantly turned to sheer horror. The clouds in the sky burst apart as if a canyon had opened in the heavens. A streak of sword light shot down like a cascade, descending from the sky and cleaving straight into the office building. With a thunderous roar, the entire office building was split apart. Under the immense impact, it collapsed in succession, with debris flying everywhere. Lucius and Wei Kedua, caught completely off guard, were sent flying by the sudden blast. At the critical moment, they used moonwalk to steady themselves. However, Wei Kedua's transponder snail had fallen into the rubble. At this moment, the transponder snail kept ringing, and the white-robed elder even began to roar. Hey, Wei Kedua, Lucius, speak. What's going on? What happened? Damn it. The white-robed elder kept pressing for answers, but there was no response at all. Connecting it to the thunderous noise moments ago, the white-robed elder realized that the Luo Kusi pirates had indeed arrived. The information is correct. Luo Kusi is here. He put down the transponder snail weakly and shook his head at the other 4 elders. We still need to protect Marine headquarters. It's been a long time since the 5 of us last acted. It seems we'll have to stretch our legs this time. The elder at the head of the 5 Elder Stars adjusted his glasses, his voice laced with deep helplessness. They truly never imagined that Luo Kusi's grand commotion was actually a surprise attack on Marine headquarters. But they could not be blamed. Anyone in their position would prioritize the dignity and prestige of the world government. The 5 of us should have acted long ago. This time we must eliminate Luo Kusi. The hot-tempered elder with golden hair rolled up his sleeves in anger, ready for a big fight. The 5 occupied lofty positions and rarely acted personally. Now that the Navy was far away in the New World, they had no choice but to intervene. Luo Kusi's strength is unfathomable, and with you Luo Shiji Nyogai and others, even we can only hold them off, not subdue them. The long-beard elder remained calm and analyzed soberly. Notify Gangu Kong to have the Navy return at full speed. The people on Beehive Island are nothing to fear, the real threats are all here. We must delay Luo Kusi until the Navy returns, then he won't be able to escape even with wings. Also assemble all CP organization members and the Science Division's forces and rush to Marine headquarters at full speed. The glasses-wearing elder squinted, pondered for a moment, and quickly issued a series of combat orders. Luo Kusi's actions caught them off guard, but this was also an opportunity. Since Luo Kusi had come, they would eliminate him at all costs. The other 4 elders exchanged glances and raised no objections. The next moment, the 5 figures vanished from where they stood. At Marine headquarters, the remaining garrison soldiers quickly assembled. Something is descending from the sky. The soldiers on high alert cried out in alarm. Indeed, from the sky. Were they about to attack? Lucius and Wei Kedua stared solemnly at the descending giant ship. The pirate flag on the mast was both conspicuous and flamboyant, so much so that the crowd dared not look directly at it. Lads, land and start the battle. Luo Kusi's expression was ferocious as he pointed his long sword. The pirates, gazing at Marine headquarters, went wild with excitement. Kahaha! How was my slash? Not a pleasant feeling, is it? Golden Lion Shiji leaped down first, his face full of arrogance, his laughter echoing through Marine headquarters. Following closely, Luo Kusi, Nyogai Teiyu, Luo Ling Ling, and Kai Duo stepped down one after another. Various captains and a large number of crew members, weapons in hand, followed closely behind. Luo Kusi, this is Marine headquarters. Withdraw at once. Kejuo's face turned grim. Looking at the pirates before him, he shouted out of duty, though inside, he was panicking. Lucius, seeing the scale of the force, couldn't help trembling inside. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have come. Luo Kusi Nyogai, Te Shur Jiu Luo, 4 Admiral-level combatants. They were surely about to be ground to dust. Just the two of you, a bunch of rabble. The surprise attack on Marine headquarters was to take revenge on the Navy. Luo Kusi's expression was savage, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Whether they were Navy personnel or not, since they had crossed paths with them, death was certain. Luo Kusi, aren't you afraid that the 5 Elder Stars will come? Although Lucius possessed Admiral-level strength, his personality was rather cowardly, so he invoked reinforcements. He hoped Luo Kusi would back down so he could preserve his own life. But after all, he was a member of the army. He knew of the Luo Kusi pirates, but had little understanding of them. I've been hoping for that, those 5 old bastards. Before they arrive, I'll kill the 2 of you first. Luo Kusi sneered disdainfully, his expression turning icy and his words dripped with murderous intent. Lads, kill them. Luo Kusi barked sharply. A large number of crew members charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the Navy soldiers. The clashing of weapons, the relentless gunfire, and the roars and shouts interweaved into a symphony of chaos. Lucius and Waikudwa, seeing that the enemy's top fighters had not yet entered the fray, dared not act rashly. At this moment, only passive defense could prolong the time and await reinforcements from the world government. Otherwise, with just the 2 of them, if they took the initiative to attack, they would be done for in no time. They intended to passively defend and wait for reinforcements, but Shiki had no patience for that. Ever since losing to Yulo, his strength had improved, and he constantly sought a fierce battle to test his newfound power and vent his emotions. Instantly, Shiki shot forward with a whoosh. A streak flashed across the air, too fast for the naked eye to follow. This sudden movement made Lucius and Victor's taut nerves snap instantly. Lucius, who possessed Admiral-level combat power, remained relatively calm. His entire body was tense, ready at any moment to face Golden Lion Shiki. Victor, however, was weaker, barely at the level of an elite vice admiral. He was utterly terrified. Every hair on his body stood on end as cold sweat poured down. As expected, with a clang. At the critical moment, Lucius raised his fists, covering them in jet-black armament Haki, to block Shiki's Odo and Kagurashi. Jaihaha. You're quite skilled, but I've never heard of you, Shiki said with a wild laugh. While locked in the stalemate, he coated his foot with armament Haki and kicked toward Lucius' chest. Umph. Seeing this, Lucius suddenly retreated, his face as dark as coal, extremely displeased. He had planned to announce his name to prove he wasn't a nobody, but Shiki's blunt words shattered his composure. Shiki leaped after him, swinging his twin blades and unleashing a barrage of sword slashes. Facing Golden Lion Shiki, Lucius dared not be careless. Pressured by the situation, he unleashed his full power. With the aid of observation and armament Haki, Lucius activated the 6 powers, dispersing Shiki's sword slashes. The 2 figures dodged and wove, unleashing various techniques locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever they passed, the air exploded and shockwaves surged. Hiss. Exhale. Victor, still shaken as if he had barely survived a disaster, took a deep breath. Watching the distant battle, he couldn't help feeling terrified after the fact. Luckily, he wasn't strong enough for Shiki to bother with. If it had been him, he would probably have already lost with consequences unspeakable. Clang. However, at that moment, the sound of a blade being drawn yanked Victor's mind back to reality. He instinctively looked over and saw Yulo holding his black sword, staring at him with a faint, ominous smile. Clang. However, at that moment, the sound of a blade being drawn yanked Victor's mind back to reality. He instinctively looked over and instead encountered a reaper. Terrified, Victor reacted with extreme decisiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. That was Yulo, a monster who had managed to wound Admiral Herman. If he chose to strike, death was certain. Victor had no other choice. Can you escape? Yulo murmured with a sinister smile, watching Victor's fleeing figure grow smaller. In an instant, sword intent surged, a sword aura coiled around the black blade, and a fierce sword momentum emerged. Rox, Newgate and the others couldn't help but turn their attention. The black sword slashed out fiercely, unleashing a sword strike that shot forth like a bolt of cloth, heading straight for Victor in the distance. The sword slash tore through the ground, as if transcending space. Within a few breaths, it was within inches of Victor. Victor had run a certain distance, and seeing that Yulo hadn't yet pursued, felt a sense of relief. The next moment, a surge of air pressure hit him from behind. His observation Haki sensed the danger, but it was too late. The sword slash was right upon him. He knew he couldn't dodge it. Huh! Victor let out a fierce shout, intending to fight to the death. He activated his armament Haki to the fullest, turned around, and braced for the blow. Bang! The sword slash struck him square in the chest, his armament Haki useless, as paper shattered instantly. Boom! Victor, like a cannonball, was sent flying and slammed heavily into the ground. Under the immense impact, the ground could not bear the strain and exploded into a large crater. Ugh! Ah! Victor curled up. A gash on his chest was glaringly visible, deep enough to reveal bone, with blood spurting out. Iron body of the 6 powers. He still has a breath left. Yulo sensed with his observation Haki. Surprisingly, the man was not dead, yet, which slightly surprised him. According to his calculations, that sword slash should have been enough to kill him, but he quickly understood. Since he himself was proficient in advanced 6 powers, he could detect that after breaking through the armament Haki, this man had also activated Iron Body. That detail had slipped Yulo's mind. He had only accounted for armament Haki. The defensive Iron Body of the 6 powers was indeed unexpected. Although Yulo was proficient in advanced 6 powers, he had never actually used Iron Body himself. First, given his current strength, he didn't need to defend in battle. No attack could kill him, especially with armament. Second, there was the saying about Iron Body. Iron Body brings great harm. It begins with the 6 powers and ends with Iron Body. This made Yulo somewhat uneasy. But now it seemed the rumor was not entirely true. After all, this man had used Iron Body and thus wasn't killed by his sword slash. He not only blocked the slash, but also barely clung to life. Although he was about to die, it had nothing to do with Iron Body. He was simply bleeding out. Yulo's eyes turned somewhat strange as he watched Victor breathe his last, finding the situation almost amusing. This man's death has nothing to do with me. He should blame himself for using Iron Body. Indeed, begins with the 6 powers, ends with Iron Body. A great harm. No lies in that. Gura, Yulo boy, you've improved way too fast. Whitebeard Newgate walked over, clapped Yulo on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Newgate was somewhat astonished. Yulo's current strength was probably no weaker than his own. Having witnessed the entire scene, Newgate truly envied Yulo's talent. It's all right, Yulo said, casually, accustomed to such praise. In fact, he didn't know what else to say, so he simply brushed it off with that one line. If he said too much, that guy Shiki would always accuse him of showing off. Rox remained silent, nodding inwardly. Yulo's growing strength was exactly what he needed. Kaido, who had once clashed with Yulo, felt a hint of bitterness deep inside. The mighty Kaido, always being overshadowed. When will this end? On the other side, Shiki also noticed. Although he had already suspected it, he couldn't help feeling shocked. No matter how much he improved, that Yulo boy was always a step ahead. Lucia's face was as dark as water. He didn't let his shock show. This Yulo's combat power was so formidable that Victor couldn't even block a single strike. Fortunately, the one attacking me is Shiki, otherwise it wouldn't have been this easy. Suddenly, Lucius felt a bit relieved. Fighting Shiki was actually quite pleasant. After fighting for so long, the two were evenly matched, and he had no life-threatening crisis. As long as this stalemate continued until the world government's reinforcements arrived, he could preserve his life, unlike Victor, who had perished in an instant. Yet what he did not anticipate was that Shiki, evenly matched with him, merely wished to prolong the entertainment. Shiki, do not waste time. Remember, there is still work to be done. Rox, standing there like an unsheathed sword, estimated that the time was about right. This surprise raid was primarily to retaliate against the Marines, with the secondary aim of claiming some spoils after traveling such a great distance. Gururara. Shiki, are you truly capable? If not, let me take over. Newgate laughed heartily, jesting without restraint. Newgate, you bastard, do not underestimate me. Shiki, who had been enjoying the battle, suddenly flew into a rage, swinging his twin blades with even greater speed. At this, Lucius squinted, feeling pressure with each exchange. This golden lion Shiki was truly cunning, having concealed a hint of his true strength. Do not underestimate me. Die. Enraged, Shiki suddenly erupted. He did not want Newgate to look down on him, and since Rox had also spoken, it was time to end the fight quickly. The pitch-black armament Haki on the blades Sakura and Kagurashi seemed to flow. Clang. A single flowing Sakura slash sent Lucius flying into the air. Lion Thousand Fruit Valley. Immediately afterward, over a dozen golden slashes tore through the sky, hurtling toward the airborne Lucius. Lucius was shocked. Shiki's strength exceeded his expectations. At the earlier stalemate had been a deliberate concealment of ability. What? He had barely stabilized himself using moonwalk when he sensed a fierce gust of wind. Hastily focusing his eyes, he saw a volley of slashes hurtling toward him. Shock vanished, replaced by utter horror and a silent lament. We were having a good fight. Why did you suddenly burst out with full strength? Can we still play together? That bastard Newgate underestimates you. Why not go duel him instead of venting on me? The fleeting fear passed, but as a field marshal, no matter how aggrieved Lucius felt, he could not show it. Shiki's unleashed strength created a gap in Lucius's perception. He had thought himself not weak, capable of matching Shiki, but now realized his own naivete. The golden sword slashes arrived in an instant, so numerous and dense that Lucius had no time to dodge. He had to rely on armament Haki and the 6 powers to meet them heat in. Bang, 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 boom. After parrying 3 blows, a gap appeared in his defense, and the remaining golden slashes struck Lucius with a series of sharp sounds. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the administrative building. The wall exploded, creating a large hole, with rubble scattering. So feeble, it ended in one move. Shiki rested his twin blades on his shoulders, feigning surprise, his eyes darting toward Rocks, Newgate, and Yulo, as if deliberately showing off. Yulo pressed his forehead, speechless. Shiki was putting on such an act. Had he learned it from him? Lucius's strength, while at admiral level, was inferior to Shiki's. He seemed to have just stepped into that rank, placing him at the bottom. With that level of combat power, Shiki could crush him without issue, but defeating him in a single blow was mostly impossible. Even he and Newgate, who were slightly stronger than Shiki, would find it extremely difficult to accomplish such a feat. When strength reaches admiral level, a fight cannot be resolved in a few exchanges. Even Rocks, the dominant figure of the era, was merely at the peak of admiral level combat power. With that level of combat power, Shiki could crush him without issue, but defeating him in a single blow was mostly impossible. Even he and Newgate, who were slightly stronger than Shiki, that man's injuries won't kill him. Finish him quickly, and let's go inside. Rocks used observation Haki to sense the man's condition. Seeing Shiki's eagerness, he let him have his way. Cough, cough. Lucius coughed, leaning against the wall as he stood up, now bearing several wounds. Though not deep enough to threaten his life, they made him wince in pain. Jaha. State your name. Shiki pointed his blade at Lucius with interest, asking arrogantly. As for where Rocks, Newgate, and Yulo had gone, Shiki cared little. Field Marshal of the Army, Lucius. Lucius's expression was grim, and his heart even heavier, feeling that this might be the end. Since death seemed inevitable, he might as well leave a memorable name. He did not want to die unknown. Nanny, with strength like that you claim to be Field Marshal. In front of me, Shiki, you still try to deceive. But Shiki was enraged. He had graciously allowed the man to state his name before death, yet this fellow was ungratefully trying to fool him. Instantly Shiki burned with rage and charged forward fiercely. But I really am the Field Marshal. Lucius felt a strange relief after stating his. Instantly Shiki burned with rage and charged forward fiercely. But I really am the Field Marshal. Lucius felt a strange relief after stating his name, but Shiki's words left him dumbfounded. He had gotten his wish to announce his identity, but Shiki refused to believe him. Just because I'm weak and can't beat you, you call me a fraud? Why not go ask the 5 elders? My position as Army Field Marshal was personally appointed by them. Lucius's face flushed crimson, his heart brimming with indignation. His body began to tremble, the pain from his wounds forgotten. The Field Marshal of the world government's army had never suffered such doubt. It was a supreme disgrace. Oh. Lucius threw his head back and roared, ignoring the wound on his chest, and charged straight at Shiki. For nobody, but with some metal. Shiki's words carried a mix of mockery and praise as his twin blades overwhelmed Lucius. Yet in Lucius's ears, the only thing he heard was nobody. Even if he had to die, he would vent this fury. Lucius unleashed his full power and faced the attack without fear, but in the end, he was no match for Golden Lion Shiki. At first he could barely parry, but soon he was completely suppressed. He did not last long before falling. And so the dignified Field Marshal of the Army, the overseer of Marine headquarters, was killed by Golden Lion Shiki of the Rocks Pirates. Even in death, Shiki never believed that this man was the genuine Army Field Marshal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rocks, Newgate, and Yulo entered the Marine headquarters administrative building. Ling Ling and Kaido, following Rock's order, remained outside to observe the situation. Inside the building, the three separated. Newgate went to loot the Marine headquarters warehouse, searching for anything valuable. Rocks headed to the confidential archives room of Marine headquarters, where the information he had always wanted away. Yulo smiled mysteriously, releasing his observation Haki to cover the entire Marine headquarters, locking onto the offices and residences of the Fleet Admiral and the 3 admirals. Luo, Kisi, Newgate, and Yulo, all masters of observation Haki, moved with exceptional swiftness. Before long, the 3 emerged, beaming with smiles, evidently having reaped a bountiful haul. Newgate carried several sacks on his shoulders, showed them to Luo-Kisi, then handed them to a trusted subordinate to be taken aboard the ship. As for Luo-Kisi, he appeared empty-handed, yet he had gone to the confidential room of Marine headquarters. What he acquired remained unknown. As for what Yulo had gathered, it was all stowed away into the system inventory. Luo-Kisi and Newgate, upon seeing this, paid it no extra heed. What treasures have you looted? Let me have a look. Shurji, who had been idling, spotted the large sack and scurried over, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he inquired. Shurji had not taken part in the looting, but that did not mean he had no need for spoils, nor that he lacked interest. In truth, he was planning to form a pirate crew and required a great many things. However, he was in high spirits. Besides, Luo-Kisi, Newgate, and Yulo were not the type to covet his share. Shurji, mind your tongue. Who do you think you are calling old man in front of? Newgate planted his Murakamajiri on the ground, glaring at Shurji with eyes wide with anger. He suddenly felt that after Shirji's battle with Yulo, his tongue had become considerably sharper. During this period, the urge to give Shirji a thorough beating had come more frequently than before. Yulo looked at Shirji and couldn't help but sneer. This greedy demeanor was almost as bad as John's. We'll discuss this once we're back. Not a single share of what belongs to you will be missing. That includes Lingling and Kaiduo. The same goes for you. Luo Qixi spoke with a solemn, imposing countenance, not forgetting to include Lingling and Kaiduo. Lingling and Kaiduo, who had always been on the periphery, were so moved upon hearing this that they almost cried. You've finally taken notice of us too, otherwise would be treated like air forever. Since boarding the ship, the two had not taken any action, nor had they been able to join in the conversations. The 6 men looked around. The battle had already concluded. The corpses of hundreds of soldiers lay scattered across Crescent Bay Plaza. Dismembered limbs and broken bodies littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed, and a thick stench of blood filled the air. The corpses of Victor and Lucius were covered in horrifying sword wounds, looking grotesque and terrifying. At this moment, Luo Qixi strode through the massacre of corpses to the very edge of Crescent Bay. Haha, those 5 old men. They've actually come out. Luo Qixi drew his long blade. The unfathomable man actually let his aura radiate outward. He stared at the distant sea as if something extraordinary was about to emerge. 5 old men. Yulo, standing behind Luo Qixi, was startled by the words, thinking he had misheard. At the same time, he released his observation Haki, but sensed nothing. Luo Qixi's style of conduct was not one for making such jokes. Yulo observed Nugate and the others, finding their reactions similar to his own. It seemed that only Luo Qixi had sensed it. So this was top-tier observation Haki. Truly formidable. In terms of coverage, advanced observation Haki was far inferior. Thoughts raced through Yuluo's mind as he was inwardly shocked. Could it be the 5 elders of the world government? Shirji, standing nearby, had a flickering gaze with a guess formed in his mind, but he couldn't help speaking out to confirm. This happened to voice everyone's doubts, and they all looked toward Luo Qixi ahead. Who else could it be? The highest authorities of the world government. Get ready for a great battle. Those 5 old men are no pushovers. All have power equivalent to Marine admirals, and 2 of them are even slightly stronger. Luo Qixi said without looking back, his voice reaching everyone's ears. 5 admiral-level combatants. Nugate, Shirji, Lingling, and Kaiduo felt a chill in their hearts, nodded, and became cautious. Suddenly, a row of blurry black dots appeared on the distant sea. At this range, only with advanced observation Haki coverage could one sense 5 auras. Although these 5 auras were inferior to Luo Qixi's, they were still enough to all ordinary people, in no way inferior to Nugate or Shirji. The 5 elders on the distant warship also sensed them. The 5 directly activated Soru, transforming into streaks as they charged toward Crescent Bay. Gurura, I must have a good time. I haven't fought an admiral-level opponent in a long time. Nugate swung his Murakamijairi, his body and mind cautious, yet his spirit did not yield an inch. Fighting an admiral-level opponent required caution, not out of fear, but to give one's full effort. Kishishishi, so these are the 5 elders. Let me see how they compare to an admiral. Nugate's bearing was heroic, and Shirji naturally did not back down. He drew Odo and Kagurashi, the gleaming blades reflecting his battle-filled eyes. Even earlier, his strength, having mastered armament Haki emission, allowed him to fight Marine admirals Hedon. After the battle with Yulo, he had improved in every aspect, most notably in Conqueror's Haki brushing against the threshold of Conqueror's Haki coding. After his wounds healed, Luo Qixi himself had said that Shirji's current strength could go toe-to-toe with an admiral. Shirji licked his lips, his blood boiling. Only a true admiral could test his power. Lucius, who had perished by his hand, was merely a warm-up, barely stepping into admiral-level strength. How could he be an army marshal? Just look at the imposing 5 elders to know the difference. A gust of wind swept by, and the 5 elders arrived in an instant, treading on air to hover aloft. Their gazes swept over Marine headquarters. Half the office building had collapsed, soldiers' corpses lay everywhere, and even the 2 they had dispatched, Lucius and Victor, had fallen on the spot. This was Marine headquarters, the strongest organization of the world government, its very facade. Now it had been reduced to ruins with heavy casualties among the Marines. If news of this spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. The prestige and authority of the Marines would plummet, and the vicious pirates on the seas would rise in chaos. The gravity of this incident was no less than the public execution of a celestial dragon. Luo Qixi, you are truly audacious. Marine headquarters is no place for your rampage. The 5 elders' faces were grim, rage blazing in their chests as they roared sternly. Though burning with fury, the 5 did not act rashly. Every one of the present crew, including Luo Qixi and his officers, was formidable. 5 old men, you've arrived quite swiftly. I was planning to pay another visit to Mary Geos. Now that you're here, it's fine. Since you're all celestial dragons, killing any of you is the same. Loki's aura was like an abyssal beast with fierce light blazed in his eyes, utterly terrifying. His fierce words revealed the intention to kill the 5 elders. Yulo's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on the 5 elders. The 5 old men before him looked quite advanced in age. Therefore these 5 old men were likely the previous generation of 5 elders, not the ones from the original anime decades later. With only half your battle power, once you come there's no going back. The provocative words uttered by the irritable golden-haired elder stirred boundless killing intent in his heart. Apart from Luoki, they feared no one present. Yet even facing Luoki, they were determined to rise to the challenge this time. As long as they could eliminate Luoki, the remaining officers were not worth worrying about. Paying a great price would be worthwhile. At the same time, the row of warships accompanying the Wuloxing landed in full. A large number of CP organization members and a handful of Science Force soldiers charged toward the pirates. True to its reputation as the world government's secret organization, CP had members who were neither exceptionally strong nor weak. Their strength was at a mid-tier level. As for the Science Force soldiers, their equipment was not to be underestimated. Although individually not powerful, they wore all kinds of peculiar battle suits and gadgets that enhanced their combat capabilities. Lads, kill them. A bunch of rabble. As Luoki was confronting the Wuloxing, Nugawite saw this and bellowed, issuing the battle order. Yulo and Shiji also looked disdainful, paying no heed to their arrival. This group of CP members and Science Force, though seemingly not weak overall, were still far from enough to take down the assembled pirates. They were all Luki's elite crew selected for the assault on Marine headquarters. Despite their small number, they had over 20 captains, and the rest were all veteran sailors. Sure enough, as soon as Nugawite's words fell, the pirates charged immediately. Their frenzied momentum and ferocious aura far surpassed that of the Wuloxing's men, instantly overwhelming the enemy's morale. The two sides quickly clashed in fierce combat, gunfire and cannonades, roaring blades clanging, the scene turning brutal. "Hemir scum." Luoki sneered disdainfully, slowly raising his long sword as his aura began to surge. The 5 old men were extremely cautious, and their expressions changed at this sight. Not good, Luoki is about to strike. Exchanging covert glances, the leading bespectacled elder nodded gravely. They had already discussed their battle strategy on the way. This exchange of glances was precisely to initiate the execution of that plan. The next moment, the golden-haired elder and the bespectacled elder shot forward, charging toward the poised Luoki. This was the 5 old men's strategy. At least 2 would hold back Luoki, allowing the other 3 to block Nugawite, Shiji, and Yulo. After all, Yulo and the other 2 were at admiral-level combat strength. Each could become a variable. Only by containing them all could they buy time. Boom. At that moment, Luoki finished his charge, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Like a cannonball, he shot toward the 2 old men charging at him. In an instant, the 3 collided fiercely in midair, their every movement capable of destroying heaven and earth, erupting with earth-shattering might. Yet Luoki alone was locked in a deadlock with the 2 elders. These were absolute admiral-level fighters. What shocked Yulo and the others the most was that Luoki was handling the battle with ease and grace, clearly not unleashing his full power. Even against 2 admiral-level opponents, Luoki had yet to exert his full strength. It seemed there was still a long way to go to surpass Luoki, Yulo thought, with a secret shudder as he observed. Just then the long-lost system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! Mission trigger check-in. Admiral-level combat power. So terrifying. Host, please defeat 1 or more of the Wuloxing in battle. Task check-in complete. System issuing rewards. Yulo's eyes were peculiar. Ever since he had wounded an admiral, his daily routine had been just daily check-ins. The triggering of mission check-ins had noticeably become rarer. Of course, this was also related to his secluding himself on Beehive Island, training hard without going out. But now that a mission check-in had been triggered, it only made Yulo more motivated. These 5 wretched old men were probably in for a rough time. At this moment, watching the distant battle, Nugawite's blade was also itching for action. He gripped the Murakamajiri with both hands. White air masses appeared on the blade as he activated the Gura no Mi ability. Gurara, let me see the strength of the Wuloxing. Nugawite bent his legs, and his aura suddenly exploded as he locked onto one of the elders. Such blatant provocation spoke for itself. Bang! The ground cracked as force erupted. Nugawite's towering frame shot straight into the sky, looking down from above with a constant smile on his face. He arrived above the long-bearded elder and swung the Murakamajiri down decisively, the white air masses vibrating wildly. A ferocious pressure bore down from above. The long-bearded elder's expression changed abruptly, a hint of shock in his heart. Such intense pressure, a monstrous physique, a devastating ability. This Nugawite was indeed formidable. Sensing the threat, he acted without hesitation, immediately coating himself in armament Haki and unleashing a fierce Ryuo blast. Crack! Crack! Boom. The two forces collided in midair, creating white cracks in the air before exploding with a thunderous bang. The uncontrolled air currents rampaged like a hurricane. Nugawite and the Longbeard elder separated after the clash, both forced backward by the impact, landing on the ground at a distance. Both had felt each other's strength and stared at one another from afar. Yulo, oh boy, how about you choose first? As battles unfolded one after another, Shiji, who had been watching, decided to act. Shiji, ha, don't get knocked down. Yulo crossed his arms and joked unceremoniously. He had a mission to complete. If he could be the last to join, maybe he could even pick off an easy target. Jai, haha, can't wait any longer. I'm going in too. Shiji turned a deaf ear to this. At such a moment, he wouldn't bother with such trifles. After Luokisi and Nugawite successively entered battle, the elder in the dark red suit, seeing Shiji about to launch an attack, actually preempted him by striking first. He transformed into a streak of red light, diving towards Shiji. Damn, didn't see that coming. Old man has no martial ethics. Seeing himself preempted, Shiji was in a foul mood and spat out his cigar with a puff. Lions might water coil. Shiji raised his twin swords with furrowed brows, activating the Fuwa no Mi ability. The water surface below churned as a massive lion's head rose from the sea, opening its maw to bite at the suited elder. Armament Haki emission. The suited elder, facing the seawater lion's head blocking his path, did not slow down in the slightest. With hardened and coiled armament Haki on his fists, he suddenly unleashed Ryuo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Invisible Haki waves surged the air, groaning in waves. Splash. The sound of water bursting rang out as the seawater lion's head exploded. Water scattered in the air, raining down over a large area. Swoosh. But at that moment, a golden crescent slash had already reached the suited elder's face. The suited elder, moving at breakneck speed, showed a flicker of surprise, but no panic. This golden slash came unexpectedly, but that was all there was to it. The figure of the suited elder surged through the air, utilizing the 6 styles moon step to pivot off the air. 6 styles gale step slash technique. The power condensed in his right foot quickly rubbed against the air, generating a white slash formed from a blend of airflow and energy. This slash, produced by the 6 styles martial arts, lacked the purity of a sword intent, but was still quite formidable. The elder's right foot struck against the golden slash, an unending force surging forth, causing the golden slash to shatter. With a bang, the right foot that shattered the slash continued its momentum, slicing through the air. The suited elder chuckled coldly in his heart, daring to ambush me with a slash. He'll return the favor with a slash of my own. Kekekek. So you're a master of martial arts. Shiji laughed heartily, crossing his twin knives to block the slash. In the next moment, the suited elder appeared before Shiji. As he landed, Shiji wasted no time and activated the ability of the float fruit. Lion's Might Earthquake. This time, chunks of earth and stone erupted, 3 lion heads surrounding the suited elder. As the suited elder destroyed the lion heads, Shiji swiftly charged forward. Once the lion heads shattered, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. With sword energy surging and martial prowess on display, both sword and body techniques were infused with the aura of flowing cherry blossoms. Clang, clang, clang. The famed sword Sakura 10 and the drywood clashed against the fists and feet of the suited elder, sparks flying. In the midst of their offense and defense, the surrounding air trembled, the ground upheaved, leaving destruction in its wake. Amidst the ongoing battle, Yulo, Lingling, and Kaido, who had been standing still, had long since retreated to the side. The only remaining elder in white robes continued to watch them, each side staring at the other. Under the gaze of the elder in white robes, Yulo appeared indifferent, while Lingling and Kaido remained vigilant. However, despite their caution, their eyes were filled with yearning. Yearning for battle, yearning for the power of an admiral. Lingling, Kaido, how about you two give it a try? Suddenly Yulo's eyes rolled, and he thought of an excellent idea. Look at these two simpletons, strong in body, but lacking in brains, wanting to seek punishment without the strength to back it up. Why not let them try? It would give me a chance to observe the power of the 5 elders and rocks. Us. As soon as the words were spoken, Lingling and Kaido were taken aback, but quickly came to their senses. Lingling's strength was at the peak of a vice admiral, yet she struggled to break through, being the weakest among the others. Kaido was slightly weaker, only possessing the strength of an elite vice admiral, roughly equivalent to Zifa's strength during the Golden Time incident, especially since he had yet to gain the ability of the fish fruit azure dragon form. They thought Yulo was going to take action, but unexpectedly he offered them the chance to test their skills. Such a good opportunity was not to be missed. It was the perfect time to hone themselves. Moreover, with their extraordinary physical bodies and exceptional self-healing abilities, even if they were injured, it wouldn't be fatal, and they could recover in no time. Alright, well, give it a try and witness the power of an admiral. Opportunities like this are rare. Lingling and Kaido exchanged glances and said with rising battle intent, "If we can't win, well, just retreat." Yulo nodded slightly, his aura exuding pressure. He had not been in the crew long, but his strength was formidable. In front of Lingling and Kaido, who were weaker than him, he still had to maintain his composure. The two made up their minds, stepping forward to prepare for action. Yulo stood behind, his expression bland, but inwardly he chuckled. With your two strengths, you wish to witness the power of an admiral. I truly don't know where their confidence comes from. They haven't experienced the terror of an admiral's power. If they had, they wouldn't make such a decision. However, they will witness the power of an admiral, though the price might be steep. Moi. The remaining elder in white robes looked at Lingling and Kaido, slightly puzzled. What do these two weaklings intend to do? Do they dare to attack me? The elder in white robes shook his head with a laugh, having not fought for a long time, feeling a bit too tense. These two showed promise, but had not reached the level of an admiral and were completely insufficient in his presence. Surely they couldn't be mentally sound. How dare they strike at him? However, just as the elder in white robes was lost in thought, shaking his head with a laugh, Kaido suddenly struck his burly figure, swinging the spiked club toward his forehead. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The spiked club was covered in armed color Haki, the dark spikes gleaming with cold light. Kaido couldn't deploy Haki externally, but under his martial prowess he relied solely on hardening and wrapping, exuding a fierce momentum. As Kaido struck, Lingling followed closely, her long knife slicing through the air. Might of the nation. The gigantic sword energy shot forth, reaching the elder in white robes at the same time as Kaido. Nanny. The elder in white robes was deep in thought, when suddenly he was alarmed by the approaching attacks. They truly struck. This was not what I expected. An admiral's reaction is incredibly swift. In a panic, he deployed Haki externally, barely blocking the two waves of attacks. However, he still took a few steps back, ultimately caught off guard. You two fools are simply courting death. After the shock came an endless fury. Being provoked by two weaklings was no different from humiliation. Clearly their brains are truly faulty. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Conversely, Kaido, who had been knocked back, returned to Lingling's side. The two exchanged smiles, their meaning unspoken. They hadn't expected to push back an admiral's strength by 2 steps. This boosted their confidence immensely. Even Shurji and Newgate, who were engaged in a distant battle, couldn't help but glance over at the commotion. They were unaware of the Even Shurji and Newgate, who were engaged in a distant battle, couldn't help but glance over at the commotion. They were unaware of the context, but were genuinely taken aback by Lingling and Kaido's courage. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Thunderflame. Lingling and Kaido flanked their opponent, their momentum even fiercer than before. Kaido's massive spiked club surged with energy once more, while Zeus and Prometheus floated beside Lingling, transformed into lightning and flames unleashed by her. Overestimating yourselves. The elder in white robes had a dark look in his eyes as he allowed the two's attacks to approach, feeling an explosive force within his body. He did not wish to understand where this foolish confidence came from. His current thought was simply to smash this confidence and make the two kneel in submission. With mere vice admiral level strength, they must deeply understand that the power of an admiral is not to be insulted. The twin assaults of Thunderclap Bagua and Blazing Thunder converged, striking from both sides of the white-robed elder's cheeks. Lingling and Kaido, blinded by overconfidence, watched with burning eyes, hoping to wound the elder. Yet their notion was utterly laughable. Doom, it's all over. Yulo, standing below, shook his head, repeatedly muttering under his breath, though a glint of schadenfreude shone in his eyes. Lingling had wished to bear his child, and Kaido had provoked him earlier. Surely the elder would not resent a bit of retribution now. A cold sneer surfaced in the white-robed elder's heart. He must crush their expectations mercilessly, making them realize the chasm between them. With that thought, the elder's body trembled as his armament Haki erupted forth. An invisible barrier seemed to encase him, repelling both the Thunderclap Bagua and Blazing Thunder. Boom, boom. 2 explosions rang out, the ferocious impact dispersing the attacks. What? Completely unscathed, the attacks were shattered. Lingling and Kaido's eyes bulged, their bodies wavering precariously as the unforeseen sight shook their minds. They could not comprehend why. Only moments ago they had forced the elder back 2 steps. Before they could dwell on it, a gust of wind swept in, drenching them in cold sweat. The white-robed elder had vanished from his spot, reappearing before Kaido. Try this, old man, sure gone. A finger coated in armament Haki pressed firmly against Kaido's abdomen. Impossible, so fast. Kaido's expression froze, his heart awash with terror. His observation Haki had not detected a thing. With a piercing sound, white force erupted from the finger, mingled with jet-black armament Haki. The finger pierced straight through Kaido's waist, leaving a conspicuous bloody hole from which crimson gushed. Ack! Kaido shrieked, sent flying to crash awkwardly onto the ground. All this transpired in mere seconds, enough to jolt Charlotte Lingling from her delusions. This power. Is this the true might of an admiral? Shock consumed Lingling's mind as she finally realized how foolish her earlier thoughts had been. No time to dwell. Seeing Kaido impaled in a single blow, she immediately conceived the notion of retreat. But it was not so easy. The elder's speed gave her no chance. Renkyaku slash. The elder spun, unleashing a side kick that was swifter and more ferocious than the Shurgon. Knowing escape was impossible, Lingling hastily coated her torso with armament Haki. Crack. The powerful slash struck Lingling's chest. Though her Haki blocked it from cutting through, the force remained unchecked. Blood erupted from Lingling's mouth as she was hurled like a cannonball into the Marine headquarters building. The intense commotion drew Shurji and Nugate's gazes once more. They were not surprised by what they saw, only finding it somewhat pitiful. Having fought the two elders for hundreds of exchanges, they understood the gap well. Lingling and Kaido were not fools. Enduring their wounds, they scrambled back to Yulo's side, fearing the elder would strike again, a move that would spell their doom. How do you feel? Yulo asked with a wry smile. No match at all. The elder's strength is certainly no less than any admiral's. If he keeps attacking, we want last 10 moves. Lingling and Kaido panted heavily, clutching their bleeding wounds, a trace of lingering fear on their faces. Yulo chuckled without a word. He had already gauged the approximate strength of the white-robed elder and the two elders fighting Shurji and Nugate. Compared to Admiral Herman, they were at least as strong, if not stronger. The remaining two elders, locked in combat with rocks, had never gained the upper hand, making it hard to assess their power. Just then a roar rang out. Rocks. Fighting two opponents, yet you dare to be distracted. Yulo looked up and saw Rocks casting a glance his way. The hot-tempered blonde elder bellowed as he and the bespectacled elder seized the opportunity to launch a flurry of fierce attacks on Rocks. Lingling and Kaido were still too weak. After exchanging just one blow with the white-robed elder, they were already heavily wounded. Just then a roar rang out. Rocks. Fighting two opponents, yet you dare to be distracted. Yulo looked up. Facing the onslaught of the two elders, Rocks was not one to indulge them. His aura suddenly turned far more savage and brutal, like an ancient beast unleashed. Rocks began his counterattack. He vanished from his spot, evading the incoming strikes, and reappeared above the blonde elder's head, his long sword cleaving downward. Damn it, so fast! The blonde elder cursed under his breath. In his observation Haki perception, Rock's speed had reached an extreme. He mobilized his armament Haki, covering and coiling around his arms as he crossed them to block. Bang! A tremendous force pressed down, causing the blonde elder to uncontrollably plummet some distance before steadying himself. Sigh. Huh. His arms trembled, slightly shock evident on his face. This guy's strength had increased. In all the earlier fighting, his arms had never gone numb. The bespectacled elder's expression grew extremely grim. His grip on the sword hilt tightened as he pounced forward the moment the blonde elder was struck down. Rock's movements grew fiercer, forcing the bespectacled elder into a retreat. Alone, he could not withstand the assault. The blonde elder shook his arms and immediately joined the fray, but even as a duo they had never held the advantage. Now with Rock's enhanced strength, the two gave their all, yet were still suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Three auras tangled together, armament Haki clashed, and slashing energy flew in all directions. The thick clouds above were shredded by the turbulent air currents. Wherever the three fought, the sea and ground kept exploding. The remaining white-robed elders' face darkened at the sight. They held deep fear of Rocks. Sending two elders to fight was not meant to defeat him, only to stalemate him. But unexpectedly, even the two elders were being overwhelmed. This could not continue. A prolonged battle would not hold. Moreover, besides Rocks, Shurji and Nugate were equally formidable. The long-beard elder and the suit-wearing elder were evenly matched with their opponents, leaving no room to assist. It fell to him alone to eliminate Yulo, then join forces against Rocks. He had meant to strike earlier, but was delayed by those two weaklings. Ring. With a metallic hum, the elder drew a famed sword from beneath his white robe. At the same time, a surge of sword aura erupted from the white-robed elder. Empowered by this aura, his presence became even more oppressive. Lingling and Kaido were stunned disbelief in their eyes. They had never imagined that the white-robed elder was not only formidable in physical combat, but also possessed impressive swordsmanship, as evidenced by his fierce sword aura. So he is a great swordsman. Yulo squinted his eyes and chuckled teasingly. Such fierce sword aura was no weaker than that of Shiki the Golden Lion. The white-robed elder had hidden his strength well, even he had not noticed. Yulo, Herman's injuries were caused by your swordsmanship, weren't they? Let me test this swordsmanship capable of injuring an admiral. The white-robed elder drew his renowned sword, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, his voice filled with murderous intent. A cold gleam of light shone on the bright tip of the blade. He had already studied the intelligence on Yulo's combat power. He also knew that Herman's wound, tainted with green flame, was difficult to heal. Hep. Yulo understood immediately upon hearing this, and he gave a faint smile. He was being underestimated again. This old man was quite confident. Hep. Yulo understood immediately upon hearing this, and he gave a faint smile. He was being underestimated again. This old man was quite confident, thinking he could defeat me without using the Green Lotus Earth Core Flame. But this only excited Yulo more. He could not restrain himself from striking. With a grab in the void, a beautiful renowned sword appeared in his right hand. Z, 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 Z. Electric arcs danced along the long blade. It was Logia, a top-grade great sword. This sword? The white-robed elder frowned. Seeing that Yulo had not drawn his black blade, he felt disrespected, and anger surged in his chest. One sword style slash. He let out a furious roar, swung his renowned sword, and slashed out a white sword beam. Then, following the attacking sword beam, he charged at Yulo. A mere trick. Yulo chuckled, finding it amusing. A slashing attack was the basic skill of a swordsman, let alone the elder being a great swordsman. How could he treat a mere slash as a one-sword style technique? Yulo raised his hand and swept it across, sending a sword beam laced with electric arcs straight upward. It effortlessly shattered the white-robed elder's slash. Then a sharp sword intent burst forth from Yulo's body. This sword intent, like Conqueror's Haki, radiated outward. The clouds in the sky parted and sword scars appeared on the ground. Lingling and Kaido, who were closest, found numerous tiny cuts appearing on their skin. Greatly alarmed, they hastily retreated into the distance. Such sharp sword intent. How is that possible? The white-robed elder was closing in rapidly, but then his face drastically changed, filled with disbelief. He stared at the tiny sword marks on the back of his hand, his mind churning violently. This astonishing sword intent was just like Conqueror's Haki. It could cause tangible damage without even using swordsmanship. Though it did not necessarily represent the level of one's sword skills, this innate will alone was enough to instill fear. This sword intent swept across the area, leaving marks everywhere it passed. Terrifying swordsmanship talent. The other four elders, their faces shifting continuously, also sensed the sword intent. Among them, the white-robed elder was the strongest in swordsmanship. They had originally planned for him to quickly win and then support the other four. Now it seemed impossible. The white-robed elder's battle would be quite fierce. Damn it. The two elders besieging rocks cursed under their breath, their faces dark. They could not hold out much longer. Rock's explosive power exceeded their imaginations. Once Rocks broke free from them, he would surely target the other elders. If all five were defeated before the Navy returned, everything would be ruined. With such an officer, destroying the world government is within reach. Facing the two elders, Rocks did not hide his ambition at all, laughing triumphantly. As one of the strongest on the sea and the only one present who had mastered top-tier observation Haki, he felt it more deeply than others. Yulo's sword intent was powerful, but it was still far from enough to cause tangible attacks. In the recorded history of the seas, only a handful had achieved that. Moreover, the sword intent turning into tangible marks involved the technique of Conqueror's Haki infusion. It seemed that young Yulo had learned Conqueror's Haki infusion. Rocks felt both delighted and slightly surprised. On the other side, Shiki, Newgate, the long-beard elder, and the suit-wearing elder also displayed markedly different attitudes. The two elders had extremely grim faces. They understood the situation. Anyone's powerful strength was unfavorable to them. Gururara, old man, you lost focus. Even while surprised, Newgate remained vigilant against the long-beard elder. Seeing him look at Yulo, Newgate seized the opportunity and swung Tsung Yunxia downward. The long-beard elder hastily blocked. Jahaha! Yulo is incredible. In the midst of battle, Shiki was shocked for a moment, then snapped back to reality. At the same time, he thought to himself that he would consult Yulo thoroughly when they returned. The materialization of sword intent was a realm coveted by all great swordsmen, yet few had achieved it. Now that this person was right beside him, perhaps he could also attain it. Since the battle had begun, Yulo would not hold back. While everyone was still in shock, Yulo had already entered a fierce clash with the white-robed elder. Let me show you the true one-sword style. Thousand Cut Valley. Yulo unleashed Shiki's signature swordsmanship. Countless lightning sword beams filled the sky, enveloping the white-robed elder and cutting off his retreat. The white-robed elder's renowned sword danced wildly, unleashing numerous slashing beams, while his body continuously retreated. Bang! 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 The sword beams collided with explosive roars resounding through the sky, and a curtain of sword rain appeared in the air. Yulo activated the razor technique, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the sword rain curtain, chasing the white-robed elder. If the white-robed elder fled, who would Yulo fight? In an instant, the lightning arrived, and the tip of Logia appeared, thrusting toward the white-robed elder's chest. The white-robed elder dropped his body low, while his renowned sword swept upward. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a metallic sound, and sharp, sword energy burst forth. Logia was swept aside. Yulo's arms moved wildly like demons dancing, sword light mixed with electric arcs darting and slicing through the air. The white-robed elder adjusted his stance, his expression solemn but calm. Clang, clang, clang. Though he kept retreating, every swing of his sword blocked the incoming Logia. The two moved swiftly across the ground, leaving the land cracked wherever they passed. This Yulo, even his close combat swordsmanship is so formidable. The white-robed elder's gaze grew heavy. He seized an opportunity to flash away. Yulo is young and strong. If this attrition continues, the old man cannot outlast him. Extreme Tiger Hunt. Yulo frowned, not giving the white-robed elder even a moment to catch his breath. A sharp sword aura transformed into a giant tiger of lightning sword energy appearing out of thin air in the sky, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Roar! The lightning sword energy giant tiger let out a roar, lunging at the old man in white robes. The old man in white robes narrowed his eyes, feeling an astonishing sharpness emanating from the tiger's fangs. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, but don't underestimate me. The old man's hand gently caressed the blade, raising the sword intent significantly. His true purpose was the same as that of Yulo before, to gauge the opponent's combat power. After all, Yulo's sword intent was substantial, making him extremely cautious. This battle relied entirely on him. One sword style shadow slash. With a soft chant, the blade flashed swiftly. The old man in white robes remained in place, yet the sword energy had already sliced through the giant lightning tiger. The extreme tiger hunt's lightning sword energy was cleaved in two, dissipating in the air in an instant. Yet the shadow slash sword energy had not consumed much, maintaining a speed that was extraordinarily swift, as if it had torn through space, directly pressing towards Yulo. Oh, interesting. Yulo raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. This shadow slash piqued his interest. He then calmed down. The old man in white robes was indeed putting a lot of effort into defeating him, clearly possessing such strong strength, yet pretending to be on the back foot, testing his own power. Hey, it's futile. The strength I display is merely what I want you to see. Deep down, Yulo scoffed at this. His right hand gripped thunder, cut horizontally, the blade turning upward. The domineering flow of Sakura's aura surged through the thunder-cut blade, transforming into an invisible force, erupting like an air cannon. In an instant, a large amount of airflow gathered in front of Yulo, forming a vortex of air. The flowing Sakura, propelled by the air vortex, raced at a speed that was not inferior to the shadow slash. With a loud bang, the sword energy and the domineering aura collided, causing an incessant buzzing in the heavens and earth, the air turbulence erupting violently, shattering the ground extensively. Yulo and the old man in white robes moved swiftly, retreating to create some distance. Haha, that shadow slash is impressive. Show me more techniques. Yulo flexed his wrist, his eyes filled with anticipation. He noticed that the swordsmanship of the old man in white robes was somewhat different. The previous shadow slash was extremely fast, the sword energy sharp, yet it was just a simple slash without that overwhelming force. Yulo's observation, Haki perception, resembled his own drawing sword technique, having a similar essence. Farragut. The old man in white robes snorted coldly, his expression slightly unfavorable, feeling that Yulo was underestimating him. He did not strike immediately, instead fixating his gaze on Yulo, his eyes flickering continually. He already had a grasp of Yulo's swordsmanship, but the external release of the Haki shocked him. Yulo's mastery of the external release was surprisingly more seasoned than his own. Moreover, with swordsmanship not inferior to his, even if Yulo did not use abilities, winning would not be easy. If Yulo did use his abilities, the hope would be even more remote. Damn it, I miscalculated. The old man's expression grew darker, filled with anger and anxiety, gritting his teeth. In the original plan, Yulo was seen as the breakthrough point, yet his strength exceeded their expectations. Damn it, I miscalculated. The old man's expression grew darker, filled with anger and anxiety. The battlefield between the Whitebeard Newgate and the Longbeard old man was fierce, with the ground collapsing and exploding where they fought as the air surged chaotically. The Longbeard old man, wielding the advanced skills of the six styles and external Haki, was locked in a stalemate with Newgate. While it appeared evenly matched, in reality the defense was predominant, with only a few flanking attacks. The destructive power of the Tremor Fruit was catastrophic, forcing the Longbeard old man to evade its edge and engage in flanking combat. The battle between Golden Lion Shiki and the suit-clad old man was also quite intense. Shiki's swordsmanship and float fruit abilities were not as overwhelmingly powerful and broad as Newgate's. The suit-clad old man did not hold back, battling fiercely with Shiki. Their figures darted through the air, constantly changing battlefields, causing chaos in the air. Sakura Tin and Dry Wood's blades clashed with the fists and feet empowered by Haki. Sword energy shot forth. Haki erupted with immense force, surging, and the clouds became tattered as the sea roiled. The Earth Lion and Water Lion occasionally roared in the air, but were soon shattered. Shiki and the suit-clad old man were evenly matched in attack, Yet due to the float fruit, Shiki's movements were exceedingly agile. The suit-clad old man's moonwalk was relatively less nimble, and he seemed to be led by Shiki. Most importantly, on the side of rocks, he had gained a significant advantage after enhancing his strength. Whether in physical combat Haki or swordsmanship, the enhanced combat power made it difficult for the golden-haired old man and the bespectacled old man, who were already barely holding on, to resist, and they were thoroughly pushed into a disadvantageous position. If this continued, they would either be defeated or exhausted. In any case, it was a certain loss. Meanwhile, no one noticed that the battles between the pirate crew and CP organization members were also nearing their conclusion. These CP organization members were outnumbered by the pirates, yet they lacked elite combat power. Under the leadership of various captains, the pirates had nearly finished dispatching them. The old man in white robes had a face as dark as a pot's bottom. Their side in the world government was completely at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he caught sight of Ling Ling and Kaido observing from a distance. Only then did he realize that there were still 2 members of the Rock's pirate crew who had not participated. Although their intelligence might be lacking, their strength was not inferior to that of a marine admiral, making them top figures beneath the admirals. The strongest guards of CP0, the humanoid weapons from the science division, are taking too damn long to arrive. The old man in white robes grit his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, unable to suppress his curses. In fact, they were already on their way, but the current situation made the old man in white robes feel like time was dragging on. Ugh! The old man in white robes lowered his eyelids, his voice hoarse and deep, his aura becoming violent, resembling a ruthless villain. He unleashed all his power, the energy within him operating at its peak, his gaze filled with hostility, fixated firmly on Yulo. The current situation was grim, and the old man in white robes decided to take a gamble. Perhaps there was still a chance. The old man's aura soared, the fierce, sword intent mingling with the violent conqueror's Haki. The ground around the old man in white robes crackled with red arc-like energy, lifting the earth in a flurry. High-level conqueror's Haki. Sensing the change in the old man's aura through observation Haki, Yulo's expression tightened, feeling the heightened intensity of this pressure. As one of the 5 elders of the world government, the highest authority in the real world, he was indeed a rightful king. It was only natural that he could awaken conqueror's Haki, and Yulo was not surprised. Including the other 4 elders, as well as the fleet admiral and the 3 admirals of marine headquarters under the world government, most of them were also highly likely to possess conqueror's Haki. It was merely that, unlike the pirates who flaunted it without restraint, they were bound by fealty to the master of that empty throne, and thus their conqueror's Haki was never easily revealed. After all, conqueror's Haki, the so-called qualifications of a king, could be considered a blasphemy to the true ruler of this world. Yet even a high-tier conqueror's Haki was still somewhat lacking compared to mine. The corner of Yulo's mouth curled into a cold sneer. The next moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly swept across the scene. Yulo stood still, his robes rustling as an ink-black stream of energy surged toward the brilliant red conqueror's Haki of the white-robed elder. The black torrent spread densely across the sky, blotting out the light of Marineford and casting it into gloom. On the nearby battlefield, the pirates, having vanquished their enemies, were drawn by the commotion. This is conqueror's Haki from Executive Yulo, and that old man possesses it too. Such crushing pressure. I can barely breathe. All the pirates were awestruck. This breathtaking Haki left most of the crew gasping. You cannot withstand it. Retreat at once. The leading old captain shouted under the strain. Boom. When the 2 conquerors' Haki collided, the black aura stood unmoved, while the ferocious red momentum was instantly checked. Crackle. Crackle. Where the Haki clashed, red-black lightning flickered. Under the pressure of the 2 energies, the ground split and collapsed, forming a trench that bisected the crescent plaza. The clouds above were also cleaved apart, rolling upward on both sides like a canyon in the sky. One sword-style shadow slash. The white-robed elder let out a low roar, coating his blade with armament Haki and charging toward Yulo as a blur. He swung his long sword ceaselessly, sending streaks of slashes flying toward Yulo. At the same time, Yulo did not lag behind. Like a bolt of lightning, he rose and charged forward. Thousand Slice Valley. Raikiri crackled with black lightning, coated with armament Haki, as Yulo wielded it. A torrent of sword energy wrapped in electric light clashed against the shadow slash. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion after another echoed across Marineford. The scattered slashes transformed into tiny swords of energy that darted about. On the ground, on the walls, wherever they passed, sword scars were etched, lingering with sword energy for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of cutting air passed, and Yulo and the white-robed elder clashed their blades above the trench. Clang. The 2 swords met, the world lost its color, and the air surged, spreading in all directions. Hey, old man, not bad. Yulo, looking at the white-robed elder close before him, could not help but taunt. In contrast, the elder's eyes blazed with intertwined killing intent and sword will. Umph. With a low, furious roar, he was determined to defeat Yulo. The elder's renowned blade hummed his sword while instantly surging, and a vast amount of sword energy gathered on the blade. In a flash, a suppressive situation formed. Faced with countless streams of sword energy, Raikiri could not help but tremble lightly. Yulo's lightning-infused sword energy was being eroded bit by the elder's sword energy. Asking for trouble, Yulo sneered. This old man was indeed going all out. The elder's sword will and conqueror's haki were inferior to Yulo's, so he now sought to suppress him with sheer sword energy. Bursting out sword energy at such close range, even a slight misstep could harm himself. But since he had chosen this path, Yulo decided to play along. Let this old man know that even without the blue lotus heart flame, his swordsmanship was not something the elder could defeat. With a thought from Yulo, the electric light blazed up. Under the impetus of his sword will, sword energy poured in endlessly. The two remained suspended in midair, neither holding back as their sword energy continuously surged. Gradually, the accumulated sword energy swirled around both of them, creating a breathtaking spectacle at first glance. Then between the two blades, a burst of energy erupted, forcing Yulo and the white-robed elder back 2 steps. A clang. The ring of steel pierced the mind, stabbing the eardrums of Yulo and the elder unbearably. This energy coalesced into a vortex of sword energy spinning between the two blades, expanding to 12 meters in the blink of an eye. Extremely sharp sword energy radiated toward Marineford, and those still fighting in the distance felt the fierce aura rushing upon them. Such sharp sword energy. Perilously dangerous. The long-bearded elder engaged with Newgate was deeply wary of this sword energy. Seeing the white-robed elder at the vortex's center, he could not help but worry. Grora, look at him. He can't take down Yulo. Newgate, wielding both his fist and Murakamajiri, watched the white-robed elder struggle in vain against Yulo, his tone brimming with delight. As a great swordsman, Shiki was extremely sensitive to sword energy. Even the mere spreading waves caused his heart to tremble. Yet this also, as a great swordsman, Shiki was extremely sensitive to sword energy. Even the mere spreading waves caused his heart to tremble. Yet this also stirred his competitive spirit, making him fight with even greater fervor. This Yulo, I underestimated him. Even the bespectacled blonde elder, who had been suppressed throughout his battle with rocks, could not help but grow worried. They were, after all, old. The prolonged battle had noticeably drained their stamina. Though they could still struggle on, they could not hold out much longer. They had originally counted on the white-robed elder to break free quickly and support them, but Yulo's strength had far exceeded their expectations. 2 old fools still distracted. Rock's eyes were icy as his blade energy suddenly struck. The 2 elders snapped back to attention and quickly joined forces to block it. Just then the sword energy vortex reached its limit and forcibly threw Yulo and the white-robed elder apart. Boom, boom. The vortex spun wildly, transforming into 2 colossal sword energies that slashed toward the sky and the earth. The very space seemed to freeze with only these 2 blades spanning between heaven and earth. Crack, crack. The sword energies struck the trench, shattering and collapsing an area of hundreds of meters. A thunderous roar kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Marineford's Crescent Plaza collapsed completely, never to exist again. Even the Crescent Bay plunged into the sea. At that moment, on a warship at sea, a communications officer held a den mushy his mouth agape in disbelief. Hey, speak. What's the situation? From the den mushy came Kong's anxious voice. It's gone. What's gone? Speak clearly. After a moment, the officer came to his senses. The plaza of Marine headquarters and Crescent Bay all collapsed into the sea. What? Kong roared in fury, wishing he could rush back immediately. This was the Marine headquarters. How could it simply vanish? Wasn't it supposed to be a surprise attack on the Marine headquarters? How did it turn into its destruction? The Crescent Bay and the plaza had sunk. Gongu Kong wouldn't think the office building remained unscathed. All the archives were lost, and the headquarters supply depot had surely been plundered. Everything the Marines had accumulated over the years was destroyed in an instant. Gongu Kong clenched his fists, his joints cracking audibly. As the fleet admiral, he felt his heart bleeding. Perhaps the Marines hadn't suffered losses in combat strength, but the infrastructure and operational conditions had regressed to square one. Sengoku Kapu Zifa and he were furious, their sense of justice burning with indignation. The Rocks pirates are far too arrogant. Zifa was instantly enraged, grinding his teeth as he spoke. At this time he still believed in justice, and the Marine headquarters in his heart was a place full of righteousness not to be desecrated. The actions of the Rocks pirates had crossed the line of his justice. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the Marines planned a full-scale assault to test the Rocks pirates and restore their own prestige. Unexpectedly, Rox was so cunning, executing a feint and decoy maneuver that left the Marines disoriented. Then he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Malinfanguo, destroying the Marines' headquarters. Even if they could eliminate Rox this time, the Marine headquarters would suffer severe losses and struggle to operate for a long time. This is utterly outrageous. This time we shall wipe out this shame and capture Rox. Kapu suppressed his indignation and spoke resolutely, his determination unwavering. In contrast, the three admirals also felt anger, but harbored a tinge of selfish motives. Damn, Rox. I was about to retire, and all the savings I had for my old age have been destroyed by you. The three maintained a calm facade on the surface, but inwardly seethed with grief and rage, cursing Rox bitterly. However, what they didn't know was that all their treasured savings had ended up in Yulo's pockets. Sengoku, and he remained silent, at a loss for words in the current situation. The fleet was racing at full speed, hoping that the headquarters could hold out until their return. What's the current battle situation? Gongu Kong, controlling his emotions, urgently demanded. At these words, everyone shuddered and quickly snapped back to reality. Compared to the damage to the Marine headquarters, the outcome of this battle was the key issue. The five elders took action personally. Two of them faced Shiki and Newgate. Rox was besieged alone by two elders who could barely hold their ground. The last elder was unable to overcome Yulo and remained in a stalemate. The large-scale collapse earlier was caused by uncontrolled sword aura from the elder and Yulo. The communicator's voice trembled with shock as he spoke. What? Everyone present was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Had the officers of the Rox pirates grown to such an extent? The Marines had diverted massive resources to train Sengoku, Kapu, and Zifa in secret. Only by the time of this full-scale deployment did they attain admiral-level strength. If it were Yulo alone, they could accept it, but Shiki and Newgate also possessed such power. How had they trained? Why was everyone advancing so rapidly? Gongu Kong turned to the three admirals, his gaze questioning. The admirals understood, their eyes flickering, but they shook their heads in silence. Damn it. At this rate, the five elders won't hold out much longer. Gongu Kong cursed under his breath, his face dark as water. Everyone furrowed their brows, pondering countermeasures. At present, Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate were evenly matched with three of the elders. However, the two elders fighting Rox were beginning to retreat step by step. A defeat was only a matter of time. Our current speed is already the limit of the warships. Even so, it will take half a day to return to the Marine, Zifa stated grimly, pointing out the immediate problem. All fell into silent contemplation. At this speed, by the time they returned, everything would be over. Just then Sengoku began to think Rox had flown there. Why couldn't they? Fleet Admiral Kong, I have an idea. Sengoku suddenly raised his head and announced loudly. Speak. Gongu Kong knew well of Sengoku's wisdom. It's simple, ask Admiral Kungsi to carry the vanguard flying over. Sengoku nodded slightly to Admiral Kungsi. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, and Gongu Kong nodded repeatedly. Without delay, Kungsi transformed into a wind god pterosaur, carrying Gongu Kong, Hirman, and Ilode as they sped away with a roar. Sengoku, Kapu, Zifa, and he remained to guard the main fleet, having learned from the lesson. They couldn't let the fleet suffer any more mishaps. Near the island of Fengchao in the New World, the Roger pirates had been drifting there, keeping a close watch on development. Originally observing from a distance, intelligence from their informants in the Marines revealed that Rox and his crew had launched a surprise attack on Malinfanguo, the Marine headquarters. With Rox, Newgate, and the others, the most formidable members, all absent from Fengchao Island, Roger's pirate ship dared to venture deep into enemy territory. Captain Roger, Vice Captain Rayleigh, Vice Captain Gabin, are we going to attack Fengchao Island? The young Barrett, with his well-developed limbs and blazing fighting spirit, asked eagerly. Although Yulo, whom he had anticipated was not their silver axe, and John on the island were also immensely powerful, the naturally combative Barrett wasn't picky. He just wanted a good fight. Keep your voice down, kid. Whether we fight or not, that's still up in the air. Gabin glared at Barrett and said irritably. Rayleigh remained silent, watching Roger standing at the bow. After a moment, Roger put away the den mushi and walked back to the three. No need to fight. Let's head back. As Roger spoke, Barrett jumped up excitedly. The five elders are buying time personally. Kapu and the others are guarding the main fleet, while Gongu Kong and the three admirals are rushing back to Malinfanguo at full speed. Roger explained to Rayleigh, Gabin, and Barrett, including some details. By the time they get back, won't it be too late? Barrett asked dejectedly, immediately seizing the crux. It seemed they would still fight. Barrett, have you forgotten? Admiral Kungsi's ability is the ancient wind god pterosaur. Rayleigh remarked with a playful tone, making Barrett even more dejected. Kungsi's speed is enough to get back in time. Even if his stamina runs out, there are still Gongu Kong, Hirman, and Ilode. They should be able to turn the tables and suppress Rox and his crew. But whether they can capture them remains uncertain. Gabin rubbed his chin, offering his insight. Even if the main fleet returns, it's not a sure win. Rocks is too deep. Who knows his true strength? Rayleigh sighed, gloomily, still skeptical about the Marines. Barrett remained silent, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. Ha ha ha, none of this matters. There are only two possible outcomes. If the world government and the Navy pay a tremendous price to take down Rocks and his crew, then of course everyone will be delighted. If they go all out this time and still cannot defeat Rocks, they'll have to reevaluate. Perhaps our proposal for cooperation will be reconsidered. Roger grinned broadly, his worries dissipating, and his mood became exceedingly cheerful. No matter the final outcome, they would come out ahead without loss. Rayleigh and Gabon suddenly understood, exchanging glances and nodding in unison. Roger was right. If the 5 elders and the entire Navy with such an unprecedented lineup still could not subdue Rocks, then they would truly have to join forces to eliminate Rocks. Shortly after the news spread that Yulo had wounded and Admiral Roger had expressed his willingness to cooperate with the Navy, but Kong Steelbone promptly refused. We'll withdraw from this sea. Since we're not attacking Beehive Island, we'll go elsewhere. Seize the outer islands of the Rocks pirates. It's time to expand our territory. Roger placed his hands on his hips, threw back his head, and roared with laughter, shouting boldly. The next moment, an excited roar drowned out Roger's voice. Ha 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 ha, we can finally fight. Barrett was brimming with excitement, abandoning his previous silence. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, the ruins lay scattered. Rock's battle against the blonde-haired elder and the glasses-wearing elder grew increasingly effortless. After prolonged resistance, the 2 elders' stamina was nearing its limit. At a disadvantage, they could no longer block all of Rock's attacks, and wounds began appearing on their bodies. You 2 old men, how much longer can you hold on? Rocks continued his assault, a cold smirk spreading across his face. The 2 old men were nearing exhaustion, and were it not for his need to conceal his true strength, he could have cut them down already. The blonde and glasses elders gritted their teeth in silence, defending desperately against the attacks. Tap, tap, tap. With unceasing footsteps, the 2 could not help but retreat, streaks of blood dripping from the air. The other 3 elders, seeing their comrades in increasingly perilous straits, could only fume in helpless rage. Entangled by Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate, the 3 were utterly unable to break free, powerless. The blonde elder and the glasses elder grew slower in their defense, so in their eyes Rock's blade appeared swifter. Just as the blade was about to descend, a warship suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Boom. A piercing sound tore through the air. From that warship, a white trail soared and shot toward the shore. In an instant, the white trail intercepted Rock's blade, pushing the 2 elders aside. This was a middle-aged man clad in a white suit and white robe. Facing Rocks, his ordinarily placid face was filled with solemnity. With a loud clang, armament Haki-imbued fists collided with the razor-sharp blade. The powerful recoil sent the white-clad man stumbling backward until he stood beside the blonde and glasses elders. The 2 were resting with eyes closed, their stamina depleted by Rock's relentless assault. Seizing this opportunity, they used the 6 Powers secret art life return to rapidly restore their strength. Otherwise, the white-clad man alone could not withstand Rock's. Oh, Admiral-level combat power, someone from CP0. With CP0 so vast, you're the only one at Admiral level. Why not bring a few more? Rocks smirked contemptuously, utterly dismissive, exuding the aura of a sovereign. 3 Admiral-class fighters might be somewhat troublesome, but those 2 old men had declined in strength and were not at their peak. If it came to a fight, Rocks was still unafraid of the trio. Hey Rocks, you sure talk big. Watch us take you down. The blonde and glasses elders, having recovered their stamina, stood up with cold sneers. The white-clad man joined them, and 3 mighty auras intertwined. Take this. The 3 glared fiercely, roared in unison, and charged at Rocks. Few there here, good. The 3 elders who had been fighting breathed sighs of relief. With the white-clad man joining, they might not be able to defeat Rocks, but at least they could hold their own. No longer would they be driven back step by step, utterly powerless and in mortal danger as before. In contrast, the reactions of Yulo, Shiki, and Newgate were completely different. The strongest shield CP0, indeed Admiral class. Yulo and the white-robed elder's blades parted after a single clash, then he glanced over, raising an eyebrow. Having witnessed numerous Admiral-level fighters before, this was his first encounter with one from CP0. But since they were called the strongest, they surely possessed formidable power. As the rumors went, the CP0 organization was deeply hidden. It was known they had Admiral-tier combat power, but the specifics remained unknown. With that, Yulo focused on his own battle. Whatever happened to Rocks was none of his concern. 3 Admiral-class fighters were nothing to Rocks. At least from what Yulo observed, Rocks had yet to use armament Haki projection or Conqueror's Haki infusion in the fight. His unfathomable strength was unimaginably immense. On the entire sea, aside from the one in the Chamber of Flowers, perhaps only Rocks could single-handedly contend with 3 Admiral-class fighters. As for Shiki and Newgate, after their initial surprise, they quickly rejoined the fray. The approaching warship finally reached Moon Bay. A group of bizarre, almost inhuman soldiers stepped over the ruins and charged toward the distant pirates. These soldiers had various mechanical weapons attached to their limbs. They were the Science Division's humanoid weapons bodies modified with machinery to enhance individual combat capabilities. Indeed, the abilities of these humanoid weapons were somewhat unexpected. When the pirates engaged them, they were caught off guard. Apart from the stronger captains, many crew members sustained injuries. What the hell, are they human or ghosts? These mechanical weapons are such a nuisance, spitting fire and electrocuting people. Faced with an unfamiliar enemy, though not routed, the pirates could barely hold their ground. The captains couldn't help but curse out loud. These soldiers' physiques were at the level of ordinary crewmen, some even weaker. But combined with their mechanical weapons, they compensated for their physical shortcomings, and in individual combat, overpowered the pirate crew. This move perfectly illustrated how technology enhances strength. Seeing this, Yulo sighed inwardly. Lin and Kaido, watching from the sidelines, naturally noticed as well. Lin saw their attacks, fire and lightning reminiscent of her own, and frowned in intense displeasure. Unleashing a slash of borrowed power country, she charged in. Kaido, clutching his wound, followed with his spiked club. They had been brutally beaten by the white-robed elder and could only watch from afar, having long pent up their anger. Unable to defeat an admiral-level combatant, but can't they take down these strange small fries? Kaido, enduring the pain of his wounds, charged recklessly with his towering frame, sending a humanoid weapon flying with a collision. What's this? The hardness is quite impressive. Kaido felt a faint numbness in his arm, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Yet he didn't dwell on it, continuing to vent the frustration bottled inside him. Lin's flames and lightning surged incessantly toward the humanoid weapons, only to be blocked time and again, enraging her. Hakoku. Seizing a gap in the assault, she unleashed another slash, hoping to release some pent-up anger. But unexpectedly, two shadows darted out from among the humanoid weapons. Clang! The two figures joined forces to block the strike. The slash landed on their mechanical arms, forcing them to stumble back, leaving deep footprints on the ground. How is that possible? Lin was slightly astonished. The aura of those two was not strong. Theoretically, they shouldn't have been able to block it. Their mechanical arms seemed to be made of sea stone. Kaido moved closer, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I see. It's sea stone." A look of realization dawned on Lin. She gazed at the distant duo. Indeed, their mechanical arms differed from those of the other soldiers, and their surface bore not a single scratch. No wonder they dared to withstand her slash Hedon. She had thought their strength was formidable. It was merely the hardness of sea stone. The deep footprints on the ground revealed that the pair's bodies were also suffering. Lin, I'm not a devil fruit user. Let me handle them. Kaido, shrewd despite his brutish nature, considered Lin's vulnerability and stepped forward proactively. Very well. They'll clear out the grunts while you deal with them. Lin didn't refuse. She accepted decisively and turned to redirect the battle. As a devil fruit user, sea stone was her bane. Contact with it would drain her strength completely. Even though Lin's prowess far exceeded that of those two humanoid weapons in combat, a single touch of sea stone would render her utterly helpless, no matter how mighty she was. She was still young and beautiful, with many children yet to bear. Caution was the safer route. Lin commanded flames and lightning, her long sword radiating slashing energy as she and the pirates wreaked havoc. Ragnarok. Seeing Lin retreat, the two attempted to pursue, but Kaido intercepted them. The three clashed, and Kaido's Kanabo overwhelmed the pair. The duo's only advantage, the sea stone mechanical arms, proved utterly useless. The white-robed elder noticed this from the ongoing battle, his face flushed with fury. The arrival of these humanoid weapons had briefly tipped the scales, only for that advantage to shatter in an instant. Hey old man, what are you thinking? Take this. Yulo deliberately murmured, the tip of his raikiri suddenly angling upward. The lightning-infused sword slash shot toward the elder's throat. The white-robed elder's Kinbunshika Haki remained attuned to Yuro's every move. He leaned back, evading the electric slash. Using his Bodis momentum, the elder performed several backflips, creating distance from Yulo. Huff, puff, huff, puff. After this burst of full-force exertion, the elder was panting heavily, his stamina clearly waning. In contrast, Yulo showed not a hint of fatigue, his face calm and breathing steady, as if nothing had happened. The elder had cycled through all his techniques, yet Yulo blocked them all with ease. The old man's stamina is truly spent. Time is about right, Yulo thought as he observed the elder gasping for breath, knowing his energy was nearly exhausted. From the assault on Marine headquarters to the ongoing battle, a considerable amount of time had passed. In the interim, even a CP0 Admiral-level combatant had arrived. Kong and the three admirals were likely rushing back at full speed. Yulo had no intention of dragging on endlessly. That would play right into the world government's trap. Old man, quit pretending. You've used life return to recover some stamina, haven't you? After a brief pause in the confrontation, Yuro's aura began to shift. The white-robed elder's face darkened, the muscles around his mouth twitching violently. He ground his teeth in suppressed fury. Indeed, he had been secretly restoring his strength, but being exposed by Yulo left him speechless. In this battle, he had fought with all his might, seizing every possible opportunity. Then take this move. Yulo paid no heed to the elder's reaction. His aura underwent a distinct transformation. Within the keen sword intent, the majesty of Conqueror's Haki surged and coalesced. Instead of erupting over a wide area, it converged into a single point. Two wills fused into one, generating an intense sense of crisis. Yulo was not bluffing. There was no need to toy with him. This must be his ultimate technique. Truly a monster, the white-robed elder's mind sharpened as subconscious tension gripped him. Boom. Yulo executed Soru, the air exploding beneath his feet as he shot forward like a streak of black lightning, aiming straight for the elder. Whoosh. Yulo appeared above the white-robed elder, Raikiri coated in Busashoka Haki and crackling with electricity, slashing down with overwhelming force. The electric sword slash tore through the air, causing a sharp sting on the elder's face. While remaining vigilant, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Although this sword energy was formidable, it didn't inspire the dread he had expected. Could Yulo truly be bluffing? As these thoughts raced, the white-robed elder lunged forward, unleashing the full extent of his Haki and swordsmanship. In midair, turbulent currents raged. A white sword slash and a black electric sword slash approached each other from above and below. At that moment, a cold sneer echoed and Yulo's lips curled into a smirk. The highly concentrated Conqueror's Haki within the sword intent stirred. Two streams of black energy flowed along Yulo's arms into Raikiri, wrapping around the blade. Instantly, Raikiri's power swelled. Black electricity crackled and popped. The condensed Conqueror's Haki made the already keen sword momentum exceptionally sharp, adding a heavy mountain-like pressure. Suddenly, within the elder's Kinbunshiku perception, the edge of Raikiri seemed to carry the weight of a mountain. This is a Conqueror's Haki infusion. The white-robed elder's face twisted in shock as a horrified cry escaped him. The domineering, fierce attack grew larger and larger in his pupils. Damn it, fight with everything. The attack was imminent. There was no time to think. The elder roared savagely. The arrow was already knocked. Whether he resisted or not, dodging was impossible. Boom. The two blades clashed from a distance, air exploding, currents whirling, wreaking havoc across the sky and earth. A dark energy sphere formed between the blades, flickering with black arcs. The moment of collision, the elder felt a crushing pressure as if a mountain had been dropped upon him. Conqueror's Haki concentrated into a single point. No defense could withstand it. Bang! The elder was struck by a force resembling a mountain's impact, plummeting toward the ground. Even his consciousness flickered for an instant. What is wrong with this Yulo? Could it be Conqueror's Haki infusion? The terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki vanished in an instant. The four elders glanced over and beheld an unbelievable sight. Among those present, including the Rocks faction, he was the first to employ Conqueror's Haki infusion. They seldom unleashed their Conqueror's Haki, so despite possessing advanced level intensity, the five of them had never mastered such advanced techniques. As far as they knew, only 3 individuals, including Rocks himself, had mastered the art of Conqueror's Haki. Even Shiji and Nyogai-te had likely not yet attained it. Yet Yulo, before their eyes, not only wielded it with ease and control, but also with devastating power. A single strike imbued with Conqueror's Haki sent the white-robed elder plummeting like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed through the air, tracing a crimson arc. At the same time, Shiji, Nyogai-te, and Luo Kusi also took notice. Gururura. What a fine lad Yulo is. What a splendid Conqueror's Haki infusion. Whitebeard Nyogai-te was stunned. This truly shocked him. He himself had only recently mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion and knew all too well the difficulty of its cultivation. Nyogai-te had trained for over a year, accumulating experience before finally achieving a breakthrough. Yet Yulo had grasped it without a sound. He had sailed the seas for many years with exceptional innate talent and physique, but compared to such a monster, it was nothing impressive. Shishishishi. As expected of you, Luo, you never cease to amaze me. Golden Lion Shiji, having disengaged from the suit-clad elder, burst into laughter, genuinely delighted for you, Luo. Yet deep inside, he felt a pang of urgency, his emotions slightly complicated. His own strength was progressing, but so was Yu Luo's. He had not anticipated that Yu Luo would master Conqueror's Haki infusion before him. Unbeknownst to him, since the last great battle, Yu Luo's power had consistently remained ahead of his. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. On another battlefield, Luo Kusi laughed heartily, his peals of mirth echoing relentlessly. He unleashed flowing Sakura Haki, his majesty swelling even more. Combining swordsmanship with Haki, his combat prowess grew fiercer. Even with the addition of the CP0, Admiral Luo Kusi fighting 1 against 3 still held the upper hand against 3 Admiral-level combatants. The white-clad man and the 2 elders could only coordinate their defense, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Just as the white-robed elder was about to crash to the ground, Yulo struck again. Clang. As if sensing Yulo's will, Raikiri trembled lightly, emitting a resonant hum. Raikiri, let's see if we can take him down with one strike. Yulo gently stroked the blade, murmuring to himself as his sword intent blazed. Boundless sword energy coalesced. On the pitch-black razor-sharp blade, a bone-chilling gleam flashed. Azure dragons roar flowing water. A calm low cry rang out, piercing every ear. Yulo lightly stepped on the air, his form blurring as if merging with the atmosphere itself. In a flash, Yulo vanished. Within everyone's line of sight, an azure dragon of sword energy soared into the air, its presence imposing and domineering. Roar. As the azure dragon of sword energy leaked its aura, the air around it trembled. A sound like both sword hum and dragon roar. The colossal dragon of sword energy churned the streams of air, hurtling straight toward the white-robed elder. Damn pirate, stop right there. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Yulo unleashed another sword technique, its might surpassing all before. Even a fool could see his intent. The golden-haired elder's face contorted in fury as he let out a roar, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Seeing his old friend facing life or death peril, the golden-haired elder steeled himself and charged forward. How could Luo Kusi allow that? He flashed in front of him and unleashed a burst of flowing Sakura Haki. Bang! With a single blow, he blocked the golden-haired elder, forcing him several steps back. One emotionless mutt and 2 old geezers. None of you are going anywhere. Your opponent is me. Luo Kusi sneered, his supreme conqueror's Haki locking onto the trio and bearing down on them. Why would he let the golden-haired elder rescue the white-robed one? Luo Kusi would be delighted if all the 5 elders perished. Moreover, under his onslaught, the golden-haired elder was barely managing on his own. How could he worry about others? It seemed they had not yet experienced true despair, thinking his strength was only this much. Oomph. Luo Kusi snorted coldly, releasing his conqueror's Haki. Wrapped in a formidable aura, he charged at the 3. This is the supreme conqueror's Haki. The golden-haired elder and the bespectacled elder unleashed their advanced conqueror's Haki to resist Luo Kusi's overwhelming, suffocating pressure. The suit-clad man had not awakened conqueror's Haki and could only stand slightly behind. We can't afford to think about that now. Focus on holding off Luo Kusi. Trust him. As Luo Kusi charged, the calm, bespectacled elder barked in order. Like the golden-haired elder, he too wished to save the white-robed elder, but circumstances forbade it. They were powerless. Moreover, Luo Kusi seemed to have grown even stronger, placing immense pressure on him. The golden-haired elder, though unwilling, could only nod, and the 3 engaged Luo Kusi in vicious combat. The long-bearded elder and the suit-clad elder were likewise locked in battle, with Shirji and Yogai Te unable to break free. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The dragon of sword energy was now within inches of the white-robed elder. But that strike from Yulo carried such immense force that the impact on his body had yet to dissipate. He wanted to dodge, but could not move. The dragon of sword energy reflected in the white-robed elder's pupil, but that strike from Yulo carried such immense force that the impact on his body had yet to dissipate. He wanted to dodge, but could not move. The dragon of sword energy reflected in the white-robed elder's pupils, growing larger and larger. Ah, damn it. Move. Move now. Move. The plummeting white-robed elder felt a bone-chilling cold all over. His hair stood on end and cold sweat poured down. Yet he refused to give up. His face twisted into a near-deformed snarl, and he screamed, inwardly mustering every ounce of remaining strength to break free from the mountain-like impact. Roar. The deafening sword hum and dragon roar, the razor-sharp sword energy overwhelming his face. The elder's white robe was slashed with countless cuts. Move. Now. The dragon of sword energy arrived in an instant. Under the threat of death, the white-robed elder fought with everything he had, roaring skyward in a frenzy. Blood and teeth flew from his mouth. At the final moment, with a crack as if a shackle had shattered, control of his body returned to him. It was as if he had been reborn. Summoning the last of his strength, he stomped with Jeppo, shooting upward with all his might, narrowly evading the dragon of sword energy. Ha! I dodged it. I dodged it. The white-robed elder, utterly disheveled and completely drained of stamina, laughed hoarsely, a tinge of madness in his voice. Never in his long life had he faced such an ordeal. His heart trembled as if death itself had descended. Even now the terror lingered. The other 4 elders, who had been watching their old friend intently, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. But at that very moment, roar! The sword hum and dragon roar once again thundered across the sky, accompanied by Yulo's voice. This ends here. Those 4 simple words pierced the ears like a demonic melody, seizing everyone's minds. The dragon of sword energy moved. Its trajectory changed. The colossal dragon's head rose, and its body twisted, stirring violent currents of air. The exhausted white-robed elder, utterly defenseless, sensed the sharpness behind him, but did not even have time to turn around. In an instant, as he turned, the dragon of sword energy devoured him. The massive draconic body swept past, and the keen edge of the sword cleaved through. Squelch. Marineford fell into absolute silence, the only sound being the spatter of blood. The long sword aura of the dragon pierced through completely, and the figure of the white-robed elder slowly dissipated, revealing Yulo's form. He stood in the air, his expression serene, his gaze calm. With a slight movement of his right hand, Raikiri spun, and he flicked it lightly to the side. The blood stained on Raikiri's blade slowly dripped down from the tip. Meanwhile, behind Yulo, the white-robed elder wore a face of horror and astonishment. His protruding eyes held an expression of disbelief, as if frozen in time. As the blood trickled from Raikiri's edge, the white-robed elder plummeted heavily. With a loud crash, he smashed onto the ground. The impact of the fall from high altitude created a deep crater, with shattered stones and dust flying in all directions. The already ruined Malinfanguo saw countless cracks spread, further threatening collapse. The stunned pirates and the remaining humanoid soldiers, sensing the earth-shaking tremor, finally came back to their senses. Do you feel it? The ground is violently trembling. This is insignificant. What matters is that Executive Yulo has gravely wounded one of the 5 elders. The dragon of sword aura from Lord Yulo actually raised its head at the end. Unbelievable. The captains and crew members were utterly astounded, forgetting they held weapons in their hands. They exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. In contrast, the science department soldiers, now few in number, lost all morale upon witnessing the elders' defeat. Some even trembled in fear, daunted by the might of the Swordora dragon. Is this Yulo's true power? Linlin and Kaido stood dumbfounded, the scene imprinted in their minds, impossible to shake off. Charlotte Linlin was merely shocked, but Kaido felt a profound bitterness and powerlessness. The combined forces of him and Linlin could barely withstand a single strike from the white-robed elder, yet Yulo alone had effortlessly defeated him. Moreover, Kaido understood clearly that Yulo had not exerted his full strength. He had not used his ability yet. The 4 elders had never anticipated such an outcome. The white-robed elder had already dodged, but the Swordora dragon abruptly lifted its head and turned back. Ah, you shall all die. Seeing their old companion gravely wounded and fallen, the hot-tempered golden-haired elder exploded in rage, his mind consumed by fury, and he went berserk. That Yulo, what kind of monster is he? The bespectacled elder's eyes were likewise blazing with fury, but he remained calmer than the golden-haired elder, though his face flushed with anger as he struggled to contain himself. The other 2 elders looked grim, their hearts heavy with despair. They had originally hoped the white-robed elder would swiftly eliminate the others and then come to their aid. Now, unexpectedly, the white-robed elder was the first to be gravely wounded, fallen, and unconscious. Even as they tried to take Yulo seriously, only now did they realize they had still underestimated him. Aside from Luo Kusi fighting 3 alone, Yulo's victory over the white-robed elder before Shurji and Nugate demonstrated that his strength surpassed theirs. Even Shurji and Nugate, facing any single member of the 5 elders, could contend and even gain the upper hand, but defeating one was beyond them. Within the Rocks Pirates, Yulo's current strength ranked only below that of Luo Kusi. Shurji and Nugate, engaged in fierce combat, nearly popped their eyes out, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. The shock of the Conqueror's Haki infusion had barely subsided before an even more explosive event occurred. Shurji and Nugate cast resentful glances at Yulo, as if wanting to say something, but found themselves speechless. Couldn't this brat Yulo keep a low profile? We're here to fight, not to watch your personal show. Let us focus on our battle for a while. Nevertheless, Yulo's prowess spurred Shurji and Nugate, igniting their competitive spirit. In combat, both exerted every ounce of their strength, their fighting spirit reaching new heights, and they grew ever more formidable. The tide of battle, once evenly matched, began to shift. Shurji and Nugate gradually gained a slight. After the golden-haired elder went berserk, he abandoned all defense, launching reckless attacks on Luo Kusi without heeding his own injuries. The suited man glanced at the bespectacled elder, who sighed and nodded solemnly. The bespectacled elder knew the golden-haired elder was about to fight with all his might. The balance of power had already tilted toward the pirates. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would hold out until the navy returned to justify the cost. Luo Kusi will go all out. The 3 surrounded him, attacking recklessly, their faces twisted with ferocity. Having nearly reached their last stand, they could only struggle desperately before the navy returned, even if it cost them their lives. Compared to their previous timid defense, all-out offense yielded better results, alleviating Luo Kusi's pressure considerably. Though the three sustained wounds, the clash of attacks rendered these minor injuries insignificant. Ha 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 ha, now that's more like it. As the three's resolve hardened, Luo-ku's battle intent surged. Only then did he feel the pressure. A wild grin spread across his face. Victory in this great battle was already predetermined. Before Luo-ku, even if the three fought to the death, the outcome would not change in the slightest. The blade gleamed with sharpness, and the Supreme Conqueror's Haki burst forth like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. His face twisted in a grin, eyes glowing red, he charged fearlessly against the trio's combined assault. Luo-ku clenched his left fist and struck at them, unleashing a domineering shockwave. This move utilized armament Haki emission, known as Ryuo. A bang! The trio's joint attack was blocked by an invisible barrier, but they showed no surprise. Instead, they grew more frenzied. If their assault ceased, they would surely sustain injuries, so they continued attacking. However, Luo-ku used both hands, moving a step faster than them. The long blade imbued with Conqueror's Haki radiated a crimson brilliance as it slashed fiercely. It shattered the trio's offensive, sending the nearest golden-haired elder plummeting. Luo-ku's Conqueror's Haki infusion was even more ferocious than Yulo's. With the supreme impact, the golden-haired elder crashed into the ground, deeply embedded in the earth. Abrupt, overwhelming, terrifying to the extreme. Both his Conquerors and armament Haki were at the pinnacle. The bespectacled elder's eyes filled with horror as Luo-ku's explosive power instantly sent the golden-haired elder flying. The ground exploded, dust scattering, obscuring the golden-haired elder. His injuries were likely severe. The bespectacled elder and the suited man suddenly felt the pressure mount. Rox showed no mercy due to the golden-haired elder's injury and absence, pressing his assault relentlessly. Sword energy slashes, flowing cherry blossom Haki, and Conqueror's Haki pressure. Attack after attack came without pause. The bespectacled elder and the suited man struggled to defend, retreating step by step, their bodies already riddled with wounds. Unperturbed, Rox raised his longsword once more, wrapping it in Conqueror's Haki, aiming to injure another foe. Not good. The retreating bespectacled elder's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling in sudden terror. If this blow landed, he would fare no better than the golden-haired elder. Seeing the Conqueror's Haki-infused blade descending, the suited man steeled himself and defiantly stepped in front of the bespectacled elder. 6 styles ultimate life burn. With a resolute gaze, the suited man let out a fierce roar, his aura surging exponentially. A mass of white vapor enveloped him as he bravely charged against the Conqueror's Haki. The bespectacled elder's heart trembled, his left hand lifted slightly, as if to pull back the suited man, but ultimately he withdrew it. 6 styles ultimate life burn was a forbidden technique among the 6 styles, consuming the user's lifespan to temporarily enhance physical capabilities, thus achieving a surge in power. The more life burned, the greater the power boost. Conversely, less burning resulted in a weaker effect. The suited man burning his life might have had a glimmer of hope against any other enemy, but his opponent was Rox. No matter how much life he burned, the suited man seemed doomed to die. The bespectacled elder's eyes were complex, knowing that what was done could not be undone. He swiftly retreated into the distance. The sword blade wreathed in Conqueror's Haki crashed violently against the suited man. Had it been an advanced Conqueror's Haki, he might have withstood it, but this was top-tier Conqueror's Haki. Bang! The white mist around the suited man held for a few seconds before finally succumbing, dissipating weakly. Boom! Rox gave a slight upward flick of his longsword, and the materialized impact of Conqueror's Haki sent the suited man hurtling into the air. The next moment, a sinister grin curling on his lips, sword energy flowing along the blade, he vanished from his spot. With a soft swish, a flash of sword light passed, a faint sound rang out, and the weakened suited man's head was severed from his body. A torrent of blood rained down from the sky as the suited man collapsed to the ground, his head rolling far before stopping. The entire scene fell into absolute silence, broken only by the sounds of combat. Burning life to enhance battle power. Yulo gazed at the suited man, intrigued by this technique. However, his mastery of the 6 styles was only at an advanced level, and he had not yet touched such forbidden arts. Rox, you deserve to die. The golden-haired elder, having just risen, witnessed this scene, his eyes bloodshot. Although the suited man's status was not as high as his old comrade, the white-robed elder, he had fought alongside him and sacrificed his life to protect the bespectacled elder without hesitation. Moreover, as a combatant of admiral-level strength, each one was immensely precious to the world government, cultivated with extreme difficulty. The loss of an admiral-level fighter was not just a matter of pride, but a severe blow to military power. Having slain the suited man, Rox immediately turned his gaze to the bespectacled elder. Rox, how dare you? The golden-haired elder staggered to his feet, witnessing this, and roared with eyes wide in fury. Facing Rox alone, the bespectacled elder would surely be overwhelmed. Without hesitation, the golden-haired elder endured his pain, leaped into the air, and charged forward. At that moment, a sharp gust of wind came, and a crackling sword tip stabbed toward him from his side. The golden-haired elder had no time to dodge. He pivoted and threw a punch directly. Clang! The armament Haki-imbued fist clashed with the sword tip, and the golden-haired elder staggered back a few steps. "Ah, Yulo, daring to block me, you're seeking death." Uro's sudden intervention drove the golden-haired elder to madness. If he could not reach him in time, the bespectacled elder was in grave danger. He could no longer care about anything else. Even if Uro's strength was overwhelming, he would fight to the death to push through. Without a word, the golden-haired elder charged headlong, raining down a flurry of heavy blows that appeared fierce, but were in truth wild and disorderly. Yulo glanced at Rox, sighing inwardly, then deftly maneuvered his body, handling the assault with ease. Rox's terrifying power seemed to surpass Admiral level. Outnumbered 3-2, he had already slain one, and it was evident that the golden-haired elder's attacks were weakening. Despite not being critically wounded, the visible cost was nearly as severe. Shiki and Newgate were deeply shaken. The battle had raged on, and finally an Admiral-level fighter had fallen. Rox, facing 3 opponents, had managed to suppress them all, a feat of monstrous strength. His sudden outburst, wounding one, and then decisively slaying another, seemed almost invincible. Was Rox's power an abyss without bottom? Then, sighting Yulo locked in combat with the golden-haired elder Shiki, and Newgate refused to lag behind, knowing that Yulo and Rox had already broken their opponents. A deep sorrow and despair began to spread through the long-bearded elder and the suited elder. Both had been seeking an opportunity to escape, but Shiki and Newgate were relentlessly tenacious. In the end, not only did they fail to break free, but their wavering focus allowed Shiki and Newgate to exploit their weaknesses. In a battle of equals, Shiki and Newgate began to gain the upper hand. The bespectacled elder, facing Rox alone, let out a slow breath, his eyes filled with resolve. He gripped his long sword tightly, facing his fate calmly. "Old man, your turn." Rox pressed forward step by step, the Crimson Conqueror's Haki flowing from his right hand along the blade. The aura he emitted was like that of an ancient beast, his pupils glowing red as he locked onto the bespectacled elder. The bespectacled elder's eyes were dim. He had already resigned himself to death. Alone, he saw no hope. Since death was inevitable, he would at least make sure Rox paid a price. 6 Styles Ultimate. Just as the bespectacled elder was about to burn his life, Rox halted his steps, and even his aura dissipated. This speed, faster than expected. Rox's heart stirred, his expression returning to normal as he gazed toward the horizon of the sea, raising an eyebrow and murmuring. As the captain of his pirate crew, Rox made a decisive call, turning back to stand on the ground, ignoring the bespectacled elder. "Shiki, lower the ship. Time to leave." Ling Kaido, gather the crew and board the ship quickly. Rox slashed out a beam of sword energy, destroying the last remaining humanoid weapon, and swiftly issued orders. "Jahaha, old man, he'll cut you down next time." Gurara, the outcome awaits our next encounter. Shiki and Newgate did not hesitate, forcefully driving back their opponents before retreating to Rox's side. The massive ship descended slowly as Lin and Kaido organized the pirates to board swiftly. Shiki and Newgate stood guard, wary of any sudden assault from the old men. The sudden shift in the situation jolted the golden-haired elder's mind back to clarity. Seeing Rox, Newgate, and Shiki all retreating, leaving only Yulo still locked in combat with him. "Join me, quickly capture Yulo." The golden-haired elder's heart stirred as he suppressed his blazing fury, snapping the other 3 elders back to awareness. Then the chaotic onslaught began to connect in an orderly manner, desperately entangling Yulo, as if fearing he might escape. The elder with the long beard and the one in a suit felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon seeing Shiki and Newgate retreat. The two were clearly aware of the situation, and despite their extremely grim expressions, they chose not to pursue. The CP0 suit-clad man had perished in battle, the elder in white was gravely injured and unconscious, and even the soldiers from the scientific department were completely wiped out. Now only the 2 of them remained, the bespectacled elder and the golden-haired elder. With the strength of Rox, they could not hope to delay until the Navy arrived. If Rox and his group wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop them. The bespectacled elder was drenched in cold sweat, shaken and terrified, feeling as if he had just returned from the gates of hell, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. It must be said the murderous intent of Rox made him feel as though he had no chance of survival. Did we, the 5 of us, personally engage only to face failure in the end? This Rox, with his unfathomable strength, it seems only that esteemed individual might be able to confront him, Hedon. And the new cadre Yulo, he is a humanoid monster, a threat second only to Rox. If they could not deal with them this time, they would surely face endless troubles in the future. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped the 3. "Come quickly to assist me take down Yulo." At that moment, the furious roar of an old comrade reverberated in their ears, deafening and piercing the heart. Swish, swish, swish. The three elders felt a jolt in their minds, their bodies trembling, and only then did they snap back to reality. The terror on their faces flashed away. They had just fallen into a daze, and if it weren't for the timely shout of the golden-haired elder, they might have missed a great opportunity. They looked towards the battle between Yulo and Rox, noticing that Rox remained indifferent with a disturbingly. The elder with the long beard and the one in a suit instinctively glanced at the bespectacled elder, their gazes filled with inquiry. Rox's calm demeanor and apparent disregard for the situation made the two extremely cautious. The bespectacled elder hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded, making a tremendous decision. Yulo's strength was indeed formidable, but with the four of them attacking, if Rox did not intervene, he did not believe Yulo could withstand it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, the three elders rushed forward, their figures transforming into fleeting shadows charging from three different directions. Captain Rox, are we really not going to help? The expression of Whitebeard Newgate was grave, his palms sweaty. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened in anger. If it weren't for Rox's orders, he would have charged in long ago. Shiki and Newgate couldn't help but worry about Yulo. After all, it was the combat power of four admirals, while Rox had only one. Don't worry, Yulo doesn't intend to fight to the death. He wants to see his limits. Rox, with clarity in his thoughts, displayed a smile, his gaze flickering at Yulo. Shiki's mind turned, realizing this also aligned with Yulo's character of being contemptuous of his opponents. His anger soon extinguished as he, along with Newgate and Rox, quietly observed the battle. The three elders' forms traced arcs in the air, getting closer to Yulo. Including the golden-haired elder, the four formed a siege from the four cardinal directions. Come on, haha. Yulo's observation Haki sensed the approach of the three, and he became excited, unable to suppress his wild laughter. Do you really think you are Rox? Yulo, be bold and pay the price. The golden-haired elder saw the opportunity and retreated sharply, his face dark as he shouted angrily. Facing their foreman assault, Yulo's arrogant reaction infuriated the golden-haired elder. However, this was not a time for impulsivity. He could not take down Yulo by himself. They needed all four to act simultaneously to ensure absolute certainty, taking advantage of Rox's inattention to capture Yulo in one fell swoop. The three elders arrived in an instant, their figures not pausing for a moment as they entered Yulo's predetermined range. Yulo's eyes shone brightly, his battle spirit rising fervently. Faced with the combined strength of four admirals, Yulo felt his blood boil, his spirit stirred, and he was fearless. He wanted to witness the combined might of four admiral-level fighters. Although their power had diminished considerably, whether due to injuries or fatigue, they were still not to be underestimated. It was also a chance to see his own limits alongside rewards for completing tasks. If he could defeat a few more, the rewards would surely be even more enticing. Yulo die. The four elders struck, a simultaneous roar erupting as they charged forward. Boom. Four forces erupted, forming a square shape that surrounded the center where Yulo stood. Bang, 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 bang. The air exploded violently, wind currents rampaging and forming a vortex. The four elders unleashed a fierce attack, three powerful fist imprints, and a flash of cold blade light surged towards Yulo. Captain Rox, can Yulo withstand it? With the combat power of four admirals, there's still time to act. This astonishing scene made Shiki and Newgate unable to remain calm. If it were one of them, they would be lucky to escape without serious injury. Their fate would not be better than that of the elder in white. What are you two panicking for? Just look at Yulo's composure. We should quietly observe the battle. Rox smirked confidently, as if it were he himself who was being besieged. Shiki and Newgate had no choice but to obediently observe, their bodies always prepared to rush in at the first sign of danger to Yulo. The captain and crew on the ship looked on, their faces filled with shock, while also hoping that Yulo would bring surprises. Where did this confidence come from, Yulo? Kaido stood behind, lingering, his gaze filled with astonishment, murmuring to himself. Kaido acknowledged Yulo's abnormality and strength, and had already accepted it wholeheartedly. However, facing the attacks from the four elders, he could not convince himself that Yulo could withstand them. I've been waiting for this moment. Green Lotus Earth Fire. Open for me. Accompanied by Yulo's wild shout, his robes billowed without wind, and the accumulated momentum surged to the sky. The Green Lotus Earth Fire appeared out of thin air, turning into a vortex that rapidly expanded, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply, with waves of heat sweeping through the sky. Under Yulo's powerful compression, the Green Lotus Earth Fire burned fiercely, dissipating more than half of the full force attacks from the four elders. Not good. Retreat. The bespectacled elder's face changed dramatically, and without time to make any decisions, he had to withdraw immediately. The other three did the same instinctively, trying to avoid the brunt of the attack, but it was too sudden and too late. The surging vortex of green fire directly engulfed the four, rapidly expanding by dozens of meters, wrapping them all up. Hiss! Huff! Hiss! Damn it, we miscalculated. The blue flames, the terrifying temperature. The silent Marineford echoed with the strained voices of the four elders. Lord Yulo is so powerful. The attacks of the four old men were all neutralized, and they themselves were engulfed. Even the temperature of the air is starting to rise. The crew aboard the pirate ship witnessed Yulo's formidable might as a single strike repelled the four elders. And from the elders' voices, enduring Yulo's azure flame was far from easy. Every crew member trembled in awe, their gazes filled with reverence, each thinking Yulo was nothing short of divine. Shiji and Nyo-Gate, who had been on tenterhooks, now cast aside their earlier worries. Gurara, how could I forget? Yulo's flame ability is truly terrifying in temperature. Whitebeard Nyo-Gate slapped his head and laughed heartily for a while. Since the battle began, Yulo had not used his flames, relying solely on swordplay and Haki. It made Nyo-Gate nearly forget that Yulo still had an ace up his sleeve. This ace, of course, was the Logia Devil Fruit, the Azure Lotus Heartfire ability. Its scorching temperature was enough to make even him wary. Azure Lotus Heartfire. So that's what it's called, quite fitting. Golden Lion Shiji eyes gleaming mulled over the name and found it excellent. Yulo's Azure Flame ability left a deep impression on him. The very power that allowed Yulo to defeat him was the Azure Lotus Heartfire, one of his greatest assets. The entire Rock's pirates, including Rock's himself, all officers and crew, none could deny the might of the Azure Lotus Heartfire. A faint smile graced Rock's face as he silently watched the distant battlefield. The vast azure flame whirlpool spun and expanded rapidly, swallowing the four elders. The instant they were engulfed, the searing pain of the blaze shattered the four elders' minds. As if wreathed in death's own flames, driven by primal terror, the four elders unleashed their armament Haki to its fullest, coating their bodies entirely. Thus they barely withstood the burning, but the intense heat and the evaporation of moisture from their bodies left them with little stamina and in a miserable state. The azure whirlpool surged outward, sweeping past the four elders, forming a vortex of flames that churned endlessly, as if eternal. Yulo and the four elders were enclosed in the center of the vortex, beyond the view of outsiders. The crew watched anxiously, probing with observation Haki. But the moment they drew near, scorching waves blasted them, forcing them to retreat. Only Rock's Nyo-Gate, Shiji Lin, and Kaido could perceive the battle within. As the vortex passed, the four elders revealed themselves bedraggled and battered. Their clothes were tattered, their skin charred, and the long-beard elder's whiskers had been completely burned away. Cough, cough, cough. Trembling with shock, the four retreated to the edge of the flame vortex, distancing themselves from Yulo. We were too careless. We overlooked an obvious point, the bespectacled elder muttered in regret. He tried to retreat further, but found he had reached the limit. This Yulo is truly troublesome. If it weren't for our depleted stamina, we could have taken him just now. The suited elder growled, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes burning with frustration. Yet deep inside, he felt a lingering dread. If they were like the white-robed elder whose stamina was wholly spent, and who could no longer muster armament, Haki being swallowed by the Azure Lotus Heartfire would leave them in an unimaginable state. The golden-haired elder and the long-bearded elder remained grimly silent, waiting for the bespectacled elder's decision. In their haste, they had ignored Yulo's signature Azure Flame ability, which he hadn't used. One last gamble. In a flash, the bespectacled elder made a forced decision. This operation had yielded nothing but heavy losses. If Rocks wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. He didn't want to give up. Yulo was isolated, and with the four of them joining forces, there was still hope. The other three elders nodded solemnly, prepared for the worst. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as the four prepared for a final desperate struggle, the light of the world suddenly dimmed, accompanied by rolling thunder. The four looked up sharply. The clear sky was now covered with dark clouds interwoven with blue lightning. The sudden thunderclouds carried overwhelming force, leaving those outside the vortex dumbfounded. Boom, zap, crackle. Like a bolt from the blue, the thunder roared, deafening. A pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, its crackling sound piercing the air. Thighs. The distant crew, witnessing this majestic scene, felt their souls shake. Ha ha ha, what a rush. Yulo spread his arms and laughed wildly as the lightning pillar plunged into his body, filling him with exhilaration. Breath of thunder. Open! Yulo roared in ecstasy, his aura skyrocketing. His robes billowed, and his presence swept across the entire field. Countless arcs of electricity burst forth, piercing the azure flame vortex and shooting outward. The pirates on the ship Lin and Kaido witnessed the earth-shattering scene and felt the might of a thunder god descending. Each one stood frozen, expressions blank, utterly stunned. Damn it all. This brat Yulo still has a trump card. Golden Lion Shiji cursed as he withdrew from the conversation in shock. Gururara, can you let others live? Whitebeard Nyo-Gate still laughed, though his laughter was not as hearty. Rock's, a man of wide experience, couldn't help frowning. He knew of a few secret arts that could boost combat power, but he worried whether this technique had side effects. Yulo was his ace and couldn't afford any mishap. However, since it was already activated, he decided to observe and ask Yulo about it later. At the heart of the Azure Flame Vortex, the four elders keenly felt Yulo's sudden surge in power. A terrifying pressure like Conqueror's Haki instantly cowed them. A secret art, a secret art. How does he know one? The golden-haired elder cried out in shock, his face full of disbelief. The long-bearded elder and the suited elder also wore expressions of utter incredulity, as if they had seen a ghost. All secret arts on the seas had been eradicated by the world government along with the lost century. The only place that still held secret arts was the flower chamber deep within Mary Geos, inside the Holy Land. Even the five elders could not directly practice them. The forbidden six powers technique life return had been passed down by that lord. Damn it, Flee! The bespectacled elder cursed, suppressing his shock and terror, and charged straight toward the vortex opening. The other three followed suit, leaping into the air with all speed. Originally, the four had little confidence and could only fight desperately. Now, with Yulo employing a secret technique, his aura surged dramatically, and his strength needed no further elaboration. Who knows how strong he is? It would be better to retreat. Revenge can wait, as there is plenty of time ahead. Think you can escape? Can you really run away, eh? Suddenly, a boisterous voice rang out as Yulo's body crackled with lightning, indifferently gazing at the four elders attempting to flee. Boom! The Azure Fire Vortex stirred violently, its power escalating to another level. It began to shrink madly, the central space rapidly contracting as it lunged toward the four elders, with a single push charge out. At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. The bespectacled elder's face flushed, red veins bulging, and with a roar he charged upward with all his might. Ah! The other three elders let out low growls, straining to push upward as well. However, Yulo would not allow them to escape. The four elders soared upward, rapidly surpassing Yulo, in an instant heading straight toward the vortex's opening. Too late, too late. A dazzling electric light flashed in Yulo's eyes as the thunderblade lay across his chest, his left hand lightly stroking the blade. On the edge of the thunderblade, electric arcs began to dance, growing chaotic and wild. Azure Lotus, Earth Fire. Seal. Before the words finished, the Azure Fire Vortex's opening suddenly closed. The only gap was sealed, transforming the Azure Fire Vortex into a confined space of flames. The scorching heat could not dissipate, filling the entire area, the temperature doubling from before. All of this occurred in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. When the Azure Fire Vortex sealed, it was accompanied by a thunderous boom. Breath of Lightning, 7th form. Azure Fire, Thunder God. The Azure Fire erupted explosively, and the lightning crackled wildly, both resonating as they unleashed their fury. In a flash, Yulo's figure vanished, revealing an azure blue divine dragon entwined with azure fire and lightning looming in the sky. The Azure Fire Vortex also dissipated into the heavens in that instant. Yulo's Azure Fire Thunder God is significantly more powerful than his earlier Azure Dragon chant. The usually silent Rox finally spoke his words, filled with recognition of Yulo's strength. Hearing Rox's words, the Golden Lion Shiki and the Whitebeard Newgate showed surprise on their faces and fell into rare silence. Rox was indeed inscrutable. He had always observed Yulo's actions without comment. Now, however, he took the initiative to speak, and even acknowledged this move, which undoubtedly affirmed Yulo's prowess. Shiki and Newgate focused on the battlefield, their observation Haki keenly attuned. The phrase significantly more powerful from Rox was not just a slight difference for the two of them. After all, the gap between Shiki and Newgate compared to Rox was glaringly evident. They were not on the same level. They were eager to see just how powerful Yulo's ultimate move truly was. Faced with the combat strength of the four generals, although they were not at their peak, a full defensive effort was still formidable. What level can the young man Yulo achieve? The azure blue dragon's brilliance shone in the eyes of both men, dazzling and incomparable. Roar! The azure blue dragon spiraled upward with azure fire and lightning surging, its body stretching dozens of meters long, moving at an incredible speed. Just like lightning streaking across the sky, it flashed by in an instant, a blinding light erupting. The crowd squinted, feeling as if the entire sky was filled with flashes. It was then that the azure blue dragon engulfed the four men, its dozens of meters long body sweeping past the elders. A chorus of pained screams echoed through the air. Clang! Following that, the sound of sheathing the blade marked the end of this move. The dazzling light faded, and the pirates below slowly opened their eyes. The terrifying aura from earlier rendered their observation Haki ineffective. Only after opening their eyes could the pirates see the outcome of the distant battlefield. This is too terrifying. Those four old men seem to be seriously injured. The power of this move is so strong, if it were us, we would definitely be dead. You idiot, has your brain short-circuited? With a casual move from Master Yulo, we would all be finished. There would be no need for this kind of move. The many pirates on the ship snapped back to reality from their shock, beginning to exclaim and discuss excitedly. Kaido, standing at the bow of the ship, wore a stunned expression, his jaw nearly dislocated, still oblivious to it all. Only the azure fire and lightning entwined like a fleeting glimpse of the azure blue dragon replayed continuously in his mind. Beside her, Charlotte Lingling looked utterly shocked, remaining silent, but internally a storm raged within her. Her eyes betrayed her the solar-like brilliance more fervent than the desire to bear children. The crew members near Lingling noticed her gaze and instinctively stepped back, silently praying. Of course it was not for themselves, but for their outstanding Master Yulo. In the distant sky all energy had dissipated, but the surrounding space still lingered with heat, and blue lightning arcs crackled sporadically. High above, Yulo had already sheathed his thunder blade, the air currents continually rushing toward him, his robes billowing as he looked down at the four elders with a disdainful air. The four elders below were in dire straits, each one a mess, drenched in blood with no intact skin. Especially across their chests they bore horizontal wounds, flesh completely severed, exposing their stark white bones. The four panted heavily, the tremors deep within their souls still lingering. It felt as if death itself had gripped their throats, unable to release them for a long time. A cough spit. Suddenly the golden-haired elder could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Having endured a blow from the conqueror's Haki, he was already carrying significant injuries. Now with this added burden, the golden-haired elder's body reached its limit and could no longer withstand it.